Chapter 1 Rebirth and Awakening. In a wealthy mansion, with the cry of a baby breaking the tranquility of the night, she who had just given birth to her child weakly called for her child. "Congratulations, madam, for giving birth to a baby boy," the midwife shouted happily. Let me see." The beautiful woman who spoke intermittently had a happy smile on her pale face and tears flowed, but there was a trace of sadness in her eye. The beautiful woman is of Uchiha family named Uchiha Akira. Although she is only a sideline, her status is still very high. This is all thanks to her husband Uchiha Nobuhiro's rank, which has reached the level of elite, and is also a well-known powerhouse in the village. Today is World War II, and my husband is on a mission on the battlefield. The war is cruel, and most of the children born during the war are unfortunate and have a high probability of losing their relative. Minghui is worried about this, even if Nobuhiro is very strong. "Madam, don't worry. Lord Shinhong is a great and powerful person in the clan, and he has opened up the existence of Sengoyu." The maid quickly comforted her when she saw Madam's sad face. "Well, I understand that Shinhong will be fine." Minghui could only nod her sad expression, but she didn't lose a trait. But the child stopped crying after 2 minutes of crying, which shocked Minghui and the people present. After careful examination, there were no other problems before he was relieved. "The child may have a weak constitution and just fell asleep." Minghui gently stroked the child's face. "Ah, he really looked like his father, but it's sensible that the child will look like me in the future," knowing not to cause trouble to his parent. Perhaps it was the psychological effect that made her feel that the child was very similar to Nobuhiro. "Madam's child's name, let's call Yu in the future," Minghui said dotingly, and the people present praised each other again and again. "Who am I here? Why can't I move? Yu, is it calling me?" As I kept asking questions in my mind, I felt more and more powerless and dizzy. Like the name in my previous life, Yu's consciousness gradually fell asleep. In the past, my head was really swollen and painful. I spent many days in a daze. My head couldn't remember anything and could only rely on instinct. "Yu, don't worry, you have to grow up well," she told while breastfeeding. There was even more sadness on her face. The child was weaker than she thought, and her cry was not so loud. She was worried that the child would die prematurely. She visited many doctors, but they all said there was no problem, but she had trouble sleeping and eating. 3 years have passed in a blink of an eye. I have to say that the ninja's physique is indeed very strong. Even though the 3-year-old Yu was originally weak, she walked very steadily, and she did not step on the unstable situation at all, which made Minghui very happy. Even though Yu was 3 years old, she was still used to walking around the streets with her arms in her arms. At this time, the streets were mostly dominated by women and children. Yu's bright eyes looked at everything around her curiously. Yu, who is already fluent in speaking, has an instinctive feeling of being twisted and feels like she has forgotten a lot of things. This seems a little familiar, doesn't it? There are also these character clothes style, as if they were in a foreign country in ancient time. Ah, why do I think so? There is also this different language voice. Looking at the 3 color balls and the signboard of the stall, Yu felt a little sleepy for a while. This kid didn't play for a long time and fell asleep every time. Minghui restrained her smile and showed a sad face again. Hearing that the war was coming to an end, but there was no news from Shinhong, Minghui was very uneasy. After all, the news that came back from various countries, a few of the shadow capitals have fallen, not to mention the Mirjanen. Maybe in a few months, the war will end and peace will come. Konoha has already gained a major advantage, and the situation is already clear. This time, it will undoubtedly end with Konoha's victory, and the Land of Rain is the final battle site. "Shinhong, you must be fine. Yi Feather looks exactly like you." Touching Yu's cheek, she prayed silently in her heart. Soon after night fell, Yu also woke up. "I didn't expect that I would go through consciousness and be depressed for 3 years, but hey. The child has no ignorance at all, and his eyes are full of light." Yi Chen has awakened and remembered his previous identity. His real name is also Yu, an ordinary otaku who is 20 and has no girlfriend. The human companion did not expect to actually arrive in the 2-dimensional world and was ecstatic for a while. "I remember that a piece of quaint jade pendant I just bought from a road stall at that time knew that it should be a fake, but after all, I couldn't help but want to spend hundreds of ocean." He was very distressed, for the poor silk just came out of the antique stall and was hit by a car and woke up and came here. "Since that's the case, I'll just be myself. I didn't expect to enjoy the warmth of my family again. I heard that it's 37 years now. The World War II should be over soon, right? In other words, my lovely Hinata and Ino were not born." For a time, Yu was sad that the timeline was too early. Uncomfortable. The happy thing is that he who was an orphan has relatives again. Yu, who calmed down, understood that the Third Ninja War was going to take place in the next 8 years, so he had to practice hard. "And I don't know if my father, whom I have never met, will survive. Come back. If it hangs up, it is estimated that the good mother who just had will collapse. Alas, I hope I can return safely or not have any regret. This jade pendant is the reason why I came here, but I haven't seen it since I was born. Is it in my spiritual space?" Thinking of Yu trying to communicate but no response at all, trying trying hard for half an hour and still no response at all. Could it be that there is no plug-in just sending it? Is it so miserable? No, it probably because my conditions aren't enough that I can't open it up. That must be the case. Yu comforted herself and didn't feel discouraged, and in the next 8 years she had to go through another war. Maybe she would really die. I'm going to start practicing well tomorrow. Yu, are you awake? Mother. Minghui found that her son seemed to be different, and still hugged Yu habitually. Even though he was a child now, he was already 23 years old in his last life. Because it was the war year, ninjas had very short lifespans, so they got married early. Now Minghui is only 22 years old. Yu struggled immediately. Minghui thought that her son was out of shape and hugged her tighter, and nervously observed Yu's body. My mother. I'm fine. I've grown up and I don't need to bother my mother anymore. Minghui flashed a trace of sadness. Why did Yu suddenly use the honorific title? Although today's children are very precocious, the son's transformation is too sudden. Yu panicked and said, Mom, I just think I've grown up and should look like an adult. PFF, haha, you're a big kid, even if you don't dare to sleep alone and say you're an adult. Minghui was very happy when she heard this, and couldn't help but tease. It's a good thing for children to mature early. Most children in the big family are 3 years old. I have already been exposed to some training. Yu has always been very weak and has never trained. I can sleep alone, and I have to train tomorrow. Yu recalled the previous scene. Her face flushed red and a little hurried. Really? Minghui looked disbelieving. Tell Mom why you need to train. Seeing that the other children in the family are training, I also think Yu has returned to normal. That's it. But you have to finish sleeping alone before you can receive training. Well, don't worry, Mom. Then I'm leaving. I'm really leaving. Seeing Yu's determined fate, Minghui left the room with a smile. During the round, she was relieved when she saw Yu was really asleep. Shinhong, our son is really grown up and sensible. When will you come back? And I have also opened the 3-hook jade. Next time I will be able to fight side by side with you. Minghui did not return to the room, but the writing wheel opened in the courtyard shone brightly under the blood, like 2 blood moon. Chapter 2's last mission. Ding ding, dong dong. This thing is really not that easy to practice. Looking at the shuriken in the distance, none of them are holding their heart, and it is good to be able to tie the 7 rings with a slight trembling of both hands. Shuriken is a compulsory course for the Uchiha clan, and only this clan can play with so many tricks. Hey, what year and month will I be able to practice or? I feel uncomfortable humming strange song. I've been practicing for a week, and it's still only 7 meters away, and I can't throw it. Although I know it's useless in the later stage, traditional craftsmanship cannot be lost. Dimensional Shushan of Konoha author. Moonlight Views Snow Year. I saw your death. You will die. Little sister Ziwan. You are joking. Even if Naruto is an idiot, I will not die. Naruto, does it have anything to do with me? And big brother, you are rebellious now. Okay, when this mission is over, I will take you back if I break your hands and feet. Children are really naughty. What kind of thing is a sprite? Lu Dao, where does your immortal art come from? Have opinion? No, your excellency Niubi. Chapter 1 Rebirth and Awakening. In a wealthy mansion, with the cry of a baby breaking the tranquility of the night, she who had just given birth to her child weakly called for her child. Congratulations madam for giving birth to a baby boy. The midwife shouted happily. Let me see. The beautiful woman who spoke intermittently had a happy smile on her pale face and tears flowed, but there was a trace of sadness in her eye. The beautiful woman is of Uchiha family named Uchiha Akira. Although she is only a sideline, her status is still very high. This is all thanks to her husband Uchiha Nobuhiro's rank, which has reached the level of elite, and is also a well-known powerhouse in the village. Today is World War II, and my husband is on a mission on the battlefield. The war is cruel, and most of the children born during the war are unfortunate and have a high probability of losing their relative. Minghui is worried about this, even if Nobuhiro is very strong. Madam, don't worry. Lord Shinhong is a great and powerful person in the clan, and he has opened up the existence of Sengoyu. The maid quickly comforted her when she saw Madam's sad face. Well, I understand that Shinhong will be fine. Minghui could only nod her sad expression, but she didn't lose a trait. But the child stopped crying after 2 minutes of crying, which shocked Minghui and the people present. After careful examination, there were no other problems before he was relieved. The child may have a weak constitution and just fell asleep. Minghui gently stroked the child's face. He really looked like his father, but it's sensible that the child will look like me in the future, knowing not to cause trouble to his parent. Perhaps it was the psychological effect that made her feel that the child was very similar to Nobuhiro. Madam's child's name. It will be called Yu from now on. Bar. Minghui said dotingly, and everyone in the room praised her. Who am I here? Why can't I move? Yu. Is it calling me? As I kept asking questions in my mind, I felt more and more powerless and dizzy. Like the name in my previous life, Yu's consciousness gradually fell asleep. In the past, my head was really swollen and painful. I spent many days in a daze. My head couldn't remember anything and could only rely on instinct. Yu, don't worry. You have to grow up well, she told while breastfeeding. There was even more sadness on her face. The child was weaker than she thought, and her cry was not so loud. She was worried that the child would die prematurely. She visited many doctors, but they all said there was no problem, but she had trouble sleeping and eating. 3 years have passed in a blink of an eye. I have to say that the ninja's physique is indeed very strong. Even though the 3-year-old Yu was originally weak, she walked very steadily, and she did not step on the unstable situation at all, which made Minghui very happy. Even though Yu was 3 years old, she was still used to walking around the streets with her arms in her arm. At this time, the streets were mostly dominated by women and children. Yu's bright eyes looked at everything around her curiously. Yu, who is already fluent in speaking, has an instinctive feeling of being twisted and feels like she has forgotten a lot of things. This seems a little familiar, doesn't it? There are also these character clothes style, as if they were in a foreign country in ancient time. Ah, why do I think so? There is also this different language voice. Looking at the 3 color balls and the signboard of the stall, Yu felt a little sleepy for a while. This kid didn't play for a long time and fell asleep every time. Minghui restrained her smile and showed a sad face again. Hearing that the war was coming to an end, but there was no news from Shenhong, Minghui was very uneasy. After all, the news that came back from various countries, a few of the shadow capitals have fallen, not to mention the Mirjanen. Maybe in a few months, the war will end and peace will come. Konoha has already gained a major advantage, and the situation is already clear. This time, it will undoubtedly end with Konoha's victory, and the Land of Rain is the final battle site. Shenhong, you must be fine. Yi Feather looks exactly like you. Touching Yu's cheek, she prayed silently in her heart. Soon after night fell, Yu also woke up. I didn't expect that I would go through consciousness and be depressed for 3 years, but hey. The child has no ignorance at all, and his eyes are full of light. Yi Chen has awakened and remembered his previous identity. His real name is also Yu, an ordinary otaku who is 20 and has no girlfriend. The human companion did not expect to actually arrive in the 2-dimensional world and was ecstatic for a while. I remember that a piece of quaint jade pendant I just bought from a road doll at that time knew that it should be a fake, but after all, I couldn't help but want to spend hundreds of ocean. He was very distressed, for the poor silk just came out of the antique doll and was hit by a car and woke up and came here. Since that's the case, I'll just be myself. I didn't expect to enjoy the warmth of my family again. I heard that it's 37 years now. The World War II should be over soon, right? In other words, my lovely Hinata and Ino were not born. For a time, Yu was sad that the timeline was too early. Uncomfortable. The happy thing is that he who was an orphan has relatives again. Yu, who calmed down, understood that the Third Ninja War was going to take place in the next 8 years, so he had to practice hard. And I don't know if the father I have never met can come back alive. If he hangs up, the good mother who just had him will collapse. Alas, I hope I can return safely or not have any regret. This jade pendant is the reason why I came here, but I haven't seen it since I was born. Is it in my spiritual space? Thinking of Yu trying to communicate but no response at all. Trying hard for half an hour and still no response at all. Could it be that there is no plug-in just ending it? Is it so miserable? No, it's probably because my conditions aren't enough that I can't open it up. That must be the case. Yu comforted herself and didn't feel discouraged, and in the next 8 years, she had to go through another war. Maybe she would really die. I'm going to start practicing well tomorrow. Yu, are you awake? Mother. Minghui found that her son seemed to be different, and still hugged Yu habitually. Even though he was a child now, he was already 23 years old in his last life. Because it was the war year, ninjas had very short lifespans, so they got married early. Now Minghui is only 22 years old. Yu struggled immediately. Minghui thought that her son was out of shape and hugged her tighter, and nervously observed Yu's body. My mother, I'm fine. I've grown up and I don't need to bother my mother anymore. Minghui flashed a trace of sadness. Why did Yu suddenly use the honorific title? Although today's children are very precocious, the son's transformation is too sudden. Yu panicked and said, Mom, I just think I've grown up and should look like an adult. PFF, haha, you're a big kid, even if you don't dare to sleep alone and say you're an adult. Minghui was very happy when she heard this, and couldn't help but tease. It's a good thing for children to mature early. Most children in the big family are 3 years old. I have already been exposed to some training. Yu has always been very weak and has never trained. I can sleep alone, and I have to train tomorrow. Yu recalled the previous scene. Her face flushed red in a little hurry. Really? Minghui looked disbelieving. Tell Mom why you need to train. Seeing that the other children in the family are training, I also think Yu has returned to normal. That's it. But you have to finish sleeping alone before you can train. Well, don't worry, Mom. Then I'm leaving. I'm really leaving. Look at with a determined look on Yu's face. Minghui left the room with a smile. During the round, she was relieved when she saw Yu was really asleep. Shenhong, our son is really grown up and sensible. When will you come back? And I have also opened the 3-hook jade. Next time I will be able to fight side by side with you. Minghui did not return to the room, but the writing wheel opened in the courtyard backyard shone brightly under the blood like two blood moons. Chapter 2's last mission. Ding ding dong dong. This thing is really not that easy to practice. Looking at the shuriken in the distance, none of them are holding their heart, and it is good to be able to tie the 7 rings with a slight trembling of both hands. Shuriken is a compulsory course for the Uchiha clan, and only this clan can play with so many tricks. Hey, what year and month will I be able to practice sword? I feel uncomfortable humming strange song. I've been practicing for a week, and it's still only 7 meters away, and I can't throw it. Although I know it's useless in the later stage, traditional craftsmanship cannot be lost. There are no important characters appearing in this period. No, there are Yongdame and Meimei, but now it is speculated that it should be almost Chunin. Thinking of this, Yu went back to the village to see if she could meet Minato. Konoha is actually very big, not a small village in the anime. I really don't have the motivation to eat a few strings of meatballs when I'm bored. I have to say that the village really doesn't have any famous food. The children in the village were all playing and scrambling. Even if they were invited, they would refuse. It was a joke to play in the mud with a group of little kids. Who is he? So arrogant. You see his Zuwei as a guy from the Uchiha family, but he is too arrogant. Then teach him a lesson. Yu naturally shook his head when he heard it. Although they were all 4 or 5 years old, no matter how they looked at it, they were just children from a commoner's family. Not everyone was Pratinam Matekai. Stop, boy. Yu was still walking on her own, but the latter became angry. Hey, Uchiha's little brat, I told you to stop, didn't you hear? Saying that, the Child King rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fists and directly attacked the back of the head. When Sanyayu strayed, he went over and attacked his abdomen with an elbow. Drop one. Are you alright? One man. A lesson to this guy. The other 2 also rushed up and fell to the ground without incident. Ye man, I don't have the qualifications to remember, and I won't be so lucky next time. After speaking coldly, Yu continued to move forward, and within 5 meters she burst into laughter. Ah, so cool. It turns out that pretending is so exciting. I understand a little bit about being gay. Moving on, I saw a lot of ninjas, but there were very few smiling faces. The whole air was very depressed, and the depressed Yi Chen couldn't breathe. Even if the war is won, it will not be happy, or it is said that the war is not won at all. Hong, this is the last mission and we can go home after the end of the mission. Hey, Heihachi is working harder. As long as Iwagak is taken down, only the land of rain will be left. That is the final battlefield. The scarlet shackle stared straight ahead, and the body was gasping for breath. I must wait for me, Minghui, to meet as long as I complete this task. Have our children grown up well? Demota Kato smiled wryly this time. How could it be so easy? Even if Iwagak back warehouse supply was destroyed, it was another matter to escape. There are only 3 of them, and there are at least 30 ninjas guarding such important places. However, as long as the supplies can be destroyed, there is no doubt that Iwagak will retreat and the war will end sooner. Constantly jumping in the forest, they soon arrived at Yinian's target location and the 3 of them stopped in tacit understanding. The most important thing is to restore physical strength first. The best time to attack is at night after retreating back 1,000 meters to recuperate. When the night had come quietly, the 3 of them stared blankly at the target point. The bewitching shakers swayed in the air like a ghost fire. No sound was heard along the way. Shinhong waved lightly and the 2 stood there. Shinhong moved forward only 2 minutes before dismantling all traps and alarm devices. As expected of Sharingan, this powerful insight would have been blown to smithereens if it were me and Kato. Nobuhiro beckoned the 3 of them to move on and removed more than 20 traps along the way. This short 1-kilometer design is enough to show how important this place is. The 2 of them can only sigh at the power of Sharingan. It is too difficult to break through without such pupil skills as Bayan and Sharingan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 50 ninjas. Among them, the rest of the 9 are all Chunin. Only one of them is an elite Chunin and 2 Chunin named. This time is really a task of 9 death. The 3 people squatting in the corner did not dare to make a sound. Heihachi and Kato under the mask were desperate in desperation. For Konoha's victory, they must complete it. You 3 go patrol over there. One Shangnin gave instructions to the 3 Zongnin, and he felt a little uneasy in his heart, even though he knew that the probability of Yanyan losing was very great, but there might be a turning point on the battlefield. The 3 Chunin happened to come to Shinhong's side, and the 3 of them were tense and kunai, revealing the coldness. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Hands on. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them exploded with the strength of their entire body, and the second Chunin didn't have time to react, and his head moved. Looking at the 3 people in front of him in disbelief, Konoha Anbu. But he didn't guess right. He wanted to make a sound, but he couldn't make any sound. He caught his head and gently placed it on the ground. The 3rd person was instantly controlled by Shinhong's writing wheel. Report there is nothing unusual about the south. Report nothing unusual to the north. Soon all the A-teams reported the news, and the Jonin nodded. Continued to be vigilant. Every 3 Junin guards a supply room, which should be sealed roll. The task is to destroy them. The 3 approached calmly and unintentionally. Junin saw the blood on Heihachi's neckline and immediately noticed something was wrong. You has been discovered. Shinhong hurriedly hurriedly made a seal. Fire done how fireball technique. What? Tudin. Damn. Frightened. This guy made a mark so quickly that it was too late, and the big fireball with a diameter of 4 meters went straight to the supply room. There are 2 others that must be blocked. Fire escape. Flame bomb. Wind done. Great vacuum jade. Heihachi and Kato hurriedly started but gave Iwakaku time to react. 2 done. Earth formation wall. Tudin. Earth rock flow. 2 done. Rock pillar prison. All the surrounding iwagons quickly blocked and controlled Heihachi and Kato. Damn. Only Nobuhiro succeeded. His eyes were full of unwillingness. In an instant, Nobuhiro appeared above a supply room. Fire escape. The fire is extinguished. He took a deep breath and spit out a fire escape within a range of 15 meters. How is it possible to have such a wide range? What a fast body smoothing technique. This guy is Uchiha. Iwagakure knew very well that the Uchiha clan was extremely good at fire escape, but in such a wide range, and there were no water escape ninjas. 2 done. The technique of Earth Dragon Bullet. The 3 joined and blocked the blow. Nobuhiro seemed to have expected to pull out a long sword and break through the roof. No, stop him. Heihachi and Kato repelled Chunin and rushed to the house to stop him. Thank you. Fire escape impatience technique. There was only one place left with a smile on Shinhong's face, and he had already overfulfilled the task. At this time, Heihachi and Kato had also been knocked down and lay on the ground vomiting blood. Go. Shinhong let out a smoke bomb and led the 2 to escape. Yenian left half of the people to guard the only supply and led people to chase. Quickly caught up. Captain, let go quickly. We are both seriously injured, so don't slow down for us. Heihachi is right. There is no way for the 2 of us to escape. The captain's mission has been completed. Let go. We should be able to stop for a while. Are you my subordinates who want to resist the order? Heihachi, I will carry you. The 2 stopped without words and turned their back to Nobuhiro, obviously not planning to escape. Heihachi's leg was dripping blood and was obviously injured by the detonating talisman. Damn you. Captain, let go. Don't you want your child to have no father? Shinhong wrote, round eyes shed tears of sadness. But how can I leave? I haven't been apart since World War II. It's almost over. Let go. Otherwise, it's too late. Haha, teammates will cry too. How cowardly. Kato sneered. I understand. I understand. Shinhong gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He took a deep look at the 2 of them and fled quickly with tears in his eyes. Soon the explosion was heard. Kato, Heihachi. Damn. Shinhong continued to retreat with a choke sob. The Guyu in the writing wheel was also spinning quickly but failed to connect, but the pupil strength increased a lot, reaching the 0 point of a certain floor. Chapter 3. Big Brother skills are good. Yu wiped the sweat on her head. Still, the distance of 7 meters is not bad today. I can basically hit the 9th ring. This is the result of my labor for a month and a half. The child's arm strength is really poor, and it turns out that physical skills are also extremely important. Wait another week and you will be able to hit the 10th ring. In this way, you can proceed to the next step of chakra practice. Twilight is late and Yu is on her way home. Aunt Tada. Huh, who is this guy? Yu stared blankly at the man sitting in the room. My father was green. This was Yu's first thought. Who are you? I'm going to call the police for trespassing in the house. The man ignored Yechin at all and still turned his back to him. What the hell is calling the police? Call the guard. That's right, Daddy. Hey, bastard. You must cut you when my mother comes back. Yu, who was a little successful in practice, suddenly became angry. I have never seen such an arrogant person pretending to be. Give him a shot. Immediately, he touched 2 shuriken and threw them, and then no more. Ah, eldest brother is good at what you do when you come to my house. Shinhong couldn't bear it any longer. This bastard. Even if it's funny, big brother. Sure enough, it was too difficult for Minghui. It must be very bad. Originally, I heard Minghui say that the child is very good and sensible, so I wanted to test Yu's reaction and the result was just such a thing. What are you doing? Looking at the man in front of him, Yu was afraid that he would not do it. As soon as his eyes wandered, he lay on the man's thigh and felt his buttock get cold. Could it be that he want to? I'm still a child. Not there. Yu's dead soul fought hard to resist. If he was anal, his life would be ruined, and he would definitely commit suicide. Crack. Ha. A palm landed heavily on Yu's butt. Ah, it hurt. Ah, you bastard. My ass. I'm still calling the police. I'm the security guard, and I'm still eldest brother. What else is there to do? Every time the man said a word, he slapped him. After a dozen slaps, Yu felt a burning pain in her buttock. She held back her tears and stopped making noises. Wait for the bastard. Wait for me to let you taste the taste of the millennium killing of the profound truth of Konoha body art. I remember this hatred. Huh. She stopped when she couldn't hear Yu's shouting, and found that Yu had forcibly endured this to look like my son with a bit of backbone. Shinhong, what are you doing? Why beat your son? Huh. This bastard is my father. Shinhong thought he was going to open his eyes when he heard the blue veins bursting out and didn't know. Slapped a few slaps. Why can't I keep my mouth shut? Yu could only secretly complain about the revenge, and this mother and father would come back without noticing. Minghui hurriedly grabbed the child and stared at Shinhong angrily. She didn't even want to hit you, so you dare to hit like this? What if it breaks? As you are alright. Minghui rubbed Yu's Yu's butt. Hiss, look at what you've done. Don't try to touch me after Yor has a problem. Minghui roared like an angry lioness. This bastard doesn't listen to you and calls me eldest brother. You didn't tell me who you were, and somehow sat in my house without saying a word. Yu said vigorously. That's right, go to the firewood room to sleep tonight. Yu was very moved. Sure enough, only mother is good in the world. Hey Ju, I understand why you insist on saving your mother. I'll save your mother with you in the future. Does this count as having a son and forgetting a man? If I knew it earlier and confessed directly, I really suffered. I was speechless for a whole night, slept in the firewood room for half a month in a row and courted Yu to make Minghui forgive herself. I didn't give birth to a son, I gave birth to an ancestor. Nobuhiro complained incompetently, and felt very guilty for not being able to accompany Minghui when she was giving birth. It must have been very hard, and I felt very sad, and I hated war more and more in my heart. Son, what do you want to eat? Dad bought it for you. Shinhong had no dignity at all during this time. Fight with me. Are you okay? Father, I heard that our Uchiha clan can all open their eyes. Can you show me? Well, alright. Shinhong closed and opened the 3-go jade writing wheel slightly, and the eyes appeared, so beautiful that Yu was lost for a while. This is the first time Yu has seen Sharinya. The 3 Guyu are staggered by 120 degrees and glow slightly. He doesn't know if his mother has or not, but he only sees sadness and pain from the bottom of his eye. Yu's eyes were wet. Father must have gone through a lot of hardship. He lost something very important on the battlefield. My father's writing wheel is very beautiful. Will I have it in the future? Not everyone can have Sharingan, and there are not many eye-opening one, but my son will definitely be able to. Shinhong said in a deep voice. Yeah, father, look at the practice. Yu wanted to use the results of her hard work to dispel her father's sadness, so Shinhong nodded. Coming to Yu's shooting range, Yu began to use shuriken, each of which hit the bullseye. Shinhong was very relieved. Yu was only 3 years old and already counted a lot of shuriken, and then seeing Yu throwing 3 shurikens at the same time surprised Shinhong. This is not something ordinary people can do. Genin should be chunin is difficult to do, as expected of my son. Yu was very happy to hear this sentence, as if he had really become a child. He should say that he is a child now. Father, teach me the practice of chakra. Well, let's teach it. Nobuhiro felt that he could learn shuriken and pass the test. Most of the civilians are only exposed to the practice of chakra when they go to school at the age of 5 or 6. From this point, the gap can be seen. Back home, Nobuhiro patiently explained the practice of chakra to Yu. I found that Yu didn't seem to know the words when I gave the scroll to Yu, so I could only explain. Chakra is a mixture of spiritual power and physical power, and then extracted from the cell. Minghui watched the two father and son practice very warmly, and it must be the blessing of the gods to go back to worship Buddha Shinhongning tomorrow. That's how you comprehend it yourself. Oh, Yu calmed down and meditated continuously, and it took more than an hour to sense this mysterious power. This made Yu very happy to remember that it took half a month for someone to sense. Yu eliminated the distracting thoughts and entered the immortal cultivation mode. She didn't move for the whole night, and she couldn't stand on her feet for a while. Minghui and Nobuhiro walked in with joyful expressions on their faces. Today the war is really over, and the name of Sanin has resounded throughout Konoha. Mom, I have refined chakra. Teach me ninjutsu now. When Minghui and Shinhong heard it, they were geniuses, but they can't make a statement. It was refined in just one night. If they knew that Yu had sensed chakra within an hour, I wonder if they would drop their jaws. Cough cough. Yu will come back and talk about it. You have gone too far in your cultivation. Today is the day when it truly ends. The war is completely over. It's over. With the help of Minghui, he walked out of the compound, and sure enough, everyone on the street was full of happy faces, and the streets and alleys were decorated with light. There is no doubt that Konoha won more than a dozen times and is still the first of the 5 countries. But after a few days, people were immersed in grief again, and the light rain was pouring down in mourning at the cemetery where the dead ninjas were buried. The second generation also followed the orders of the second generation Hokage for another day, and the third generation Hokage Sarutobi took office. Is this the third Hokage? Yu watched the people speaking on the high platform, and now she is in her prime. As long as there are leaves lying, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will shine on the village, and new leaves will sprout. The 3 generations really did not forget to inherit the will of fire at any time, which attracted a warm applause. Then Yu noticed a few other people. They were Konoha's elder group Mito Menyon, who moved to Kaharu, and then Shimura Danzo. I didn't expect Xiaochun to be quite beautiful, but I can't bear to look directly at her when she becomes an old woman in the future. After attending the speech, Yu also returned home, and soon the gears of history will turn next time and must work hard to do something during this time. Continue to practice and strive to open the kaleidoscope as soon as possible. Only when the kaleidoscope is opened can you be qualified to live and protect your family. Chapter 4: The Awakening of Plugin. Why have I practiced chakra for so long? What about the feeling of saturation? This question has been haunting Yu's mind since the beginning of chakra refinement. refining, but it has not been saturated until now. Although I use it a little every day, it will be almost cleared the next day. People have lost a lot of weight. According to the comparison of the amount of chakra these days, the amount of chunin is enough. No, it's gone every time I wake up after I go to sleep. Who is smoking my chakra in the middle of the night? You scream. Chakra might die if there is a lack of transition. Guessing that all possibilities have been ruled out. If it is someone who can be so silent and start with a child, it is very likely that it is the jade pendant who brought him here. Unfortunately, he can't find it. It should be because the amount is not enough, so I can't trigger it. This is a little reassuring. I am too slow to refine the chakra. If there is a lot of chakra, it will be fine. Huh. Doesn't Konoha happen to have a large power bank? Isn't that a nuclear power plant? Yu, who was very nervous, immediately packed up and was about to go to the nuclear power plant. Where are you going? Yu, I'm going to play and I'll be back soon. This child. Minghui looked at Yu, who was running away, and felt helpless. Although she sometimes felt mature, she was still a kid after all. Kushina, where are you? Kushina, where are you? My power bank. Yu sang and danced on the roof looking for Kushina. Wow, look at that red-haired witch. It's so ugly. The witch is going to eat people. A group of kiddos noisily attracted Yu's attention, and sure enough, a 13-year-old glared at him and clenched his fist, saying that I couldn't bear to care about children. Fuck me all of you. The little ghost really doesn't understand anything. How could such a superb little beauty call her a witch? Don't donate your eye. You are nosy. A kid took the lead and swarmed up to deal with Yu. The kid is so boring. After a while, they all fell to the ground. Cut. It's really boring. After finishing the 3552 solution, he looked at Juzina seriously, and looked at the fiery red hair. By Jay's skin, this bloodline is very pure. What are you looking at, kid? Juzina looked at Yu curiously, but she didn't expect to be rescued by the kid today. Family children. You have such skills at such a young age, and there is already a flow of chakra in the body. I see beautiful women. What wrong? Beauty. Jushin-nai looked around and saw that there was no one around before pointing to himself. Are you talking about me? Yes, I've never seen such beautiful red hair. It very beautiful. This sentence was indeed very sincere. Juzina stared at Yu's eye. This child did not lie and was very sincere. Yukina smiled. You're the second person to say that. Who is the first one? Even if you know, you still have to pretend to act. Namikaze Minato, that guy who liked to be handsome. Yukina's face turned red involuntarily as she spoke. What? Someone jumped in first. I'm going to duel. Bastard, don't stop me. I'll tell you more. PFF. Ha 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 ha. You kid is so funny. He has already endured what you can't be. Don't grow up thinking about this kind of thing at such a young age. Don't be like this uncle. Is it Jiraiya? Has Jiraiya come back? It should be taking care of Nagato during World War II, or I have seen it before. 80% women's bathhouse. How come? I just simply like it. Well, really, how about you be my brother? Of course. Yukina widened her eyes in anticipation. That it. Haha, I have a younger brother. Yukina's eyes were a little wet. Except for Uzumaki Mito and Minato taking care of themselves, everyone else looked at her with weird eyes and always liked to bully her. Sister, can I touch your hair? Yukina hugged Yu. I feel so good by this. As expected of the Whirlpool family, the hair quality is quite good. Is this the reason for their strong vitality? I feel like I can fuck for a year. It seems that this child really likes my hair, but why does it feel a bit like touching a small animal? By the way, what's your name? Oh, my sister. My name is Uchiha Yeyu. Where's my sister? Well, Uchiha, my name is Uzumaki Kushina. Sister Kushina, are you also a chunin? I'm still going to endure. Kushina was a little depressed, and Minato might be able to rise to endure next year. Sister seems a little sad. What happened? Well, Grandma Mito is about to die. Yuyu's eyelid twitched and Jushin-nai was about to become a pillar force. So am I missing out on the nuclear power plant? Leave. Condolences. Yukina. A gentle call caught Yuyu's attention. Oh, this guy is Youngtame. Yuyu looked at you seriously, and Yuyu would like to call you number 2 for your appearance. The first, needless to say, is nature. Minato also quickly noticed the child Kushina was holding. Who is this child? The younger brother I just met. How cute is Uchiha Yeyu? Well, I didn't recognize Uchiha just now. This is not to blame for Minato because the Uchiha family basically uses thorns and rejoices. There are too few. Youngtame. Oh, do you not wave Fengshaumen? Yes. What wrong? It's nothing. Do you like Sister Kushina? This. Like it. Minato's eyes flickered, peeking at Kushina's reaction from time to time. Kushina blushed and punched Minato, flying away. It really flew. And so high. In a trance, Yuyu seemed to see Tsunade. No wonder Naruto is so resistant to beating, not to mention his mother and father are so fierce. No wonder it can cover up the red-haired genes of the Whirlpool family. Isn't it unreasonable? Forehead. Elder sister Watergate, eldest brother. Alright. It's okay. I've flown many times. Sister, I think you can worship Tsunade-sama as your teacher. Master Tsunade. Master Tsunade said I don't need to learn. Sister is awesome. Your wife, Watergate, is awesome. I think so too. Yuyu broke out in a cold cold sweat and ask Kushina to let him go. I'd better not kill him. This hot pepper is not something that ordinary people can eat. He doesn't have such a good body. This punch will definitely kill Chunin. One can imagine how good Minato's physical skills are. After finding a reason to get rid of Kushina, she was really afraid of being beaten, so Yu returned home. Alas, in addition to knowing that the tailed beast can give chakra to others, it is to absorb chakra by myself, but I don't have the eye of reincarnation and don't have the ninja tool to absorb chakra. Maybe I'm too anxious to practice it myself. Even if Yukina is now a human pillar fort, it will take a few years to control the power of the nine tails, and the day lily is already cold. Until the evening, Yu suddenly felt that all his chakras were pouring into his mind. Isn't this situation supposed to be carried out while asleep? The jade pendant appeared in my mind, and my plugin has been credited. Suddenly, an old man's voice appeared in my mind. My heir, I am a former immortal. This is the most precious inheritance I have left. It can help you replenish all your spiritual root. Multiplying, it's a work I'm proud of. When awakening more than 5 kinds of spiritual root, there will be a method of cultivation and storage of natural spiritual energy. Refining the body with the natural spirit can prolong life. The third is some small Taoist arts and Kendo inheritance. Although Kendo is not my special, but I don't want to give it up, I will go. The jade pendant shone brilliantly, and Yu felt that her affinity for fire was stronger for a moment, and she also felt that her body suddenly became heavier, and then the jade pendant became dull again. Ling root. Isn't it chakra attribute? Yu took out a chakra test paper and input it in the chakra. 2/3 burned and 1/3 broke into pieces. Sure enough, it has the earth attribute. It should be called earth spirit root, but it seems that there is no difference. Immediately took out the Tuden scroll to learn Tuden wall. With the rumbling sound, a 2-meter high stone wall appeared. Sure enough, as long as there is enough chakra, the jade pendant can be stimulated, and it must be charged to a certain value first to get reward. I don't know how much Yeyu was awakened for the first time. Since it's been multiplied, I'm afraid it will be much more difficult to walk. The reason why I gave fire spirit root may be that I have the fire attribute, so it doesn't cost much. It's a cheap one. Haha, it's really interesting. I'm afraid Kakashi is the only one who is qualified to be my opponent in this generation. The only downside now is that no matter how much chakra is refined, it will be cleared at 12 o'clock in the evening and it takes time to refine it, but it's not a loss to get an attribute. What are you talking about? It's time to eat. Okay, sir, I'll be right here. Chapter 5. I want to be the pirate king. Father, teach me ninjutsu. I want to learn something else. Ha, have you mastered Yu Hao's fireball? Of course, Huo Dunhao fireball technique. A fireball with a diameter of more than 2 meters appeared in the open space, which surprised Shinhong. Knowing that the child was just about to turn 4 years old, it seemed that he could be sent to school after the new year. Well, it's not bad. Then I'll give you the Phoenix Immortal Fire technique. Yu looked at Shinhong's seal. So simple, just a few seals. Fire escape Phoenix Immortal Fire technique. In an instant, many sparks flew out and ignited the trees in the distance. It doesn't seem to be difficult. Wei Wei feels the flow of chakra and then sprays the exact same spark in her mouth. Genius. This child is currently the most talented of the Uchiha family. This is Nobuhiro's most intuitive feeling. Yuyu's talent is much better than his. It is a pity that the village seems to be very prejudiced against Uchiha now, and there are many contradictions. Then I'll teach you Fengxian Fire Claw Red. This requires the cooperation of a shuriken. Yu, who came home after an afternoon of practice, lay on the table tiredly, and Mingwei took care of her distress edly. Yu doesn't have to work so hard. Play more with other children and don't just focus on cultivation. Well, it is indeed a bit too much practice. Shinhong also agrees that high talent is a good thing. What should I do if the transitional practice is abolished? Don't let your cultivation go well these days. Yu rolled her eyes. Why do you think I am practicing so seriously? After 8 years, there will be another war, not to mention the genocide in a few years. Can you hurry? Until now, Yu has been able to control the feeding of chakra, and usually half of it is kept. It is too uncomfortable to be hollowed out every time, and after releasing 2 or 3 ninjutsu chakras, it will be gone. This period of time was indeed a bit overwhelming, and it continued until the beginning of the year. The leaves are covered in snow so pretty. The silver-clad leaves make people feel that their hearts have become peaceful. Yu was eating hot pot at a hot pot restaurant with Minato and Yukina. Sure enough, the spicy food was enough to make Yu and Yukina have a good time. They went to the toilet several times during the Minato and drank a lot of water. It's not unreasonable for these two to be siblings. It's so spicy you can eat it. How about Minato-san? How good is your taijutsu? Can you teach me taijutsu? How do you know that I have good physical skill? Every time I see you being beaten up by Sister Kyukina and come back with nothing at all, it must be very good. Ah hey. Minato smiled awkwardly and politely. This was all forced out. I remember when I was kicked out for the first time by Yukina, I thought I was going. Toho was dead and lay in the hospital for a month. Yukina couldn't help blushing. Minato became like this because of himself. Physical training may be a little early for you. After all, you are only 4 years old. It doesn't matter. Just exercise. Minato, just teach Yu. Okay, I will definitely teach it when I have time in the future, but I often have tasks in my hand. Kushina's face turned even redder. I look down on you, Youngdame, the guy who cares about the color and the friend. I understand. My father and mother often go out on mission. HMPA. Hehe. Yu despises Watergate even more in her heart. I really want to go to school soon. Then meet new friends first and then learn to pretend to escape. Well, what is Yu thinking about? I want to go to school and then abuse the vegetable. Abusing vegetable? Yu can't do that. Ninja school is a place to learn ninjutsu, not vegetable. Jushinai educated but felt regretful for a while now that children have to work so hard. Watergate started school at the age of 6. Ah, I know. Come to my sister for a meal. Today, big brother Minato treat you. It's open to eat. Now the little devil is really scary. Minato is very helpless. After the meal, I practiced physique with Minato, and I learned the same way with punches and kick, and Minato also taught me patiently. On the way home, I saw my father next to the cemetery. Did dad miss his dead comrade in arms? Is the grief also because of them? It looked like he's talking about something. Heihachi, the sea battle is over. Konoha wins again. Yu is growing up well. He is a rare genius. Father. Huh. Yu, why are you here? I just finished training with big brother Minato. Who are they? Yu asked curiously. This is Kato and your uncle Heihachi. They are excellent ninjas. If it weren't for them, I might have been lying here. Yu did not speak and bowed to the 2 tombstones. Shinhong was very pleased that Yu's sensible returned home with Yu. Under each tombstone lives a Konoha hero. At night, chakra was delivered to Yuppei again, and every expectation was accompanied by every disappointment. Damn, what an immortal, what an immortal. The chakra fed during this period is 3 times as much as before. Is there any movement that forces me to become a tailed orc Zuli? Yu scolded and exited the group chat. You can't keep refining it day and night. It's very depressing. Climbing to the moon on the roof in anger. The chakra demanded by the jade pendant far exceeded Yu's expectation. It has been a few months since feeding half of it every day. How much chakra is this? Mom, look at how much chakra I have now. Oh, let's see. Mingwei opened the wheel-shaping eye and felt it for a while before saying, it's almost the amount of chakra that is normal. How much chakra does the mother Junin have? At least it's more than 40 times what you are now, and the quality is much higher. Oh, that's it. The quality is still related to the quality. No wonder now that I have swallowed so much, I have not awakened. Just like the shark muscle can distinguish chakra. After another 2 months, we finally ushered in school, which is really good to abuse the vegetable. Minghui took Yu's hand to go to the school. Suddenly Minghui stopped and Yu looked up. This uncle is very familiar with gray hair and the same hairstyle as Kakashi. He is Konoha Baya. It was only then that Yu noticed that Kakashi, who was as tall as him, looked exactly like White Fang. But why did he wear a mask? Tsukumo-sama. Hello. Oh, Minghui, it's been a long time since I haven't seen Shinhong. Are you okay? Well, he's back very well. This is it. This is Kakashi, my son. Kakashi is Auntie Minghui. Then looking at Yu said quickly, Lord Tsukumo, my name is Yu. Well, a nice name might end up in the same class as Kakashi. Kakashi snorted coldly. Damn, can this be tolerated? Are you so arrogant? If I don't call you dad in the future, I'll trust you with Hitaki. Tsukumo could only helplessly smile bitterly. This kid is extremely talented, and he is a little bit colder than he was back then, but he will definitely become a great ninja in the future. After a few greetings, they were sent to the school. Kakashi, which class are you from? Class A. I'm also in class A, so it seems that we are classmates. Yeah. Suddenly Kakashi felt a sense of malice, turned his head and saw a strange smile on Yu's lovely face. He couldn't help shivering and walked quickly into the classroom as if trying to get rid of Yu. Hey, Kakashi, I'll be your worst nightmare. Everyone be quiet. My name is Hisamatsu Yumi, and I will be your teacher. Please introduce yourself. Yu was lying on the table board. Kakashi will graduate next year. What if I let Kakashi not graduate? My name is Nohara Lin, and my dream is to help more people. A girl with 2 lines of oil paint on her face stood up and said, is this Rin Nohara? She's such a good girl, but it's not my thing. My name is Uchiha Obito, and my dream is to become Hokage in the future. Is the tool man online? What if I slaughter Obito? Well, it doesn't seem to make sense to return the 2nd and 3rd Obito. Soon it was Yu's turn. My name is Yuchi Uchiha, and my dream is to become the Pirate King. Leave my endless legend behind. Yu's dream is to be the next one with a lot of personality. Hisamatsu Yuji feels that this year's children may be difficult to bring. 1 P. What is the future of being a pirate? A pirate in the world of ninjas. Chapter 6 Battle 5-5 Open. Yu, who was lying on the table every day, was bored watching this group of little kids who knew how to play with mud all day long. Oh, it's so boring. I want to do things every day. Yu suddenly didn't want to go to school. Why did she want to come to school? I had already learned the theory class 1 was talking about, and I fell asleep on the table like Obito. Go back today to learn the art of shadow avatar. Avatar, learn Itachi. Obito peeked at Nohara-rin from time to time, but Nohara-rin was thinking that it was strange that this person kept staring at other. The people in this world are really precocious. Obito is only 5 years old, and he knew he was in love at the age of 5. I'm still single. The amazing thing is that Rin Nohara looked at Kakashi from time to time. This is clearly the same behavior as Obito, but I don't feel it at all. Brother Tuzi, I really feel sad for you. Kakashi's current attitude and personality are really like two pillars. No wonder he is biased and spends most of his energy on the two pillars, regardless of his teacher's son. Bah, scumbag. Kakashi shivered again, and happened to see Yiyu's contemptuous eyes again, as if he had done something outrageous. Yiyu, who felt really bored, jumped out of the window and stopped playing with these children. Yiyu's behavior caused acclamations in the classroom, and they all climbed to the windowsill. This is the 3rd floor. But see, Yiyu left without a thing. Hisamatsu Yumi was also taken aback and stopped, and his head grew even bigger. Wow, Yiyu is so handsome. It's okay to jump so high. Of course Uchiha is amazing. A group of girls were arguing with each other, which made the boys very upset. Cut the arrogant guy. Dad, I want to learn Shadow Avatar. The class is too boring. Shadow Avatar is not so easy to learn. Then I'll go find my mother, Yiyu said and left. I didn't say no to teaching. Shinhong felt more and more that he had no status. He was reluctant to scold and beat him, so he complained a little more severely. Fortunately, this child usually worked very hard, so he will go. I happily got the Shadow Avatar and started to practice, and I used the Shadow Avatar for lessons for several months after that. Today I need to conduct an assessment. The topic is transformation. Hisamatsu Yushi said loudly. Misery. I still don't know this. Come on with the soil. I believe you can do it. Thank you, Rin. Obito was very moved that he finally got acquainted with Nohara-rin after 2 months of continuous effort. This was a great first step. The next Uchiha Obito. Here come. Obito, who came to power first, prayed. Transfiguration. Bang. After the smoke, not the slightest change. Fail. The next Hataki Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at Obito coldly, as if he was talking about garbage, which made Obito's eyes hot for a while. I clenched my fists and wanted to go up and say hello. After Kakashi quickly formed the smoke, he became exactly the same as Hisamatsu Yumi. Full score. The next Uchiha Yiyu heard Yumatsu Hisami's report and attracted the favor of a group of girls. Huh, what happened? Yiyu raised her head blankly. Ha ha ha, this guy. Yiyu is definitely not as strong as me. I really want to thank you for sleeping all day. Obito was very happy that he was also a member of the Uchiha clan and usually talked, but Yiyu was sleeping most of the time. Kakashi didn't despise the guy who slept all day. Yiyu, it's your turn. Today's transformation test will be conducted, Hisamatsu Yushi said through gritted teeth. Oh, transformation. Yiyu dozed off and came up to the stage. Transformation. Bang. Tsukumo, who appeared after the smoke cleared, was just the pair of dead fish eyes, and Kakashi immediately slapped the table and stood up. This bastard turned into his father's appearance and looked like he was going to die. Yo, Kakashi, Dad made you your favorite braised pork today. PFF, ha 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 ha. Yiyu, you are amazing. Obito almost burst into tears from laughing. I was so happy to see Kakashi deflated. Nohara-rin couldn't help laughing out loud. Seeing Kakashi looking like he was about to eat people, he stifled it again. Go back. Blushing. How can it be repaired? Uchiha Yiyu. Kakashi's face under the mask distorted. Yiyu quickly released the transformation technique again, and yawned. Is it alright? Ahem. Yiyu may have made a mistake. Yiyu's assessment this time is to change the teacher. Oh. Yiyu still couldn't hide the laziness that was about to close his eyes in the neck. Full score. Ha 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 ha. Obito was stunned. I can't even compare to a sleeping guy. Immediately, he slumped down on the table in frustration. After class, Kakashi stood in front of Yiyu. Uchiha Yiyu, I want to challenge you. Oh, Yiyu said lazily, causing a lot of discussion. The girls are looking forward to Kakashi and Yiyu being handsome. Although Kakashi wears a mask, it does not prevent Kakashi's temperament from being sharp. Under the leadership of Hisamatsu Yumi, they came to the open space, and the conflict at the ninja school was resolved as long as both parties agreed. I announced the start. After finishing the confrontation, Yin Yayu finally regained her energy and stared at each other. After 10 seconds, Kakashi moved and pulled out kunai and rushed up. Yiyu casually threw 3 shuriken at Kakashi's head, heart and abdomen. Hisamatsu Yuji was taken aback and wanted to resist. It was difficult for seniors to do this. Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly and his body avoided the 3 hands with an incredible twist. The sword rushed towards Yiyu at a faster speed. Oh, Kakashi is not bad. Yiyu took out the kunai and started to fight for a while, and the senior classmates who watched and joined the fun were stunned. Is this a student who has just entered school for less than a year? I read less. Don't lie to me. Kakashi's method is very sharp, like an attack method holding a short knife. Yes, this is a time of Konoha White Ya's teaching, and Yiyu can't resist a jump to open the distance. Fire escape. The art of fireball. A large fireball with a diameter of 3 meters rushed toward Kakashi. I see how you dodge. Yiyu looked at Kakashi's direction contemptuously. The audience is already numb. This is the first grade. Seems like we're in first grade. Right, damn it. Hisamatsu Yushi was about to rush up again, thinking that Kakashi couldn't stop him, but Kakashi didn't panic and remained calm. 2 Done. Earth-flowing wall. A 3-meter earth wall was firmly blocking Kakashi's fate. These 2 little devils really didn't make people worry. Block. Fire escape. Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Looking at the fireballs rushing from all directions. 2 Done. Multiple earth wall. As expected, Konoha is 555 and anyone can be 555. Yu complained for a while and remembered that Kakashi has 5 attributes, which means that all 5 escape technique can be used, and then he has the Shaker and the Yin attribute. He is the person with the most complete attribute in Hokage. Kakashi rushed out again, and Yu threw out the only 3 shuriken this time, 2 blocking the position, and 1 centering on the heart. It turned out that he was hit this time, causing a large number of girls to scream but suddenly turned into cloth. The soil clone. This child is really incredible. Hisamatsu Yumi sighed and said that he already thought that Yu had lost. Hisamatsushi Yumi had already seen that it was impossible for Yu to beat Kakashi in melee combat, and Kakashi had already pushed Yu to the edge. Yu has no way to seal, and Kakashi didn't give him a chance at all and could only be tired of dealing with the little girls in the audience. He also sweated for Yu. The duel between handsome guys is so powerful. I really underestimate you. Yu abandoned the only kunai, and after Kakashi blocked it, Yu had already retreated to a certain position. Fire escape. The art of fireball. I don't believe you have so many chakras. Yu was also breathing slightly. This time the diameter of the how fireball was only 1 meter 5. Yu, if you lose, I will have some chakra and some more. The dirt wall doesn't consume much chakra, and this time the fireball is very small. This is seeing the arc of Kakashi's calf flickering slightly. Thunder stimulation method. Kakashi, even though this will be rough, in an instant he came to Yu and was punched in the abdomen before he could react. Kakashi, you bastard. Look like I won. Kakashi looked at Yu proudly. It was true that this was a very good opponent, and it was the first time among his peers that he had met someone of similar strength to him. Winner Kakashi. Hisamatsu Yushi said loudly, and the students below cheered. Then use the seal of reconciliation. Kakashi stretched out his mouth, but Yu smiled helplessly and just raised his arm before he could make a gesture. Bang! And disappeared, leaving behind a cloud of white mist. It turned out to be a shadow clone. Hisamatsu Yushi murmured. The cheers from the audience also stopped abruptly, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. It turned out that what I just played was just how strong is this guy. After thinking about it, Kakashi left the school without saying a word. Chapter 7. I didn't expect it to be a loss. Right. It's really hard for shadow clones to fight against 55k. Yu smiled lightly and roughly understood that Kakashi's strength is indeed qualified for graduation. After delivering half of the chakra to the jade pendant, I continued to refine it. Today, my parents are out to perform tasks and it is rather boring. After inquiring, I found out that Jiraiya had accepted Minato as a disciple early, and I am afraid that he has received the new son of prophecy notified by Kamamaru. And in the Hataki house, Kakashi was practicing his swordsmanship desperately, and White Fang was also very surprised that there was such a powerful little guy. Just the shadow clone is equivalent to Kakashi's rank. That guy is really strong. Kakashi recalled the previous battle. Yu was indeed stronger than the current self, but the gap was not very big. The next day at school, Kakashi stared at Yu, who was sleeping by the window. Was it also a shadow clone this time? Brother Tuzi is very broken. Yesterday, I found out that the gap between Kakashi is so big, and it is even more extreme that this guy is stronger than Kakashi. Seeing Obito's sense of loss, Lin whispered comfort and encouragement. Obito fell in love with Lin more and more. How could a genius be surpassed by me one day? Screaming in the heart of the earth. After that, he challenged Kakashi one after another, usually challenging the actual combat assessment, but each time he failed. Are today's kids so competitive? Obito's taijutsu is not bad at all, and it can be covered up by Kakashi. Every time Yu came on stage, all the senior sisters cheered, and the boys who were fighting knew that they were defeated and fought with a learning attitude, which made Yu very fond of. What wrong with you, Mizuno-san? Yu Minato is creating a new technique, but unfortunately I have no clue. Wouldn't it be a spiral pill if I rubbed it? Moreover, Kushina had already told Yu that Minato became a joinin, and she also became a chunin under the leadership of Minato. Is that so? Minato-san, what kind of art are you studying? Well, I actually came up with this after seeing the tailed beast Jade, but I couldn't succeed, Minato said in a low voice. Kushina's face suddenly became a little stiff and her hands unconsciously placed on her stomach. Has Kushina become the nine-tailed people's healer for? This was Yu's first reaction, and then she looked at Minato, and she was really honing spiral pill. Well, the tailed beast Jade, I haven't seen what it looked like. It can be condensed into a black ball with great power, said excited at the water gate. Ah, Minato-san, please cover up for now. Oh, good. Minato stretched out a hand and the cyclone kept spinning in his hand, but it collapsed within 3 seconds. Big brother, I think it's easier for you to disperse your mental power alone, so it might be easier for the two of you to cooperate with each other. By the way, didn't you say that the final form is a sphere? It's better to find something to replace it, such as a balloon or something. Watergate got a flash of inspiration when he heard it. Why didn't I think of it? Yeyu is really thankful to you. Sure enough, you are still smart. I think my technique will be completed soon. Congratulations to Minato-san. Big sister doesn't seem to be feeling well. It doesn't matter Yeyu. It's just that Mito's grandma passed away. It's just a little sad. Kushina lowered her eye, which made Minato feel distressed and quietly touched Kushina's fragrant shoulder with one hand. Yeyu's eyes widened. Who said that the fourth generation is very subtle? It's very clear and sophisticated. I can guarantee that this is definitely not the first time. Kushina leaned against Minato's arm. What the hell happened to you all these months? Openly abuse the dog when I don't exist. Ha! Sister, what are you doing? Ju Xingna blushed and quickly opened the water gate, and the water gate also smiled awkwardly. Haha. Oh, your sister. Lao Su kissed you without saying a word. When you start to hug your shoulders and turn your waist slightly, you really know how to flirt. Yeyu complained endlessly in her heart. It's okay. Minato just comforted me. Sister, are you sure that Big Brother Watergate is not taking advantage of you? Fight with me. I let you abuse the dog. When Minato heard this, her face darkened, her face covered with dark cloud, and she quietly took a step back. Kuzina was so ashamed that she must have been despised in front of her younger brother. She needed to vent. Turn your head. It's bad. Sure enough, a fist appeared in the chest and flew out again. Sister Minato and eldest brother flew again, higher than last time. Let go regardless of him. Hey, it was really comfortable to hold Miss Sister's hand, and humming a pleasant little tune along the way made Kushina couldn't help laughing. This kid knew he was jealous at such a young age. Oh, Kukina is really ruthless. I will do it when there is no Yeyu in the future. Minato slowly got up from the ground and felt a little sullen. Today, I'd better look at Tsunade-sama so as not to leave any sequelae. Yeyu and Kushina were playing skewers irresponsibly, but their eyes kept wandering like Kushina's stomach and abdomen. Yukina can't stand it anymore. This younger brother won't be the second Jiraiya. Yeyu, it's not good for you to look at girls like this. Ah, elder sister, I didn't mean it. I just felt that there was something in my belly. Could it be Big Brother Minato's child? Kushina blushed and hurriedly denied that she had given Yeyu a brain break. It seemed that marrying Minato was not bad, but Minato was too gentle. But now there is indeed something in the stomach, known as the 9 tails of natural disasters. But how did Yeyu know? 6N. Why does my sister have a child? But there is something. Ju Xingna drank a glass of wine depressedly. It doesn't seem like a good thing. Yeyu, don't worry about it. Sister is fine. Oh, the two continued to play together in silence. Kushina is sure that she has become the pillar force of the 9 tails, but she still does not dare to use the power of the 9 tails. Sister, do you like Big Brother? This, I like it a little bit. Yeyu smiled slightly, as expected of the younger sister Yongdai. Jushinai's character is not acceptable to ordinary people. Does Yeyu have a favorite girl? Yeyu's face froze. Please, I'm only 4 years old. I am still a child. No, a bunch of little brats. Hehe, aren't you also a child? I'm different from them. When I apply for graduation next year, I will be a genin. Yeyu took a light sip of tea, and Kushina was surprised. Did he become a ninja at such a young age? Yeyu, childhood is very important, but this is the world of ninjas, isn't it? Kushina saw Yeyu's eyes darkening. Is this really a 4-year-old child? How many people are still playing carefree at this age? Chakra may not know how to cultivate. After the conversation, Yeyu walked to the Uchiha feet, and Kyokina also went to find Minato to discuss Yeyu's affair. At present, Uchiha is still very comfortable with people of all ages, men, women, and children, but in a few years he will be further away from the core of the village due to the exclusion of Danzo Old Dog. Now he can't change anything, and this family's natural arrogance is really difficult to deal with. Oh, what does this have to do with me? As long as I protect my father and mother, it will be fine. What do other people have to do with me? When I got home, I took out the scroll and continued to learn Huo-dun and Earth-dun. It would be great if I could turn on the writing wheel. Yeyu touched my eye. The writing wheel belongs to the yin attribute. Already, Uncle Snake should have started human experiments by now, but unfortunately I can't get the first generation cells from Uncle Snake now, otherwise I don't have to worry about the kaleidoscope. Chapter 8 Fighting Pig. Dear Butterfly. Today's rare good weather. Yeyu with a toothpick in his mouth is very comfortable. Suddenly, he feels that he is too rushed. After all, I am still a 4.5-year-old child. Turn around the street. The girl in front of me is a little familiar. Who is it? The girl felt her gaze and looked over curiously. Big red eyes. Shouldn't this be Yuhihong? Well, it's kinda cute. Hello, I'm Uchiha Yeyu. Who are you? Oh, sorry, my name is Yuhika. You are a Uchiha genius who is as famous as Kakashi. Little stars appeared in the red eyes with excitement looking at Yeyu. Keep a low profile. Yeyu looked up at the sky 45 degrees. Is this the punishment for being a genius? Then please let me do it alone. Why are you here? Yeyu, it's nothing. There is nothing for me to study study at ninja school. Wow, Yu really is a genius. Hey, of course. Speaking of eating meatballs with Hong, I won't rob Asma's wife, will I? Sure enough, just after eating a few skewers of balls, I felt murderous. Asma didn't know when to stare at Yu indifferently. Ashma, do you want to eat too? Oh, of course it's red. As he said, he bit the meatballs fiercely. I laughed. The children nowadays are not ordinary precocious. You are. I'm Sarutobi Asma, 3rd Hokage, and I'm my dad. Ah, my name is Uchiha Ieyasu. This is the legendary my dad is Lee Gang. Konoha Maru always talked about him as his 3rd generation grandson before. Wasn't there a reason? Look at Asma like this. It's no wonder that this arrogant little eye died at an early age. What is lacking is a beating from the society. No, I will apply for graduation when I go back. I really can't stay here anymore. I need my big sister to look good. I have no language to communicate with these little brats. This time, I was a good person. I said goodbye to Asma and Hong on the way home. I saw a fat figure and 3 people with 3 grass heads and yellow hair walking over chatting and laughing. Pig, deer, butterfly, Yu asked in surprise. Except for Yamanaka Hayi, the other 2 were almost no different from Dingji Shikamaru. Huh, how do you know, kid? Ah, I'm Uchiha Ieyasu. It's normal to contact such things. Oh, you are Yu. I heard Minato said that he is a genius on par with White Fang's predecessor's son just by being a hidden clone. Nara Shikahisa said jokingly. Kakashi just let me. Are the 3 seniors already joinin'? Junin. It's still early. Now it's just Chunin. Ding Zuo said. Then let's play a game. I hope the 3 seniors will agree. There are not many opportunities for Yu to directly express his thought, and Chunin just can test his stamina. Seeing Yu's serious expression, the 3 of them were slightly surprised, but they also wanted to know how strong this generation's strongest genius was. You want to challenge all 3 of us at the same time? No, how could I have beaten the 3 seniors? Come on one by one. Ha 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 ha, interesting. Then I'll come first. Ding Zuo laughed. Coming to the martial art training ground, Yu decided to attack first after 3 calls. Huo Dunhao's fireball technique. Oh, it's interesting. Ding Zuo dodged with a stand-in technique. Meat bomb chariot. Ding Zu, who was already fat, twirled into a ball and rushed over. Yu was done. The big meatball, more than 2 meters high, still had a very visual impact on him when he was young. What material is this clothes made of? I'm going to buy a set when I'm done. Don't shake your mind, little brat. Hai couldn't help but remind it. Oh, multiple earth escape and earth low walls. 3 stone walls appeared in front of him, completely blocking the dust from Dingzo. Fire escape Phoenix immortal fire technique. 7 or 8 fire groups attacked in a row. If it was an ordinary ninja, it would not be difficult to dodge it, but it was more difficult for the fat Dingzo. Dingzuo rolled aside a little embarrassedly, and then he paid attention to Yu. Ninja, the technique of doubling. It too bad to escape. The giant arm rushed over quickly, and with a single blow, Yu flew away but suddenly turned into smoke. Shadow clone. When the technique of beheading in 2 Dun's heart. Dingzuo felt that his body sank and only his head was exposed. Hey, Senior Dingzuo, seems like I won. Yu squatted on the ground with a smile and put Huu on Dingzuo's neck. Hey, I didn't expect to lose to a kid. I lost. When did you form a shadow clone? Well, when you're making dust. Oh, so that's it. And then I used the earthwork technique again. That's right. Hai and Lu Ju looked at each other. It would be too embarrassing to lose the boat to the junior if you were not careful. Neck, I'll come. Lu Ju said. There was a dignified look in Yu's eye. Nara Lu Ju's IQ is very high, and the shadow is also difficult to wrap around. There are too many trees here, so it can be said to be the opposite home field. After getting ready, Yu used the fireball in the neck time, blocking the sight and creating a shadow avatar. Blue is not enough. Lu Ju easily dodged, and sure enough, Hao's fireball technique couldn't hit anyone at all. Shadow mimicry. The 2 of them were both moving to avoid, and the shadow clone was controlled without checking. Has Lu Ju already figured out my escape route? It was so fast that it was really powerful, and the shadow clone jumped into Jung Shuriken at the first time and avoided it. The shadow avatar was completely fixed, and the 2 shuriken also flew high into the sky, separated a shadow and continued to hunt down Yu. Damn, there are too many shadows on the ground. The shadow shuttled like lightning and controlled Yu for only 3 seconds, and Yu also didn't have time to throw the shuriken into the air. Shadow head neck binding. Shadow quickly crawled towards Yu's neck. Success. Then I heard a ding sound, and when I saw a dark shadow on the ground, I quickly let go of my hand, jumping back and breaking out in a cold sweat. I saw that the shuriken landed precisely on the top of the head, so it was indeed the Uchiha clan. Shuyin lifted Yu with a sigh of relief, and it was really uncomfortable to be controlled. Pulling out the kunai melee made Lu Ju unable to form the seal, but he still lost in Lu Ju's hand. I lost. Yu sighed, said angrily. Lu Ju is very speechless. Are you only 4.5 years old? What kind of monster is this? He was 13 years old and he was 9 years older than Yu and almost lost. Is it my turn next? Hai asked dumbly. No, I don't have chakra anymore. Senior Hai. Okay, but Yu is really good. If the physical skills catch up, Lu Ju will lose. Hey, where are you, bastard? Ha ha ha. If there's something embarrassing embarrassing. I'm not going to lose directly, right? Dingzuo said indifferently. As long as there are potato chips to eat, everything else is not important. Ended up in a flurry of playful slap. After returning home, he continued to refine chakra. This battle made Yu realize a lot of deficiency. He was able to defeat Dingzuo because of the fact that he had enough information. Lu Ju would have overshot in less than a minute if he hadn't practiced his shuriken hard. Yu returned to the mental space to check whether Yu Pei had delivered so many chakras and whether there was any improvement. It was already 5 times the previous chakra. Yu doesn't dare to recklessly refine chakra now. The frequent refining is not only too much for her body but also too much for her spirit. She suffered a serious illness a few days ago. The reason is that the chakra is over-refined and the rate of supply has to be slowed down, which is somewhat similar to the yin seal. Hey, it would be great if there was the bloodline of the Vortek family. The Vortek family has never called Hulin. Depressed, the body is still small and overdeveloped will only bring harm. He has to stop for a while. The child body is really fragile. I am more and more envious of Naruto and the first generation's body. Not only the resilience of the body with a very large amount of chakra. When Naruto was 12 years old, the amount of chakra was 100 times that of Kakashi. What is the concept? There is not enough chakra ninjutsu to play in the show. Yu's current chakra full state is only close to the level of ordinary chunin. Chapter 9: The Profound Truth of Konoha. After several months had, Yu finally woke up for the second time. It was Shui Lingen who awakened this time. I didn't expect that the second awakening would take so long. If the first awakening was an ordinary Junin's chakra volume, this time it was 10 times the last time. It took 7 months this time to succeed. What about the next time? And now I have to slow down. The body is not refined so quickly. This time it is 10 times, and the next time it may be 10 times this time. So how much will it take until all the 7 attributes are awakened? Father, I think I should finish my graduation. I'm 5 years old. Well, you do fully meet the requirements of Genin now, and I will discuss it with Hokage-sama. Nobuhiro felt that Yu's actual level had already reached the Chunin level, and there was no point in continuing to stay. Is it too early for Yor? Only 5 years old, and Yor is too superior. I'm worried. Minghui is very worried that she will be strangled in the cradle. Now that the war has just ended, everything is very chaotic. Minghui is right, but this place is really not suitable for Yor. Excessive protection will only become mediocre. Thank you, father. Yu bowed slightly and exited the room. Is Hong really alright? You should know that in a year's time it will be time to elect the next patriarch. What does this have to do with me? I have no interest in the position of the patriarch. And Shinhong paused before saying, Fuyu is definitely not that simple. His eyes are very cold, which makes me feel terrified. At least stepping into the quasi-movie grade. Minghui was greatly surprised that Nobuhiro felt fear. Is Fuyu already so powerful? It is said that Fuyu has been pursuing Makoto, who is 6 years younger than him. Hehe, this guy still has such a hobby. I didn't see it. That girl Makoto is young and beautiful. She's only 17 years old. It's an enviable age. The bones of Fuyu, called by a brother, are crispy. Hey, Sister Minghui, you can also call me brother. It would be great if we give birth to a younger brother and sister for Yu, said Shinhong and put Minghui in his arm. Don't move. Close the door so Yu doesn't hear it. Minghui began her nightlife without shame and shyness with spring in her eye. Lord Hokage, I think Senior White Fang is also here. Nobuhiro, is it also for the sake of the child graduation? Sakumo smiled and was also curious about Yu, but the child almost defeated Kakashi with only the power of the shadow clone. Yes, I hope Hokage-sama can approve. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temple. These two children are really worrying. Only 1 year of school. Kakashi and Yu are indeed very good, but there is no suitable teacher at all. You all know that you need a teacher to lead the team. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. I will teach Kakashi. I will also teach Yu to be a great ninja in the future. Indeed, a shadow-level powerhouse and an elite Junin are indeed enough, and there may be no more suitable candidate than them. After pondering, the 3 generations agreed to Jiraiya and Nobuhiro's request. That's fine, but you have to defeat both of them at the same time. I understand, Hokage-sama. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya and Nobuhiro exited the room, not caring that the 2 children would lose too much against the Chunin. Just as the 2 of them left, a person came out of the shadow. Don't you want to go through the front door? Danzo. HMPA. Sarutobi. Don't you understand what this means? Kakashi can ignore him as the son of White Fang, but Yu is from the Uchiha clan. They are all the same children in the village, and they will all inherit the will of fire. The 3rd generation speed a smoke ring. What would you do if he became another Uchiha Madara? I knew that the Uchiha clan now has a different word for the village. The middle-aged Danzo's body is still very strong, completely inheriting the concept of the 2nd generation to suppress Uchiha. Uchiha has been getting farther and farther away from the core of the village. Can he be prejudiced? The corners of the 3rd generation's mouth twitched. What did you do? The 3rd generation doesn't agree with the 2nd generation's approach because the first generation is dead and afraid that it will be targeted if there is no restraint Uchiha's power. This time it should be accommodated. I'll press them down when they have a problem. The 3 generations exuded a strong aura, full of domineering arrogance, and Danzo had to step back. Damn, Sarutobi is stronger. Far exceeded his expectation. I hope you can hold it down. They are born evil. Danzo threw a harsh word and withdrew. The Orochimaru experiment. The progress of cell research was too slow, and it had to be accelerated. The 3rd generation didn't care, but felt that Danzo's thoughts in the past few years when he entered the dark place of Konoha were a bit extreme, and he became more repulsive than Uchiha. Obviously Uchiha is also a companion. For example, Uchiha Kyo is not also a teacher's disciple. Well, at present, although there are many masters in Uchiha, there is no shadow-level pair of eye, but not everyone can wake up. Since the establishment of Konoha, only Uchiha Madara has been. Kakashi and Yu caused a great stir when they graduated the next day. Under the watchful eyes of all the teachers and students in the school, the 2 won a 1-on-2 victory, which caused a burst of cheer. This kid is really stronger than Kakashi. Danzo looked gloomily at Uchiha Yu, but Yu didn't care that as long as he was in the village, no one would dare to attack him. Kakashi's cold eyes never left Yu. Kakashi, why are you staring at me? I don't do it. In a fight, I think you should be the main body this time. Yes, it is indeed the main body, but you are not my opponent now. Yu felt that even if he had only half of his chakras now, he must be more than twice that of Kakashi. The Uchiha family was also a naturally large family, but it was not as exaggerated as the Maelstrom family. This time I only use physique. Then it better to try physical skill. As a referee, Hisamatsu Ikushima was punching to the bone. The next time I caught Kakashi's punch, Yu finally got motivated. Kakashi's physique has the power of a wind. Was it White Fang's fault? I have to go even faster. Obito off the stage was unwilling to see the 2 people on stage coming and going, and I was not reconciled to training today twice or 3 times. Every time I challenge Kakashi, it is a failure. I have to bear the name of the Uchiha clan and can't go down at the end of the crane. Obito walked out of the circle of people silently, and Lin was still watching Kakashi. How amazing they were. The Konoha whirlwind. Huh, when did you learn it? Kakashi. Learn from Kai. The green skin had appeared in Yu's mind. If it wasn't for that writing wheel, Kakashi would have already become the second white tooth. But unfortunately it's not enough. Huh, missing. Hiss. I feel the tearing of the leg muscles and know that the meridians are damaged without looking, but this time I think it's worth enduring the severe pain. Yu made up her mind. The profound truth of Konoha traditional body art. 1,000 years hill. Clenching his hands and fingers together, Kakashi suddenly felt a big terror, and suddenly Chrysanthemum looked back at Yu tightly. Are you all right? The audience was silent and all were stunned and quietly waiting for something. Lin covered her mouth and watched Yu's movements in disbelief. After a few seconds, Kakashi screamed and flew out. Ahem, the winner Uchiha Yu. After a few seconds of stunned Uematsu Yuji announced. There was a burst of laughter in the audience. Yu really used this method. Yu, it better not to use this trick in the future. Hisamatsu Yushi said in an embarrassed whisper. Really, I think it quite effective. He pointed to Kakashi, who was kneeling on the ground while clutching his butt. Hisamatsu Yushi was dripping with cold sweat. Damn, Yu, I killed you. Ha, I left beforehand. Yu fled. Yu still has the headband of the next shinobi. Oh, Yu ran back and took it and left. Big brother Minato, I have avenged your son. You won't be able to tell me if you don't teach me to fly Thunder God in the future. Kakashi glanced at it. Fortunately that the tail of the crane was not there, or it might not be proclaiming Kakashi was raped by our Uchiha clan. Asshole, I have written down my hatred today. Chapter 10 named Go Talented Sister. Today's task is to catch cats and find dogs. Can't you have a decent task? Yu threw her hands angrily. It was really enough that 3 generations didn't assign a teacher, even if the task was so stingy. After handing over the task, Yu came to Hokage's office and saw the pile of documents in the mountain. Ahem, Hokage-sama, can you give me some quest? I don't want to pull the weeds anymore, and I may learn the wood escape when I pull them out. Yu, huh, these are all compulsory courses. It's a good thing if you can learn the wood tunnel. The 3rd generation took a cigarette and said with a smile, looking at Yu's clear eye, this is Uchiha's child and other children no different. Danzo is too extreme. Lord Hokage, please let me go out of the village to perform the task. Yu, it's not that I don't give it. According to the usual practice, the first time for the shinobi to perform the task outside the country requires a 3-person team and a teacher to lead the team. Yu was instantly discouraged. By the way, I remember that the blood continuation boundary is generated by the combination of 2 types of chakra. Can I change it to? This ninjutsu doctor is the best candidate. Hey, Hokage-sama, I remember that the blood-based limit is a combination of 2 types of chakra. Can you teach me? If the corner of the mouth of the 3 generations was drawn, I would have been invincible long ago, except for the yin and yang attribute. The other 5 attributes were possessed by the 3 generation. Yu's blood successor limit is not so easy to develop. In addition, addition to having attribute chakra, it is also necessary to control the proportion of fusion, and it may also require frequent Shuiji boundary is like the shaker of your family. You can ask your father. The third generation said kindly. Proportion, but I don't know. I don't know, this is the family's secret, and it's usually inherited through blood, so it's called the bloodline boundary. Oh, I see. Thank you, Hokage-sama. It's hard to do. I don't know if my spiritual root can do it. Thinking of Yu reaching out with both hands to hold it, carefully feeling the continuous interweaving of the flowing earth and fire of chakra. After a while, his eyebrows twitched and he quickly stopped, shaking his head helplessly. I'm disturbing Hokage-sama. Well, I'll find you a good tea, the third generation said perfunctorily. Now Kakashi has White Fang to personally take him out to perform the task, and the safety is very guaranteed, but Yu didn't have it. Thank you, Hokage-sama. After exiting the Hokage building and walking all the way to the Uchiha clan, I was relieved. Just now, I felt that there was no mistake in the nature of the change. Is this the benefit of Lingen chakra, which can perfectly control this attribute? Seems to be much more than that, and there is still a lot of room for development. After eating with my parent, I waited until I fell asleep in the middle of the night before secretly cultivating, and I pressed my hands on the ground to feel the fusion of fire and earth chakra. Why didn't it work? It must be the way I opened it wrong. And then come to 12,345 Jinmu water fire earth open. Yu's eyes lit up. Soon the ground became hot and turned into lava, and I quickly wrote down this feeling. Wrongdoing. I thought it was wrongdoing. The essence is fire and earth, which means that different evacuation technique can appear by changing the ratio. After trying for a night, Yu gave up, determined that wrongdoing was just an accident and Baden and Mudden could not be developed. Yu slept until the afternoon before waking up, yawning and going out to hang out. You have to find a way to steal it from Iwayan village or ask for it from Sandai, but if you want Danzo, you will be alerted that this is a very dangerous thing. This time, Yu was looking for Minato, who went to Minato. After his guidance, Spiral Maru should have been honed. He also has a good grasp of Spiral Maru. Just like Naruto, he needs the assistance of a shadow clone. Yu, do you have anything to do with me? Well, how about the new technique you mentioned last time, Minato-san? It's almost there. Don't be surprised. Minato happily said that the first time Kushina saw him, he was surprised. This is his self-created Muji ninjutsu that reached a rank. Be surprised. I've seen it 1,000 times bigger than this. Hehe. Okay. Minato stretched out a hand, chakra in the palm of his hand, and gradually formed a blue ball. He looked at Yu happily, but saw that Yu had no expression fluctuation. Well, Yu must not understand the power. So, its power is very strong. Watergate pushed towards the center of a tree and a large circular hole appeared. I named this technique. While talking, he paid attention to Yu's reaction, but he remained calm as usual. My name is Minato. I'm embarrassed now. What should I do if I'm a little panicked? Online waiting. A helpless glance at Yu, but you should give some reaction. I'm so embarrassed. Yu suddenly realized that, and clapped his hands quickly. Big brother Minato is awesome. He is very powerful. You don't need to make fun of me anymore. This technique needs to be improved. Minato sighed. Nothing. Big brother is really powerful. I still need a shadow clone to do it. Big brother, you can already do it with one hand. See Gui. What? Yu, are you saying that you have learned the pseudo jade super spiral blue flashball? Quote question mark. PFF. Oh, what did you just say? Yongdame, you are so talented. The blushing Yu asked in a trembling voice. Seeing Yu's reaction, Minato was very satisfied. He must have been convinced to get my name. The name is so apt. Pseudo jade super spiral blue flashing ball. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. I didn't expect you to be able to repeat it again. Ha 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 ha. Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Ha 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 ha. Minato squatted on the ground with black lines all over his head and drew a circle, remembering that Kushina's trembling body was clearly trying to hold back his laughter, but he thought he was shocked. Big brother, cough. I think it's better to call it a spiral pill, but I still think the pseudo jade super spiral blue flashing ball sounds good. Quote. This is called Spiral Maru. Please. Yu couldn't imagine that Minato would die of laughter when he rushed to the enemy and shouted such a name. Well, I didn't expect you to learn spiral pill too. Yeah. Yu formed a shadow clone and began to roll the ball. It was exactly the same. Unfortunately, I can only use it once now. Yu didn't expect that the spiral pill would be so expensive, and I don't know how much Chidori would cost. If you don't charge the jade pendant, you can use it twice. After all, the body is too weak to store so many chakras. Great. Yu will definitely become a great ninja. Big brother is already a Jonin. Right. That's right. Yoshi, is that eldest brother interested in taking me to fly? No, it is to be my team leader. Does Yu still have a teacher? That's right. The 3-generation old man. Oh no, the 3-generation Hokage-sama has never cared about me. Yu looked at Minato pitifully. How strong is Minato at the age of 15? At least it's elite. Right. It is absolutely safest to follow the water gate. I just became a Jonin. I'm afraid I can't do it. Minato, girl was a little embarrassed. Oh, then I'll still follow Sister Kukina. Hey, you bastard, you follow. How can I bring my sister to the next point? Yayu, don't worry, I will go to Hokage-sama to help you find the most suitable teacher for you. Oh, like that? Then I won't disturb the big brother. Ha 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 ha. Yayu walked arrogantly and laughed wildly. The current child is really omnipotent. He shook his head and headed to the Hokage Tower. Chapter 11, Encountering the Heretic God. Yayu today let go on a mission. Ah, why is my father so sudden? Shinhong did not answer Yayu but walked towards the Hokage Tower. Yayu didn't know, so he still followed. I didn't expect that the third generation really let him out of the village. I was so excited. I haven't seen the third generation for half a month. Right, is this time to perfunctory about my teacher? Is this the client Hokage-sama? Nobuhiro asked. That's right, their village was occupied by a group of robbers. I hope you can expel the robbers. Yayu looked at the old man and the young girl. It was hard to believe that the price could be paid for such a shabby outfit. Seemingly seeing Yayu's suspicion, the third generation continued. The deposit has been paid, and the teacher's affairs have been found for you. You will be able to see him after this mission is over. You will never be disappointed. Thank you, Hokage-sama. That's awesome. I heard that the third generation had found a teacher, Nobuhiro, and frowned. Are there more suitable candidates besides the Uchiha family who are suitable to teach Yayu? Thank you, Hokage-sama. Well, let go now. Looking at the 4 people and 3 generations who left, he sighed. Since the teacher took the Uchiha mirror, no one has taken the Uchiha mirror. The Uchiha family completely separated Uchiha from the village. I hope you, who are the strongest geniuses, can do it. Bring a turnaround. How long has the old man's bandits occupied the village? Yayu asked. Alas, it's been a full month, and the village has no money to satisfy them. When the girl heard the word, her eyes showed sorrow, and Yayu observed that there were dozens of scars on the girl's body, and she might have suffered a lot of abuse. The girl named Linguizi is the daughter of the old village chief. Even the daughter of the village chief is treated like this. One can imagine other villagers. It was not until the evening that I arrived near the village, but the village was silent. Yayu looked back at Shinhong and then formed a shadow and sneaked in to check. It rained. There's no one there. There was no sign of a fight on the ground, and no trace of blood was kidnapped. This was Yayu's first thought. This time, the robber may not be alone, maybe a wandering ninja. But what do you want ordinary people to do, huh? After Yayu dodged an eye, there was indeed a wandering ninja, and 3 shuriken appeared on the ground. Get out of the way. Hee, I didn't expect a kid to come. Konoha is really powerful. A 5 or 6 child was sent out. Yayu stared at the middle-aged man and was attracted by the jewelry hanging around his neck. Isn't this thing the kind of Feijuan? There is an inverted triangle in a circle. Who are you? Where have all the villagers been taken by you? I'll tell you if I win. Hee. Yayu's eyes turned and she was worried, pretending to be surprised. Wait for the thing around your neck. Are you from the heretic god? The man stopped what he was doing and looked in surprise at Yayu. Heretic god cult, which has always been hidden. How could it be discovered by others? Now Cthulhu cult is not that powerful. How do you know? Little devil, who are you? I'm also a member of the heretic god cult. Yayu slowly vomited and drew circles and inverted triangles under her feet. Did you succeed? Impossible. How could a little devil be possible? The middle-aged man stared at Yayu in disbelief. Did you say that death is based on blood? I'm not proficient at operating, but I think it will be fine in a few years. Middle-aged people have already believed that Bafin Yayu is a member of the heretic god cult, and the success rate of immortality is very low, and no one succeeds as half-baked. This kid should have been a member of the heretic god cult in other places and is very likely to be close to success, but just to be on the safe side. The middle-aged man asked again. Then you know the purpose of the church. Kill everyone around you, and dedicate everything to Lord Heretic God. A painful death will be the supreme joy of Lord Heretic God. It seems right, but I didn't expect it to be Konoha. I didn't expect to encounter my own people on this mission. Yayu replied. Afterward, the casual middle-aged man came to the base smoothly and passed through the dark underground passage before arriving at the base. These guys, suppressing the anger in his heart, he watched calmly as various human experiments were being carried out on the stage. Men, women and children were all numb, unable to respond to the scream. How's it going? Any success? Oh, this batch is not good. They all failed and collapsed before they reached the third day. Do you want to change to another village? The nation of fire can't stay any longer. Since Konoha has sent you to investigate, sooner or later it will be discovered and gone. I'll go back in 3 days, so you should be able to leave the country of fire. Well, as expected of the person who has received the most blessings from the heretic god. That's fine. I have to go back to the other 2 little ghosts explained the situation, and I will take them to other places. Thank you so much. Yayu shook his head to indicate that he didn't care, and released the shadow clone after going out. Hateful. What happened to Yayu? I ask you if the villagers are decreasing every day. That's right, Lord Ninja. They must have killed everyone. The old village chief said painfully. Alas, they weren't killed. Just more painful than death. Father, I have found them. They are a group of people from a mysterious church called the Heretic God Cult. Evil God Cult. Isn't it dead? Shinhong frowned. He didn't expect this evil organization to be revived again. If I didn't happen to meet this organization before and didn't know about this organization, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to deal with. These believers are very difficult to kill. It is simply immortality if you don't hit the key. Father, don't worry. There are only 3 ninjas and the rest are robbers and researchers. Then it should be fine. The 2 of you stay here and we will rescue them. Thank you, Ninja-sama. The 2 bowed deeply. Soon Yu brought Shinhong to the village. Give me the 3 ninjas of Yu, and you can do the rest. Yes, my father. Nobuhiro sneaked in as soon as he followed his body. No wonder Yu was so angry when he saw the scene inside. There were dead people everywhere, a struggling experimental subject. Yu cooperated with using multiple earth walls to isolate the villagers, and then Shinhong began to hunt. In fact, the followers of the heretic god sect are only difficult to kill and have strong resilience. They are no different from other ninjas, or even slightly inferior. Fire escape. The art of fireball. The fiery breath of the 4-meter fireball burned countless instruments, and the birds and beasts of the underground base scattered for a while, fleeing to the ground. Damn, didn't that kid say that he has been lured away? It's really hard to be deceived by Shanjin. Up to now, middle-aged men think that Yu is his own person, so he should lead the lower ninja away from the upper ninja, but he turned back to confirm. Let go together. As long as the 3 cultists' crazy attack was not to do harm, they could not avoid it, and they would not be afraid to exchange injury for injury. It's really a headache. This is the reason why Nobuhiro is unwilling to fight the evil god sect. It's all a desperate posture. Even if the strength is not wrong, I want to consume you. Hoo-hoo, let's run. This group of people is simply crazy, a thief suggested. Well, we are running ninjas and we can't deal with it. If you dare to escape without protecting us, Lord Heretic God will definitely not let you go. A researcher shouted sharply. The robbers stopped, but they thought that if the 3 of them died and waited for the Konoha ninja to come out, they would still die. No matter what they wanted to escape, they ran into Yu and stopped for a while. The researcher immediately ran over overjoyed. Sir, why are you here to save us? These guys want to escape. No one can escape. Yu said coldly. No one can escape without you. Just stay with me quietly. The man said arrogantly. I said none of you can escape. With a flash of cold light, the man fell to his death and didn't understand why. This guy is crazy. Quick, kill him. At this moment, both scientific research and robbers rushed forward, and Yu formed a shadow clone. Dayu spiral pill. A powerful airflow blew through dozens of people who were being chased. The art of arrogant fireball. The art of Fengxian fire. Ah, hell, water, water, save me. When Yu slid across the neck of the last robber, the village was already in flames, and there was a stench in the air. Yu, let go. I don't know when Nobuhiro has come to Yu's side. Even if there are only 3 chunin, it won't be a big problem. The rescued villagers still looked numb, while the women were ashen-faced and some even went crazy. What kind of humiliation and abuse they have been subjected to these days. I am afraid there is no reason or hope to live anymore. This is the ninja's life. World. Weakness is the most vivid manifestation of original sin. Chapter 12 Apprenticeship Orochimaru. Under the silvery moonlight, Yu stood on Hokage Rock and stared at the village absent-mindedly. Just yesterday, he murdered, and when he killed, he had no emotion except for anger, which made him feel unfamiliar. It turns out that Yu has been treating this place as a game for the past few years, and the people inside are regarded as half NPCs until the first head cut off is dyed red with blood. This world is indeed real. Some people will die. When they die, they will cry and their body temperature will drop. There will be nostalgia and regret in their eyes. They all exist in flesh and blood. This world is not so simple. Even if Yu knows almost all the plot, he cannot know how detailed it is. If you are not careful, you will die. The eyes have also been stimulated to a critical point, and now I can't be too prominent and easy to be stared at. Danzo's current status will not happen even if he is staring at him. The biggest problem is that he is absolutely black. He has traveled in the ninja world for thousands of years and has almost nothing that he does not know. At least one needs to step into the shadow level to have the capital to be active on this stage. Now that the Eye of Samsara is already on Nagato's body, it is naturally the safest to kill Nagato and destroy the Eye of Samsara. But how could I have beaten the current Nagato? Even if my eyes are destroyed, I will definitely find Sasuke in the future. He can recognize the reincarnation of Indra. Damn! Yu angrily smashed to the ground. Yu didn't know how to kill Heiju. This thing has lived for 1,000 years. I'm afraid it's harder to kill than Orochimaru. No one can believe it. In that case, let me become an existence beyond Kagaya. I also have their own whole cards and are no worse than them. It's been a busy day. Minghui and Shinhong haven't been on the mission for half a month because Yu hasn't gone out for half a month. Husband Yuer will be fine, right? No, it's just that the first killing is a little uncomfortable, and it has killed so many people at one time. Yuer is only 5 years old after all. It's been half a month, and the teacher arranged by Hokage-sama has not been there. He's my son. How could he back down because of this? He heard the door open with a creak. Father and mother, you are all here. here. I'm sorry for worrying you. I'm just practicing new technique. I'm relieved that you're okay. You're. Mingwei called out softly and hugged Yu in her arm. Don't worry, Mom. I may have awakened the limit of blood. What? You're. Have you awakened the writing wheel? Nobuhiro also had an incredible look on his face. If he really woke up, how terrible Yu's talent would be. He might be elected as the next patriarch, even if the branch Uchiha always only recognize the strong. Ah, it's not another kind. It's Rongdun, Yu said, and began to demonstrate. Rongdun, rock bomb. This is Yu's own ninjutsu, which forms a magma ball that bounces off the ground to attack the enemy. Small in size, but extremely fast and flexible, the scorching heat will cause huge damage to the enemy. Parents are silent. People who have never heard of Konoha will wake up Iwane's blood, and it is also from the Uchiha clan. It is inevitable that Yu's talent will awaken Sharinya. This child will have two kinds of blood. Continue the limit. Well, Dad is very pleased that he is my son Hong. Hey, I also think that in the future, when grilling fish by the river, you don't need to pick up rocks and branches. Just use the melter to bake it quickly. The temperature is high and the temperature is high. Yu looked smug as if she was saying to praise me. What the heck? No, you awakened melt done for grilling fish. If not, Nobuhiro raised his hand and wanted to slap Mingwe's murderous eye, and his eyes were deeply stopped. You let the 3 generations of Tsuchikage know what he would think. Are you right to play the 4-tailed man pillar fort? Yuer has a good idea. It's good to grill a fish for my mother next time. Don't worry, I will definitely bake the best fish. Oh yes, Hokage-sama said you should go and find him when you come out. He has already helped you find a good teacher. Okay Mom, I'll go right now. Wait, don't tell Hokage-sama about Rongdun. Don't tell me. Minghui warned. I understand. After watching Yu jumping out, I felt relieved to see that Yuer was really fine, but this time, I hope that the matter of Rongdun's awakening can be concealed for a while. After all, many people can't see Uchiha's genius, especially in history. One of the most talented. After walking across the street to buy a few strings of meatball, I arrived at the Hokage building and pushed open the door. Lord Hokage, who is my teacher? I don't want to be an elite jonin. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted arrogantly, and Sandai felt his head hurt again, and rubbed his temple. Hee, you little guy can shout so much. It just so happens that your teacher is also looking over there. Huh. Yu turned her head. What the hell? Isn't this Uncle Snake? Immediately, he was clever. This pale skin, delicate face, and snake-like pupils are not Uncle Snake. 3 generations. If you want to kill me, just say it straight. Yu looked at the 3 generations with a dead mother expression. You bastard. Do you know who he is? He is the old man's most proud student, Orochimaru, who already has the ability to quasi-shadow. I know he's Lang Nianjun. Sun Yang. I'm afraid it's already at the movie level. According to Time, it is speculated that Orochimaru and Danzo must have started human experiments now, and Orochimaru will definitely become a guinea pig. I don't know how to die. Yeyu doesn't seem to like me. Master Orochimaru, this is nothing, but I am a little different from what I expected. Oh, it seems that Yeyu already has a better candidate. Orochimaru spoke very softly, and now the blackening is not serious, but it still made people feel cold and too feminine, and this ad expression. Haha no, I thought it would be Tsunade-sama. Why do you want Tsunade to teach you? The 3rd generation is also curious. Although Tsunade is also very strong, the only attack method is medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu needs young attribute, and strange power requires strong chakra control ability. Medical ninjutsu is the former condition again. Why haven't you learned much? I know Tsunade-sama can't give me anything. Oh, why is that? Orochimaru was also interested. Staring at Orochimaru's chest for a long time, he said leisurely, because Master Tsunade has a big chest. PFF. Sandai suddenly vomited 3 liters of blood. This kid is more suitable for Jiraiya to teach, but Jiraiya already has Minato. Haha, it's interesting. By the way, what would it be like if I became a woman, and what would a woman's body feel like? Such a thought suddenly popped up in Orochimaru's mind and quickly extinguished. I'm afraid Tsunade is powerless to teach you, and has already left the village. Ha, gone so fast. Yu quickly shut up but caught Orochimaru's attention. Oh, it looked like Yu knows what. Orochimaru and Shitong stared at Yu. Ah, that actually, I saw Tsunade-sama drinking alone a few times, as if he had something on his mind, and he kept saying that he wanted to leave this sad place. Yu said intermittently. Is that so? But Tsunade has already left and often goes out to wander, so let me teach you. How can you be so rude? My mouth. Yu really wanted to slap herself, and the calamity came out of her mouth, which definitely caught the attention of Orochimaru. Tsunade, when this loophole is too big. What if World War II ends or only 2 or 3 years have passed? He knew shit at that time. Well, then you will teach this child how Yeyu. Yes, I will definitely teach Yeyu well. Some ninjutsu. Yeyu is also very suitable. Yeyu, let go. Lord Orochimaru, can I refuse? Yeyu pretended to be pitiful. Cannot. Oh, I understand. Let go. Oh, it's over. Yeyu left with Orochimaru in a heartless heart, and looked back at Sandai. Chapter 13. Seeing Emperor Kai. Orochimaru brought Yu to the house. Yu also looked at it curiously, as if it was no different from ordinary people. Simple lines outlined a simple room. Apart from the necessary furniture, there is nothing else, and the sunlight through the very clean windows is also mild, and there is a pot of unknown white flowers on the windowsill. Yu-san seems a little surprised. Well, because Orochimaru. Oh no, the teacher gives the impression of being cold, but it made people feel warm here. I'm very happy that Yu can think so. When Orochimaru returned home, it seemed that he had changed into a very gentle person. Orochimaru still loved the village. He remembered that Orochimaru's wish for immortality had been magnified countless times because of the death of Shungshu. Alas, it's a pity that it's hard to accept. Hey, Orochimaru-sensei, what are you going to teach me? Well, you have to look at your chakra attribute first. Uncle Snake took out a chakra test strip. In addition to the yin and yang attribute, it can be measured that the thunder will crumple, the fire will burn, the water will be wet, the soil will be broken into pieces, and the wind will be cut open. Oh, Yu took the test strip and began to put in the chakra, some of which were wet, some were broken, and some were burned, and the burning part was the largest. Is it water and soil? In addition to the yin attribute of Sharingan itself, it is not much worse than the teacher. Lord Hokage's 5 attribute can be perfectly and flexibly used, and I naturally can't compare. Orochimaru was very satisfied with Yu's very modesty. Hey, let go then. This is the ninjutsu I stole from Yenian village and Wuin village earlier. It should help you a lot. Thank you, teacher. Orochimaru didn't say anything else, but he was really kind to his apprentices, and he did his best to train apprentices. Hehe, come on, it will definitely be your young people's world in the future. Uncle Snake, are you serious? Are you under 30 now? I complained in my heart. It seems that Orochimaru is also a person with a lot of story. Looking at the vicissitudes of life, I bet it must be emotional. It must be a girl who fell in love with in the early years, or the girl died or rejected Orochimaru, so she will become a woman in the future. It must be so. This kid looked at me with pity. Did he know something? It's really not a simple kid. Danzo shouldn't be exposed. Orochimaru became more and more interested in Yu. Teacher, I'm going to practice ninjutsu first. Well, there are a lot of A-rank ninjutsu in there. It's hard to learn, but since you might be able to learn it, I will work hard. By the way, I hope Yu can help me a little when necessary. Orochimaru licked his lip evilly. Yu turned around and glanced at Orochimaru. If I can do it, I will help. Interesting kid. This mind is indeed a genius. Yu has already figured out that following Orochimaru is not a bad thing, and now he is all thinking about the intercolumnar cells and has no time to control me, and following Orochimaru will be able to contact the intercolumnar cells earlier and complete the wooden escape earlier. The contradiction is that Yu can't accept the color of the body that turns into Baiju's body, although ninjas generally don't pay attention to appearance. While walking, I met a big and a small green guy wearing a green tight. I rubbed this is not Kaihuang and Keifa. It looked like he just finished practicing. To say that Yu Hokage admires the most, Kai and Banye are both domineering representatives. Kai is a mortal body that is comparable to the sick path. Kai also noticed Yu, and I remember hearing Kakashi say that there is a person he also wants to defeat as Uchiha Yu, a genius of the Uchiha clan, and he has seen it from a distance a few times. Yu, I want to challenge you. Hehe, that's really good. Not many can remember Kai. Yes, see you in the woods. Yu just, yes, let go. Kai did not expect Yu to agree directly. Kakashi refuses him every time. Yu is better. Go, Kai, this is you. I know, father. The two began to cry again, and sure enough, there was no normal person in Konoha. Yu, I'm going. Bring it on. Noba whirlwind. Kai clenched his fist and rushed forward without any extra movement. It was a pure physical confrontation. After 10 minutes of fighting, Yu felt the pain in his arm. Kai still did not change. If you go on like this, your arm will definitely be scrapped today. Huo Dunhao's fireball technique. A response was not in a hurry, but Yu didn't really want to attack Kai. Have I lost again? Yu, I will definitely try to surpass you next time. Well, I'm waiting for you. Kai, your reaction speed is not enough. The battle is not only about going forward, but more importantly, observing the opponent. I will also train with you in the future. Really? That great. This is you. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Kai's appearance, it's obvious that he only noticed the second half of the sentence. Kai walked far away before Yu shook his numb arm. Usually, Yu did a lot of physical training. Because of his spiritual root, he learned ninjutsu very quickly. Most of the time he spent all his physical skill, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to withstand Kai's attack. Hey and make a good relationship with Kai. The latter 8 dungeons have not yet been captured. Today, I have a bowl of ramen. I didn't expect that young Yiel's ramen is already very delicious. When I came to Yiel Noodle Restaurant, there were already quite a few people sitting, and the young Calamus was helping to clean up the dishes. Uncle Calamus is so young. You let her do so much work. You are hiring child labor. You know. Does Konoha have such a rule? Yiel thought it a lot. Of course not, but there will be in the future. Ha 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 ha. You stinky boy. Do you want that again today? That's right. right, the calamus is still quite kawaii, but unfortunately it is not a ninja, otherwise it must be very attractive. After eating ramen, I returned home satisfied. I turned over the scrolls given by Orochimaru. There are Yansu Bang, No Dungeon Hall, Tulu Return, Tulong Bullet, Rippling Soil and Turning Palm, etc. The technique of the waterfall, the rain cutting, the water formation wall, etc. I didn't expect Orochimaru to be so generous, greedy and chewy. These should be enough, and many of them will not be used in the later stage. Usually it is much more convenient to make things. Yes, in Yu's heart, the real value of these ninjutsu lies in the convenience and speed of improving the living environment. Konoha root Orochimaru is talking with Danzo. Have 5 of the 100 experimental subject fallen? Yes, the cells of the first generation are really terrible and have too strong phagocytic ability. Orochimaru was still a little uncomfortable, and the news of death would be heard almost every time since the baby began to cultivate. Orochimaru is all for the village. As long as Konoha Zaizi owns Mudun, then other shinobi villages will not have any problem. Danzang Zaizi stood on Gao Yi and said, I see, I'll speed up. Well, I believe that the wooden tunnel of the first Hokage-sama will soon reappear in this world. Orochimaru left the route, and it is true that without Danzo's support, his immortality experiment could not be studied for Konoha. I'm afraid it for himself. Orochimaru saw ambition in Danzo's eye. It can be said that the current Konoha is not much weaker than when the first generation was alive. There are several shadow-level powerhouses, especially Konoha Baya. Even he can't handle it. Baya is too strong and may not be able to beat Hokage. Hey, I hope Yu will not be like Orochi. Orochimaru remembered Tsunade's heartbroken appearance again, and felt very guilty in his heart that, as a teacher of Rotary, he failed to protect his student. It's a ridiculous joke that Tsunade, who is a medical ninja, is actually afraid of blood. The dignified Konoha Sannin is afraid of blood. As strong as the first generation, it was inevitable that he would die. He died within a few years after returning from the battle with Madara. What a powerful resilience that was almost an immortal existence but still died. People are indeed fragile, and my direction and goal are not wrong. A figure fluttered away. Chapter 14. Yu is practicing ninjutsu in the open space, and he has almost practiced the ninjutsu given by chakra in a month. Yu found that the more proficient in ninjutsu, the shorter the time required to seal the seal, and even the less seal. When Kakashi did not slash in the battle, he completed 42 seals before completing the water dragon bullet. How many seals did Mizukage and the second Hokage use? The second Hokage is a shout. Right, sure enough, who is a serious ninja? I'm still far from enough. Has Yu come back? Did Dad go out on a mission again? Only in front of Minghui would he address Shinhong like that. Usually, Shinhong's expression is too serious. Yeah, the surrounding small countries have been in conflict recently. Minghui said indifferently. After all, there are not many decent ninjas in the small country. When I have time, I have to go to the land of soup for a holiday. Are you going with Dad alone? And you are? I won't go. I just need to practice with Mr. Orochimaru. Yu shook her head and said, I won't bother you to go on your honeymoon to see how good I am to you. Oh, what a pity. Mother, I don't see any pity in your eye. Go eat fast. Kid really hate it. Oh, women, they are all big hoof. Minghui is only 24 years old now, and she is still very young. Yu ate in a muffled voice, and went to find Uncle Snake after eating. Teacher, let's go out and perform the task. Oh, no problem. Enough is refreshing. Yu is really interesting. Orochimaru has a good sense of Yu, very straightforward and very like a Rotary, and sometimes calls him Uncle Snake's inexplicable closeness. When he came to the Hokage office, Orochimaru said that he needed a B-level mission and planned to let Yu practice his skill. What is this crystal ball? Hokage-sama. HMPA. This is the most proud ninjutsu developed by Hokage this year. The technique called the telescope can be seen as long as the chakra is in contact with the opponent, as long as it is within the perception range. Sandai said proudly. That Hokage-sama, are you sure this isn't for peeping at the women's bathhouse or something? Shut up. How could I use it to do that kind of thing? It's all for Konoha's safety. Sandai roared with a red neck. Cut, old bastard. What are you muttering? Really, Orochimaru? You have to lead Yu to the right path. Teacher, I will try my best. Well, take it. Remove the eyeliner placed in Yenian village in the south. I know. Taking Yu out of the village. Yu took 2 big breaths. Staying in the village is really about to get moldy, and it is enough to catch the cat to find something. Our cat unfamiliar? Is it domestic violence who ran out to shovel shit for 3 days? Causes the cat to keep running. More than half a year has passed quickly, and the amount of chakra is increasing every day. At this rate, it is necessary Toit will take at least 2 years to complete 100 Junin chakras, and it is not the standard of Kakashi land. It is not easy to improve the quality of chakra. If the quantity is not enough, it is also difficult to awaken, or it requires quantitative change to cause qualitative change. Uncle Snake, don't you have any ideas about Hokage-sama's telescope technique? A very good technique can be of great help to the security of the village. Don't you think Hokage-sama will attack the bathhouse? Yu was very curious. The teacher will definitely quote ... Uncle Snake, don't you want to take a look? I'm not interested in those. Orochimaru remained calm. Uncle Snake, are you really not greedy for women's body? Orochimaru Leng Jun's face kept twitching at the corners of his mouth. Not greedy. You're not greedy for a woman's body, you eunuch. Yu regretted it after she blurted out. Meow's fun was over. Yu, since you are so interested in women's body, why don't I help you experience the feelings of women? Orochimaru stopped and stared at Yu with green eyes. Hey, ha 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 ha, Uncle Snake, this is absolutely nothing, and I'm not greedy for women. I'm also a eunuch. No, I think Yu really wants to experience Gulu. Yu slowly stepped back, breaking into a cold sweat. If she became a woman, she would really want to die. Hey, Uncle Snake actually liked to research things, like the research and development of ninjutsu and the secrets of the human body. I'm very curious about the existence of chakra and the soul. Orochimaru is even more green. Yu, are you also curious about the soul? Yu smiled, and sure enough, what Orochimaru wanted to know most was the secret of the soul, but there was no clue yet. Of course, it is said that the soul will go to the Pure Land after death. So where is the Pure Land? What kind of environment is inside? And how does the soul survive? Continue. I heard that the second generation Hokage seems to have developed a technique related to the soul, but it must be dangerous to be listed as a forbidden technique. Yes, the second generation Naruto has indeed developed the art of the soul. The most prominent one is the art of spiritualization. It can go out of the body and kill people invisibly. It can also be used for detection and immunity to ninjutsu attack. The disadvantage is that it is very weak and will die if it is destroyed. Orochimaru's eyes showed a trace of sadness, and his friend Kato Dan died because of the collapse of them. There is also the reincarnation of dirty soil, but this technique is not perfect. It's a pity that a lot of experiments are needed to confirm that the second generation Hokage-sama is really a genius. Yes, I think we will have more common topic in the future. Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly again, thinking that Yu had something in common with him, and studying the soul would be more helpful for immortality. Really crazy. Sure enough, scientists are crazy. I just want cells between the columns. Where did it come from? Orochimaru took Yu to the destination and made a gesture of silence. Yu looked at the four ninjas in the distance in surprise. Just after the inspection was over, it seemed that it was still Anbu. Difficult to deal with. Anbu may have at least Chunin and Jonin. Is there a problem with Yu? No problem. Shadow clone technique. Isn't this nonsense? If there is a problem, it must be no problem. Separated 3 avatars and used the technique of rock concealment to sneak up. Fire escape. The art of fireball. The 4 of them set fire to escape, but they were blocked by 4 stone walls. Perception ninja. He was also a little negligent about how the reconnaissance mission might not have perception ninja. HMPH. Come out. Aso already sensed it when the 4 of you stepped into a distance of 50 meters. Yu stood up and there was no way he wouldn't block the perception technique. This child is a shadow clone, or a kid from the Uchiha clan. The 4 of them didn't look down on Yu, and it was not the incompetent people who could be sent to deal with them. It's an honor to meet you. What are you doing at the border of my country of fire? It's not up to a kid to teach us what to do. The kid should go home early. Yu's face was calm as usual, and there was no other emotion. The 4 of them were even more vigilant and watched their surroundings at the same time. Even if this Uchiha kid must have other people in the genius, it should not be possible to send a genius to die. Don't look at me. There is no one else, and you will all die at my hand. The 4 of them didn't speak. They only clenched the kunai and the long sword. The 5 of them didn't make any movement for a while, and the air became quiet. Let you install B. Let you install B. Painful baby. How could it be so deadly lately? Others' chakra will consume him, and Yu has scolded himself several times. Snake save me. But Orochimaru watched intently in the dark how Yu killed 4 Chunin, 2 of whom were still elite Chunin. Just now, Orochimaru thought that Yu had asked to be rescued, but she didn't. Instead, she was very calm in the confrontation without a trace of panic. Could it be that there is really a way to fight the enemy? I glanced at Yu Gao again in my heart. After waiting for a few minutes without seeing Uncle Snake escorting him, Yu gradually became colder. My name is Uchiha Ieyu, and I'm panicking in my heart now, because I'm afraid I'll be severely beaten by the society this time, so I advise everyone, don't pretend to be a bastard. In an instant, the Iwa hidden part moved, worrying about Yu delaying the time. Even if Yu has no flaws, I am afraid it will really be over when Konoha's support arrive, and Yu is full of despair. Chapter 15 4 Kills and Reward. Damn it, it's good enough. The 4 figures took out Kunwu indifferently and looked at Iway and Anbu's physical skills at most against the ordinary Chunin, and it wasn't enough for kamikaze, so it was only a surprise attack. Woo! Iway and Anbu rushed over for a while. Bark at her. Yu fought and retreated and kept moving towards the river. Too done. Too long gun. Dozens of ground thorns appeared on the ground and stabbed Yu, and the 2 shadow avatars were destroyed in an instant. However, Yu also reached the surface of the water with the fog hidden technique. Using it together with the main body. The fog quickly rose around the water surface, and the 4 Anbu stopped to observe the surroundings back to back. Came here to save chakra. For Iwagakushi, there are indeed a lot of inconvenient companions who can only rely on perception. Come here. 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock. He clenched his weapon tightly, and when he reached the visual range, he found that Yu was already forming a seal. Water escape water dragon bomb. They can only jump away and break up the team. Outside, Orochimaru summoned several small snakes to walk in the fog to act as Orochimaru's eye. The next wave of attacks is coming. The perception ninja called, and the other 3 naturally knew that the other one was also forming a seal when they came, but they didn't know what it was. Hey, it's already here. Yu suddenly slipped a knife out of the water and slid across his neck. Huh, how is it possible? Why was this little devil 5 meters away just now? How could he have arrived in front of him in an instant? Before I died, I sensed that there were 3 auras of Yu on the field, but this one is slightly different. This is the water body. Why I didn't sense. Orochimaru was very surprised. Yu was really smart, and when he attacked again, the result was that the water body was only missing the last mark. If it weren't for the water, it would not be controlled at such a long distance. It is the most correct idea to get rid of the perception ninja first. Orochimaru licked his lip. How much surprise can you bring me, Yu was also very surprised at this time, and now he found out that he can greatly save chakra by using the 3 attributes of fire, water and soil ninjutsu as long as he is on the terrain, and even water dragon bullet can be used. For example, if the ninja of Ishigaki can save 1/3 of chakra by using the earth escape on the ground, he can save 4/5 of the chakra, which not only increases the power but also reduces the consumption. Before using it on land, there is not much difference. Now it's quite noticeable on the water. The first one, Yu said coldly at this moment, full of confidence. Damn, has Aso been killed? This little devil has both water and fire attribute, and the water escape is extremely strong. The remaining 3 soon got together, and it was too bad on the water to get back on land. After roughly feeling the direction, I rushed over. Want to go out? How could it be so easy? The water escapes the water wall. 4 water walls rose up into the sky, blocking the way. Water escape. The technique of the great waterfall. 2 done. Hardening technique. The 3 of them cast hardened and their bodies became as hard as iron, but they still vomited blood under the impact of the huge water flow. The water seems to be gentle and powerless, but it is a monstrous trend. However, it was also because the 3 of them reached the land, although they were still shrouded in fog. Yu took a few breaths. Even Shui Lingen couldn't withstand such consumption. Generally, the chakra consumption of Chunin has long been gone, and the fog has begun to thin, so it is necessary to hurry up. The 3 Anbu were swept away this time, and it was really dangerous to fight against the Great Fall. At the beginning, they were stunned even if they didn't cut it, and the 3 were only seriously injured. Do you think you'll be fine when you get to land? The 3 of them could only fight on their own, panting and staring vigilantly around. The breathless killing technique of Kirin never expected to be mastered by a kid from Konoha, and once doubted whether it was the child that Konoha carried over from Konoha village. Tadata. The Dark Army commander held his breath, clenched his long knife and stared at the direction of the footstep. His footsteps sounded a little vain. Only then did he see the team member walking with his back to him, and he was relieved. It seemed that he was not seriously injured. Just as he was about to call, he suddenly felt his body sink into the ground, and then a silver light flashed in front of him, and only this light remained in his eye. Fear spread throughout the body between the lightning and flint. Die. This word popped into my mind. I was going to be killed by a little devil. He is still good at earth escape. The past event flashed like a revolving lantern, and I saw my own desires and dreams. It turns out that time really flies very slowly when people die. The soil clone could not maintain its self-relief. Yu breathed in the air and chakra almost completely exhausted the body's incomparable weakness. The fog hidden technique can no longer be maintained. The situation is clear. Yan and Anbu both died. One was seriously injured and the other was on the verge of death. The near death was due to too much blood loss and fainting and had lost the combat effectiveness, and Yu chakra sat on the ground to rest. What's your name? The remaining Anbu asked. He knew the state of Yu, and the ninja had been sentenced to death without chakra. Although he was seriously injured, he still had enough chakra, and only one ninjutsu could kill the opponent. Uchiha Yeyu, you are the only one left now, and your only companion can't be saved. Well, so I'll end you with my own hand. Oh, come on, your thighs and arms are broken, and you can't make seals anymore. Yu laughed. What about your chakra feet? The waterfall just now almost used up all my chakras to produce such power. It should be. Anbu Iwagaku endured the severe pain to connect the broken bone, and forcibly used ninjutsu. Are all ninjas so unreasonable? Both are now slumped on the ground. Why didn't Uncle Snake come to save me? You don't really want to trick me. Damn it. He threw out the kunai with all his strength and stared at Iwagaku and Anbu. Anbu had to give up Yuyan and raise his arm to block the kunai. I said that you were bleeding so much. It's just unscientific. 1/10 of the blood in the human body should be fainted. Seeing Anbu and wanting to tie Yin Yeyu, I couldn't help but complain. complain. Even if you were a ninja for so long, why did you drain more than 1/10 of your blood? At least I have to kill you and let you go back. This Anbu mouth was full of blood. Yu took a breath at the second time. He bit his tongue and leaned against the pain so he didn't pass out. I admire it, but please die quickly. Earth escape. Brother, I said you should stop shouting and wasting your energy. Soil. Flap. Anbu finally failed to support and fell into a coma. Cough. I said earlier, don't shout, just meditate in your heart. Why do you have to shout? Yu was completely speechless. Are all ninjas dead brain? To be on the safe side, Yu regained some strength and threw out the shuriken to completely kill the two Anbu. Papa. Orochimaru came out to applaud Yu. Yu really deserves to be the most outstanding genius of this generation, and he used his tactic very well. Everywhere as taught by Uncle Snake. Hehe. Kakashi really can't compare to you, Orochimaru said sincerely. He was very satisfied with Yu and almost couldn't help but shoot twice. Kakashi is still very talented and the only opponent of my age that I recognize. Oh, is there anyone else? Well, his name is Kai, and I admire his perseverance. Orochimaru has no image at all. Since Yu said so, there must be something special about it. As a teacher, what do you want for Yu to complete the task so well for the first time? Yu was so excited that he almost said that he wanted intercolumnar cells, but he stopped abruptly and said that he might really be used for research. Uncle Snake, I want to learn a forbidden technique. No problem, I will apply to Hokage-sama to give you a chance to read the Book of Seals and choose a forbidden technique. Thank you, teacher. Although he understands that Orochimaru has no other meaning, but with this expression and temperament there is still a gloomy feeling. What should I study? Yu had already fantasized about what it would look like after learning all kinds of forbidden art. The reincarnation of the dirty earth, the flying thunder god, the seal of gossip, the Mingshenman and so on. Chapter 16 The Invitation of the Three Generations. Did you mean that Yu fought against the 4 Anbu of Yanran alone and killed them all? The 3 generations were shocked. This was a 5-year-old child who was already able to kill the elite Chunin, although he took advantage of the terrain. Indeed, teacher, Yu can be the strongest genius of this generation. Orochimaru smiled grimly, but Yu wants to learn a forbidden technique, so I hope the teacher can let him read the Book of Seals once. Since it's you, it's not a bad idea. Before, Zillai also asked me for a sealing technique for his disciple. The 3 generations showed a smile, and Minato is currently his most satisfied disciple and grandson. Not only is he extremely talented, but he is also extremely rare to have reached the strength of elite Jonin at such a young age. Even the 3 generations have made up their minds at this time, and after Orochimaru becomes the 4th generation Hokage, in the next generation, Minato will be the 5th generation. Watergate. A really powerful kid. I'm afraid it's hard for me to keep him now. Who? The 3 generations exhaled a smoke ring and were very satisfied that none of them dared to challenge the current Konoha. Only Union Village has been dishonest. After pondering for a moment, the 3rd generation said, if that's the case, let Minato choose first, and you can bring Yu over. Yes. Orochimaru nodded slightly and brought Yu to Sandai in a short while, and Sandai's eyes signaled Orochimaru with a noncommittal smile and walked out. There is no need to guess that the 3rd generation must teach the will of fire again, or after attracting Uchiha Yu may be inserted in the eyeliner of the Uchiha family. Orochimaru shook his head. The teacher's idea is too naive. Yu and I have the same desire for soul and even immortality. Yu, I heard that you killed 4 Iwagaku and Anbu by yourself. It's amazing. I agreed to the forbidden technique. The 3rd generation appreciated another amiable look and took it well. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Is Hokage-sama just to tell me this? Yu was naturally happy. Haha, I have a good mind, but I don't know how Yu sees the village. It was waiting for me here. The village is naturally the foundation of our life, and it is the home that our ninjas need to protect. The 3rd generation was very happy to hear Yu's words. Yu's parents were peaceful, and it seemed that they did not instill in Yu Uchiha's dissatisfaction with the village. Yeah, the village cannot be turbulent. Once there is turmoil, it will be attacked by other powerful enemies. At that time, everyone in the village will be threatened. Yu rolled his eyes directly, and then let Uchiha Itachi exterminate the whole family. Do you want the village to be used for fur? If I were Uchiha Itachi, it would be better to fight with his father and Shishui directly than the rest. If it wasn't that Zishui was too stupid to expose other gods, how could he die? Or he was too young to take it for granted. Which high-level person is not afraid of such a perverted pupil technique? I wish I could die. I don't understand what Hokage-sama said. Now that there are so many masters in Konoha, Sani, and Senior White Fang, is there any other village that can compare? Yu pretended not to understand. Naturally, Konoha is still the leader of the 5 kingdoms. You will understand after you put it down. Yu, are you willing to join Anbu? What? Lord Hokage, is this too early for me? I'm afraid I can't do it. Yu made a look of panic. Yu really didn't expect that the 3rd generation would let him enter the Anbu. It should have been Shishui first. And Uchiha Itachi also entered Anbu at the age of 11, and it would be ridiculous to think about his such a small body to enter Anbu. I'm afraid he is the smallest in Konoha's history. Right. The third generation also feels a little bit the Uchiha clan might not agree to pull in for brainwashing if they entered at such a young age. And the clothes are not so small. How about when you're 10? Is the third generation still not giving up? Do I agree or not? Lord Hokage, let me discuss it with my teacher and my parents. Well, then you can go out first. When Yu went out, Orochimaru was waiting outside. Then Danzo appeared again. Can you walk in normally? The third generation became more and more dissatisfied whether it was a wrong decision to establish Danzo's route, and it became more and more dark like a poisonous snake in the corner. You shouldn't let Yu join Anbu. This has never happened before. I have my own discretion in what I do, Sandai said rudely. HMPH. Since the second Hokage appointed me to be the assistant of Hokage, I should do my duty, and even if the second Hokage accepted Uchiha Mirror, he did not let him join Anbu. So you were wrong. It's ridiculous that this guy Danzo used the second Hokage to press him. The three generations are in their prime when they are making great plans, and they take their right very seriously. Now I'm Hokage, and I heard people say that you seem to be doing strange experiment. I don't want to have it better not to do something wrong to the village. The third generation exudes a strong momentum. Danzang's face turned blue and then white, and he shook his teeth and stepped out, even more eager for the power of the first generation. Sarutobi had already thrown him away from a distance, and he was only in the shadow now, but he did not expect Sarutobi to be the top of the shadow, worthy of Konoha Shinobu. Yu is not a simple child. I am afraid it is not so easy to control. The panic just now was just acting. Uncle Snake, Lord Hokage, let me join Anbu. What do you think? Teacher actually asked you to join Anbu. Even Orochimaru didn't expect Sandai to be so bold, and he tried his best to make Uchiha eliminate the estrangement from the village. Since the fall of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan is not ordinary arrogant. Always look at other people in a superior way, and there are very few people with good character. So I don't know if I should join. Yeyu, you really don't know if you should join, or do you really have no answer in your heart? Orochimaru asked back. Yeyu's mind clearly surpassed that of her peer. Well, I'm still asking my father and mother. Alright, sometimes I also want to discuss with you about the soul. Yes, Yeyu discussed with her parents when she returned home. Nobuhiro, I don't think Yu should join Anbu. It's too dangerous for Yu to join even when he is 10 years old. If Yu joins Anbu, it might be a good thing, and it will become a breakthrough point for regulating the village and Uchiha. Nobuhiro obviously sees further. Since the death of the first generation, Uchiha has been excluded by the village and gradually moved away from the core of the village. And after that, the Chincho clan has become more and more declining, and now there is only Tsunade left in the direct line of the thousand-handed clan. It seems that God is helping the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan, which became the largest clan in Konoha, naturally began to expand, causing a lot of dissatisfaction in the village. The commoners also complain. This is a headache for every patriarch, and the contradiction is getting bigger and bigger. But if Yu joins Anbu, it means that Uchiha can also reach the core of the village, which is undoubtedly good news for the Uchiha family. But such clansmen may have thoughts or suspicions about Yu. What Minghui said was too sudden for all of this, and they were just separated from the Uchiha family and had no weight. If it is a child of an elder, it is different. What do you think? Yu, my father, I think I can give it a try. After I join, it means that other people can join too. In this way, the clan may have a better impression of the village. Anyway, Shisui and Itachi will also join in the future. If I go first, maybe I can avoid the disaster of Uchiha's genocide. Since Yu thinks so, let's try it. Minghui doesn't have to worry too much about this kid, but he killed 4 Anbu all by himself. Shinhong also lamented Yu's talent, and it is very likely that he will be the next patriarch. Chapter 17 Trust. On this day, Yu and Minato were in Hokage at the same time. Today, the third generation heard that Yu agreed to join Anbu at the age of 10, which gave Yu the opportunity to choose a forbidden art. Yu suspected that if he didn't promise the third generation, this lousy old man would definitely get stuck. Either he didn't give it or postponed it. No, it won't be. Since the two of you are here today, let's choose. It's a good thing for Jushingna to choose and learn more. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kushina didn't mean to be polite at all, and was used to Kushina's strong personality and didn't say anything. Yu's eyelid twitched when she heard it. What's a pick? Is it good to learn more? Feelings are that Kukina can pick any number and there is no limit. I almost jumped with anger. This is too eccentric, right? Although Kushina is able to understand the nine-tailed person, but this forbidden technique is too worthless, right? The three of them selected together, and saw Jushingna copying each and every name. Multiple shadow clone, ghoul seal, dark line technique, earth turning seal, seal of fire seal, formation of 4 red sun, dragon elephant attack. More than 10 in a row. Some have never heard of it. Kushina also didn't ask for more fate, which made Yu even more contempt. The Whirlpool clan was originally good at the sealing technique of the water gate, and the sealing technique of the water gate was also taught by Kushina. 4 of them require a huge amount of chakra to cast, so Kyuki can use it. Now let alone his own chakra. There is a whole 9-tailed belly. Watergate finally chooses the Flying Thunder God was chosen, and Yu chose the first generation True Thousand Hand. When choosing, Minato naturally also noticed the forbidden technique that Kyokina chose, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and it happened that Yu caught the full malice brought by society. Holy crap, this is too much. Yukina Q is completely picking ninjutsu for her man. 3 generations I want to report. He glared at Minato, and Minato immediately acted innocent. This bastard is full of bad water, and Wawa has more intestines than anyone else. If anyone is saying that Minato is honest, I will kill him. Minato flying Thor is hard to learn. Lord Hokage, I want to try it. The 3 generations nodded their head, and it can be said that space-time ninjutsu such as Flying Thunder God is the most difficult to learn. It requires a high spatial talent, not just hard work. Seeing that the 3 generations Yu had chosen were bad, their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Watergate, what are you doing? There are thousands of unique tricks to pick the first generation. To transform into a Buddha on the top requires a wooden dungeon. The most important thing is to know the immortal mode. At present, only Jiraiya can do it in the whole village, and neither Orochimaru can. Yeyu, it's really not a wise move for you to choose this one, right? This one needs Mew done. I know, Yu said sincerely, but if you don't have a wood escape, it's better to replace it with a fire escape technique. Just kidding, how could this be let go? The strongest ninjutsu under the EPUBs doesn't have mudden now, doesn't mean it won't exist in the future. Now Yu has been continuously developing melting escape. Yu shook his head and said, I think I can develop different ninjutsu from this technique. Maybe I can develop a 1,000-handed fire escape. Well, since you insist on doing so, the 3rd generation is just a joke. Mudun is the exclusive of the 1st generation and a symbol of the absolute strength of Konoha. If you want to achieve 1/10 of this ninjutsu, you are exalted. After getting it, the 3 of them left the Hokage house happily. Sister Kushina, are you too partial? What wrong? Haha, you chose so many forbidden art. Minato-san's face almost turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile. Yu said sarcastically with dissatisfaction. Kushina's face was flushed. It was all to blame for Minato. Feeling ashamed by what Yu said, Sister Kushina can honestly explain how much ninjutsu you taught Minato-san. I want it too. This. Kushina was a little hesitant. If Yu was not from the Uchiha clan, there would be no problem, but Yu shouldn't be that kind of person. That's right. Kushina chooses to believe in Yu. It's okay to teach you, but you have to promise that your sister can't teach others, especially the rest of your family. Kushina looked very solemn, and taught Minato because Minato loves him, and Yu is his only younger brother. Yu was stunned when he heard it, but he was more moved. He just said it tastefully, but he didn't expect Kushina to really agree. It turned out that in addition to his parent, he also had a sister who loved him so much. Well, I won't tell anyone. When I grow up, I will also protect Sister Kushina. Come on, Yu. Minato's smile was really contagious. Sure enough, Minato is more suitable for being Hokage. Don't worry, Minato-san. I'll tell you one too. Oh no, it's 2 of my secret. Minato and Kushina were interested. They knew that Yu's talent was no worse than Minato, and their achievements after the bloodline limit were immeasurable. It was not until she reached a remote place outside the village, and after Kushina felt it and confirmed that no one was watching, Yu revealed her secret. My secret is that I've already opened the wheel, Yu said lightly, and the 2 eyes of a hooked jade writing wheel were pleated with brilliance. Kushina and Minato were very surprised. They didn't expect Yu to open Sharingan at such a young age. My father and mother, Mr. Orochimaru, didn't know about the things that opened my eye. Minato and Yukina are also very moved, and the trust is mutual. Why didn't you tell them? My father and mother's plans to be surprise teachers are too gloomy for me, so I plan to wait for a while. Let me tell you the second secret next. I have another blood-based limit. Yu used melting escape again. How did you master melting escape? Minato asked incredulously. The fusion of the 2 attributes of chakra and the change in nature is completed. The 2 of them glared at Yu angrily. If it were that simple, they would all be blood-bound ninjas. You believe me? What I said is true. I just fiddled around for half an hour and appeared. PFF. Minato vomited blood. Yu, you'll piss off Watergate like this. Today's children are incredible. Just mess around for half an hour, and they will create a blood-based limit and make it impossible for people to live. No wonder Yu chose Mudun, which has the 3 attributes of water, fire and soil. Maybe after the combination of water and soil, Mudun will really come out. Thinking about it makes your scalp tingling, and one person masters the 3 blood following limit. 2 of them are still very strong. Big brother Minato is not so fragile. I believe big brother Minato will definitely learn to fly. Thor, remember to teach me when the time comes. Well, we will practice together from today. Watergate said that the state of recovery was sunny. Well, I also want to go on a mission with eldest brother and sister Kushina. Then you have to grow up quickly, Kushina said softly, and only towards Minato and Yu would she she have such a gentle side? I can already defeat Chunin. Yes, Yu will take the Chunin exam next year. Definitely no problem. Yu suddenly remembered that Kakashi also became a Chunin at the age of 6, and he didn't know when to meet Kakashi or not to do something. Long time no see. I miss Kakashi's chrysanthemum. Missing the millennium kill given to Kakashi. Yu, what are you thinking about? You laugh so wickedly. Juzina knew that this little brat must have thought of something good. It's nothing. I'm here for your own good. For our own good. The two looked at each other and didn't understand what Yu was saying. There is no way who can tell this generation that except Kakashi can bring some fun to Yu. Other children are still studying at the ninja school. This comparison is really a pity for Kakashi afterward, and he was dragged down by the writing wheel. Great talent. Chapter 18 The Accident of Psychic Art. Orochimaru took Yu to the grove. Yu, I will teach you the art of psychic today. Okay, Uncle Snake, but don't call that guy out. Seeing that Orochimaru had such a headache, Yu also knew that Wan Shi was so strong, so arrogant. This is the contract scroll. Just press the handprint on it. Oh, just when Yu was about to sign the contract, she suddenly felt the jade pendant in the sea of consciousness shake. Yu hesitated, and suddenly a golden light appeared in his palm, and then he pressed it uncontrollably. The white snake immortal who turned into an old woman in Longdi Cave suddenly stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Strange, what going on? How do you feel that a fairy has come to the door? Isn't it the old toad? Tanjin-ji, go and have a look. Yes, fairy. A young girl with long brown hair, wearing a golden crown, with black-pink eyeshadow extending to her nose, and a pale skin like Uncle Snake walked over. She saw the girl was wearing a white gown with 3 hooked jade items. Uncle Snake, is there any problem? Yu was a little flustered. Well, probably not. What happened to you just now? Orochimaru also saw the golden light under Yu. I do not know either. Forget it. Try psychic first. Orochimaru spit out a pen and paper, which made Yu feel sick again. Orochimaru rarely spit in front of Yu. Yu might not be used to it if she is too small, but I have to record it this time. I'm starting. The art of psychic. A puff of smoke appeared on the ground. It looked like a small snake. The ground didn't vibrate at all. Konoha Sanin's summons are all 10 meters high, and it feels like a large group covering the sky and the sun. The snake that was not seen until the smoke cleared. Wasn't it a human? What is Uncle Snake? How did I summon someone? How are you, beautiful sister? Orochimaru looked surprised and then said solemnly, why are you here, Sunjinji? Master Orochimaru, did you summon me? No, it's my apprentice right there. It was only then that Sunjinji noticed that the little Yu was this kid. Does he have so much chakra? Hey, is it okay to ignore me? It seems that this beauty and Uncle Snake know each other, and no matter how this complexion and face look, they are relatives of Uncle Snake family. Yu would like to introduce. She is Tuanjinji, the maid of the white snake immortal, and her body is also a snake. Uncle Snake, tell me honestly, you weren't human in the first place, right? You were originally a snake in Longdedong who turned into a human, right? Orochimaru couldn't help but hit Yu's head with a shudder. Of course the teacher is a human being. Hehe. Lord Orochimaru is of course a human being, but he has a special relationship with us in Longdedong. Yu looks like I don't read too much. Don't lie to me. You think I'm stupid. How can there be a person born with eyeshadow and born with snake eye? You said you're not a monster. What kind of software transformation technique? The white-scaled snake is a lie. This thing was originally a white-scaled snake. Uncle Snake has a kind of thing. If you wipe off the eyeshadow, I will believe you. And this big sister too. Ah, this is natural. Sunjin-ji said. I can't wipe this off either. Orochimaru said helplessly. I just know that you are not human at all. I want to go home. There are monsters here. Uncle Snake grabbed Yu and beat him up. Uncle Snake, I was wrong. You are a human, not a monster. After the thunderbolt was beaten, Yu's nose was blue and his face was swollen, and Yu was on it. If it wasn't for this guy, his proud student would have been wiped out. Tanjin-ji naturally also saw that the relationship between Orochimaru and this child was excellent, or else he would not let him contract Longdedong. Master Orochimaru can be said to be the fate of the Dragon Urkade, so he is naturally different from ordinary people and is more likely to perceive the Dragon Urkade. Okay, oh trust me. Yu, who couldn't see clearly, was helpless. It was just a joke. Uncle Snake clearly wanted to beat him. Suddenly Tanjin-ji reacted. Is he the only one who signed the contract just now? Lord Orochimaru. That right. Sunjin-ji turned around Yu a few times and didn't feel the flow of the immortal chakra. Yu only felt that this beauty looked at her strangely. Master Orochimaru, is he really an immortal disciple? But I don't feel immortal chakra flowing. Huh? Immortal disciple, what are you hiding from me? Orochimaru stared at Yu coldly, sticking out his long tongue with an expression of dishonest eating. Even using the technique of seeing Naraku, Yu seemed to see his own death. It was difficult to get rid of illusionary Night Feather's big gap. I don't know what immortal disciple is. What kind of thing? Yu said helplessly. Sunjin-ji explained in detail about the 3 holy places, and only the same or higher immortals or their disciples brought them with them. When the token visits and signs the contract role will change in different weight, and there is a circle of purple gold around the red handprint on the scroll, which proves that the immortal behind Yu is stronger than long decay. Tanjin-ji is also a little incredible. In the early year, the three holy lands also exchanged with each other. The special contract is Phnom Penh, which proves that the three are of equal strength. Now there are immortals who surpass the three great immortals. Yu smiled bitterly. Why is Yu Pei demonstrating? Is it so spiritual? Yu greeted the fairy mother who made the jade pendant 100 times in her heart. Yu, which immortal did you worship as your teacher? I don't know about Uncle Snake. I have never been in contact with other holy places, Yu said helplessly. Orochimaru and Sunjinji naturally didn't believe it, and it was certain that Yu had an immortal token on him. Wait, what are you doing? Uncle Snake, calm down. Sister Sunjinji can't be kissed by men and women. It's okay, sister. I'm a snake, not a human. Me, SEK, Yabby Butterfly. I'm overwhelmed. Yu let out a scream like killing a pig, and was stripped away in just 1 minute. The naked Yu lay on the ground and shed tears of sadness, her eyes staring blankly at the sky. The sky is really blue today. I wonder why Orochimaru doesn't have it. Sunjinji searched through all the clothes and found nothing. Orochimaru stared at Yu's body without speaking, and Sunjinji also paid attention. Yu didn't even pretend to be dead when she was shocked. Now it's just a child's body and it's no big deal, but these two monsters are perverted. Yu clasped her arms tightly and moved back in fear. Good, come over and let my sister check your body. Sister, I'm fine. Okay, never mind. How can this be forgotten? This is a fairy incident that can threaten long decay. Good, sister, let me check for you. How about warming the bed for you? Beauty's Rick. HMPH. How could I be fooled like this? And snakes are cold-blooded animals. Don't think that I really don't read much and keep my bed warm. Orochimaru almost couldn't help laughing. This apprentice is so funny. Elder sister can also be immortal, and the body temperature can be adjusted at will. Sunjinji continued to seduce her. Her eyes were both seductive and dangerous. Yu's mouth was dry, and the two villains were arguing that the villain with angel wings kept saying that she was a snake and not a human. Under this mask are ugly monsters. The other villain with devil horns said, is it possible for Shaltir to transform into a terrifying Shaltir? Change back and still be your wife. Yeah, Shaltir can accept it, and there are no people who have been on snake before. Ahem, give up. How could I fall for this trick and underestimate my Uchiha clan? Where are we going to spend the night today? PFF. Sunjinji covered her mouth and tried her best to hold back. How can I put on such a treasured apprentice? There is absolutely no indifference and arrogance that Uchiha should have. Orochimaru covered his face with his hands and turned away, not wanting to look at it. Sunjinji's touch of the cold jade hand made Yu groan comfortably. If Jiraiya saw it, he would probably vomit blood with envy and die. Right, Yu has already figured out that Uncle Snake is a man, and the person in front of him is not considered a human being at most, and it doesn't matter if he is seen. It's strange that there is no foreign body in the body, and there is no operation. Cut, you can find me with your last name. This jade pendant was deep in his soul and he couldn't even figure out what it was. Another very small snake appeared and let Yu swallow it. Yu did not hesitate, and after searching around, there was still nothing. Shouldn't be. Did you find my sister? When will you warm the bed for me? How about going to Uncle Snake house for the night today? Yu was so excited that Tuanjinji could not find the problem, so she planned to go back to Longdi Cave and ask the White Snake Immortal first. Ah, it's time to talk about it next time. Saying that, Sunjinheim was lifted and turned into a puff of smoke, leaving Yu stunned in place. Chapter 19. I was prostituted. I was ripped off. Yu felt deeply hurt. I was tricked by a snake. Endless anger filled his chest. Teacher, I want to go to Longdi Cave, Yu said in a calm tone. Feeling Yu's cold and murderous eye, Orochimaru was slightly surprised. Yu has become stronger again. This is the first feeling of Orochimaru. Yu has improved too fast. Longdi Cave is not so easy to enter. Just wait for a while. I must go today. Hehe. Yu, calm down. You can do whatever you want when you become stronger in the future. Yu, who has lost her mind, can't accept that she misses an affair like this. What a fairy Dan. Anyway, she is considered a fairy. Why is there no integrity at all? Rushing to the village, without saying hello to the guard, the Scarlet Urgoyu kept spinning in his pupil, letting other Uchiha know that Yu would be mad if he opened his eyes for this reason. Orochimaru, who was worried about Yu, followed and wanted to see what Yu was doing so he wouldn't be angry but cry. Yu bit her finger and sucked 2 mouthfuls of her own blood. The art of psychic. Seeing Yu summoning a giant snake more than 30 meters long, Orochimaru knew that it was a problem today. He took a breath and hurriedly chased after him. This bastard is going to do something today. The giant snake looked suspiciously at how the person above his head was not Orochimaru. I'm Orochimaru's apprentice. Teacher Orochimaru is in danger and needs your help to move in that direction. As soon as the giant snake heard it, it headed towards Orochimaru's house pointed by Yu. Frightened along the way, many people crushed many street stalls and buildings, and passers-by avoided them in fear. Fortunately, the giant snake tried to walk on the street without causing major damage, and the Anbu of the village arrived immediately. Is Isn't this Orochimaru-sama's psychic beast? Could it be that there is danger in the village? Hurry up and inform Hokage-sama. One informed the two Anbu to ask, and Yu glanced at it. The art of psychic. Another three-headed giant snake was summoned, several circles bigger than the one under your feet. You can feel the pressure from a distance. Isn't this what Orochimaru summoned from the Konoha Land? No wonder it will take more than half of the chakra. Stop them. After a brief exchange between the two snakes, the three-headed snake began to block Anbu. Why did Lord Orochimaru's psychic beast attack us? Has Lord Orochimaru betrayed? Or is there another secret? The third generation of the Hokage building has long noticed Yu on the top of the giant snake. What is this bastard doing to summon such a large psychic beast in the village? Tell Orochimaru to see me, Sandai said calmly. Anbu immediately went to look for Orochimaru. Anbu, surrounded by three-headed snakes with strong fighting power, had nothing to do with the three-headed snake. You can't kill until you find out. There's no way to go on like this, and the village will suffer a lot. Anbu had just arrived when Orochimaru was about to start. As soon as he was about to stop him, he was pulled over by Anbu and reprimanded by the three generation, and he was in a bad mood. Master Orochimaru, why are you here? I'll handle this matter, Orochimaru said through gritted teeth. Before Anbu could say anything, Orochimaru jumped on the head of the three-headed snake and released the psychic bell. Directly using the shunshu technique to rush on the road, he found that Yu was already on the roof of his house. As long as the giant snake pressed down, the Orochimaru family would be gone. Teacher, if you don't take me to Longdi Cave today, your house will be gone. Yu had already closed her Shiranyan and looked smug. Orochimaru's face was as black as the bottom of the pot. You go back. The giant snake looked suspiciously at the two of them and nodded. The psychic was lifted on his own, and Yu also landed on the roof. Yu seems to be too good for you. I didn't fight enough. Orochimaru's angry look made Yu secretly swallow his saliva, and Yu, who had calmed down, stepped back slightly in fear. He said in a low voice, even if you hit me today, I will come to your roof to perform psychic arts when I'm healed. Yu's last stubbornness was her timid appearance. Orochimaru laughed in anger. This bastard really made people angry, and even threatened a shadow-level powerhouse. What does it mean to say the most cowardly words and do the fiercest fight? This is it. Even when he fought against a man who was known as a demigod, he had never felt so helpless. The apprentice you choose will also be responsible to the end while kneeling. I was really blind and shot myself in the foot. I just taught spiritism today and he can summon such a powerful thing. After all, get down. Oh, Yu jumped down honestly, and Orochimaru didn't know that he hadn't been angry for a long time since he had the strength of whinnying. Master Orochimaru, Master Hokage, asks you to take Uchiha Ieyasu to the Hokage building. Anbu's calm voice was trembling. Orochimaru pinched Yu's neck like a chicken headed to the Hokage studio. Orochimaru has a new understanding of Yu's lust, and being so lustful at the age of only 5 is really far behind Yu. Because a Tuonjinji dared to make such a big fuss, God knows how big a basket will be stabbed for him. In the Naruto studio, the third generation took a sip of tea calmly. Tell me what's going on. Teacher, this is my momentary negligence. It took 20 minutes to explain the matter clearly, and black ink almost dripped from Sandai's face when he heard Yu's rebuttal. The family is unfortunate. The family is unfortunate. Be cautious about entering the Anbu after Yu. Even though Yu was still young, she was lustful and clearly a master who didn't want to suffer. Orochimaru, the village's damaged money. I'll come out. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth twitched again. I'm afraid it would really be a big hemorrhage. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Yu also avoided it on purpose, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. I hope you can teach Yu well not to do such a thing. I will. It won't happen again in the future. Yu will be sentenced to 1 month of imprisonment this time. Do you have any problem? Yu, no problem. I'll accept the penalty. I have to go to Longdi Cave when I come out. Yu whispered softly. What did you say? It's nothing. I will reflect on it carefully. The third generation and Orochimaru rubbed their temples at the same time. Who would have thought that the dignified Ryudadan immortal would be missed by a little ghost? Sunjinheim status is like the toad Fukusaku under the toad immortal constellation. I shouldn't have taught Yu the psychic art at the beginning. Orochimaru regretted causing such a big trouble, and the matter of the mysterious immortal has not been figured out, so I have to wait for the next time. Yu and Anbu walked out to the prison very simply. Is it sorted out? Lord Hokage caused a total of 3.8 million taels. Oh, Orochimaru, look. No problem. Orochimaru sighed and walked out. The destructive power of this giant psychic beast, Orochimaru, could not be more clearly understood. Fortunately, it would have been stopped sooner or else the family would have been empty. Back home, Orochimaru took out the notebook. This notebook accompanied Orochimaru for a long time, and all happy and sad things were recorded in it. On July 25, 1939, Konoha discovered that disciple Yu was extremely precocious, and his lust is far better than Jiraiya's. He had caused me a lot of trouble because of the beauty, but he was still my favorite disciple. Gradually heal the pain because of the rotary. Yuyu's talent is extremely high, and she will definitely become a powerful ninja that surpasses me in the future. Although she is naughty, she is like a ray of sunshine that illuminates the darkness in my heart, giving me a light in the darkness. The people walking into the shadowy prison were clamoring around. Hey, there's a new one coming in. What? It turned out to be a kid. Shut up. Anbu snarled that either war criminals or rebels here have been sealed with chakra. Che, what do you think of Uncle Ben? A prisoner kept knocking on the door with an iron chain. Have the courage to let us go out for a heads up. You must be fighting all over the place. Anbu, Anbu ignored her and took Yiyu to a specific cell, released her handcuffs and walked out. Yiyu directly blocked her ears and went to sleep, regardless of what the prisoner shouted. Yike was different from you and left after one, just like a dog barking. Chapter 20. Yiyu's rank. I heard that the genius of the Uchiha clan has been imprisoned. What happened? It is said that Konoha caused great damage to Konoha because he summoned a large psychic beast. If this guy were not young and ignorant, he would be treated as a traitor. After hearing passers-by talking about Kakashi, Obito and Lin curiously asking, did I know what Yiyu did to make such a big thing? This guy is really powerful, Obito exclaimed, while Kakashi was secretly annoyed. According to civilian, Yiyu had the strength of an elite chunin at the lowest level. Damn, he's taking the lead again. Yo-Yo Kakashi seems very unhappy. He was left behind by Yiyu again. Obito didn't miss any chance to ridicule. Che, it better than you idiot, and you're still in school now. Kakashi rolled his eye. It's also the Uchiha brand. Look at how the gap is so big. Let go visit Yiyu. Yiyu must be very lonely, Lin suggested. This time, Obito and Kakashi have no opinion. This is Rin's charm, kindness and gentleness, and she is completely fascinated by her beauty. The three came to Konoha prison, and after explaining the situation, the guards agreed. Looking at the gloomy passage ahead, Obito and Lin swallowed their saliva. Kakashi remained as usual. Rin hid behind Kakashi, which made Obito uncomfortable. Do I look so insecure? Obito plucked up the courage to walk in the front as if to prove his bravery. Hey, Yiyu must be very scared too. I've been locked here for 3 or 4 days by myself. Probably. Kakashi felt very uncomfortable because of the child, not to mention the villains inside. Suddenly hearing Yiyu's shouting, the three of them thought that Yiyu was being bullied and rushed in the direction of the voice. Next, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Yiyu was not locked in the room. She was sitting in front of the prison door and slapped melon seeds with the criminal. Brother, I didn't say that I killed 30 or 40 people the first time I killed someone. Those guys have no bottom line. I'm thinking about what you can do. It's your fault that you attacked the villager. Even if you are a betrayal, you shouldn't attack ordinary people. Even if you chop up your own shadow, it's better than bullying civilians. Oh, brother, I was also confused for a while, and I made a big mistake by not taking care of my temperament, but that village girl is really beautiful. If I go out, I will definitely marry her as a wife. Anyway, I don't think it's a loss at all. Ha 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 ha. My brother is really temperamental. Come and have a drink. I came in because of some women, so I'm considered a fellow man. A large and a small figure clinking glasses across an iron fence. The key is how many plates are there. Cold dish. Brother, I haven't had a drink in a long time. Please give me some. The inmate next door tightened his lip when he saw the two drinking. That's Ed. The other prisoners began to shout. Okay, come on, bro. Let's go out for a drink and don't forget us. Hey, my brothers will definitely take you when they have a chance to go out. What the point of listening to Jun's words? Better than reading today. Better than 10 years of reading. That's right, that's it. For a time, the prison was extremely noisy and chaotic, nibbling on chicken legs and drinking a little wine. So happy. I don't think we should be here. Well, I think so too. This is a prison, this is a pub, and this is a dice roll. Hey, you guys are too noisy. You should go back. It's noon. Clean up. The warden began to shout. I see, my brother and a few of mine are back. Let's go back and talk. Okay, brother is on this road anyway. Yuyu's shadow clone quickly cleaned up, hung up the lock symbolically, and chatted with a few close inmates. Let's go take a look, shall we? Along the way, he was asked how his relationship with Yiyu was, and he said that Yiyu had a good personality and was a good friend or something. It just doesn't feel right to come out of the mouths of these criminals. Night Feather. Gee, Obito, why are you here? Kakashilan. Yiyu pondered that apart from small talk, there was nothing to do with Kakashi after too abusive. We are classmates, so I came to see you, but it looked like you had a good time here. Obito answered again. Why are you free to come out and walk around? Kakashi asked. My teacher is Orochimaru, and these guys are not bad. The warden is also a good person and talked well. The three were speechless for a while, and Yiyu completely took this place as a vacation. Oh, by the way, I will be released in a month. When I come out, I will invite you to eat ramen. I think it's better that you don't let it out, or Konoha will suffer again. What Orochimaru owes me hasn't been repaid. The three of them couldn't help admiring Yiyu. In a sense, Yiyu was really fierce, but he was Lengmian, who was not afraid of him except a few people. By the way, Kakashi, you should also take the Chunin exam next year. Don't touch me, or I will definitely rob you. Yiyu played with the key in his hand. HMPA, you can take it if you have the ability. Kakashi stared at Yu. Losing the battle is not lost, right? But be tough. As long as you can't beat the 4 Chunin Anbu, it's impossible to beat me. What? Yu is so strong. This is Obito and Lin's reaction, lamenting that Yu, who is the same age, is already so strong. And Obito was a year older than Yu. How strong are you now? Kakashi asked directly. My stupid Odudo, hate me. Come to me when you have the same eyes as me. Did you turn on the wheel eye? Kakashi asked quickly. Of course, there is no such thing as easy to open. If I opened my eye, it would not have been so hard. Yu gave Kakashi an angry look. I faced the 4 Iwagaku and Anbu alone a month ago, and 2 of them were still at the top of the Chunin and barely won in the end. So if you can't beat the 4 Chunin at the same time, don't run into me. Yu said it calmly for a while. The atmosphere became depressed. Obito and Lin both felt duffy. Yu was like a big mountain pressing the 2 people out of breath. Kakashi and Yu looked at each other. Kakashi knew in his heart that his current strength was no better than Chunin, but Yu, who was regarded as the strongest opponent, had reached the level of a special Jonin or Jonin. He was simply a monster among monsters. I will try to catch up to you and defeat you with my own hand. Okay, although there may be little hope. Yu then grinned. In the future, he was also a 4th generation disciple, and Yu urged Kakashi not to want Lin to die in the future. Obito is a little disappointed, and I must double my practice when I go back today. Let go. Well, Yu, goodbye. Fly with me after Yu comes out. These are Obito's words. Goodbye Lin. Obito, I will help you. In the following days, people came to visit one after another. My parent came. Orochimaru came. Minato and Kushina also came. After learning that Yu had a good time, they all went back. I didn't expect that Yu would have such a good relationship with the prisoners, and even brought in visits. The 3rd generation has completely had nothing to do with Yu, and smoked silently in front of the window. If only Yu had the same personality as Kakashi. Although Gaoleng is at least not chaotic, the quiet and awe-inspiring place of the prison that heard Anbu's report has now become a tavern club, and there is no quiet day with noisily every day. How old is this kid so he can form gangs like this? And he is considered to be a brother and a brother. If they are released one day, it is possible that they will all go to Yu. Oh, call Orochimaru. Yes, Hokage-sama. Yu in the prison is still saving chakras and jade pendants every day. Chakra quality is also getting higher and higher. Chapter 21, The Defect of Multiple Shadow Clone. What do you think about Uchiha Ieyasu being imprisoned? Asked the Uchiha Patriarch on the high seat, and also turned his attention to Fuyu. Fuyu is not only a clan, but also powerful. Known as Fierce Eyes Fuyu, no one can match the illusion. No matter in terms of strength or ability to do things, he is the best and the one with the highest voice of the next generation of the Patriarch, and even he is very satisfied. Fuyu's icy eyes swept across the crowd and then said, it is stupid to make a fuss about Yuyu's incident. The information that came in recently Hokage is just a pretense to make Ieyasu calm down. Ieyasu worshipped Orochimaru as his teacher, and he can be regarded as half of the Hokage faction, so we have no reason to use the topic to play. Just wait and see. The old patriarch nodded. Although Ieyasu was extremely talented and even considered the strongest genius in history, if he didn't have anything to do with Hokage, he would naturally spare no effort to cultivate it. What do Nobuhiro and Mingui have to say? No trace of emotional fluctuations could be seen on Shinhong's calm face. Master Patriarch, Fuyu is right, but I think this may be a gesture of favor from the village, or an attempt by Hokage to regulate the village and the Uchiha clan. The reason is as follows. Hokage himself said that he hopes that Ieyasu can join Anbu at the age of 10, which means that Ieyasu can touch the core of Konoha. As long as there is the first successful example, there will be more Uchiha contacting the core to become a high-level person in the future. This is a good start, and maybe it can really adjust the contradiction. All the cronies below are discussing the meaning of Nobuhiro, and it seems that there is some truth to it. This is indeed an attempt. As long as it is successful, the Uchiha family might really be able to integrate into the village. What's more, Orochimaru itself is a direct disciple of 3 generations and has enough power to speak. Does anyone else have an opinion? The Patriarch, I think there is some truth to what Nobuhiro said. Let's take a look. No matter the outcome, there will be no loss to us. The elder is right. You can give it a try. The clan members agree. Then this meeting will end here. I will abdicate next year and hope that the next Patriarch can lead the Uchiha clan better. After the old Patriarch looked at Fuyu intentionally or unintentionally, Fuyu nodded slightly. Fuyu, you were so scary just now. 17-year-old Makoto said with a smile. Uchiha Fuyu was also difficult got to smile. Makoto, wait until next year when I'm elected Patriarch and we'll get married. Ah, getting married. Makoto's face was as red as a ripe apple. Uchiha Fugaku was 6 years older than Makoto. When Makoto was 14 years old, she fell in love with her at first sight, and she started to attack and finally got her wish. Makoto felt that it was still too early, although many families were already married and had children at the age of 16. But seeing Fuyu's eager eye, he still nodded. It's great. You You are the best gift this world has given me, and I will definitely take care of you with my whole life. Fuyu was full of joy, but he felt weird no matter what. Maybe he was not born to laugh. After calculating the time, Yu will be released in a few days, and the cooperation between Orochimaru and Danzo is getting closer and closer. It wasn't because of the news of the loss of children in the surrounding villages that the three generations were so busy that they never thought that it would be his disciples and Danzang. A few days later, it was finally time for Yu to be released from prison. Yu did not expect that the person who visited him the most would be Kai, and he was indeed a reliable companion. Yu, have you thought about it? Lord Hokage, I reflect on myself every day in prison, and I have met many companions. I will never do such things in the village again in the future, and I will only do it in the teacher's house. Hearing that the old face of the three generations of my acquaintances which this time the confinement has no effect at all, just treat him as farting. Forget it. Now I have a task for you. What mission? Yu immediately became interested when she heard the mission. Because of your graduation with Kakashi skipping grade, many students want to skip grade, so this matter is left to you to handle. Ah, that's it. Why not? Of course, I'll let them know that skipping grades is not so easy to skip. The third generation noticed Yu's arrogance and thought about how to correct this shortcoming of Yu. By the way, shadow clones are not allowed. Learn. After saying that, Yu left the Naruto studio and ran to his training ground to start practicing the multi-shadow clone taught by Kushina. Using the normal shadow clone, Yu can only be divided into 3, and you have to experiment to know how many are used. Multiple shadow clone technique. There was a lot of smoke on the field, and Yu only counted 20, which is too few, right? Kakashi is no longer blue and can be divided into 10 or so, although there is no combat power. The 20 chakras of Yu's 20 clones were divided into 20 parts, and they felt that their body was hollowed out. Everyone, let's practice hard today. A team of 5 people hone the spiritual roots of various attributes, and the last 4 people develop the fusion. Receive. Yes, sir. Yes, my brother. Oh my lord. The different forms of shadow avatars and all kinds of fetishes made Yu dizzy, and he was even a little scared when he looked at him with a burning passion. Is this all my subconscious personality? Fortunately, there is no feminine personality, although there are all kinds of wonderful things. Thinking about Naruto's exaggerated shadow avatar, there are only 1 or 200 casually, or 1 or 2,000 are not mentally disturbed, which is really firm enough. Originally, I wanted Tsunade to teach him how to control chakra. Now I can only slowly explore it myself. The medical ninja's control of chakra is extremely delicate and will not be wasted. The 5 avatars working together are improving the quality of the fire spirit root. The more skilled they are, the stronger their affinity for fire will be. At that time, they can launch ninjutsu without the need for a seal. A flame jumped out of the palm of the hand to open the writing wheel to observe the flow of chakra in the opponent's body and constantly adjust, and then one released the fire escape and the other observed its operation. The same is true for the water spirit root group and the earth spirit root group, but the power of the ninjutsu released is too small to be blue enough. It was the first time that Yu had seen the way the opponent cast the chakra flow from the first point of view. Rock bomb. So that's how it came about. Only after seeing the clone cast a rock bomb did he see the formation process clearly. Then the clone began to try to make different seals, and the ground of Wagwoshin, like the 4-tailed man's pillar fort, appeared on the ground and turned into magma. The frightened Yu hurriedly jumped away, and the other avatars who didn't come turned into smoke, and even the caster turned into smoke. Speechless, it can turn the ground into lava, but it has no corresponding resistance. This ninjutsu needs to be improved, so let's name it Shaohuagwoshin first. The range is only 5 meters. Mongdun, Yan Chinban. Yu spit out several small rockets in the shape of long strips with strong penetrating force, which were deeply embedded in the trees and would explode after 5 seconds, causing great harm to the human body. Yan Chinban is currently Yu's strongest fusion attack method. It is difficult to dodge with a large number, and it will cause a burning effect and explode into the human body, and then it will boom. Chi. In less than an hour, the clone was automatically released. In the end, the amount of chakra was too low, but it was like 20 hours of hard work, and Yu almost fainted. All kinds of consciousness got in and almost exploded. No wonder only Naruto can use this trick. This way is really terrible. I feel that my physical fitness is too bad to lie down for a day, and I have to practice with Kaido. I dragged my exhausted body back home and fell asleep, constantly recalling the results of today's practice in my mind. Konoha Ninja School, training ground. Teacher, why haven't the ninjas been here for today's assessment? I think he's probably scared. It's already afternoon. Well, I must be afraid of losing to us, so I didn't come. Students who wanted to skip grade scoffed at the mysterious ninja who tested them. Until the afternoon, the helpless substitute teacher had to cancel the exam tomorrow. Immediately reported this to Hokage. You didn't go. Yes, Hokage-sama. I haven't seen anyone since noon. This bastard actually ignored Hokage's mission. When he took out the crystal ball, he found that Yu was sleeping soundly at home. His teeth were itchy. Go, ask Yu what's going on. Anbu soon came to Yuyu's house and woke Yuyu. Hokage-sama asked me to ask why you didn't go to school today. Yuyu was suddenly shocked. How could she forget about this? Sorry, I was too tired to practice and I forgot. You tell Hokage-sama that I will go tomorrow. Anbu nodded and disappeared into the night. Chapter 22 Hidden Danger. Yuyu, who returned to the ninja school next time, looked at the group of elementary school students with infinite emotion. He only stayed here for a year and passed away like a meteor. They were still enjoying a good childhood and I had become a ninja and had started a life of killing. The agreed time for the assessment is noon, and now there is plenty of time in the morning, so let's go and visit Obito. Oh right, they should be in 2nd grade now. Right, Hisamatsu Yumi should still be teaching them. Dong dong dong. Come in, go back to your seat. Hisamatsu Yumi continued to lecture on his own. All the classmates had stunned faces, even Obito and Rin. Hisamatsu Yu really felt something was wrong, and then he turned his head and saw Yuyu, who was smiling. Why are you here? Yuyu, it's still very early before the assessment, so I'll come to see you. For a time, the class seemed to have exploded, and the girls had little stars in their eyes. Have you not seen everyone for half a year? Wow. Yuyu, I'm fine. Thank you for remembering me. Obviously remember me. The girls whirled, and Hisamatsu Yuji's head exploded. Silence. Say something after class. When I heard the teacher shouting, the students all settled down, and the teacher was quite dignified. Cut. Obito was upset but helpless, and only Lin was able to maintain his senses. Even the boys looked at him with admiration, because it was reported that Yuyu could already defeat the Chunin and would take the Chunin exam next year. Yuyu was not sleeping in class this time, but chatted with Obito a lot about refining chakra and the use of fire escape. Soon it was noon, and the group of students who were about to skip grades became restless again. Standing on the roof, Yuyu quietly looked at the children below. There were 14 students who skipped grade this time. Most of them were 3rd and 4th graders, and there were no 6th graders because they were about to graduate. Today that guy dares to come, I will let him taste my power. If I want to go up, I will go first. Huh, I dare to let our pigeons go. Quote ellipsis quote. Yuyu shook his head. The quality of these students is too low, and it is too early to endure. What about that stinky ass teacher? Don't you dare to come again. Ha, he has come. The boy turned his head and saw Yuyu behind him. Is that you? What the matter? You're obviously a kid. Don't get in the way. The boy pointed at Yuyu arrogantly and said. Yuyu glanced at it calmly, and the boy instantly felt cold and trembling all over. Naraku's technique of seeing with murderous aura is outstanding, and Yuyu currently only has a little murderous aura, but it is enough for them. Then he stood on the stage without looking back, and the teacher quickly helped to remove the illusion. Let's start. I don't have much time to wait. Let's go together. Yuyu's icy voice recalled that she smashed the floor tiles with one foot. Like kings, the teachers could only helplessly smile. Just by looking at Yuyu's aura, you can tell that she has far surpassed Chunin. Yuyu, this is really too much, but the children will probably have a good time in class. After discussing it, I decided to let the children go together and let them know that their weight is also a good thing. Isn't this guy Yuyu who just graduated this year Uchiha's strongest genius? Many people backed away in fear. Why don't you dare? Don't you all want to graduate? Don't worry, I only use the level of Jinin. Yuyu's appearance was a bit spotty, but unfortunately he used rejoice. Go back to class before anyone gets in. Damn it. Let go together. He's only one person. Yes, let go together. The school sisters in the audience have beautiful eyes again and again. Yuyu is so handsome, full of domineering, so strong. The rabble, facing the 14 children who were a head taller than him, his light word further stimulated the group of students to rush to bite Yuyu. Let the horses come over. Yuyu folded her arms around her shoulders and didn't pay any attention. A group of students rushed forward without any strategy, and Yuyu didn't even lift his eyelids, shutting through the crowd like a ghost. Every punch means that a person falls down. For Chunin, it is only faster, not to mention Jonin. Even so, in the eyes of student, it is tantamount to teleportation. In less than a minute, he was lying on the ground, and the ninjutsu he had learned was too late to use. It's really boring. It's not necessary to release ninjutsu. Yuyu jumped off the stage board and caused a cheer. The deafening scream made Yuyu feel a little high, and it cool to pretend to be AB. What better thing to do in the novice village? But seeing the girls rushing in, especially Dinosaur Senpai who rushed to the front, she was so frightened that she quickly used the body slung technique to leave. The winner Uchiha Yayu. Everyone else will continue to go to school. After the farce ended, the 14 people returned to the class in despair. Yuyu only used the martial arts of the sub-9th level and they couldn't beat them, so let go to school. 3Daidu sees all this in his eye, and his brows are locked even tighter. Yuyu is usually a funny person and very sunny, and more often he is like Jiraiya. But today, I saw a figure on Yuyu that made him terrified. Uchiha Madara, the legendary ninja, can only crush him by the teacher Senju Hasuma, who is respected as the god of ninjas. The arrogance of Yuyu's performance on stage now is exactly the same as that of Uchiha Madara. In addition, Yuyu's talent will really become the second Madara in the future. You saw Sarutobi too. Danzo, Mitokado Tome and Kaharu came together with the same solemn expression. Well, this time the three generations couldn't ignore Danzo. This Uchiha child is too much a threat to the village. Mito Gate Yan said. I don't think so. HMPH. Give him to me and let him join Root, and I will cultivate him into a perfect Konoha machine. Danzo said sinisterly. Only this will not work, and the Uchiha family will not agree. He is Orochimaru's disciple. I am afraid he will also be angry. Yu is still young. As long as he guides him correctly, he will definitely be the strongest guardian of Konoha in the future. Don't be self-willed. Sarutobi can't ignore it for the sake of the stability of the village. Turning to bed, Kaharu frowned and looked reproachful. Mito Menyon also felt the same way. Madara was too terrifying. Hashima had already died, and there was no chance of a second Madara appearing. Don't say that we can't just kill him based on that. He's just a child after all. It's normal for a genius to be arrogant. Just let Orochimaru deal with it. This shows Madara's deterrent power to these people. Seeing that the negotiation failed, the three of them had to leave. The current Sarutobi's strength is too strong. Only Hokage can read the Book of Seals at will. Sarutobi's becoming so powerful must have something to do with this. Danzo couldn't help but think of the sealing technique again, but he couldn't bear the consequences of being discovered. If Yu knew that because of imitating Madara, he would be so concerned by Konoha's high-level official, he probably wouldn't pretend, and it is risky to pretend to be B. Hey, Yu, I hope you don't look like Madara. Later, Hokage invited Orochimaru, and Orochimaru was speechless for a while. Could it be that Yu stabbed him again? It was just released, and it would not be enough to pay for scientific research like this. What did teacher Yu do again? Oh, it's nothing this time, but I saw a shadow of a person on Yu. Oh, who? Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru can no longer maintain the image of Lingmyeonjin. How can that be? I really hope you can teach Yu well, otherwise, you should understand. Orochimaru let out a long breath. I won't let him become like that. I will send Anbu to observe secretly. Where is Danzo? Hey, Danzo doesn't dare. At this time, Yu was practicing in the forest again and continued to be 20 times more efficient. This time, Yu won't be here, so desperately trying to release one everyone in a while and then learning about the information and practicing. Huh, who's there? Why are you here? Uncle Snake. Yu was very happy to see the figure walking out. Yu's perception has become sharp again. As Uncle Snake taking me to Long Decay, Yu looked at Orochimaru wretchedly. Even if he signed a contract and didn't learn the art of reverse psychic, he still didn't understand that it would be difficult. At present, only Orochimaru has a way to pass by himself. No, Yu came to you today because of another thing. The rare seriousness on Orochimaru's face made Yu smell uneasy. Teacher, please be. Yu also became serious. It's your performance today that has attracted the attention of the elders such as Konoha, and thinks you are an uneasy factor. Orochimaru said slowly. Yu was shocked and did not expect Konoha to be so sensitive, which sounded the alarm for Yu. During this period of time, the action was too great, and I forgot to keep a low profile. Chapter 23 The Mission of Union Village. At night, a waning moon is slowly rising. Yu on the roof is fascinated. Orochimaru didn't mean to intimidate him, but he didn't expect that Anbu had been monitored at the house. Although he could understand it, he was still very upset. This is the first few months. Didn't he just imitate Mr. Ban at the beginning? As for that, is it really necessary to monitor even shit? So what is it that is not sick? I can't go on like this anymore. I have to talk to the three generation. If it really doesn't work, I begged Orochimaru to go to Longdi Cave to hide for a while. What are the three generations thinking? You just monitor it. At least don't let people find out. But isn't it shameful to be found out? The dissatisfied Yu ran to the Naruto studio the next day, and only performed 3 or 4 missions in the past few months, all with Orochimaru. Lord Hokage, can you stop sending someone to monitor me? It's really annoying. I'm only 5 years old. Well, I'm almost 6 years old. I suspect you have a serious pedophile. The three generations have already scolded Anbu, who was monitoring the dog Bloodbrayhead, and it is simply not suitable for Anbu to be discovered by a kid. Ha, Yu, I am here to protect you. I won't worry about you but others. Do you understand? The third generation intends to persuade Yu with emotion and reason. If it wasn't for knowing the detail, he would have been deceived by the kind-hearted eyes of the three generation. Although there are some reasons for this, no one would dare to assassinate in the Uchiha clan now. I need freedom, or monitor my affairs and don't let me find out. I'm embarrassing for Anbu. If Anbu is all this kind of stuff, there's no need to go in. Yu's tone was very strong. Anyway, the village did not dare to take Uchiha. What? It hasn't gotten to that level yet. The third generation is very uncomfortable to hear that it's true that Yu has been keeping a low profile and trying to fade out of people's attention recently, but he can't deny his former publicity. Go down. I won't send anyone to watch you again. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I know Hokage-sama is for my own good, but I don't want to stay in the cave. After Yu finished speaking, he felt relaxed, and it was not his character to pretend to be a grandson, and if it was a big deal, he would follow Orochimaru as a traitor. If not, Minato will become the 4th generation, and when Minato becomes the 4th generation, Danzo will be destroyed. Now, as a Uchiha clan, although there is no intersection with other Uchiha clans except parents and Obito, I was forced to get to know the old patriarch, but I don't want Uchiha to be exterminated. Uchiha's people are too arrogant, and sometimes he will feel disgusted when he sees them. In the future, the extermination of the clan will leave a small part of it, and it will be ignored if it is not pleasing to the eye. Not only the village needs to rectify the Uchiha family, but also needs to be rectified. Since Orochimaru can make a Konoha collab plan, it is not difficult for me, Obito and Itachi to make a Uchiha collab plan. Right, it is better than the last dead with only one pillar left. Where are we going today, Uncle Snake? Spying on Union Village's intelligence. What? Union Village? That right. Orochimaru showed a greedy expression, and his tongue could not be rolled back. You already understood what Orochimaru was going to do, and it was almost time for this generation of Yattails to die. Uncle Snake, do you want to do something else? Hey, yes, but I can't tell you. It seems that Uncle Snake wants to make some big news. Isn't it just a little cell of 8 tails? What's so exciting for you to scrape something on Kagaya Otsutsuki? You're still not so excited. It's not a good thing for you to be too smart, Orochimaru warned. Uncle Snake, I'm not interested in these. When will you take me to Longdi Cave? I miss Mr. Tanjinji so much. Orochimaru rolled his eyes. You had really been obsessed with Tuanjinji for almost half a year, and if you saw the other 2 snake immortals, I'm afraid they would not return to Konoha. Even though you and the others are called immortal, you must understand that they are still snake different from us. No, shouldn't we say that you are different from me? Uncle Snake, are you really still human now? Orochimaru froze, staring at you for a long time without saying a word, startling you. Uncle Snake, I don't mean that, but I think your habits and behaviors are becoming more and more like Snake, just like your name. Hehe, it doesn't matter. What I care about is not thee, but you and the others have eaten a lot of people. Don't be deceived by their appearance. Eat human. You really had a reaction when she heard it. Wouldn't she be eaten when she was warm? Orochimaru was amused to see Yu's frightened appearance. It's okay. Many monsters eat people. It's wrong for me to change their mind. Who will go to hell if I don't go to hell? Uncle Snake will take me to Longdi Cave when this mission is over. I've decided to save them. Yu's sympathetic look made people laugh. This little pervert hasn't given up yet, so he can take him to Longdi Cave to scare him, and he can't help. Let go. Let's talk as we walk, and we want to discuss things about the soul. Jumping constantly in the forest, gradually getting away from the village, Yu felt happy like a flying bird and couldn't help but beat up a bit. It's a long way to go this time. Even if the ninja's speed and stamina are strong, it will take days to get there. Eating wild fruits and roasting chicken along the way was so fun. I was about to forget the task when I was at eat. Yu, what do you think the soul is? I think the soul is a mass of energy. The body is just the carrier of the soul. If the soul does not die, the human will not die, but he's still dead, because the carrier was dead when he got back to the body, and if they got to the exact same body, they wouldn't die. Oh, Orochimaru fell into contemplation. Can death be avoided as long as the body does not die? But the body will still age. Orochimaru asked again. Then we're changing another one. Gah. Yu was still biting the barbecue and said it, and then realized that it was wrong. Isn't this special to let Uncle Snake study the curse mark and the reincarnation of the dead? Sin. No, Uncle Snake's soul should be the biggest secret of the human body, or it better not to study. If the soul is damaged, it will cause many problems, and it may cause irreversible damage. Yu quickly persuaded him that Uncle Snake was very interesting to him, and he was no worse than Kukina, except that Yu himself was unwilling to learn. What harm do you think it will cause? The soul has a lot to do with the spirit, so once it is damaged, it may not be able to resist spirit-related ninjutsu, such as illusion. It makes sense. Is there any other problem? Orochimaru took out a notebook and recorded it, and continued to ask that Yu had a lot of insight into the soul, and many of the conjectures were well-founded. The incomplete soul may not be able to enter the Pure Land after death, and may have defects after reincarnation, such as congenital diseases and congenital disability, etc. Reincarnation. Orochimaru circled the word. The second-generation Hokage developed the reincarnation technique of the Dirty Land. Although it has many flaws, it can recall the dead from the Pure Land, and the ages are different. What the matter? I couldn't help frowning deeply. I heard the word reincarnation not once or twice, but reincarnation has never encountered such a case, and no one can prove that reincarnation exists. Yu, what do you think of reincarnation? How can anyone prove that people will be reincarnated after death? Isn't Hasuma and Madara already Naruto Sasuke the best proof? But this cannot be said. How could I know about Mr. Orochimaru? I just talked about it casually until I was 6 years old. No, you are very smart, and your assumptions are well-founded, so I would like to hear your opinion. But I really don't know. Yu smiled helplessly. Yu didn't think that Orochimaru's curse and reincarnation all started from him. As long as you say it, I will take you to Longdi Cave for 2 months, and Longdi Cave is not only a beautiful woman but also 2 others. Is this true? Really? Yu Yu's eyes flashed green, but he couldn't explain it when it quickly went out. Unfortunately, I really don't know. I don't have any clue, but there should be some insight somewhere. Oh, where? The Temple of Fire, the Country of Fire. The scriptures there are quite valuable wealth of knowledge. My assumptions are based on reading books. Yu immediately threw the blame to the Temple of Fire. Anyway, Uncle Snake can't understand the scripture. Said that 2 months had passed by the time he studied and understood Long Decay. That it. Uncle Snake, do you see Long Decay? Yu rubbed her hands by mistake and looked at Orochimaru eagerly. No problem. Still 2 months. Long live Uncle Snake. Hehe. Sunatsuhime. I'll see where you're going this time. Chapter 24 Swordsmanship and Sword Chi. Is this Union Village? People here have darker skin, but even ordinary people looked wrong. Yu and Orochimaru, who were disturbing tourists, were hanging out in Union Village. It was all thanks to Orochimaru's skill of erasing and killing 2 villagers from nearby Union Village. They used their faces on themselves. It was a real human skin mask. With a strong sense of discomfort, Yu's face was that of a child the same age as him, but because of the mission, he had to be ruthless and prayed before leaving. The people here at Uncle Snake are very enthusiastic and unrestrained. That's right, ninjutsu and sword skills are advocated here. There are so many matches every month. Oh, Sword Guild. Yu remembered what the immortal said, and then opened 5 spiritual route to obtain the cultivation method and sword guilds of inheriting fairy skill, as if there are some other gadget. Are you going to try it? As long as you don't use Konoha and sword guild, you should be fine. Orochimaru pointed to the competition stage in front of him with a treacherous smile. Then I'll try it, but I don't have a sword. Hehe. Uncle Snake, as a Sani, you should have a lot of good things. Right, you kid. The grass pheasant sword is too conspicuous. You should use this. Orochimaru handed Yu a long sword that looked very sharp. Although it was not a pheasant sword, but it was also standard for Anbu. Cut. Be stingy. Yu went to the competition stage with a sword. The 2 young men on the stage were coming and going, but they were using wooden swords. Who are the 2 people on the stage? Uncle, they look amazing. Hey, is Xiaogidi also practicing sword? It seems that this is the first time he has entered the city. The middle-aged man first noticed that the sword behind Yu was a good sword. Yeah, I heard that there are often games here, so come and see. Well, the boy on the left is the young patriarch of the Zonghei family, and the swordsmanship is already well established. The one on the right is the second son of the Edo family. The swordsmanship is also a rare rival among peers, and the 2 factions are from a family of a swordsman. Yu suddenly became interested. It sounds like the 2 families are still quite famous in pure swordsmanship. Can they still be the opponents of ninjas? The Hagi family of Konoha is also a good swordsman, and Konoha Shiraiya reached the shadow level with swordsmanship and ninjutsu, and also spoke about the importance of swordsmanship from the side. But why can't they stand without chakra? It seems that you have made great progress in Zonghei River. Ito Hideki felt that he struggled for 5 minutes, but he was finally defeated. You are also very good. I don't know how your brother is now. He is several times stronger than me. Ito Hideki said panting. I'll challenge him next time. Zhang Hequan said lightly and jumped off, and the audience gave way. And many more. You don't want to die, kid. The middle-aged uncle hurriedly grabbed Yu and said anxiously, thank you, uncle. I heard that you are very powerful and I want to fight with you. Haha. Zhang Hequan sneered and ignored it. I really don't know if a child would dare to challenge him. Yu was suddenly unhappy. What kind of neutral family? Don't you have the courage to be challenged? I think it's just a false name. Are you looking for death, kid? Zhang Hequan was slightly angry, staring at Yu. He was already 16 years old, and he really felt that there was no need to bother with a 5 or 6-year-old kid. But this kid didn't know what to do, but he also slapped his nose on his face. Yu then smiled and said, my name is Miyamoto Yu. If you can beat me, the sword behind me is yours. Orochimaru's face suddenly turned dark. Why did you take Lao Tzu's sword when you lost? Yu was thinking about how many Orochimaru grass pheasant swords there are, and almost every snake has a sword in its stomach. Is it the Miyamoto family? You brought it on yourself. Don't blame me if you lose. There was an uproar among the melon eaters, and people from the Miyamoto family actually appeared. The Miyamoto family's 2 swords were extremely powerful. 100 years ago, they were also a super family. Only this is the era of ninjas. It seems that the Miyamoto family is also very famous, so they won't mess with another family. Right, now I can't control it anymore. After jumping on the stage, Yu replaced it with a wooden sword. Don't you use 2 knives? Unnecessary. Hey, ha ha ha, I'm really underestimated. If it was only slightly angry before, now Zhang Hequan is extremely angry. The famous Readaloud didn't even use Readaloud to fight the enemy. Isn't that contempt? Yu is smiling bitterly. He doesn't know what. Zonghei Chuan moved with a single order, and his speed was no worse than that of a ninja. Yu just picked up the knife and collided with each other. Her face condensed. The strength transmitted from the knife should not be underestimated, and she almost couldn't react without using chakra very quickly. Yu swept away with a knife, only to feel the numbness of the tiger's mouth. It's really powerful. This is a pure physical technique, not a thunder stimulation method. method. Zhang attacked him in a frantic combo because of his height. Yu could only clench his sword and retreated. It was already seen that Zhang deliberately only hit the wooden sword. I can't help but feel a little angry. It's really hateful that Konoha swordsmanship can't be used. The kid physical fitness is good. The average person has long been unsteady. Zhang said contemptuously. Cut, it's still very early. Yu pointed up and changed the thorn, and Zhang felt very strange at this time. Little devil, don't you know any sword skill? I want you to shade. In Zhanghe River's view, Yu's swordsmanship is very bad, and he only knows that relying on strength and speed, but strength is not bad. The farce should end. Zhang suddenly accelerated the back of his sword and hit Yu's wrist. Yu lost the sword in pain. Let you see what sword skills are. Heart flat cut. Danger. Yu used chakra to escape a deep hook on the ground and penetrated half of the competition stage. This is the sword skill. Was that thing just sword energy? He was also using a wooden sword, and he took a deep look at Zhanghe Chuan and threw the sword over. I lost. Well, this sword is good. Kid, take it back. I don't want to be embarrassed. Zhang looked at the sword carefully and knew that it was definitely worth a lot of money. At least if he lost a few 100,000 taels, Miyamoto Yu would probably go back and be scolded. Yu smiled. Zhang was not bad. He was very moral, and he had the spirit of Bushido. Haha, it's still a few hundred hand. It's not bad to know you as a friend. Zhanghe Chuan and the people who eat melons are stunned. You say there are hundreds of such good swords. Who said that the Miyamoto family has fallen? Stand out. There are a lot of people who know the goods around. There are at least hundreds of thousands of taels. The corners of Zhang mouth kept twitching, and he was really defeated by Yu's arrogance. Okay, I've made you a friend. No one wants to be friends with local tyrant, right? There will be a period later. After speaking, Yu disappeared from the crowd. Today, I learned a lot about the power of swordsmanship, and I am more and more looking forward to the swordsmanship left by the immortal. How can you also cultivate to the shadow level? Benefit a lot. You are really generous. That's right, men are bold. Hehe, remember to go back and pay me back 300,000 taels. No problem. How much do you weigh? 300,000 taels. You said that the knife is 300,000 taels. Yu opened his mouth and was done. He just gave away 300,000 taels. Hehe, I hope to see the money sooner. Gulu, Uncle Snake, you don't look like you are short of money. You should treat it as a present for me this time. Okay. Yu gave Orochimaru rubbing her shoulders and pinching her leg. Orochimaru only felt goosebumps fall off the ground. You have to pay me back the money I've had recently as a teacher, and my research has cost a lot of money. Uncle Snake, even if you sold me, it's not worth so much money. Yu said in a dejected voice. I think Ling Zun still has this amount of money. After all, he is the #1 wealthy family in Konoha. Seeing that Orochimaru didn't buy it at all, Yu could only admit it. Who told him to lose the bet? Alas, how should I ask my parents for money when I go back? I will pay 300,000 taels. By the way, this intelligence mission is an A-level task. To put it bluntly, Orochimaru should pay him 50,000 taels for gold plating, but it's still 250,000 taels short. I feel like I'll be beaten by my father. Chapter 25, The Eight Taels Rebellion. According to the 3-day investigation, the last information on Yao has been obtained, and at the same time, it is also known that Jiraiya has been taking medicine to get a good night's sleep. The eight-tailed person Zuli lives in fear every day, afraid of the eight-tailed runaway. Let me relieve his pain tonight so that he will never be afraid. Orochimaru said hoarsely. Uncle Snake won't be the one that Hokage-sama asked you to do this time, right? If you guess correctly, you have already wanted to engage in tailed beat, which is a coincidence. Yayu, you really deserve to be my apprentice. Yes, Union ranks second in strength even if he is defeated. It's not easy to find a suitable person for a new one. Orochimaru looked at Yu with admiration, becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. If there is an accident in the future, I hope Yu can inherit everything from him. And what I got was just a little bit of weakness. This time the task was actually an S-level task secretly given by the teacher. Hey, is it okay to forget about Uncle Snake's or Yu Daxi's S-rank mission pays at least 1 million yuan, and this time it's Yatai Renjuli. Such a weakening of the cloud concealment of 50 million is afraid that it will not come down. Asma, the son of 3 generations and one of the 12 guardian ninjas, is worth 35 million taels. The reward of 50 million is definitely worth it. Thinking of the night feathers, Haruzi flowed all over the place. Cough cough. Oh, Yu was relieved when she heard Orochimaru's cough. Uncle Snake, can I get a lot of points this time? Well, yes, 50,000 taels. What? Only 50,000? Can't even 500,000? Yu quit immediately, and you will give 50,000 for tasks worth 50 million. If you want more, then you go and kill the eight-tailed man Zuri. Well, Uncle Snake, you should come. 50,000 is only 50,000. Can you forget about the sword? Of course not. I'm here for your own good. Nonsense. It dingy. Why didn't you find Orochimaru so buckled before? What do you want? Why is it so deducted now? Is it possible that there is no research funding? Okay, Uncle Snake, I still have a question. Well, what? Why is Uncle Snake Snake so persistent in pretending to be a woman? I won't tell you if you picked a woman to kill the villagers, but it's too much for you to pick a woman to get into Union Ninja, right? Could it be that Uncle Snake has a hobby of wearing women's clothes so he doesn't have a girlfriend? It seems that if you go to Uncle Snake house next time, you might find something surprising. When Orochimaru heard Yiyu's question, he couldn't answer it at once. He never thought about this question. When he really started to think about this question, Yiyu was stunned again. Why should I change a woman's fate? It should be night. How does a woman's body feel? What is the difference between the human body? If you can become a woman, you should understand, and you will have to study this technique in the future. Yiyu, this is for science. Orochimaru pressed Yiyu's shoulder with a very serious expression. His scientists are really crazy. No wonder Orochimaru dares to do anything. It's terrible. Cough. Uncle Snake, let's finish the task today. Well, tonight you just need to wait for me at the place outside Union Village. Uncle Snake, be careful. Soon it was night. Orochimaru looked at the time and carefully sneaked into the residence of the eight-tailed man Zuli. The doctor who supplied medicine to the eight-tailed man Zuli B had to be dealt with first, and he turned into a small white snake and sneaked into the doctor's residence. The silent dispelling spell kills the doctor in the blink of an eye. You can sleep well. After dragging the doctor behind the wall, he turned into a doctor and waited for the arrival of the Yatai people. After waiting for less than an hour, the eight-tailed man Zulibubi, with half blue hair and half white hair, rushed over. This is your medicine. It's not the same as before. It's the new drug. It'll give you a good night's sleep. That's it. Thank you. Bubby didn't doubt it and went back to the room to take it. Orochimaru smiled wickedly, counting the time for the effect of the medicine. Orochimaru sneaked into Bubby's room when it was about the same time. I'll fill your heart. Bubby, who noticed the strangeness, quickly opened his eyes and looked suspiciously at the female Union who was pressing on him. Before he could speak, Orochimaru tore off the mask to reveal his true face, which startled Bu-Bai. A big man pretends to be a woman and wants to scare people to death. Naturally, he recognized Orochimaru and started struggling, but he was about to call for help, but Orochimaru covered his mouth. It's useless. What you're taking is my special magic medicine. Orochimaru's hoarse voice is proud. This drug will also be caught by the tailed beast, and it will not be offered by the tailed beast in the future. It's painful to live, right? I'll free you from the pain and anxiety of Ren Zuli. For a while, Bubby gave up the struggle. Maybe this was a good decision. Even his partner I couldn't fill the hole in his heart. Seeing Bobby give up his struggle, his consciousness has reached the weakest point. This is a guide from death. He thought of Yiyu in a trance. Is Yiyu filling the hole in his heart? The 5 elements release seal appeared on his hand, and an iron armor seal appeared on Bu-Bai's chest, which he firmly placed on it. Immediately, an extremely violent and powerful chakra rushed out, and Orochimaru hurriedly evaded and hid in the dark. Yiyu, who had not yet left the village, stopped and looked at Chakra, who was soaring into the sky. Even so far away, she could feel the vibration. Huge eight-tailed bull ghosts are wantonly destroying the village, and they can still be seen from such a distance. It's amazing. As expected of the existence of nuclear weapon, Anbu's elite ninjas swarmed up and trapped eight-tails with chains and thunderbolt. Damn, mere human. Feeling the paralysis of the body became even more violent. Hehe, is this considered a courtesy to come and go? And it is also indecent. If you dare to steal Konoha Ren Zuli, I will dare to engage your Yatai Ren Zuli. The difference is that Union didn't steal Kushina, while Konoha successfully released the eight-tail, which was considered a bad breath for Sister Kushina. 3 generations of this guy is fine. Yiyu silently praised Andai and Orochimaru. Why did Yahweh suddenly go wild? Bobby is a failure after all. Now is not the time to say this. Stop him. Someone is injured. Wait until Raikage-sama arrived. The Unions used various escape techniques, but they were of no use to the rough-skinned and thick-skinned eight-tail. As soon as a ninja jumped over, he was slapped into a meat pie, and Orochimaru watched secretly from the side. He really couldn't do anything about it. We can only wait for the news of Yunyan. Finally, I, the son of the 3rd generation of Raikage, arrived and saw someone being pierced by a bull's horn. In addition, knowing that his partner was dead and angry, he opened the thunder's clothes, and he hit the hell and cut off the bull's horn. The huge horns fell on the ground and splashed a large amount of water. Champ. Orochimaru jumped over without the slightest hesitation, took out a knife and scraped a little of the eight-tailed cells to retreat. After using one blow, I is also a little weak. At the age of 25, I cannot use the Thunder Chakra mode for a long time, and is also cooperating with other elite. Orochimaru stood at a high place with great interest and planned to see what Yunyan would do. Facing such a giant beast, many people would die. It's Raikage-sama who arrived. Great, the Yunyans were all excited. Since the old man is here, you can rest. Looking at the retreating ninjas, Orochimaru looked at Raikage in disbelief. Is this guy going to duel with the tailed beast? Hell thrust. 1. Raikage flashed a finger and ran towards Yahweh at a speed close to the speed of teleportation. Even Orochimaru couldn't see Raikage. Cut off 8 tails and 8 tails in one blow, and 8 tails fight melee'ly. Is this guy really human? Worrying about being discovered that Orochimaru has slipped away, Raikage is far stronger than he imagined. Yin, and he should have reached the peak of the shadow level. It took a while for Orochimaru to meet Yu. Uncle Snake really has you. Yin is afraid that this time he is going to bleed a lot, and he can't come down without 100 million losses. Hehe, let them fight slowly. We should go too. Seeing Yu looking back from time to time, she was looking for something. What are you looking for? No, see if there are any beautiful women, and then remember to come back next time. It is really the same virtue as Jiraiya. Of course, Yu is not looking for beautiful women but looking for two Yuki people. This future beauty has become Erwei Renzuli since she was very young. Unfortunately, the time was too rushed to find it. Chapter 26. I respect you or a man. What? You bastard! Oh, 250,000 tael. A deafening roar came from a house in the Uchiha clan. Yu knelt down in the corner, and Mingwei was helpless. She didn't expect her son to owe so much money at the age of 5. Ah, my father. This is a complete accident. Teacher Orochimaru is too stingy to sell a knife for such an expensive price. I suspect it is extortion. Yu's righteous words were the same as the truth. If Shinhong didn't fight his anger, would one of the three dignified enders blackmail a kid? Seeing that her father was still angry, Yu's eyes turned to her heart. Father, you help me pay and I will tell you a secret. Oh, what secret? Could this little bastard have awakened to another bloodline limit? This should not be possible. You have to promise me first. Hehe, tell me. Mommy will help you pay for it. Minghui lovingly touched Yu's head. It was only 250,000, and it was just a matter of 2A level mission. Okay, Mom. The secret is... Yu opened her eye, and the two Guyu were 180 degrees up and down. Even Shinhong thinks that Yu should take 2 years to grow to 2 Guyu, and how many people can't be more than 1 Guyu in their lifetime? How many months has Yu opened his eye? The two became more and more afraid of Yu's talent. It only takes a few months to grow into a 2-Go Jade at the age of 5, and even doubt that it will become the most advanced 3-Go Jade next year. Hehe, I don't know if this secret is worth 250,000 tael. It's worth it, but don't expose it and it will lead to death. Nobuhiro has no doubt that once the news is released, not only other villages want to kill Yu, but even the villager Uchiha's own clan may attack Yu. Minghui is also unprecedentedly dignified. The husband and wife are mixed, and the joy is that Yu is extremely talented, and Uchiha Madara has not opened his eyes so early, and he may really grow to the level of Madara in the future. The worry is that the information reveals that they are unable to keep Yu, and it would be great if they were the Zong family. Remember, Yu, don't use the shaker unless it's a last resort, and you can practice in the clan in the future. Shinhong repeatedly urged. Well, my father, I understand. Seeing the restless state of her parent, Yu said with relief, Mom, Father, I have never used shakers in all of my previous battles. Even if I don't use me, I'm very strong. Ah, that good. Yu didn't expect that the parents who revealed that Shiranyan had trouble sleeping and eating. It seems that the water in Konoha is very deep. Say goodbye to his parents and look for Orochimaru with 250,000 tael. When I came to Orochimaru's house, I saw no one and went in and waited for Orochimaru. By the way, I almost forgot about the business. Hehe. Throw the money on the table and start fiddling with Orochimaru's snake nest. Oh no, it's a mansion. Yu excitedly rummaged through the box, pulled out a pile of books, and threw them on the ground without even looking at them. I didn't even have the mood to look at some scrolls, so I still worked hard and turned out all of Orochimaru's clothes, not even letting go of my underwear. Can't help but complain how much Orochimaru liked that suit. There are no less than 20 identical sets. Soon the originally tidy house was messed up, and the sweat was wiped away. It doesn't make sense. Uncle Snake liked to pretend to be a woman so much. It's impossible not to have women's clothes. Is there any place I haven't found? Is there a basement? A small snake on a beam turned into a cloud of smoke, and Yu had already reached the first floor. Orochimaru, who was at the roof, changed his expression. What happened to Orochimaru? Danzo came here first today. I have something urgent to deal with. One-eyed Danzo is also a little puzzled. Could it be that a secret base in Orochimaru was discovered? So panicked. Go ahead. When Orochimaru left, Danzo called out a few more route to follow Orochimaru. Orochimaru was a little angry, and the message from the little snake was that the house was burglarized. Who is so bold and dared to steal Sanin's house? When I got home, I found that it was a mess, and my face was black. Yu, who was in the underground laboratory, shivered when she heard the sound from above. Uncle Snake is back. At the root, it turned out that Orochimaru's house was stolen, and the house of one of Konoha's Sanin was robbed. The serious Gen face couldn't stop shaking, and returned to the Gen with a strong smile. Orochimaru's expression became serious, and many hidden spaces in the house were turned out, proving that the visitor was not an ordinary person, and had a purpose. At this time, he may have arrived at the underground laboratory and rushed to the laboratory. There is a lot of research data in the laboratory, although most of them are unfinished product. Hearing the rapid footsteps, Yu knew that something big might happen this time, so she hid in the corner without saying a word. Orochimaru, who came down, saw that the experimental equipment was not affected much. Although the drawer was open, nothing was taken away. Feeling a little bit, I sensed Yu in the corner and threw it at the moment. Yu Yu jumped out directly. Hi, how are you, Uncle Snake? Yu greeted, but her smile was worse than her crying. Rebel, Orochimaru is angry again, because of this traitor again. Uncle Snake, don't slap your face. An hour later, Yu lay motionless on the chair, almost out of breath. Uncle Snake, you are killing me. Oh, Yu said weakly. Nirvana, why are you coming to my house? Orochimaru tickles his teeth angrily, and uses his shadow clone to clean up the house. Well, I'm here to repay the money. I'll sue you if you don't pay for the medical expenses today. Is there such a thing as paying back? Are you robbery? Worse than bandit. Look at my broken arms and calf. Are you really my master? Oh, my life is so miserable. I should ask big sister Tsunade to take me. Huh, it's okay. I have called the most powerful medical ninja in the village to come. What exactly are you looking for? I'm looking for Uncle Snake female outfit. This kid turned his house upside down for this. It didn't take long for 3 female medical ninjas to arrive, and they saw Yu lying motionless on the sofa and quickly checked the injury. The 3 ninjas muttered as they healed. Who is so cruel? It's cold-blooded to beat a child like this. That's right, such a cute child must be not a good person. Be sure to respond to Hokage-sama. Yu was moved to tears, and she really admired the courage of the 3 young ladies and dared to scold Orochimaru. 3 sisters, please tell Hokage-sama that this kind of murderer must be severely punished. Well, little brother, who beat you up like this? It's just a skin injury, otherwise it will be troublesome. A medical ninja ass and heal. Thank you, sister. The guy who hit me has no sympathy at all. It's so sinister. And it's obviously a man who often pretends to be a woman. Yu's aggrieved and pitiful appearance made the 3 little girls feel distressed for a while. Oh, isn't that a pervert? I must tell Hokage-sama to find out this pervert. Well, Xiaomei is right. This kind of perversion is too scary. Don't worry, little brother. We have covered this matter. I respect you guys as well, real angel. 3 little girl, you are still in treatment, and you have no idea that the main master will be sitting opposite to drink tea quietly. Hee. His ruthless gaze swept Yu, causing Yu to tremble all over. Now tell the sisters who he is. The sister decides for you. Go ahead. We'll help you. Yu raised her hand and pointed at Orochimaru behind her. The 3 of them turned around and saw Orochimaru, who was smiling evilly and almost fainted from fright. Lord Orochimaru, I still have something to do. I'll go first and he's almost done. Yeah, Lord Orochimaru sometimes beats the child too much to be obedient. My brother is like this. Master Orochimaru, there are still patients in the hospital. We have to go back quickly. Orochimaru still drank the tea and didn't speak. The 3 of them bowed slightly and left quickly without forgetting to glance at Yu. After running out of Orochimaru's house, he didn't dare to ask for any money, so he desperately rushed to the hospital and just walked around the gate of hell. Gee, the current doctors really have no medical ethic, and I don't have any good luck with this hand. Oh, it's time to eat. Uncle Snake, I'll go home and eat first. Yu shook her head and walked out the door slowly. Return. What's the matter with Uncle Snake? Hey, Orochimaru sighed. The 3rd generation asked him to educate Yu, but wouldn't it cut off the last ray of sunshine in his heart if he educated Yu to be a cold person? Forget it. Let go. Oh, is it really okay? Then am I really gone? Got it. Yu ran away, constantly reminding herself that she must not use too much to kill herself in the future. The 3rd beating I have suffered. Chapter 27 Going to Longdi Cave. Today is the day Yu and Orochimaru agreed to go to Longdi Cave, leaving a shadow avatar to follow Orochimaru to Longdi Cave. Yu came to Longdi Cave with an anti-psychic technique. The sunlight here is not warm, and the sky gives people a feeling of grey defeat. As expected of a snake nest. How many are there? Yu was amazed. Big snakes and small snake can be seen everywhere, all randomly coiled on the trees and water on the stone. Hee. I thought you were going to be scared. Uncle Snake, how could these little snake scare me? What they eat? Yu asked curiously. There seems to be no other things except snake here. They eat everything, and usually have some frogs or something. Oh, Yu smashed his hand, and it was normal that there were snake in Miaomu Mountain and there were frog here. How am I supposed to find the white snake immortal and Sunjinji? Sincerity is spirit. Soga, my heart is sincere. Tanjinji is still waiting for me. Haha, I believe you are a ghost. Sneered and didn't speak. Yu was thinking of other ideas. The natural chakra here should be several times that of the outside world, like Miaomu Mountain. It would be a disadvantage if you could practice immortality here. However, I don't know what will happen if I fail to cultivate the fairy art here. Miaomu Mountain is turned into a stone frog. Could it be a stone snake here? Since Uncle Snake is the land of immortal, you should know a little bit of immortality. This, I'm not physically unable to cultivate. That's a pity. I don't know what I'm doing. Yu recalled the appearance of Yao Shidu's entering the fairy mode and couldn't help but feel a chill in her body. Sure enough, it's still better from Toad, as long as it is perfectly controlled, except that the eyes become Toad eyes and eyes are added. Shadow is the same as usual, handsome and powerful. Hee. Then you need to be bitten by the white snake immortal in person. Orochimaru's hoarse voice made Yu want to give Orochimaru a drink to moisten his throat. However, you are an immortal disciple, so you don't need to learn the immortal immortal art here. Uncle Snake, problem is that I am really not. If I were an immortal disciple, I would already know immortal art. Uncle Snake is sorry that I can't tell you yet. Yu can only say sorry in a low voice in his heart. This is his trump card for whether he can deal with Kagaya in the future. It is true that you have quite a few secrets, and I am afraid that only the White Snake immortal can find out. Just as the scene in front of him suddenly transformed into a door, the dragon head above was biting the dragon cave written on the scroll. It seems that the White Snake immortal has noticed Yu, and the White Snake immortal has always done whatever she wants, and there is no guarantee that she will not shoot Yu. Let go. The White Snake immortal has noticed you. Yu and Orochimaru entered Longdi Cave together. Above the dimly lit hall lies a huge white snake with a huge red night pearl on its head, orange hair, a golden ring on its tail, and a piece of opal hanging around its neck. With a big pipe still in his mouth, it looks like he is indeed a White Snake immortal. Sanshenji stood under the White Snake immortal, and Orochimaru rarely showed a respectful look. Orochimaru, since your disciple is already an immortal disciple, why did you bring Longdi Cave? The White Snake immortal asked lazily, but her eyes kept on Yu. This old snake must not think of anything good. Yu secretly guarded. Orochimaru smiled and said, respected immortal White Snake, Yu is a disciple of a certain immortal, but she is also my disciple. It is also necessary to bring her, and part of the reason is the problem of your disciple Sunjinji. Orochimaru kicked the ball directly to Sunjinheim. There are many reasons why Yu came here, because Sunjinheim should be. Oh, Sunjinheim, what going on? Sunjinji's face changed, but he didn't expect Orochimaru to do this, and wasted an adult call. Tien Shinshinheim and Aikikishimaheim also looked at Sunjinheim with a playful look, and it seemed that something interesting happened. When Sunjinji came back, she only said that the search was fruitless and nothing happened. Unexpectedly, she was called to the door today. This, immortal eye, that. Seeing Sunjinji talking hesitantly, the gossip souls of the two gods were burning. Well, let me tell you, it took a while to clarify the matter, and immortal White Snake gave Tuanjinji an angry look, whether this child had been suppressed for too long. It's true that Longdi Cave has not been to anyone else for a long time, and no one has come to practice immortality, which means that Sanshenji can't improve the food. Ha ha ha, my sister didn't expect you to be so thirsty that even children will be spared. The younger Aikikishima-ji laughed without any concern. Tien Shinshenji also has a smile on her face. She has to work hard to maintain the appearance of a fairy, and her demeanor is very important. I didn't expect Tsunatsuhime to look like this when he went out. Sunjinji's face was full of shame. This time, she was embarrassed. If she was told, how would the snake in Longdedong see her in the future? So, the respected immortal White Snake, do you think about this? You asked Sunjinji, this is her private matter. Sister Tanjinji, you should have plenty of time this time, right? I have decided to stay here for 2 months. PFF. Hiccup. Ha. Ooh, that little beauty seems pretty good too. Yu looked at Aikikishimaheim squintingly, just like a 12 or 13-year-old child. Go out and talk about this, Sunjinji said calmly, although she was a little flustered. Well, that's fine. From the moment Yu arrived at Longdi Cave, she felt that these three gods and White Snake were not immortal, and they should belong to the demon. To say the reason is that there is no fairyland such a scene, too evil and cold. Yu has no plans to let Tanjinji warm the bed. It's really uncomfortable. It's okay to tease. Immortal White Snake looked at Yu's back shadow with a golden light in his eyes, and then dimmed for a while. Master Orochimaru, do you really say there are dragons in Longdi Cave? I don't know this either. It is said that if the fairy mode is fully mastered, dragon horns will appear. Is that a dragon horn? Yu naturally sneered. She was simply digging her feet. Seeing Yu's disdainful look, Orochimaru and Sunjinji narrowed their eyes. This child must know something. Whether there is Longyanjinji in Longdi Cave naturally knows more. However, Yu already had the answer in her heart. Immortal White Snake is the most powerful existence here. She is not a dragon, let alone the existence of dragon. 80% of the time there is something left by the dragon. Have Yu ever seen a dragon? Of course, I haven't seen it. This kid definitely has a lot of things hidden from me. The book of contract has already stated that the immortal inheritance behind Yu is much stronger than that of Longdi Cave. Yu, as long as you honestly tell your sister about the immortal behind you, how about warming your bed today? Oh, let's talk after warming up. Hehe, you still want to trick me into being my child. Sunjinji is also helpless. Today's children are like monkey. Orochimaru has decided to cast an illusion on Yu to get something. Quietly launching the illusion, Sunjinji gave Orochimaru a light, and Yu began to fall asleep. In the spiritual world, Yu had a shudder, and immediately realized that he had been caught in an illusion. If he used a writing wheel, it would be easy to solve it, but he couldn't. I didn't expect Orochimaru to be so despicable to the apprentices. What should I do? There was also some anxiety in my heart. Suddenly, the jade pendant was slightly shocked, emitting a soft light, and Yu immediately regained her clarity. Can Yu hear me? I can hear Mr. Orochimaru. Throw it on the street. Damn it. Wait for Thurman. Rubbish Orochimaru. Have a lung in the top. Yes, use phantom sway. Although I don't know what Yu said, said. I'm sure you got rid of the illusion. Orochimaru was at a loss for a moment and smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect you to progress so quickly and to release the spell as a teacher so quickly. You gave Orochimaru an angry look and stretched out a middle finger. Immortal, this child. Tien Shinshenji asked. There is a cloud of mist covering this kid, and even I can't see it clearly. The immortal behind him is probably much stronger than me. The two looked at the white snake immortal in disbelief, but they did not doubt the immortal's words at all. Apart from the other two great holy places, there were only 6 immortals left. Could it be that this child has something to do with the sick path immortal? If it is immortal sick path, it is true, because he is stronger than anyone else. Chapter 28. There was once a person named Shushion, Lord Hokage. Lord Orochimaru has taken you to Long Decay. Could it be that Orochimaru wants you to cultivate a fairy mode? How could such a young child be successful? I see. Where is Danzo? Hokage-sama. This is the information collected. The 3rd generation took over the information and read, and Danzo is indeed conducting some experiment, but there is nothing outstanding, but it uses a lot of monkeys, sheep, horses and other animals, which seems to be on it. The 3 generations are getting more and more incomprehensible to this childhood companion, and the whole person is getting darker and darker, but generally it is still for Konoha. Now the most troublesome thing is the Uchiha family. Danzo is getting more and more excluded from Uchiha and has gained the support of 2 other elders, making his plan impossible. If the 1st generation was still there, this situation would not have happened, because a group of people was punished. What do you think, teacher? Danzo rarely leaves the route, and many experiments must be supervised in person. So far, a lot of progress has been made. Whether it can return to the peak depends on the 1st generation of cells. If it succeeds, the broken arm will also be reborn, and Sarutobi will be eligible to compete for the position of Hokage. At this time in Long Decay, Yu was still using 20 times the speed to practice. Even if Orochimaru was amazed at Yu's intelligence, it is indeed a good way to practice with shadow clone. Tanjinji also received an order from the White Snake Immortal to investigate the identity of the immortal behind Yu. If Yu knew that he would die of laughter, because even he didn't know the name of the immortal who left the jade pendant. It was a real free and easy inheritance and left. Although I have only heard the voice of the immortal, I can also infer the character and general appearance of the immortal. The old man's voice was incomparably ethereal, and he was a real immortal in the face of everything. Isn't there a way for Lord Orochimaru to get your disciple to explain it? Sunjinji asked unwillingly. Hehe, my apprentice doesn't seem to have any hobbies other than lust. You have also seen that my illusions are useless to him. It is obviously a means left by the immortal. Alas, do I really want to warm the bed for this little guy, although he is still a child? Hehe. Sister Tanjinji, do you have anything here that can make people feel natural chakra? If you want to cultivate, you have to let the white snake immortal take a bite. Really low. Sure enough, the 3 holy places are still Miaomu Mountain. Toadmaru and Ludao old man are old acquaintances. Forget it. I'm afraid of pain. Sister, are you really not thinking about it? Seeing Yu's smirk and wretched eyes made his liver hurt. Well, it's not impossible. Tuanjinji suddenly thought of a way and agreed. Oh, agree. Yu was a little caught off guard. How could he agree so well? There must be a scam. You want to pigeon me again? Sunjinji shook his head. No, you can sleep with me tonight. Yu pondered and looked at this look. Is this female snake really? Okay, I'll tell you after tonight, but I don't know much. In the evening, Yu followed Sunjinji's house. It was very spacious and the bed was not normal. Yu felt that she could sleep with a big snake. Wait, no. Orochi, come on Yu. Sunjinji's charming voice was still very seductive. Come on. Anyway, let's see what this guy wants to do. As soon as she got into the bed, Sunjinji hugged Yu tightly and felt her body turn from cold to warm. It seemed that Sunjinji could indeed control her body temperature. When I looked up, I was almost scared to death. The snake let her spit out from the split mouth felt like it could swallow him whole without the appearance of a goddess at all. Fuck, hell, Uncle Snake, save me. Yu screams like killing pig came from the snake cave, and Orochimaru took out his ears and went to practice on his own. Sunjinji's arms became soft and boneless like a rope to firmly control Yu. Yu kept fluttering, and her hands were unable to seal, and the writing wheel eyes almost couldn't help being exposed. After one night, Yu twitched when she saw Orochimaru. Yu, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm going to cancel the contract today. Ha, how can Yu do this? Sunjinji has already said what she said. Vomit. Yu herself couldn't believe that she would change from fear to enjoyment at the beginning, and she became more and more perverted. Is there a mental disorder? Thank you so much, Uncle. Sunjinji is very proud, and let you take advantage of it and scare you to death. Yu recalled the scene of being entangled by a big snake last night and was almost scared to pee. Snake Shinzi licked and licked goosebumps on his face. Even if he knew it wouldn't hurt him, it was true unacceptable. It's no wonder that Shushion was scared away by the white lady at that time. It's not unreasonable. In the end, it's really not something that ordinary people can do. Alas, I'm losing. Compared to you and I'm still too far behind. Who are you talking talking about. Yu. Is it very powerful? Yes, it's amazing because he really married a snake and had children. When Orochimaru heard the sharp light from the snake pupil, Yu's stinging eyes could not be opened. Humans and snake can give birth to children, crossing races. Orochimaru looked at Sunjanheim excitedly, and the scared Sunjanheim backed away again and again. You tell me who he is. How did he do it? The hoarse voice became high-pitched. Sunjanheim is also unbelievable. How could a human snake give birth to a child? Never heard of it. This story has to start 1,000 years ago when there were two giant python, one white and one green. The white snake has 1,000 years of Taoism for the elder sister and can transform into a human form, and the green snake has only 500 years of Taoism for the younger sister, but it can also transform into a human form. The white snake's name is Bai Niangzi, and her sister Zhao King met his future husband Shu Xian in the West Lake, and they gave an umbrella as a token. After all the hardship, they became husband and wife and gave birth to a son. However, the good times were not long and they were suppressed under the Lifeng Pagoda by a monk with high magic power. Wait, I have never heard of Yu West Lake and the Lifeng Pagoda. Orochimaru interrupted Yu. Shit, if you've ever heard of it, it's a ghost. That's the legend of my immortal master's world. Of course it doesn't exist here. That's it. But if the world over there can do it, the world here should also be okay. It seems that you have to practice for many years, and transforming into a human form is also the key. Hehe. Orochimaru and Yu stared at Sunjanji with ill will in the green light. Who is the most suitable person here besides the three gods and the white snake immortal? Yu's dark and cool mate. You scare me. This time I don't believe that Uncle Snake is not interested in this. Master Orochimaru, please respect yourself. This is just a legend. Well, that's it. Does Yu still have it? Well, in the end, the true feelings of Bai Niangzi and Shu Xian moved the world, and they were rescued and reunited by stronger immortal. What is the child born? Hearing Orochimaru's question, Sunjanji also pricked up his ear. Children or people? This is unscientific. It shouldn't be. Orochimaru fell into contemplation, and Orochimaru thought it was normal to be half snake and half human. Myth. Tell me about science. Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. Has that fairy Yu ever seen a dragon? Hey, I don't know if Master and his old man have seen him, but there must be. Yu started the big flickering technique again. Besides, there are immortals in that world, but it is strange that there are no other divine beasts. There should be many gods and demons in the world on the Master's side. Dragon is just one of them, but the snakes recorded there can indeed transform into dragon, but it is very difficult. Yu sat upright and began to tell the fairy tale in a serious manner. No one could run over to break him anyway. It is said that snakes become flood dragons in 500 years, dragons in 1,000 years, and dragons and flood dragons need to cross the thunder calamity. Sunjanji thought that the white snake immortal had survived for more than 1,000 years without listening to the transitional calamity. Zhao is also a kind of dragon, but it is not a real dragon. Its head has no horns or only one horn. It is still the tail of a snake. There will be a pair of claws under its body, and it will dominate the river. The dragon has 2 horns and fork-like deer antler, 2 pairs of claws, and hair on its back and tail like flame. It will grow dragon whiskers and churn in the sea of clouds, so you are still far behind. Of course, if the snake is strong enough, it will not be worse than the dragon. Sunjanji obviously wanted Yu to continue talking, and Orochimaru also felt that the world over there with the immortals was much stronger than here. Anything else? I'm not going to tell you. Just practice well. It's very early to transform into a dragon. There are other dragon species on top of the dragon. Not bad. I put on another wave today. It's really cool. Sunjanji saw that Yu was unwilling to say more, so she went back and told Immortal White Snake. Is this all true, Yu? Uncle Snake, I don't know either. Many of the things he left behind are legend. How could there be creatures that are thousands of miles long? Orochimaru thought about it and thought that it was impossible such a big creature could move its nest, fearing that the whole world would not be tossed enough. Chapter 29 Continue to Fool. At the root of Konoha, Danzo was lying on the operating table. Today, 2 medical ninjas from Anbu were assisted by the transplanting of Orochimaru. Orochimaru carefully recorded all the data responses of the transplant, took out a writing wheel eye that had evolved to Sengo Jade from the saline, cleaned the orbit and connected the optic nerve. Danzang has always rejected the Uchiha family, but now he shamelessly wants to have the power of Sharingan. He is really a shameless guy, and Orochimaru secretly cursed in his heart. But now it is also a cooperative relationship, and we can only try our best to cooperate. This writing wheel eye is very rare, and it is hard to get it. Once the members of Uchiha who have grown into Sengo Yushianyan are difficult to die without encountering group fight, Uchiha will try to retrieve the body as much as possible. Once exposed and occupying the writing wheel, he will be endlessly hunted down by the Uchiha family. Danzo's entire face was stiff on the stage, and it was obvious that he had been anesthetized. The medical ninja operated it carefully, and it took 3 hours to wipe off the blood from his eye. It's almost time for anesthesia. Lord Danzo, please open your eyes after half an hour. Danzo sat up and felt the chakra pouring into his right eye and didn't care. Congratulations on gaining the power of the Uchiha clan. Hehe. Orochimaru sneered slightly. Orochimaru, you should know how to do it. Danzang stared at Orochimaru coldly, and the roots were also surrounded by 3 circles in and out. Naturally, you are. If you are discovered by Hokage or Uchiha, you are more dangerous than me. HMPA. I'm here so that Sarutobi Konoha will understand me. Hope so. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he left the roots and continued to do his own research. Cell technology is a big project. The White Snake Immortal from Longdi Cave is also deliberating on what Yu said. According to what Yu said, his master should be from another world just like Kagaya, and there may be ways to evolve into dragons out there, but unfortunately they don't have the ability to go to that world. Tanjin-ji, do you think what that little guy said is true? This, I'm not sure, but some of it should be true, otherwise it's impossible for a child to make it so perfect. Sunjin-ji was more willing to believe Yu's word, but it was too terrifying to disagree with the matter of human snake love. That is to say that the world where his master lives is indeed full of powerful people. I am afraid that the immortals of the Sikaths are also very dangerous in the past. I have to ask him personally. After thinking about it, the White Snake Immortal became an old woman, trying to make a kind expression, but it gave people a gloomy feeling. Yu has been practicing for several days and has not sensed the natural energy at all. Does it have to be bitten by that old snake? If you have to do this, you might as well beg the water gate to go to Miaomu Mountain. The toads there are not bad, but if you use a little oil, you should not refuse. The clones use the escape technique significantly faster, and some knots were omitted. The perception of the 3 elements of water, fire and earth is more acute. The White Snake Immortal has never been seen since that day, and none of the envoys under her seat have come, but Yu is not worried at all, because Jackie Chan is the dream of every snake. Otherwise the White Snake Immortal would not have named this place Longdi Cave, and her desire can be seen from the name. Once she came to find her, it was a good time to make an offer. There must be a lot of good things in Longdi Cave. Suddenly a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Yu. Fuck. Yu and her clone were taken aback. Where did the old witch come from? Little guy, we meet again. A low, high-pitched voice was indeed no different from a witch. Are you the White Snake Immortal? That's right, the kid is very smart. Can you get used to living here? The small figure of the White Snake Immortal was like a mountain of Yu, unable to breathe. Is this old guy trying to get me down? Fortunately, Immortal White Snake, why are you looking for me? Why are the snake here so weird? Can't you get some sunshine? Your smile is just a standard villain. Hehe, I want to know Jackie Chan's method, but I don't know if you can do anything. Did it come? The Immortal looked at me too highly. How could I know? The master just gave me some cultivation methods and the others just talked about it occasionally. Then I don't know where the old man is. Master was not in this world, and he just passed by and gave some pointers. The White Snake Immortal sneered in his heart. If he just pointed out why he left the Immortal's things in his body. Don't you really know? If you know, I hope you can tell the old man. But what good is it to tell you about me? Just mention whatever you want. There is a play, the White Snake Immortal said proudly. This guy really knows something. Hey, why are you embarrassed? Yu asked with a smile. I don't know what good things the Immortals have here. Yu was like a little fox who stole a chicken, and so was the White Snake Immortal. Everything was nothing compared to Walong. Although Longdi Cave is a little smaller, there are a lot of gold and silver jewelry which can be used as a prize. The eyes of the 2 foxes, one big and one small, were turning fast, thinking about how to maximize their benefit. When Yu heard the gold and silver jewelry, she thought of the huge ruby on the head of the White Snake Immortal. The mind is lightly moved, and it is nothing to the worldly things of the practitioner. The problem is that it is really uncomfortable to have no money. He is very poor and not ordinary poor. Immortal White Snake, besides being bitten by you to sense natural energy, is there any other way to enter the fairy mode? Why do you still ask me since you have the inheritance of immortal? The level is not enough. This is the truth. Only by awakening the spiritual roots of the 5 attributes can it be opened. I don't know how many years it will take. Now he is only here to perceive natural energy. He does not dare to practice the immortal mode of Longdadong, and his appearance is really not flattering. The White Snake Immortal laughed secretly. It seems that this little guy is not taken seriously by that immortal, otherwise how could he not even tell the simple absorption of natural energy? If this is the case, isn't he not qualified to know about things like transforming a dragon? Yu saw that Immortal White Snake face was not right after seeing it for a long time. Could it be a both? He quickly said, if the immortals have no choice, forget it. And I don't know much. The ambiguous words made the White Snake Immortal even more difficult to grasp. Wherever it is, naturally there is, but I need the information you provide to measure the value. That won't work. Yu shook her head, thinking about prostitution for nothing. She stretched out a finger and said, whether what I said is valuable or not, at least 1 box, not 2 boxes of jewelry is needed. Immortal White Snake thought to herself, 2 boxes of jewelry are really nothing. They might as well be what she wears, for fear that there are other requirements. Yes, if the information you provided is really valuable, I will give this to you. Saying that, the White Snake Immortal took out a small jade box. bottle. This is the spiritual liquid that I have nurtured for many years. The immortal chakra in it is very gentle, but after absorbing it, you can only feel the natural energy one, and the body will not change, but you cannot cultivate the immortal mode. This is what Yu wants with great joy. He didn't want to cultivate into a fairy with the characteristics of a toad or a snake in the future. 1. Yes. Yu suppressed the excitement in her heart and said indifferently, Master once said that if a snake wants to transform into a dragon, it must first transform into a Jiao. In this process, it must absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. Although the dragon earth cave has sufficient energy, the essence of the sun is not sufficient, and the yin is prosperous and the yang is declining, so it made people feel cold. It takes a balance of yin and yang to be able to transform into a dragon. Only the yin becomes an evil dragon. Longdi Cave is not really a suitable place to transform into a dragon. The white snake immortal was dubious, and it seemed that there was some truth in the natural energy of Longdi Cave. The bone forest is not much better than Longdi Cave, so Miaomu Mountain is the most suitable, and it is absolutely impossible for those toads to move their nest. After listening for a long time, the white snake immortal decided to give Yu 2 boxes of jewelry and a small bottle of spiritual liquid. Thank you, white snake immortal. This is what you deserve. After speaking, he disappeared here. This time, he lied to the white snake immortal to leave here as soon as possible, and it should not be exposed for a while. Orochimaru never dreamed that Yu would even dare to deceive the white snake fairy, and the fairy believed it. Chapter 30 Family Female Robber. Yu was worried that the white snake immortal would trick herself into taking out a little spiritual liquid for her clone to take. Why did the boss choose me? Because you have the most nerve. Understood. The boss made the ministers have to die. Yu number 9 looked like she was going to die generously, and was almost laughed, feeling indescribably comfortable after taking it. Boss, it's a bit like apple juice and it tastes good, but it doesn't feel anything but comfort. Is it too small? After waiting for 10 minutes to make sure that nothing really changed, I was relieved. After drinking the spiritual fluid, all the pores opened outward, and the whole body softened. Now is not the time to enjoy. He started to feel the energy of nature by learning how to meditate with his knees crossed. The surrounding natural energies rushed in quickly. Open the writing wheel and carefully observe the natural energies entering the body. The natural energies quickly begin to mix with the chakra in the body. Is this the so-called fairy chakra? Gradually, Yu's body became hot. A flame in her heart continued to burn. Her skin color began to appear gray-black, and her teeth became sharp. The body suddenly rises. How can this happen? I really want to tear up everything in front of me. Correct. I have no cultivation method to control natural energy. Isn't this the same as Shigego? Fuck. Yu hurriedly jumped up. Art fire escape ho fireball. Water escape. The technique of the great waterfall. Water escape. Water dragon bomb. Earth escape. Multiple earth wall. Spiral pill. After using multiple ninjutsu in a row, the chakra in the body was exhausted, and the training ground had become too muddy to practice. Fortunately I noticed it quickly, otherwise I'd be dead. Yu, who had calmed down, thought for a moment. Unfortunately, the current immortal chakra is beyond my control. With regret, he bid farewell to the white snake immortal and returned to Konoha with the reverse psychic technique. He returned home with the seal scroll presented by Orochimaru. Solution. 2 treasure chests appeared out of thin air in the room, half a meter high. Hey, why are you still doing quests after you've developed this much? When I opened the box and saw the gold jewels full of them, I couldn't help laughing. How much did it cost to exchange it? At least it has to be $1 billion, right? Or is this? I'm so happy that even my mother didn't find it when she came in. I'm afraid these jewels will be lost. You look at her golden eyes. Can't wait to pound. Yu secretly complained that this has not been covered up yet. Mom, these were given by the immortals of Longdedong. Just take whatever you fancy. Enduring the pain, he said arrogantly. Really? Well, sons should honor their parent too. The beautiful face could not see the slightest way. She walked over slowly and started to choose. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Mom shouldn't be able to take much. Well, this one is pretty, and this one is also quite suitable. This one must be very fond of wearing shinhong. Yu stared at Mingwei in a stunned manner. Her 10 fingers were fully covered and she was putting them on. How much are you hanging on your arms and neck? Are you going to wear everything you can wear? Mother, this. Oh, it's so hard to choose. Mom, mother, you. Wow, I've never seen such a big diamond. It's a little troublesome. Mingwei turned a deaf ear to Yu's call. Her hands were still picking up. Half of the big box was gone. Yu seemed to be bleeding. I don't believe you can take it away. So I couldn't bear to see it and turned around. After a while, Mingwei stopped moving. It's so heavy. Thank you, baby boy. Mommy loves you. Did you finally get it? Yu estimated that the box was going to bottom out. Turning around, he was immediately stabbed by Mingwei and couldn't open his eye. He blocked the barely clear sight with his hand. Did you open a golden body or the real body of a bodhisattva king? Aren't you afraid of crushing the gold jewelry dozens of centimeters high on your head? The whole person is full of jewels. It was like wearing a thick golden garment with a lot of jewels in his arms. Son, I have to put these things away first. Mingwei staggered out of the door, but not a single one one fell. Looked down glancing at the box. The whole person passed out and only a thin layer of the two large boxes remained. In the Uchiha clan, there is an unknown creature with golden light all over its body moving slowly at night. The next morning, Yu woke up and found herself lying on the bed. Why did you fall asleep on the ground? What if I didn't turn back and caught a cold? How do I sleep on the floor? Do you have no idea? Yu Sheng stared at the roof helplessly. I shouldn't have taken it out. There's still a lot of money left in the box, but I used to have such a big pile. I am so sad now. What? World, let me sleep forever. Don't let me wake up. Yu closed his eyes again. I can't put it there. I think your two boxes are good, so I borrowed them. PFF. Chudo-sak. I'll take out the content. Yu said in a trembling voice. Have a good rest. Children can easily lose so much money with them. What if they are robbed? Mom, please keep it for you first. Minggui's charitable face said it was so natural. Saying that, she carried the box and ran away. Yu got up halfway, as if the time around her had stopped, and stretched her hand forward without moving. PFF. Yu vomited blood. I have never seen such a brazen person. And the object is his own mother. Not a single hair is left. I will believe you in the future. Women are really big hooks. I hate it. This world is hell. Yu was shedding tears. Under the strong stimulation, the writing wheel opened automatically, and it turned into a three-goose jade under the rotation. Chakra quality has also undergone earth-shaking changes to a new level. Sure enough, being hurt by the closest person is easier to open your eye. I would rather not have such a three-go jade. At the same time, the fire spirit root in the body flourished, giving Yu another kind of enlightenment, and the fire spirit root finally awakened in the second stage. But at this moment, there is no psychological understanding, and no one will realize that after getting hundreds of millions of billions and becoming a local tyrant overnight, there is nothing left. The ups and downs of life are as exciting as a roller coaster. Mingui, Yu won't be a problem, right? Don't worry, is fine. Do you think this look good? Well, nice. Shinhong was sweating for his son, but he didn't expect Mingui to be so ruthless that there were no boxes left. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, he has already made up his mind not to see Yu for a while, and everything will follow Yu after a while. Otherwise, it always feels like something will happen, and it's still serious. Since the marriage, Shinhong has not seen the money for a long time, and it is kept by Mingui. Yu also underestimated a woman's immunity to gemstones. She had no resistance at all. Chapter 31 Eyes in the Darkness. This mission is really dangerous. If it weren't for Minato, Chu Doubtingzo said in fear, thinking of the numb court veins in Wuyin village. It is really a terrible boundary of blood. Thanks to you, Minato, this time. The same is true for Joey, the oil girl. If it wasn't for Minato, who had rescued them so quickly, they would have been pierced by the bone. We are companion, aren't we? Minato's sunny smile made people feel very reassured. The two who were supposed to die were rescued by Minato's flying thunder god. Minato felt that his choice of flying thunder god was too correct. That kind of speed like lightning. It's just that it's not proficient enough to use it now, and there should be room for improvement. That's right, we are companion, but there are too many boundaries of blood in Wuyin village. Ding Zuo complained that the three-person team on the opposite side of the trip was all in the blood, and the Kagaya clan guy who used bones was the captain, and then an ice ninja of the Mizunoiwe clan and a ghost lamp clan were extremely perverted. Who can stand up to an elite joinin and 2 Junin level? If it weren't for Minato's shunjutsu, he wouldn't be able to escape. I don't think Hokage-sama should blame us for not completing this mission, right? The oil girl Joey said a little embarrassedly. After all, they were only 15, and it was not bad to be able to escape in front of the veteran Jonin at the age of 6. I don't think so, because I got this. Watergate then took out a scroll, which was the goal this time. Wow, how did you get Minato? Ding Zuo exclaimed. This is thanks to the skill of the second generation Hokage-sama. Minato sighed with emotion. I just don't know what to do with it. The good use of this kind of ninjutsu is enough to make him invincible. Did you just disappear for a few seconds and then replace? Horrible speed. Joey calmly analyzed that Minato was not in sight for only a few seconds. Minato smiled and didn't beat. This was the true silence of time-space jumping. At this time, Yu was testing the second stage awakening ability of Huo Lingen. Huo Dunhao fireball technique. The clone attacked the deity, and the magic was that when Yu was engulfed by the fireball, it was still intact. Fire escape. Fengxian's fire claw is red. This time, all the shuriken with flames shot at Yu. All of them avoided Yu and flew close to him. Not only that, part of the energy generated by the flame was inhaled into Yu's body. Chakra is formed. This is so. Doesn't it mean that I am immune to fire damage? Fire attack will automatically bounce off like a thin protective film. Release several fire escapes in a row, all of which have the same effect and can absorb flames to replenish chakra. If my water, soil and spiritual roots are also awakened in the second stage, is it invincible? Yu was so excited that she didn't even care about the jewelry that was taken away by her mother. This means that he can continuously absorb energy and transform it in most places for chakra. It can be recharged there. Ha 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 ha. Yu looked up to the sky and laughed. This awakening is something incredible. It can be regarded as another kind of bloodline limit. I don't know if the clone has such an effect. Come here on number 7. Yu called the clone who had released Huo done before. Now I will use fire escape on you to see if you are the same as me. If this is what my lord desired, I will. Alas, none of these clones are normal. Art fire escape ho fireball. A huge fireball rushed towards the fate, and the clone immediately turned into smoke. Strange, doesn't the clone have such characteristic? It's better to use Huo done than usual. After trying several clones in a row, it was confirmed that only the main body has such an ability. It seems that it can only be so. After careful analysis of the body, the current awakening 3 Guyu and Rongdun and the second stage of Huolingan awakening are 3 types of blood follower limit, but the first 2 cannot be used, and only the last one can be used. The number of jade pendants has been fed twice as much as the last time, and the 4th type should be awakened at the age of 7. After all, the new year is approaching, and this time there will be no more than 3 people. This little guy seems pretty good. Does it seem to have created a secret technique? A cynical voice came out. Then the low voice came to mind. Well, it fits the requirements of Madame Madara very well. My heart is full of love, and my talent is very high. Yeah, maybe after 2 years, your eyes will open. Can you really control it? Sure. A head that was half black and half white was exposed from a big tree, watching Yu go away. If Yu saw it, she would definitely scream. This is Heiju and Baiju. Didn't expect to notice him so early. Yu was heading to Kushina's residence when she happened to run into Minato. Big brother Watergate. Oh, it's Yu. Hey, is big brother Minato also going to sister Kushina's house? No matter what you are doing, you are either a traitor or a thief. Analyzing the gift box that Minato is holding, she definitely tries to tease Kushina again. Not only that, I'm afraid I want to call Kushina to celebrate the new year together and then tis. Yes, Minato subconsciously took the gift box, but unfortunately the goal was too big and it was embarrassing. Just in time, I'm going to visit sister Kushina. Let's go together. It is good. Today's plans may be in vain. Minato looked depressed and finally met Yu when he returned from the mission. As long as this child is planning, there is no way to do anything. Minato is deeply touched by Yu's ability to make trouble. The two came to Kushina's house together, and Yu had a new understanding of Kushina. The house is messy. I don't know how many buckets of instant noodles there are, and clothes are thrown everywhere. Watergate, you're finally here. Help me clean up. It's been like this in 2 weeks. Yes, I'll clean up right away. As soon as Minato put down the gift box, he started to pack it up quickly. I finally know why Minato's body smoothing technique is so fast. No wonder even Flying Thunder God can learn it. Minato's figure could not be seen without opening the writing wheel. Sure enough, there is a certain reason that ninjas can achieve certain achievements. Just like the melting dungeon I developed to make grilling fish easy. Yu nodded secretly. Kushina has already started to unpack the gift box and unpack a red camellia kimono. Wow, so beautiful. Minato stopped breathlessly. Does Kushina like it? Thank you, Watergate. After saying that, she gave Minato a big hug. Hey, Yu has already decided that Minato would definitely want to celebrate the new year together this time. Oh, Minato-san, it's not a good thing for this man to be too fast. Too fast will cause problems with stamina. What is stamina at Watergate? Kushina asked dumbly. Minato was also a little confused. Did you mean endurance? My stamina seems to be pretty good. Probably physical fitness. When the two saw Yu's weird smile, they knew that it was definitely not a good thing, and they gave a shudder. Yu, why didn't you bring something good to visit your elder sister? Kushina said while pinching Yu's face. Hearing this sentence, Yu's heart was cut like a knife. If it wasn't for his mother, of course he would have brought some of them here. This is really a sad story. Alas, the world of adults has never had multiple choice questions. Sister, I'm here to invite you to my house for the new year. Hearing this sentence, Minato's heart sank, and the plan was finished. Of course, big brother Watergate will also come together. Don't worry about my room. Well, that's great. It's been a long time since I spent the new year with anyone. Thank you, little local tyrant. Phew, Minato breathed a sigh of relief. This kid still has a conscience, so he taught him the seal of the 4 elephants when he was done. Hearing Kushina's word, Yu and Minato were a little sad, and all this was caused by war. Then it's settled. Come to my house for the new year together. Well, my sister must go. Thank you, Yu. Hehe, big brother Minato will teach me new techniques in the future. This kid has a more active mind than him. Chapter 32. On a winter night, Minghui and Shinhong were setting up their family, and they felt heartache every time they saw Minghui appearing like a golden bodhisattva. Ever since he taken all of Yu's gold and silver jewelry, he likes to change clothes every time he goes home. He wears them all, and even more exaggeratedly, he took out some of them to make a gold coat and a crown. The clothes are woven from gold threads and studded with gems of various colors, the value of which is immeasurable. Every time he likes to dangle in front of Yu feels that his once gentle mother has left him, as the queen usually commands Shinhong. And sure enough, women will become bad when they have money. Today's dinner is very very rich, and I specially bought precious ingredients from the capital. You are quickly. This is specially prepared for you. Children should grow up well. The corner of Yu's mouth twitched bitterly and bit down a piece of braised pork. It was all his money. Cough cough. It's impossible to earn all the money by eating it. This is also a trial. Father, can you stop rubbing salt on your wound? If you have the ability, you ask my mother to pay me back the money. If you have the ability, you hand over all your money. I don't believe you didn't hide your private money. Yu directly chose to ignore it and ate the food on her own. The milk in the bread will also be in the future. Father, I would like to invite Minato-san and Kusanagi's sister to celebrate the new year together. Well, Konoha's Nova. Yeah, thank you, father. It's okay. It's all trivial. After all, it's Yu's friend. This way, Yu will probably feel better. After a warm meal, Yu lay comfortably on the bed. The strongest. Yu reached out to the light like a dream. Now he has become the strongest of this generation. After a week, Yu began to visit relatives and friends. Yo Obito, Happy New Year Lin. Che, you always like to show up suddenly. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Yu sang. Gee, Kakashi isn't there. Or are you two dating? Nohara Lin's face was slightly red, and Obito was even more exaggerated. Nothing, Obito just happened to come to visit me. Oh, Yu gave Obito a meaningful look. Does this guy know that Kakashi is digging his feet at such a young age? Obito was seen by Yu with some guilty conscience and pulled Nohara Rin away in a hurry. It's incredible. This guy, if he has no other skill, he can swing a hoe well. Yu arrived at Kai's house again, but fluttered for nothing without thinking that he was pulled out by his father to practice physique. Really, you are really a hard-working child who cultivate Kai for the new year. Next up, Uncle Snake house. I bought some fruit, rushed to Orochimaru's house, and walked in through the window. Hi, Uncle Snake. Happy New Year. Gee, Yu, can you go through the main entrance next time? Sorry, I'm used to it. Orochimaru is also like Yu. This kid turns the window every time he comes, and always likes to search for things. Oh, forget it. Let me introduce you to this is Jiraiya, my reliable companion. Yeah, Orochimaru, you have accepted an incredible apprentice. I heard Minato said that his little brother's talent is extremely terrifying. Jiraiya said eloquently. The legendary mad ghost Jiraiya, the white spiky head is indeed very impactful, and it looked really reliable. Lord Crazy Jiraiya, it really looked wrong. Ha ha ha. Hiccup. Do you want to drink 2 glasses? By the way, children can't drink. Sorry. Jiraiya's celestial art should have achieved some result, right? It's a pleasure to meet Jiraiya-sama today. Yu said respectfully. She naturally admires Jiraiya very much. Jiraiya really is a generation hero. Of course if it's not night. Orochimaru was a little surprised, but Yu's expression was rarely so solemn, and she saw admiration in Yu's eye. Yu seems to be no stranger to Jiraiya. Well, Uncle Snake, Lord Jiraiya is Konoha-sani, and Jiraiya's book is very good. Gee, is this kid still my fan? Immediately excited. Little devil, which book do you think I wrote better? The Legend of the Grit Ninja. Although it was poorly written in the early stage, it is very good in the back. Yu talked about it at will, although I didn't read it, but I just knew. Did you see it? Orochimaru, even your apprentice said that my writing was good, and you said it was boring. Orochimaru shook his head and continued to drink tea. The book written by Zillai also did not understand, and his ideas were different. Yu wanted Jiraiya to take him to Miaomu Mountain, but it would seem abrupt, and he would definitely be suspected. Zillai also continued to drink, blushing and shouting, but there was helplessness in his eye. This guy won't think about Tsunade anymore, will he? It's none of my business. Uncle Snake, I'm leaving first, and after the new year, give me new skills and sword guild. What a poor fellow. Stop at Kakashi's house. Hello, is Kakashi at home? Oh, the young master is cultivating. The servant naturally also knew Yu, and knowing that he had a good relationship with Kakashi, he invited him in. The Hataki family is also quite rich. No wonder his father is a movie class. He quickly found Kakashi, and he went straight to the fireball technique without any explanation. Kakashi flashed quickly, and it was a greeting. What are you doing here? I came to see you after the Chinese New Year. This kind of cultivation is useless. Combat is the fastest way to improve. Are you right, Lord White Fang? This little guy has already found me. It's amazing. Father, why didn't I notice my father's arrival at all? Is the gap between me and him already so big? Minghui gave birth to a good son. Tsukumo smiled, and after feeling it, he was sure that Yu had completely stepped into the Chunin. No matter what, Kakashi is your second opponent after Kai. Kakashi couldn't understand why his father always admired the child who only knew taijutsu. Although his taijutsu is indeed powerful, ninjas mainly rely on ninjutsu. Thank you, Lord White Fang. I have always wanted to see your swordsmanship, Lord White Fang. Please grant my unreasonable request. Okay, but I'll only demonstrate it once. Thank you very much. White Fang brought Kakashi and Yu to the training ground together. He drew out his short knife and pointed it at Yu, who stared wide-eyed and waited for White Fang to move. Kakashi was also focused on his father's knife. Tsukumo made a flat wave, and Yu seemed to see a ripple rippling in the air. Obviously the knife is very very slow, but Yu knows that he can't escape. The space around the body is already full of ripple. This is a killing blow. Yu felt a touch of familiarity, as if Zhonghai Chuan used his sword energy at that time. But how did White Fang manage to keep the blade air stagnant in the air? Yu understood that now as long as he moved around, he would be hurt by the sword chi. Wow, Lord White Fang's swordsmanship is indeed at EPUB. Thank you, Lord. Only then did White Fang put away the dagger, and Kakashi looked revered. After saying goodbye, it's time to invite Minato and Kushina to go home for the new year. Oh huh. Big sister, big brother Minato is here too. I went to the province to find them one by one. Well, I expected you to come to Kushina's house first. Hehe, Minato-san, you didn't come here yesterday, did you? Of course I didn't arrive this morning. Minato's dodging eyes have said everything. A child who can't even lie. Well, Yu is leaving soon. It's getting dark. Oh, on New Year's Eve, Yu's family was very excited, and Mingwei gave Jushinai a pair of jade bracelets and a ruby necklace. Yu, please take care of you in the future. Mingwei said that Minato Sunshine's character is very contagious, and Kushina's refreshing personality quickly won Mingwei's favor. Thank you, Auntie, but Auntie's gift is too precious. It's not expensive. It's not expensive. There are many at home. Heartbroken. My liver hurts again. Shinhong is also very satisfied with the two of them. Yu is lucky to have such a sister and elder brother. A more hearty dinner made Kushina wish to live here forever. Damn it. How can there be such delicious food? How jealous. After cleaning all the meat on the table until I couldn't move, I started chatting contentedly. Since I came to Konoha, this is the best time I have ever had. The huge house has also become a lot more cheerful. Chapter 33 The Trip to Yenian Village. In just 1 week after the new year, the ninja began to return to normal life again, ready to perform tasks at any time. Only civilians can enjoy longer. Watergate, are you going to perform another mission today? Kushina was a little depressed, and since she became a nine-tailed Zuli village, Kushina has not been sent out of the village to perform tasks. Even if the mission to be sent is the most B rank, Minato will always follow. Well, I'm sorry Kukina. Yu will also follow this mission. What mission? This. Minato was a little hesitant. The ninja's mission was secret and could not be disclosed to the outside world. If you don't tell me, you will break up. Kushina had an angry look on her face. If she didn't bring Yu, Kushina wouldn't ask her to believe in Minato's ability, but taking a child who was just 6 years old out was a bit difficult. Minato panicked when he heard Kushina's word, and told Kushina with a wry smile. Kushina was far more than a mission in Minato's heart. Actually, this mission is to go to Yenian village to spy on information. As for Yu, she was clamoring to go with me, and Hokage-sama agreed. Really, if you don't believe me, you can ask Yu. I believe you this time. If something happens to Yu, don't worry, I will definitely not let Yu have an accident. I will guarantee it with my life. Minato said very seriously. Yu is Kushina's younger brother and also his younger brother. Even if he is injured, Yu will not be hurt. Who is killing you? Kushina blushed, and Minato still illuminated her heart as reliably as ever. As to why Yu had to go to Yenian village, I am afraid that only he himself knows. The purpose of Yu's visit this time is very clear, and it is completely to go to the four-tailed man Zuli Laozi. It is exactly the same as Laozi's Rongdun. If you can enter the Rongdun chakra mode, it will be another version of Laozi, and Yu is quite eye-catching for Laozi's move. Except for a ninja with a strong water escape like the ghost shark, who is almost invincible. His body is covered with magma to attack and defend high. The defense that even spiral pills can't break is higher than sand. Soon Minato set out with Yu and oil girl Jiwei, and Yu took Ding Zuo's place. Ding Zuo's reconnaissance intelligence ability is not very good. It is better for Yu to go. You must be careful when you arrive at Yenian village in a while. Don't worry, it won't attract Yanyan's attention. He's just in the land of the land. Yu was very happy because this mission coincided with his purpose. The task assigned by the third generation is to investigate the four-tailed person Zuri, and it is an open secret that Laozi and Tsuchikage do not deal with it. The three generations also saw this and wanted to cause some trouble for Yenian village. The oil girl Jiwei also looked at Yu curiously. This was Minato's younger brother, and the bug also told him that Yu was dangerous. I don't know if the oil girl clan is too close to the bug so that they have no sense of existence like the bug. Yu wants to pay attention to the oil girl Jiwei, but she always ignores it subconsciously. It's an amazing skill. Brother Jiwei. Oh, are you calling me? Why am I calling you a ghost by not calling you? Why is big brother Jiwei always silent? The bugs say they like to be quiet. So, how many bugs do you have in your body? 132,459. Hiss. Yu took a breath. Aren't you afraid of eating you with so many bugs in your body? Rest assured they only eat chakra. Seemingly seeing Yu's doubt, Jiwei added. Next question. Brother Jiwei, are you full of holes? Ha ha. Yu understood that Minato-san is the last question, and Jiwei-san, are you also bugs in your lower body? Huh. Minato almost spat out a mouthful of old blood and almost fell from the tree. Jiwei is also his important companion. Although Yu is very indifferent. This is too much, right? Jiwei's face that has remained unchanged for thousands of years also has blue vein. Is there such a question? Ah, I'm sorry to be curious. Yu smiled embarrassedly and closed her mouth. Why did she ask Naruto, Shino, and Tei to take a bath in the hot spring? In that scene, seeing that Jiwei didn't answer, Yu already had the answer in his heart. It's really pitiful. You have to keep bugs and make your body into a nest of bugs. Thinking of tens of thousands of bugs crawling out of the body with holes all over the body, doesn't it hurt? Doesn't it? It finally came to the border of the land and the three changed into casual clothes. The natural scenery of the Gobi Desert is really the Mare Gobi. The face of this wind and sand blowing hurt. Pedestrians all wore headgear to cover their faces, only showing a pair of eyes. Where did you come from? We are travelers from the land of soup. Oh, please get your things out. The three of them handed over the backpack, and it turned out that there were only some clothes and money in it, and the soldier put it away. After all, no one will bring a child out on a mission, right? Brother, can we pursue the four-tailed Manzuli? Well, the four-tailed Manzuli is like an ascetic, wandering all over the land. It's a pity that he is a man. Yes, Minato remembered Kushina's sighing for what happened to Laozi. If it weren't for Renzuli, because of the gossip seal and the Vortex clan's own sealed physique, Kushina doesn't have to live in fear every day for fear of being swallowed by the nine-tailed. As a natural tailed beast container and captured by major country, the Vortex clan no longer exists, and even the powerful Konoha has not been able to protect this land. One day I will be strong enough to protect you. Wait for me, Kushina. What the matter with you, big brother? You won't sympathize with the four-tailed Manzuri. We are enemies. Hey, don't worry, it won't matter. Although I do sympathize with what happened to him, the village is more important. Yu looked at Minato in a weird way. Are you sure you can beat the four-tailed Manzuli? They are already at the movie level. If it is 4 years later, they may be able to beat it. Yu, our mission this time is not to fight, but to sow discord. When Jiwei finally spoke up, Yu almost thought she had hallucinated. Brother Jiwei, what you said is wrong. Our purpose is not to provoke, but to lobby. Please pay attention to your speech. Jiwei was speechless. This idiot, even if the four tails hate toying, people still love this village. Are you kidding me? He simply pretended to be dumb for the second time, and Minato had nothing to do with the two of them. If he could fool the four-tailed Manzuli to Konoha Yeyu, he would definitely be the finisher of the smallest S-rank mission. Yu has already made up his mind. He is too aware of the weaknesses of each tailed beast. It may be difficult for others to be friends with the tailed beast, but it is definitely not difficult for him. Like Yiwei and Juwei, they are just arrogant. You can do whatever you want to smooth out the hair. As long as the four tails are flattering, it is absolutely feasible. After all, the second tail is still a cat, and the other tailed beasts have no chance to contact at present. Chapter 34. Minato-san, I finally know why Konoha doesn't start a war. Oh, why? Look at these places. The country of earth is so poor, let alone the country of wind. The country of thunder and the country of water are better, but there is no need to occupy them at all. Yeah, so every time a war is waged against Konoha, in the final analysis, it is all about survival. It is obviously the 5 most powerful countries in the world, but it is still not easy to live. The first generation is so powerful that he can create a forest on a wasteland by himself. Only created the prosperity of Konoha. Let go to myself today. I'm not far from the village where the four-tailed person Zuli is located. Well, it's time for a good rest. My skin is dry. Randomly found a hotel. Bah, we need 3 rooms for 1 night. Oh yes, we also need a bath. Okay, a total of 900 taels. Well, it's 1000 taels here. Remember to serve some good dishes. Yes, wait, objectively, this is the preparation. The middle-aged uncle smiled happily. It has been a long time since I met such a local tyrant. The water here is also quite precious. Opening a hot spring here should make a lot of money, right? Yu lay comfortably in the wooden barrel. When the chakra becomes very large, it is definitely not a loss to go to the Sandy Village and Yenian Village to open hot spring. I'm really a genius. The idiots in Wuyin Village don't waste resources in such a profitable business. After dawn, the 3 of them set off early and continued to the village where Laozi was located. Occasionally they encountered the first robbers and were also dealt with by Minato. Minato was always involved in unrelated things, but Yu had no choice but to do it. It was as warm as the sun in winter, and he had the potential to be Hokage. Finally arrived at the village where Laozi is located. Laozi occasionally helps people in need and is really like a monk. The characteristics of the old purple are too obvious. The purple clothes and vest, the red beard and the hair are very eye-catching in the crowd. Sensing the 3 approaching, Laozi stopped the movement in his hand, bid farewell to the old man and walked slowly outside the village. Why did the 3 of you follow me? The upright middle-aged Laozi looked indifferently in the direction of the 3. If it hadn't been noticed that the 3 of them were not murderous, they would have already started. No, Mr. Z, we don't mean to be your enemy. We just want to talk to you. Who are you? What qualifications do 3 stinky boys have to negotiate with me? We are ninjas from Konoha, but we are not against you. As for negotiating, I think we are qualified. qualified. Minato watched silently at old Z, unaware that there was any pressure. Jiwei was alertly tensing up and ready to fight at any time, while Yu was thinking about how to get Jiwei out of the fight. Otherwise some secret techniques would not be easy to perform, and it would not be difficult to contact the four-tailed monkey king with the wheel eye. Although I bought black color contact lenses on purpose, it would be useless if Laozi said it. Could it be that they deliberately sold Jiwei after fighting? It is estimated that the Watergate does not want to. Ha 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 is ridiculous. I don't know where you got the courage to get out of here before. I don't want to kill anyone. Lord Z, we just want to talk to you. Roll. Laozi burst into a drink, and the strong man burst out of the ground and instantly formed a lava. The three quickly jumped away. Sure enough, he is an extremely stubborn person. He doesn't listen to others to finish what he has to say. Laozi feels that his dignity has been challenged. If you are a few strong adult, you can still talk. But what's up with you sending two teenage brats? The youngest one just went to ninja school, right? He is also a well-known shadow-level powerhouse for a long time, and the identity gap is too large. Yu opened her writing wheel eyes and stared at Laozi excitedly. Once Laozi used the blood continuation limit, she could copy it over. Uncle Z, it's shameless for you to beat even a child. Yu turned on the mocking mode. Shut up kid, don't want to die, get out now. Uncle, you must be a very stubborn old man when you are old. It's no wonder that Toying doesn't like you. It's not good for two old stubborn people to get together. Shut up. When Yu said that the pain was in a rage, he entered the melting chakra mode. Yu's light flashed, and Sengoku quickly rotated to observe the flow of Laozi's chakra, and clearly saw the change in the nature of Laozi's chakra. Minato didn't expect Laozi to be so excited. His personality was as stinky and hard as the three generations of Toying, and his temper was extremely hot. Seeing Yu's focused appearance, I am afraid that he is already replicating the chakra mode of melting and escape. Just how did Yu know? And the piece of lava under Laozi's feet was exactly the same as what Yu had displayed at that time. Jiwei was done. Didn't you say that you came to lobby and win over? Why did you irritate the other side first? Jiwei and I stopped Laozi together. Okay. Looking back, Yu was motionless and seemed to be frightened by Laozi, but she was still a kid, and she had to find a way to escape. Spiral pill. Minato followed his body, and Laozi did not evade and stood on the spot to hard connect the spiral pill. As soon as he got close, he felt the hot breath on the surface of Laozi's body, and with the sound of an explosion, Minato retreated to observe the situation. The kid's attack power is good, but it's too far behind. Laozi sneered that spiral pill was powerful but not enough to break open his body. Minato is also surprised for the first time. This is the first time that Spiral Maru has lost, and there is no way to mark the Flying Thunder God technique on Laozi, and if you touch it, it will melt in an instant. Insect Jade. A small group of worms burned to ashes before they approached Laozi. Quote ellipsis quote. I'm probably useless at Watergate. Jiwei said with shame. There is no way. Laozi's skills are really the skills that Tien overcomes him. The defense is terrifyingly high, and the insects have died so many times in the past, and they are harder than the bastard shell. It's okay. After all, Laozi is also a shadow class, but it's just restraint. To deal with Laozi is naturally the best water ninja, and only one of the three who can use the water escape is Yu. But first, let Laozi use more ninjutsu so that Yu can copy it, so that the loss will not be too big. Jiwei, go protect Yu. I'll go first. If you have any other move, just use them. Minato took out a kunai, injected wind attribute chakra, stimulated his body with thunder attribute, and arrived in front of Laozi for a moment. As soon as Laozi was about to release ninjutsu, Minato disappeared and reappeared in the back. Laozi hurriedly bowed his head, but he couldn't hit the water gate even though he also used the Shunshu technique. Melting escape, the technique of burning river rock. A large amount of magma was spit out of his mouth, reminding Minato that Yu's rock blast was much smaller. With his own speed, he easily escaped, and Laozi was also upset by Minato. This was the first time he had seen such a fast body lifting technique, and the chakra kunai is also very sharp. If it wasn't for the granite technique, it might really break open. How can it be repaired? The weak are so difficult to deal with. There was still no panic on Minato's home fate, and Laozi couldn't use mass destruction ninjutsu. It wasn't very far from the village. With B, he is helpless to himself, although his ninjutsu is also useless to Laozi. Yu is naturally the happiest. His favorite chakra mode and granite are not important anymore, and Laozi's other ninjutsu needs to be completed with the tail beat. The chakra movement and the seal have been marked and it's time to play. Big brother Minato is fine. I'll help you. Chapter 35 Persuasion. Is it finished? Well, I have mastered everything that can be mastered, but I can't use it now. Be careful that his body temperature is very high. Don't worry, as long as it's a fire attribute, it won't do me much damage. Oh, under Minato's surprise, did Yu wake up again, or create an incredible skill? Brother Minato, you'll know in a while. Although Yu himself hadn't tested whether Fire Spirit Root could be immune to melting escape, it should theoretically be possible. The magma armor on the old purple body is still attached with flame. For Yu, it is a layer of stone helmet armor. Now is the time for verification. Yu Yu's attack was simple and straightforward, just a punch. Lao Zi was done. Is this kid so brainless? Didn't you see that the magma on his body was dying? Since you are going to commit suicide, I will not stop you. Jiwei stopped in a hurry, but was stopped by Minato. Don't worry, Yu Yu is just experimenting with new technique. The small fist landed firmly on Lao Zi's stomach, and it took 10 seconds for Yu Yu to retract her fist and throw her hand. It's so hard. It's no wonder that even the spiral pill can't be broken. If it is Chidori, it should be broken. Lao Zi's eyes widened and stared at Yu Yu in disbelief. What kind of sorcery are you using? Black magic. Uncle, haven't you woken up yet? Spiral pill. Yi Wanzi knocked Lao Zi away, and hurriedly returned to Minato to verify that there was no need to take risks. Sure enough, as he had guessed, as long as he had the fire attribute, he could be immune. Whether he could be immune to Amaterasu could only be verified from Itachi in the future. Lao Zi didn't care at all, and became interested in Yu Yu. What he could feel just now was that Yu Yu was a simple punch, but the magma and flames on the surface of the body automatically avoided it like encountering a natural enemy. How did you do it? Yes, Baga. Do you think I can't do anything about you like this? A tail appeared behind Lao Zi, the first form of a tail beast. Borrowing the chakra power of the tailed beast will greatly improve the speed, and even the body will become very flexible. Minato showed a dignified look at this moment, approaching Yu Yu and ready to escape with Yu Yu at any time. Big brother Minato, take Jiwei first. Not to mention Jiwei, Minato almost forgot. There is no way for Jiwei to have a low presence with black lines all over her face. Jiwei, you go first. It's enough to have me and Yu Yu. Yu Yu has a way to restrain him. All right. Jiwei thought for a while before agreeing that Minato's words would be useless and possibly drag them down. Just now I have seen that Lao Zi's melting escape seems to have no effect on Yu Yu. Watching Jiwei go to Yu Yu, he relaxed and stared at Lao Zi's abdomen excitedly. Shiranyan saw the four tails in Lao Zi's body for a moment, crossing the stone step filled with water as Lao Zi's inner world. The tailed beast space in each person's Zuli body is an intuitive reflection of this person's heart. A red-haired four-tailed monkey sits on a huge stone platform in the quiet blue space. Looking at the surrounding environment, the chaotic Xi'an made people feel peaceful, and it seems that it is not bad with the four-tail. Although it is not a perfect human pillar, it can already use most of the power of the four-tail. The best proof is that the half-tailed beast will not lose his mind. Little devil, you can actually come here, Lao Zi said in surprise. How did he get in? Only then did I notice Yi Yu's writing wheel eye. The outside world can hide here but not. Is it difficult for Uncle Z? Just come in like this. Ha ha ha. Lao Zi, don't underestimate this kid. He has such strong pupil power at such a young age. Four-tailed Sun Wukong moved his huge body and looked at the ominous power contained in Yi Yu's hair of writing wheel eye, making him a little wary. Is this the four-tail? The gold hoop on the head is so cool. Aren't you afraid of me, kid? I can easily drive you out now. Don't. I haven't finished admiring your peerless beauty. It's so beautiful to see the red hair burning like a flame. Yu Yu gave a thumbs up. Lao Zi was done. This is a tailed beast. For any small country is a symbol of destruction. Four Tails froze for a while. This was the first time I heard a human praise him. Look at how solid these muscles are. They are absolutely powerful. I think it shouldn't be difficult for you to lift a mountain, right? HMPH. The old man tells you what one is. As long as the old man is willing, let alone 110, there is no pressure. Four Tails proudly stood up and started showing off their muscles like a human. Like a bodybuilding coach doing various movements. Kong Wu's powerful arms are thicker than those of Eight Tails. Sun Wukong is now more and more pleasing to Yi Yu's eye. You must know that he is the strongest among the tailed beasts. This kid is really smart. Figui. Yi Yu's palm is almost mad. Lao Zi didn't know what to say anymore, but the tailed beast that everyone feared was such a sand sculpture at this time. This Uchiha kid is really good at flattering. Oh no, it's monkey fart. What the hell do you want, little brat? Uncle, I just want you to come to Konoha. Yenian village is not suitable for you. No matter how well you do, they still treat you as a monster. Hehe, even if I go to Konoha, I will still be treated as a monster. Lao Zi sneered. As a human Zuli, all this is doomed. But it's different when you come to Konoha. I think the four-tailed character is very good, and at most it's just playing bad. After all, the tailed beast also has its own feelings and is always sealed. No one will be happy. Yes, the kid is right. We had a good time because you disturbed our tranquility. Four Tails roared. Look at the group of adults who understand such a thorough understanding of a kid. Just know how to harness their power. Why do you speak for the tailed beast? I just don't think it fair. Everyone should have the right to choose, but they don't have a choice. Even if they leave it in Iwagakure, the sample will be recaptured. It's better for you to leave Yenian village to live at least comfortably than to be constantly monitored. You can travel everywhere with Four Tails, right? Four Tails suddenly became excited when they heard it, and it was really tired of always staying in such a desolate place. Old Z, if you leave this place where birds don't shit, I will promise you that when you need my power, I will lend you a lot of power, even half-tailed beast, and it will not invade your consciousness. When Lao Zi heard this, he moved moved lightly, but this was far from enough to transform into a half-tailed beast. He had experienced it before. The whole body was covered with a substantive red chakra, but the thin layer contained unimaginable power. Unfortunately, although he could not completely irrational but can go berserk. Even if they hate me, this is my home, and the villagers need me. Four Tails are a little anxious, and Laozi's kindness naturally knows that he is not a monk but better than a monk. Although he is stubborn, he is a good person. So since he entered Laozi's body, he hasn't made much trouble. The problem is that he is really tired of looking at these stones every day. Old Z, if you're willing to leave here, it's not impossible for you to completely turn into a beast, but it won't be too long. Laozi smiled. Deal. You won't lie to me. This old man is not you cunning human. This kid is not bad either. If you die, I'll go find this kid. Ah, Yu didn't expect to gain the favor of the tailed beast so easily, but he made up a bunch of good words, even if he didn't want this fate. Little devil, come and stretch out your fist. Okay. Yu was a little excited. Of course he knew what this meant. Immediately, the fist, one big and one small, collided, and a more magical spiritual exchange began. Four Tails were very happy when they learned what Yu had conveyed. This kid can melt and escape just like Laozi. Son, can I call you that in the future? As you like. What the hell did you do? So happy. Uncle Old Z, you will understand later. I can't hold it anymore if I have it. I hope to see you next time. Little devil. For the first time, the Four Tails really laughed. What did they do between them? It's really not a simple kid, and at the same time, I am happy for the Four Tails. Call. The strong sense of dizziness made Yu almost fall over. It was the first time since he opened his eyes that he spent so much chakra, which was a great drain on his spirit. Yu is okay. Minato quickly supported Yu. What happened in this short moment? It's okay, brother. I'm fine. Close the writing wheel and rub the sore eye. Chapter 36. Uncle, are you really not going to come to the country of fire? The scenery of the country of fire is quite good. Hehe, I plan to travel to many countries outside the land of the earth. Old Z was still stern, and it was terrible that the Four Tails had been suffocated in the past few decades. Except for the war, he had never been out of the village again. Free. Even the tailed beast wants freedom, so I should chase my freedom too. Laozi decided to completely leave the control of Yenian village, and the boy Oyemu gave him a lot of small shoes. He is stingy and despicable. Even if he has done so, he still refuses to let himself go. Since the uncle has decided like this, let's leave it now. Minato-san, let's withdraw. Their Anbu is almost away. Well, take care. Soon the two found Jiraiya and started to set off towards the border of the land, and Laozi also set off in the opposite direction. Watergate didn't expect you to succeed. Well, thanks to Yu. There's no way that big brother Minato is so powerful. Seeing that Yu kept winking, Minato reacted and nodded. Making a fortune in silence is the right choice, and it can't be too conspicuous now. Hehe, the four-tailed man Zuli Laozi should have defected this time, so I'll have to celebrate when I go back. Well, I think Hokage-sama will be very happy. Jiraiya was not paying attention to Yu. No matter how you looked at it, only Minato could do it. This guy is a hater from the very beginning. Fortunately, there is a water gate, otherwise it would be over here. Sure enough, the news of Laozi's defection came out in Yenian village a week after Yu and his party returned to the village, and issued an S-rank betrayal bound. The other four countries were very happy, which undoubtedly weakened the strength of Yenian to a great extent. The happiest one is Union village. Not long ago, the eight-tailed rampage happened, and several elite Junin members were lost, but at least the tailed beast was still there. Yenian is so good that Zuli defected directly. This loss is more serious than Yunyin. I don't know how many times. A short man is furious in the Tuakage building in Iwayan village, the land of earth. Small stature but full of majesty. It was the 2 days that weighed Onogi. Have you found Laozi? Please punish Mr. Toying. We are useless. Laozi's strength has become stronger, and none of the 9 of us stop. An elite ninja said embarrassedly. Laozi, aside from the tail beast, at least the shadow level plus the tail beast proper shadow level, and this time it is stronger and more compatible with the tail beast. Fortunately, they didn't make a killing, otherwise they wouldn't be able to come back. Asshole. Snap. Tokage slapped the table with gritted teeth, and the table immediately turned into a pile of powder. Could it be that 4 of the 9 Junin or the elite Junin couldn't stop it? This bastard really dared to defect, and he had grown to the point where he couldn't stop him. If Han chased him, he would be abducted by Laozi. Get out. Yes, the name Junin limped out and was very embarrassed. It was the first time that Onogi had been so helpless since he mastered the dust escape, and it was unheard of for Renzuli to defect. Other ninja villages are estimated to be better than Renzuli, even tighter. With the first opening, who knows if there will be a second. Oyemu felt that there was a fire burning in his heart. In the past, even though the two of them didn't deal with each other, at least they all turned towards the village. As an ascetic, Laozi also had great expectations and even admired him. Why did he defect this time? What did the ninjas from other countries tell Laozi? However, the 3 generations of Hokage praised the 3 of Minato in the Hokage Tower, and directly recorded an S grade for Minato, while Jiraiya and Yu only had an A grade. Thanks to you all the time, the strength of Chianian village has dropped so much. The ambition should be suppressed for a long time. Yes, Hokage-sama. Now, if the ally, except for Sandian village, can also gain some of the strength of Wuin village, then Konoha can be stable for a long time. The third generation is thinking about how to reduce the strength of Wuin village. Both Orochimaru and Minato have done well, and there seems to be no loopholes in Wuin village. Yu saw that the third generation touched his chin and knew that he must be planning something bad again. It's really bad. Yu didn't expect Laozi to become a traitor because of him. This time it was a bumper harvest. The chakra harvested with 4 tails has improved the quality of chakra a lot, but I am not very skilled at using it now. The tailed beast chakra is gone, but it can save lives in critical moment. Do you need anything else at Watergate? No need. Hokage-sama quest gold is enough. Sandai nodded. Minato has always been like this. If he doesn't give it, he will never ask for more. Where's Joey? I'm like Captain Watergate. What about Yu? I want to see other would escape ninjutsu. Well, after thinking about it for 3 generations, it's nothing if thousands of hands have been given to other Mudun, and there are also backups for these things in the group. Yu was very happy, so Mudun could save him a lot of time by freeing himself from fumbling in the future. But you can only see 3. Yeah, thank you Hokage-sama. After saying goodbye, Minato and Yu chose gift for Kyokina together. This time Minato earned 5 million taels of money, which can be said to be a fortune overnight. Yu and Joey only had 300,000 taels. It's better for you to take Yu's money. Minato was a little embarrassed. It wasn't him who really persuaded him to quit. It doesn't matter, eldest brother. My family is not short of money, or it is better to use it to buy gift for sister Jushinai to improve my life. Minato was very moved. With so much money, Kushina should be able to live a little better. But what gift to buy? Jewelry is too superficial. Then buy a mansion, and live with my sister in the future. That's so embarrassing. Minato said that it was not good, but he was very excited. Could this be the legendary cohabitation? Flashy. Buying a luxury house is not only comfortable, but the most important thing is that you can stay with Kushina every day. Anyway, they both live alone. When I think of the warm pictures every day in the future, getting up and eating together and going out is like getting married. Hee, why are you rubbing your hands in embarrassment? Your blue eyes are glowing green like a long-starved wolf. If it wasn't during the day, would you still be howling? But this won't let Shao Naruto be born early, right? If you don't believe that Minato can hold back and do not do bad things, even if Minato can hold back, Kushina may not hold back. Yu couldn't help but worry. Minato's lethality is too great to say that he is the most beautiful man in the country of fire, and there are not many people in the village who want to hook up. If you're embarrassed, forget it. It's not good for my sister's reputation. Well, let's pick it now. What the matter? Minato was done. Yu, I think this proposal is very good. It's too bad for Kushina to live there. I must be lonely. You continue to pretend that Yu looked at Minato with disgust, not being honest at all. Minato's face was not blushing and he pulled Yu to choose a mansion. With the previous million income, he should be able to buy a similar one. Yu, what do you think of this place? Minato pointed at the luxury type villa, but Yu was very displeased. It smelled like a nouveau riche. If you stay for a long time, it will affect the ninja's mind. The simple type is better. I think the courtyard type is better, and this kind of decoration is too luxurious but not good. Why? The courtyard type feels peaceful. I think Sister Kushina's character may change. Then the courtyard type. After paying the bill happily, she went to find Kushina. Yu shook her head and returned to the clan. The sour smell of love is really unbearable. I thought I had a girlfriend back then, but it was a pity that the house killed me. Chapter 37 The Trouble of Being Too Genius. For a week after the end of the mission, Yu's continuous practice of smelting and escaping together with Sun's chakra made it more convenient to Yu. Yupei has been silent for a long time. According to Yu's guess, the quality of chakra has improved so much this time, and it is estimated that the fourth spiritual root will be awakened next year. At present, Sun's Wagwo mountain can be used. As long as you are willing to be within 100 meters of the surrounding area, it will turn into hot magma in an instant. This trick can even burn a tailed beast. At present, it is the strongest move that Yu can master, but after using it, all chakra will be exhausted. In the 40th year of Konoha, the election of the next patriarch of the Uchiha clan began, and Uchiha's men, women and children were rarely gathered together. Yu came to the clan with her parents and saw Obito squatting in a corner wearing goggles. Alas, what a poor baby. As an orphan, the most important Lin died, and it's no wonder that love left before she could say it. No wonder it turned black. Yo, bring soil. Yu, are you here too? Obito was very happy that all the time in the class, except for Rin, he did not dislike him, and only Yu did not dislike him in the Uchiha clan. Even many people, including him, do not understand why a genius is so close to the tail of a crane like him. Yes, this is the election of the patriarch. I hope this patriarch can lead us better. Since he wants to lead Uchiha, then I will become Hokage and lead the entire Konoha. Ha. Come on. I believe you will succeed in the future. I just said it casually. Obito Obito's face was flushed and he scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. Naruto is almost every Konoha ninja's dream. I believe you will succeed one day, Yu said seriously, not joking that a man who played the ninja world with his palms is more than enough to be a Hokage. Really? Does Yu think so too? That great. What is your dream? You don't really want to be a pirate, do you? You still remember? That right, when One Piece left my treasures for them to find. I wish you success. I will never catch you when I become Hokage in the future. Ha 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 ha. What a pity. What a sunshine boy. If I have the ability in the future, I will help you save Lin. The election started soon, and all Uchiha members over the age of 16 could participate, but when Fuyu came on stage, there was no sound. Don't you want to challenge Fuyu? The old patriarch spoke, and the people below were silent. They all knew that Fuyu's strength was definitely the strongest of the Uchiha clan at present. There were little stars in Meiken's eye. This was the man she liked, mighty and domineering. There is no one to fight on the field. They looked at each other but didn't have the courage to challenge Fuyu. Fuyu's record was really terrifying. If that's the case, then the next patriarch is Uchiha Fuyu. The old patriarch tone was flat as if he was talking about a trivial matter. I hope you can lead Uchiha better in the future. Yes, patriarch, I will definitely make Uchiha more prosperous. Fuyu knelt down on one knee and accepted the patriarch token. Fortunately, there is Fuyu in this generation. The aged body left the patriarch throne on crutches. Everyone watched the old man's departure with awe, and then Uchiha Fugaku bowed deeply and took the seat of the patriarch. Is she Uchiha Makoto? Hearing Kushina say that the two seem to be good girlfriend, this Fuyu really knows how to choose. I believe that Uchiha will be better in Fuyu's hand. Well, Fuyu also wants to repair the direct gap with the village. Minghui and Shinhong were discussing, and Yu naturally laughed when he heard it, but in Fuyu's hand he directly exterminated the family. It is accurate to say that this fuse was triggered by Obito, but this is a matter of time. How is your cultivation now, Obito? Hey, Yu, I can release how fireball. It's no longer the tail of the crane. Oh, good effort. I'll wait for the day when you surpass me. Could it be that Obito was chasing after me so desperately because of my appearance? Maybe Obito will graduate in 2 years, and presumably Rin will also graduate. Of course, one day I will surpass you and become Hokage. Yu nodded, but this is impossible. How strong is he now? Yu didn't know where his limits were. It is certain that if he fights, he will definitely reach the level of the ninja, but he can't be exposed, and he can only hide his head and show his tail, which is really uncomfortable. Yu was very distressed and agreed, but once the senior officials of Konoha knew his true strength, Orochimaru might not be able to keep him. The old dog Danzo will definitely find a way to kill him. The 3 generations may not, but definitely won't stop him. The 6-year-old Kaminen scared a lot of people to death. The election ended early, and Yu said goodbye to Obito and returned home with his parents. What's wrong with you? I've always been in such a bad mood recently. Did something happen? Shinhong also noticed Yu's state. After this mission was completed, he would always be in a daze, quietly waiting for Yu's answer. Mom, father, I have indeed encountered difficulties recently. Alas. Hearing Yu's sigh, the two of them felt tight at the same time, trying to recall Yu's recent situation. Except for the mission, it seems that nothing happened. I'm so talented. What can I do? I'm so depressed that I'm progressing so fast. PFF. Shinhong spit out old blood. You're just rude to talk like that. It's like a rich man saying I'm too rich to spend. What should I do? Shinhong raised his fist and put it down again and again with patience. Minghui is also speechless. Is this showing off? Father, I have now reached the level of Shang ninjutsu, and my eyes are already 3 go jade. Now I am practicing Rongdun and other ninjutsu, and the noise is too great. Yu was very distressed because he couldn't even find a place to practice. Once exposed, he would only be able to live if he stayed with Uncle Snake, or simply run to the Longdi cave, fearing that the White Snake Immortal will react, and he will be miserable if he goes. What? You have already developed the strength of Sengo Jade to the level of Shangnin. Shinhong looked at Yu in horror. He originally thought that Yu might rejoin in at the age of 8, but it had only been a long time, and Yu was staring like a monster. Is this really my kind? It's just a monster. For a moment, Shinhong doubted Yu's identity, and then quickly quelled the thought, and he was dead if he couldn't say it. Mingwei opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. No wonder Yu was worried about the consequences if she was exposed. Expected. For a while, the two of them became as worried as Yu. Should Yu be told to do nothing? Suppress your talent. A genius who grows up as a genius. Although Yu's wings are quite full, it is far from enough. Too talented are easy to be jealous of, and it happens that they do not have the power to protect Yu. Should I tell Fuyu about Shinhong? I think the family should be able to protect Yu. Shinhong's inner struggle continued, and there was no guarantee that Fuyu could be trusted. If Zhao Yeyu's speed increased, it would take a few years to threaten the position of Fuyu's patriarch. Can Fuyu really tolerate Yu continuing to grow? Let's talk about this later. You must carry out simple C-level tasks in a low-key manner now. Well, I understand, my father. What about cultivation? It should be fine fine without exposing the shaker and melting. Okay, isn't that just pretending to be a grandson? I pretended to be Fuyu, but I didn't dare to show it when I opened a kaleidoscope. Chapter 38. The Three Generations Summon. These days, Yu is not practicing ninjutsu and is constantly trying to awaken other spiritual root. If it is a soil spiritual root, it will allow him to refine chakra faster and consume less mental power. As long as you stand on the ground, you can continuously absorb the power of the ground. Although it is slow, it will automatically absorb without consuming mental power. Then you are really cultivating when you are sleeping. If only I could get a little of Sun's chakra. Sun's chakra quality is so high that it deserves to be a tailed beast. The chakra earth spirit root that received Sun's gift has improved a lot, and the fire spirit root has increased a little. Yu seems to have found a way to improve the water spirit root. If you get 3 chakras, you can improve the water spirit root. The 9 tails corresponding to yin and yang spirit root. What about Lei Lingen? Are you going to be struck by lightning? After thinking hard, it seems that there is no particularly powerful thunder and lightning power, except for the natural thunder. Could it be that when the unicorns are developed, they hack themselves every day? That's right, Union Village. Isn't there a valley of thunder there? After thinking about the road in the future, I was in a good mood, and I ran into Orochimaru as soon as I hit the street. Yay, you came just in time. Orochimaru smiled coldly. Hello, Uncle Snake. Why are you looking for me? Why do I have a bad premonition in my heart? Looking at Orochimaru as usual. Actually, it's nothing. It's the white snake immortal who wants to see you. Gulu, swallowing his saliva. Could it be exposed? Hey, I have something urgent to do next time. By the way, Uncle Snake has not seen you for a long time. Did you go out on a mission? Yu quickly staggered the topic and never mentioned the matter of the white snake immortal. If the white snake immortal was really found to have been deceived and went to long decay, she would have to peel off her skin. No, I've just been doing some research. Orochimaru's hoarse voice made Yu get goosebumps. What going on with that? Well, there are some results. Uncle Snake must take care of your health. You see your throat has become like this. How about I buy you a golden throat next time? It's the medicine to protect your throat. You have the heart, but I don't need it. If you have time, go to Long Decay. I think the white snake immortal will thank you very much. Are you sure it thank? Well, of course. Could it be that you lied to immortal white snake and said casually? Orochimaru immediately realized that something was wrong. This rebel wouldn't even dare to deceive the white snake immortal, would it? The snake pupil became a slit. Haha, how is this possible? Uncle Snake, I just didn't expect it to be useful to immortal white snake. Yu's expression was strained. Her eyes were dodging and she didn't dare to look into Orochimaru's eye. The lying expression was too obvious. Orochimaru instantly burst into cold sweat. This villain really dared. Huh, you'd better explain honestly what's going on. Orochimaru can't imagine the consequences of angering the white snake immortal. If all the snake come to Konoha, it will become a real catastrophe. If not, they will sever the contract with him. Actually, it's nothing but telling the immortal master how to cultivate the spirit beast in the world. I haven't been to the world of the master, so I don't know the difference between the spirit beast and the white snake immortal, so I have the attitude of giving it a try. But so far it seems to be about the same. That's it. It's okay. No, if it's just like this, what are you afraid of? Uncle Snake, who was alert, stared at Yu at the second time. What the hell? Uncle Snake is too smart. Right. It seems that I can only be honest. Actually, there are some cultivation methods in the middle that I have no basis for guessing, but it's great that the white snake immortal didn't go crazy. Okay. After saying 3 good Orochimaru, his teeth would be crushed. Boom. Yu only felt that he lost consciousness as soon as his eyes darkened, and then Orochimaru put away his smoking fit. This matter should not be known to the white snake immortal. These 2 people are really one who dares to speak and one who dares to believe. Even Uncle Snake thinks this world is too crazy. The problem is that he has successfully cultivated and gained a lot of money. This Nima will do. Yu's ability to cause trouble is simply beyond imagination. In the future, he has to find a way to take care of Yu, and he must do a good job in ideological education. Ah, where am I? Hiss. It hurt. It wasn't until at night that Yu woke up leisurely and touched the back of his head. Where the hell is the gauze from? He looked up at the white light above his head and surveyed the surrounding environment. I'm at the hospital. Why in the hospital? Yu tried her best to recall but couldn't remember anything. Just then a nurse came in. Are you awake? Please don't move. You have a slight concussion from a head injury. Concussion? Who brought the nurse sister here? Ah, Lord Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru is really a good person. The nurse fantasized about Orochimaru's face with Reverend Uncle Snake. Oh, right. After I saw Uncle Snake, I don't remember anything. Damn it. This old snake must have done it. It was much better to ask the medical ninja to treat Yu, and it was only after leaving the hospital that it was found that it was already dark. Damn, to put such a heavy hand. My head hurt. I scolded Orochimaru 100 times in my heart. Wait, when you research it later, I will let you know what cruelty is. Any of your techniques are useless in front of my eye. After returning home, Yu decided to retreat and practice. Except for the Chunin exam, he would not leave the clan again. Last time, time, he completed the S-level task with Minato and said that it was enough for him to rest for a long time. Watergate is diligently buying things for the house and will live here with Kushina in the future. At this moment, I felt like the happiest man in the world. Shaking M tribute is slowly awakening. He was summoned by Hokage just after setting up the house, and he was very clear about the 3 generations of Minato and Kushina's love affair and did not intend to stop, but I still hope that the 2 of them can exercise restraint. Kushina has just become a 9-tailed person, and Zuli's control over the 9 tails is not enough. Premature pregnancy and childbirth are extremely unfavorable. Hokage-sama, don't worry, I will pay attention, and I will never let Kushina suffer a little bit of damage. Shui's face blushed. Of course, this kind of thing has to be done after marriage. The 3rd generation nodded and knocked the soot, and then said with a smile, has Minato heard that you have mastered the Flying Thunder God? Yes, thanks to Yu's suggestion, I was able to grasp it so quickly. Flying Thunder God is really amazing. That's really great. The teacher's Flying Thunder God has not been lost. With this technique, the teacher can save many crises. The 3rd generation recalled the 2nd generation Tobirama. If it weren't for the sake of covering them, I would have kept Tobirama-sensei. Alas, the half-beast transformation of golden horns and silver horns is too powerful. Aware of the sadness in the eyes of the 3rd generation, Minato hurriedly said, don't worry, Lord Naruto, I will definitely carry forward the skills of Lord Naruto of the 2nd generation. The 3 generations nodded in relief. Minato has the qualifications to compete for Hokage in terms of background, strength and character. Konoha is still so powerful. These juniors will be the guarantee of Konoha's enduring. Chapter 39 The Death of White Fang. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Yu finally moved his nest, which has greatly improved the use of the writing wheel, and increased the control of chakra. In the past 6 months, I have awakened the Earth Spirit root for the 2nd time. I really practiced every day I sleep. After the chakra is exhausted, it doesn't matter if I go to sleep. At the same time, the local melting chakra mode and local hardening have also been completed. Although the chakra is still not a lot, the consumption is small, and it can be charged at any time as long as it is on land. It's really timeless to practice. I don't know what happened to Minato and Kushina. Hey, bully Kakashi by the way. When Shinhong saw his son walking out of the room with a smile, he knew that he must have cultivated well. Yu, are you going out? Yes, father, I plan to go to Kakashi now. Shinhong looked at Yu with a complicated look, and Yu immediately noticed. Father, hey, don't be sad about what Yu told you next. Yu's heart and could something have happened to Kakashi's father? White Fang committed suicide. How is this possible? Although he could have predicted it, he didn't expect it to happen so soon. He only knew that White Fang would die in Kakashi's childhood because he chose a companion and did not choose a mission. But he's a shadow-level powerhouse. People say terrible. People say terrible. Seeing Shinhong like this, Yu doesn't believe that only human words can kill a shadow-level powerhouse. How could the 3 generations make Konoha lose a powerhouse who can turn the tide of the battle? Unless the 3 generations wanted to kill Konoha Baya, or Danzo wanted to weaken the strength of the Hokage faction and secretly shot. The Hokage faction is too powerful and too strong. Could it be that the 3rd generation is worried about White Fang's future competition for Hokage? Just like Shidai Kazekage was worried about Yi King threatening his status, he planned to kill him. Yu ran out angrily and only Orochimaru could tell him the reason. Nobuhiro could only shake his head helplessly, knowing that Kakashi and Yu had a good relationship and something like this happened. Master Orochimaru, you can tell me why White Fang committed suicide. Why did you commit suicide? Maybe because you couldn't stand the scolding of your companion. Orochimaru's expression was calm, but he didn't see any change. It was really sad that even White Fang respected him so much that he died in his own hand. Is the mission really more important than the companion? Naturally, Yu, do you think it's better to kill 2 people or a group of people? Yu didn't answer, and Orochimaru hit the key question Yu couldn't answer, and he couldn't answer how to choose him. After being silent for a long time, Yu spit out, I think the reason why people are strong is because of the people who are cherished in their heart for them. Even if I change my fate against the sky and become an enemy of the world, because of their existence, I have the desire to become stronger, and I will continue to become stronger. Someone you hold dear in your heart. Uchiha really is a family with great love. The reason why Yubaya chose to commit suicide because he loves this village is an unavoidable problem because someone wants him to die. Is that what White Fang is worth? Power can easily make people lose themselves. People yearn for it and are fascinated by it, and people will change their original intentions because of this. Orochimaru said very seriously, not wanting Yu to follow such a path in the future. Uncle Snake, it is said that the 3 generations have changed their original intention. Have people changed? Danzo itself longs for the position of Hokage, so there is no change. So Uncle Snake's words are obviously talking about 3 generations. I remember that Orochimaru said later that people will always change. If he doesn't change, then what will change is Jiraiya. I understand, Uncle Snake. I will do what I think is right. If Uncle Snake also changes, I hope you can tell me. Yu took a deep breath and looked at the eyes of Orochimaru's forehead with extreme seriousness. Orochimaru nodded and smiled. By the way, the Chunin exam is about to start. Are you also eligible to participate and need me to help you find a few companions? It's enough without me alone. Yu shook his head. Yu felt that they were all burdened. With the 3 Go Jade writing Wheeleye and wrong done, he must not be his opponent in general, and the only thing he lacked now was just the amount of chakra. Yu finally decided to visit Kakashi, and came to Kakashi's house with E. Kakashi was swinging the knife over and over again. This is White Fang's short knife. Godless pupils can't see any color, and the will is quite depressed. But it's also normal that Yu didn't know if he could survive such a blow. White Fang was really an irresponsible father. Kakashi, Yu, what are you doing here? About your father, I thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. Kakashi obviously didn't listen to anyone. Obviously, their father saved them. Instead of thanking them, they scolded his father as a waste. Why is this happening? Is the ninja a waste if he gave up the mission? But it also saved them. Kakashi began to resent White Fang's comrade as well as White Fang for leaving him. Kakashi, remember that ninjas who give up their missions are waste. Does Lien Yayu really think so? Ha. But abandoning a comrade is not even a waste. I think Senior White Fang is a hero. But they, why? Tell me why. Kakashi grabbed Yu's collar and cried and questioned loudly, falling into madness. He let Kakashi grab Yu and said indifferently, because Senior White Fang regards them as his companion, but they didn't regard Senior White Fang as his companion. The damn thing is that their Senior White Fang really got it wrong this time. People. Kakashi let go of Yu unconsciously and sat limply on the ground. Only silent tears were flowing, but it was still unacceptable. Really tired of it. Every time he goes out, people will point at him to see that it is the son of Tsukumo. He saw endless ugliness, and even Hokage never came to visit him once, and even the funeral was careless. Yu shook his head and understood that Kakashi did not easily walk out of the shadows without this, and did not accept it. Kakashi, I hope that the Chunin exam can see you, and don't let Rin, Obito and Kai disappointed. Kakashi didn't respond and just stared blankly at the sky. Feeling irritated, Yu walked out of Hataki's house, knowing that Obito Orochimaru might become enemies in the future. Usually, he didn't care much about Kakashi just as a fun, but he didn't expect that these people already had something in his heart. Lightweight. It's really unpleasant. Is this the so-called bondage? Today's conversation with Orochimaru has smelled a crisis. I'm afraid his situation is getting more and more dangerous. The 3rd generation is in the prime of life, and it is a period of great ambition. It can be seen from the arrangement of the riots of the 8 Tails and the defection of the 4 Tails. The 3 generations of this period are well-deserved. Shinobu. Chapter 40 Chunin Exam Part 1. Finally approaching the Chunin exam, after a series of Sharingan nominations for disciples, they all looked at Yu, because Yu was the only disciple of Orochimaru, and this test will be conducted alone. What is rare is that Yu didn't see Kakashi, and heard from Orochimaru that the 3rd generation had already made arrangements to go directly to the 2nd round of exam. Is this 3 generations of compensation for Kakashi? Simply ridiculous. Is he Yu? It's amazing to take the exam with us at such a young age. I heard that after Yu graduated last year, if it wasn't for some reason, I would have taken the Chunin exam last year. Hey, is it so scary? Hey, the outer village ninjas are going to be unlucky encountering such a monster. For a while, a bunch of Zunin were talking about it, and other village Zunin didn't talk about it when they asked curiously. This time, it has been decided that if you accidentally meet Yu, you will directly hand over the scroll and try not to conflict. Of course, a pair of heaven and earth scrolls is enough. So many teams can't have such bad luck. Right, there are quite a lot of ninjas in Konoha at this time, but there is no one familiar with them. It's a pity that this will be a lot less fun, because Konoha is the strongest. To come here to achieve Chunin achievement is an honor in itself. Obito and Rin looked enviously at Shamanen, who took the ninja school exam. When will they become ninjas too? Although it is a little stronger than before, it is still the tail of the crane. If Kakashi and Yu took the Chunin exam at the age of 6, it was no accident that they would definitely become Chunin this time. After 3 days, the exam began. In the first round of the literary exam, Yu didn't dare to learn Naruto to hand in blank papers, which was different from the conditions at that time. I didn't intend to expose my honest answer. I didn't need to copy it because it wasn't necessary. It was just a mere elementary school question, but it was a little interesting for the white-eyed boy in the same exam room. When I opened my eyes with a 360-degree angle of view, I could see all the test papers clearly. I could see it from the next door, but it should be separated from my family by covering my forehead with a forehead guard. There is also a family of oily girls who use bug. They tore off a small piece of paper and rubbed their fingers to shoot down the bug. This situation immediately caught the examiner's attention. With a stern face, he stared at the little guy of the oily girl family, and picked up the paper ball to attract the attention of the surrounding candidate. What the hell is going to hurt me? Drops of sweat left on the calm face of the oil little girl Takehara. Her eyes widened under the sunglasses and stared at the paper ball. Her breathing had to stop. The examiner slowly unfolded the ball of paper, but it was blank. You. Takehara shook violently. Don't do such a silly prank. After speaking, the examiner turned around and left. Takehara breathed a sigh of relief and was almost scared to death. It was nothing for him to lose the qualifications for the examination, but it would affect his two companions. Take a breath. Yu was secretly laughing. Isn't the thorn exciting? It's like paying back the care that Big Brother Jiwei gave at the beginning. Soon 1/5 of the candidates who were eliminated in the first round. When they came to the Forest of Death, a Jonin smiled evilly and said, "Welcome to Purgatory. My name is Ryosuke Yamamoto and I am the chief examiner this time. The rules this time are very simple. Do you see? That's it. As long as you have 2 scrolls together. After reaching the tower, you will pass, but each of you will only have one, which can kill people." What murder? If you want to get another one, you have to take it from the other party, and you can kill people. Is this really just an exam? There were many people who were timid, and many people were very excited and clenched the kuwu in their hands and wanted to go in immediately. Hey, there are also poisonous insects and bees in it. If you are afraid of death, you should give up early. There is no need to leave your life here. For a time, many people withdrew, and the remaining eyes were full of firmness. Yamamoto Ryosuke nodded. Also remember that you only have 4 days to reach the tower and return home on time. It will be considered a failure, so let's start now. What Yu received was that after the scroll of earth was sealed, he looked for Kakashi's figure. Kakashi had already entered the death forest, White Feather, and walked in after a while. As soon as he entered, he heard scream, and Yu did not stop to move towards the tower. Yu decided that as long as he got to the tower first and robbed directly, of course, if they met on the road, they could only say that their lives were bad. Hello, has the Chunin exam already started? Oh, is it Minato Junin? Yes, it's already started. Yamamoto Ryosuke looked at Minato with a little respect. Although Minato is also a Jonin, Minato has been a normal Jonin since he was 15 years old. The future is unlimited and he is also a new star of Konoha. Minato is all to blame for you. I didn't even come to meet Yu. Thank you. I'm sorry. Kushina didn't expect to be delayed accidentally. Minato and Kushina hurried back after finishing their mission, but they were a step too late. Is something wrong? Yamamoto Ryosuke asked. It's nothing. It's just that it's a failure as a big brother who didn't arrive. Kushina turned her head in anger, and Minato had to comfort Kushina first. Or what if she didn't come? Ever since the mansion was built, I've been wanting Kushina to move in and live in Kushina, but she kept rejecting it this time. Kushina will not be in danger with Yu's strength, but he has a special strength of Shangnin. Maybe he has already reached Shangnin. But what if he was deceived as a child? Watergate speechless guy is smart. Who can deceive him? I am really saddened to meet such a freak for this exam. Minato felt that if Yu didn't do anything, he wouldn't be Yu. Don't worry, Yu won't have any problem. He should be the strongest in this group. Let's go eat something. You should be able to see Yu in a few days. Minato's sunny smile made Kushina feel relieved and ran happily to make yours. Ah, I have a cold. No, some bastard must be scolding me. 80% of it is Kakashi. Ye Feather, who was jumping between the trees, almost fell, and soon discovered that a small team was laying traps ahead. Hey, you can see through it at a glance. Huh, who? The three quickly looked up and saw a small figure on the branch. Child, the symbol of Uchiha. He is Yu. The leader breathed a sigh of relief that the ninja from the same village would not be in danger. Yu jumped down immediately. Your arrangement is too rough. Leave it to me. Gee, is she on or okay? The girl next to me is still in a state of confusion. Doesn't this person grab the scroll? It shouldn't be a problem. He is the strongest man in the legend of Uchiha Ieyu. It seems that there is no hostility. Soon Yu was set up. Since he is a ninja from the same village, he can help him. This exam is just for him to have some fun. Okay, this should be fine. It's amazing. If I hadn't been staring at it, I wouldn't have seen it. Thank you, Yu. You know me. That's right. The legendary genin is the strongest. The three looked at Yu with admiration on their faces. Yu is also a gentle person. It doesn't seem so difficult to get along with. Oh, do you know any information about other people? Well, it is said that the genius of the Hinata clan, Hinata Shangshao, is very powerful. I'm afraid he can fight you. Xian whispered, afraid of angering Yu. Oh, Hyuga, you should be able to bring me a little fun. Goodbye. Yu didn't have the idea of playing a three-person scroll. He had already seen that it was the same scroll from the beginning. It would be good for the guy who couldn't even hide well to survive until the end of the exam. Chapter 41 Chunin Exam 2. Yu moved forward all the way, and soon bumped into a team again. Is this the ninja of Union Village? Nightwing stopped. The three-person siege triangle formation is not as small and relaxed as Yu. Alert. Why are there any children in there? Does he have any other teammate? Could it be transformation? You feel there are no other enemy. Yu looked at the three of them with interest, and seemed to have some strength and a little ninja-like appearance. The Darkin looked stronger than the children of other ninja villages, especially that girl seemed to be a perceptive ninja. What role are you? Did you think we'd tell you? Baga. That right, I won't tell you that we are the scroll of the sky. The two boys stared at the girl in amazement. The girl looked at the two companions strangely before she reacted and said she had missed it. Are you an idiot? Bastard. Are you undercover? I'm sorry. I'm too stupid. Hoochie. Ha, right now you just want to get my scroll. Shit. The three shuriken shot directly at Yuyu's vital point, and Yuyu easily knocked out the shuriken with Kunwu. Playing with a shuriken in front of Uchiha. Do you know that you are playing a big sword in front of Guangong? Who is Guangong? You don't care who I am. Second Master Guan. Now that it's done, there's nothing to talk about. Night Feather's attack brought a gust of wind so fast. The three long knives aimed at their neck. Waist and Yu laughed mockingly and flew past the blades at an incredible angle. How is this possible? PFF. A kunai straight into the heart. The boys' great adventure escaped the key point in a dangerous way, and the three of them hurriedly jumped back from the shoulder injury to distance themselves from Yu. Lan, are you alright? It's okay to avoid the key point. The calf muscle is probably broken. The two teammates stood in front of Lan. Lan's face was pale, and if it wasn't for the thunder stimulation method, I'm afraid it would really be over. It's clear that Union's physical skills and speed are the fast type, but this guy is faster. Yu threw away the bitter blood. Ah, what a pity. But the burden was not small just now. It seems that the muscles are broken. Who are you? Another boy asked. Me. I'm Uchiha Yeha. Yu grinned and pointed at himself. The innocent smile made the three of them think it was a smile from a devil. There was a devil hidden under the skin of this person. I'm so sorry. You happen to have the scroll I need. Can you give it to me? The three of them were 10, and they made eye contact quickly to make a decision. Although there are three of them, the terrifying attack from Yu, which can be seen from just now, is definitely impossible to beat. Hey, okay, we'll give you the scroll. I have to say that you made the right choice. At least you don't have to face death. Yu walked over slowly and took the scroll, and the three of them did not move like petrification. Is this powerful sense of oppression really Naruto? Monster. These two words appeared in the minds of the three of them, and the three of them gasped for breath until Yu walked away. This monster is finally gone. It's terrifying. Is this really something that Jinan can achieve? Yeah, I have the feeling of facing the teacher. Get out of here first. Yu got the scroll of the sky and walked in the forest humming a little song. It was too easy to get it. As expected, the General Jinan couldn't resist his momentum at all. On the other side, Kakashi is also facing another team, which is the ninja of Iwahide village. Hand over your scroll. I heard it right. Kid, go back and find your mother to drink milk. Little devil, this is not where you should be. Leave the scroll behind and get out of here. Really, anyone can bear it now. Is Konoha no one? Kakashi looked at the three of them coldly as if he were dead. Mom, how far away is this word? Hey, I changed my mind. You all have to die. Huh, you said. Kakashi pulled out his dagger and charged towards the three like lightning. Too done. Too slow. The white light flashed over the slightly fat Yinian's palm, which had already landed, and the two people next to him didn't even react. What did you just say? Kakashi raised his head and thought in his ear. Hand. My hand. Ah, it hurt. Ah. Only then did the fat ninja feel the pain. Puff ZZ. The ninja clutched his neck and was speechless. Damn, you killed him. You actually killed him. Don't worry, it's your turn next. There is no emotional childish voice, only endless coldness. Monster, you are cold-blooded. Don't come here. Run. Soon the two of them also died, and Kakashi carefully wiped the blade, the only relic left by his father. Cut. It turns out to be the scroll of the sky. Carrying the scroll on his back and continuing on his way, Kakashi, who was observing the three generations of Hokage in the Hokage building. It seemed that White Fang's death hit Kakashi too hard, and the child was stepping into darkness. White Fang, will you forgive me? Thinking of the three generations of White Fang, he seemed to be a few years older. White Fang was his Anbu commander-in-chief, and he was also the most loyal person. Maybe I was really wrong. Yu met many people along the way. The same village even gave the missing scroll, and other villages seldom took their lives. Soon I came to the tower, but I didn't immediately go in to hand it over, but was waiting for someone. Since I said that I wanted to grab Kakashi's scroll, I must grab it. I believe Kakashi will be here soon. After a day passed, two groups of people were ushered in. The one from Konoha who escaped in front was the ninja from Korean village. The people in Konoha were overjoyed when they saw Yu in front of them, and ran directly to Yu. Planned to bring disaster to the east. Oh, interesting. The three directly crossed Yu, and the next moment Yu appeared in front of the three and looked at the three indifferently. Aren't you going to say something? The three stopped and shouted angrily, go away. Interesting. Bang, bang, bang. Yu kicked the three of them and flew to the front of the Kurigakushi ninja. The three of them are at a loss. What is the situation? Shouldn't we unite against the enemy? Cough cough Yu. The three of them were forced to confront Wuin helplessly, and Yu stood with her chest folded and watched the play completely. At this time, the six talents saw that there were 14 scrolls under Yu's feet. The three of Konoha immediately regretted, knowing that Yu was so powerful, they should have asked for help instead of betrayed. Shui Wu, do you see? Don't mess with that one. Attack these three people directly. Damn it. Konoha ninja saw the three of Wyan's hand and glanced at Yu with resentment but did not dare to say anything. Water escape. The art of water arm. Mizuno's arm suddenly swelled several times bigger. One punch knocked both of them off. Ghost lamp clan. Sure enough, Mizuno suddenly turned into a pool of water wrapped around the third person and controlled his action, and the two ninjas quickly seized the scroll. But it didn't kill anyone. After all, it's better not to go too far in front of Konoha boss. Bowing slightly, Yu tilted her neck and the three of them entered the tower and handed over the scroll. Konoha's three subordinates were reluctant to take back the remaining scrolls and return to the forest. This happened when they had already collected them. The tower's Shinjin is also very helpless about this. If you want to blame the three of them for their bad luck, they killed themselves. If they went straight to the tower, they might have succeeded in choosing the worst way. I understand it seems to be waiting for someone. Chapter 42 Chunin Exam Part 3. It took another day for Kakashi to come here, and Yu just got up. It can be seen from Kakashi's dress that he has experienced a lot of battle. It finally here. So slow, Kakashi. Kakashi has noticed the scroll under Yi Feather's feet, and this guy has become stronger again. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out the dagger. Aren't you worried that the white blade of Senior White Fang will break? It won't break. Then wait and see. Yu raised his arm, and Kakashi stared at Yu's eyes and rushed towards him. The great breakthrough of the Wind Dungeon. Yu was directly knocked down, panting, and pointed to the other side and walked out again. Yu, who turned into a crow in the sky. Illusion. Why didn't I see the seal? Kakashi calmed down quickly, and this time he had to disturb the chakra in his body. After using the Yu in front of Jieyin several times in a row, it did not disappear. Useless Kakashi, you can't unlock my magic. Yu Anshuang Itachi's illusion crow is really easy to use. With the current Kakashi alone, it is impossible to solve the illusion of the three-goose jade writing wheel eye. Of course, Yu does not dare to use the color contact lens too much. It is not foolproof. Hateful. Kill the Yu in front of her and walk out in the direction of her fingers, which is almost endless. Kakashi, you are still a long way off. Keep the scroll. I believe it will come with your strength. Kakashi dropped the scroll unwillingly, and Yu also cancelled the illusion. Kakashi only then saw that he was fighting wits and courage with the air. Yu has not moved in his original position. He has become stronger. Can you tell me, when did I fall into the illusion? When you see me lift my finger. That's the first hint. I understand. I will surpass you in the future. Kakashi said expressionlessly. Yu didn't beat. It seems that he didn't change the last time he saw Kakashi, probably because he was too young. It's really pitiful. Kakashi, I know there is a way to get stronger soon. Any solution? Yu raised the corner of her mouth. As long as you become bald, you will become stronger. I believe you will become unmatched. Kakashi is confused. Can he become stronger by becoming bald? Do you want me to cut my hair and become bald? He quickly shook his head, unable to imagine what it would look like to be bald. Kakashi left the scroll and walked back to the forest, and Yu walked into the tower with the scroll to hand over the scroll. It was only then that Shinjin realized that he was waiting for Kakashi, but it seems that the two have a good relationship. The two are known as Konoha's twin stars, and their talents are extremely outstanding. Now it is obvious that Yu's strength is stronger. After the handover was completed, he stopped and walked out of the forest of death. As soon as he went out, he saw two familiar people and couldn't help but smile. Big brother Minato, sister Kushina. Are you waiting for me on purpose? Yeah, I'm not wrong about Kushina. Yu will come out soon. Minato smiled as if asking for credit. HMPA, I'll spare you this time, but I've seen several teams come out earlier than Yu. Is it true that Yu didn't cultivate well, and you only came out now? How could it be? Sister Kushina came out entirely because I let them pass the custom. It's all because of Kakashi's slowness. Yu told the two of Kakashi's situation, and the two also mourned for Kakashi, and they didn't want Yu to have such an operation to guard the door. How many squad did you grab? About 40 team. Yu thought about the team that followed, and probably guessed it. Then, that's really good. Minato wiped off his whole sweat. The people in other villages were probably going to vomit blood, but the only ones who could pass through were the strong ones. The team participating this time was just over 100 other than Kakashi Yu, and Yu was alone. Occupied third. Can only imagine the clearance rate this time. Why are you talking so much? Yu goes and eats ramen. Jushinai didn't care at all. As long as his brother was safe, the others would blame him for his horse rank. Today I must eat a lot. Eat the poor brother. Then you have to cheer up. With the cheerful atmosphere, the three walk to a happy noodle restaurant. After 3 days, the exam is almost over, and according to the narration of the Shinen, there are people in Konoha who deliberately guard the tower, so many people can only return to the forest to snack. For a while, Yu had signs of an enemy of all kinds, and the ninja who received Yu's favor also stood up to defend Yu. Many foreign Murakami shinobi asked the 3 generations to ask for explanation. The 3 generations responded aggressively. Yu is only 6 years old, and even a 6-year-old child could beat 3 times in one, so it better not to endure. The village ninjas were very aggrieved but helpless for the response of the 3 generation. It was really embarrassing that they couldn't beat a 6-year-old child, but this guy is simply outrageously strong. Therefore, Yu was soon on the assassination list of various countries. Finally, after a week of waiting for the final competition, this time there will be further elimination. This time the Chunin exam may be the smallest batch of Chunin in the past, including those who were seriously injured. There were only about 100 participants. In the end, only 50 Chunin would be born. Thanks to Yu, there was still a round of preliminaries in the middle, but it was cancelled. Most of them are Konoha ninjas. The 3 generations sat on the high platform and watched the game. Except for Konoha, the people in the other villages were very happy that they chose to remain silent, with different expression. Nobuhiro and Meihui also came to watch Yu's final exam. Even Fuyu came to the viewing area. Obito and Rin mainly came to cheer for Kakashi. The next Uchiha Yahan fights against the hidden village ghost Mizuna. Oh, what a coincidence. Father and mother, it's my turn. Come on, don't go too far. Clear. Yu soon came to the arena, and the other villagers saw Yu's belly full of anger. Needless to say, he would be scolded by shadows when he went back this time. Shui Wu is screaming bitterly. It's really ape dung. The death forest was let go by Yu and did not expect to meet again here. Did God not hear his prayer? Looking at the 2 people on the field, Junin nodded. I announce the start of the exam. The field cheered. Is it finally the turn of Konoha's strongest genius? I didn't expect to meet you this time. I clearly think you're not bad, but there's nothing I can do about it. Brother, take it easy. Hey, don't worry. As soon as you close your eyes and open your eye, a day will pass. Shui Wu only smiled bitterly. Although it is said that Lei Dun is the most restrained from the hydration of ghost light, but Huo Dun is also the same. If you can't, then your Huo Dun is not strong enough. The technique of multiple shadows. As the white smoke dissipated, 20 night feathers appeared on the field surrounding Shui Wu. I know you are good at water escape, but I don't know if you can block my fire escape. Shui Wu's expression tightened, and he was afraid that he would be evaporated to dryness with 20 bursts of fire in an instant. He secretly swallowed his saliva. Can Shengnan save him? Fire escape. The art of fireball. Fire escape. The technique of dragon fire. Fire escape. Fengxian's fire claws are red. Fire escape. Water escape. The technique of the great waterfall. Seeing the huge fireballs and dart coming from all directions, as well as the big faucet on the ground, Shui Wuji felt his scalp tingle, and even Joinin felt terrified that he could escape in the middle. Without hesitation, he released all the chakra to form a huge water area and turned himself into a part of the water, and soon felt a blazing heat as if all the water was boiling. Yu stopped. Jonin quickly stopped Yu, but he didn't expect Yu to be so strong and even sighed at Yu's chakra volume, and the air in the field had increased by a lot of degrees. Yu stopped, and Shui Wukai stepped out of the water and his skin turned red. In an instant, he really felt like he was getting used to it. Ha! I admit defeat. Aren't the hot springs good? I declare, the winner is Uchiha Yu. Joinin said while fanning his fan. It was too hot. The audience felt that there was a heat wave coming, not to mention the field, and won the cheers on the field. Yu is really strong, and Shenjin can't stop. Alas, when will my Huo Dun be as powerful as Yu? Obito was a little lost, and only felt that the gap with Yu was getting bigger and bigger. Lin continued to encourage her, which made Obito rekindle his fighting spirit. Well done, son. Well, Huo Dun has reached the level of Shangnin. Minato and Kushina also came to congratulate. Yu finally became a Chunin. Chapter 43: The Exposure Crisis of Sharingan. After the end of the Chunin exam, the ninjas from each village gradually left, and Yu and Kakashi came to the ninja club to report, which made the responsible Chunin very embarrassed for a while. There really is no such small Chunin vet. How long does it take to make this? Uncle, don't worry, one day is enough. The children of today are really amazing. Chunin sighed. I'm afraid he just went to school when he was so old. Finished after measuring the height and weight. Then uncle, I'll pick it up tomorrow. Kakashi, let go. Kakashi followed Yu silently, like a salted fish losing his dream. The poor baby, it seems that it is really abolished, or it will become a dead fisheye after the big deal. Boom. Oh shit, who hit me? Rubbing his forehead, he raised his head and wanted to teach him a lesson. This guy is so strong. Even if you don't know Kakashi, you can feel the terrifying aura emanating from this man. Trembling, looking at the man in front of him, he couldn't help pulling the corner of Lieyu's clothes. Kakashi, don't pull me. Let's see if I don't beat him to death. Gee, Fuyu, you're not the patriarch. Why are you here? How did you meet Fuyu here? Yu's face gradually turned cold. Patriarch. He is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Sure enough, you can see from Yu's attitude, but the relationship is not particularly good. Ieyu Uchiha, Nobuhiro has given birth to a good son. Is he wearing beauty contact lenses to cover his eye? Ieyu raised her eyebrows slightly and said calmly, of course not. I just like such pure black eye. It seems that the writing wheel is indeed open. These words exploded in Kakashi's heart like thunder. Looking at Ieyu in awe, Ieyu opened the writing wheel. Only 6 years old. I have also heard a little about Uchiha's eyes opening, but it is very difficult to awaken. It is a terrifying talent. talent. No wonder he fell into the illusion without seeing Jiraiya. The pupil technique of Sharingan is really scary. It's really boring. Is the patriarch looking for me for something? Yu was tacitly admitting that it was impossible to hide from Fuyu. It was obvious that the lenses were already very thin, so ordinary people couldn't see it. There is nothing but a simple look at you, as expected of Uchiha's first genius. It's just a false name. The patriarch has passed the prize. Just the mind of Yu is worth winning. Fuyu smiled. I hope you will make more contributions to Uchiha. I won't say anything about it, but you have to pay attention from today that you have been on the assassination list of the 4 great ninja villages. Thank you, the patriarch, for reminding me. I will pay attention. Yu bowed slightly. It seems that Fuyu does not mean to be hostile, so there is no danger. Fuyu turned and left Kakashi and immediately asked, when did you open your eye? Yu grinned. I opened my eyes last year. Kakashi, you won't tell me. Otherwise, I'll have to kill someone. I naturally won't say anything about boring trick, but even if you open your eyes, I will surpass you in the future. Although shocked but not disappointed, what can you do with your eyes open? Uchiha has evolved to Sangoyu, and there are not many who have stepped into the shadow level. It seems that Kakashi disdains the power of Sharingan, but I am waiting for the moment when you are really fragrant. After saying goodbye to Kakashi, there was no smile on his face. He didn't expect to expose Sharingan in front of Fuyu, but it seems safe now. The beauty contact can no longer be used, and you can see it at a glance in front of the master, but there will be a smell of concealment, so you directly take off the beauty contacts and throw them in the trash. Since Fuyu can see it at a glance, doesn't it mean that Orochimaru has already discovered it? Just can't be sure. There are 2 kinds of Sanlingan that have been awakened for the 2nd time, and the next one must be awakened as soon as possible. As for the matter of being on the assassination list, I don't really care about it. There are many people on the blacklist of Konoha. The amount of chakra is still too small. Why don't you give it all at once? What a hateful fairy. Immortal, because the author is set like this. If you don't agree, you can find the author to fight. Night Feather. RBQ. You have to practice honestly, and you have to develop some blood and follow-up boundary. There are too few. In the Konoha Naruto studio, Asuma was entangled with 3 generations to learn ninjutsu, and the audience was obviously hit hard by Yiyu's Huodun, and the Huodun's damage was high and gorgeous. The most important thing is that Hong Yuhi's eyes when looking at Yiyu have changed. Even a fool can see Yiyu's adoration, as if a beloved toy was taken away by someone. You still have too little chakra, and it's useless to study. How is that possible? It must be Dad. You don't want to teach. Yiyu can learn so much. How can I not learn it? Asuma said angrily. The 3 generations rubbed their temples with a headache. Asuma, as his son, was naturally not bad, but he was too naughty and almost never listened to the class well. Even if he failed, it might be a good thing. Okay, this is the cultivation method of the fireball technique. You can try it. Asuma, who got the scroll, happily started to study seriously, remembered the method of the seal, and started to use it. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. He took a deep breath and blew his cheek, but only a small cloud of black smoke came out. How could this be? I must be in the wrong position to stand. Come again. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Ha, damn it. Fire Escape How Fireball technique. After several attempts in a row, it ended in black smoke, and there was no chakra left in the body. Dad, what you gave me is fake. The 3 generations heard that the black face that was originally smoked was even darker. This is not something you can learn overnight. If you are not so playful, how can you not even learn such a C-rank ninjutsu? Yiyu usually worked dozens of times more than you guys. The 3rd generation continued to stimulate Asuma, and Asuma's eyes became much firmer, and he directly regarded Yiyu as the target of catching up. In order to make Hong also worship himself one day, we must do our best. After sending Asuma away and continuing to review the piles of documents, Yiyu grew up too fast, so don't worry, even if Orochimaru is watching. With the momentum of this development, Yiyu will definitely step into the shadow level or even awaken such a terrifying power in the future. Although he has never seen it with his own eye, it is a power that can subvert the entire world through the description of Tobirama-sensei. Although only Madara did it at the beginning, Uchiha might have such a character again, but this time there was no second Hasuma to stop him. Go and call Orochimaru. Yes. A dark shadow flew out of the window. Yiyu, who returned home, ate the meal silently. What happened to you? Did something unpleasant happen? Mom, it's not a big deal. Fuyu knows about Shiranyan. The husband and wife shook their hands and both chopstick fell to the ground. Didn't Fuyu say anything? It's nothing. It doesn't mean hostility. It should be said to be a gesture of goodwill. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Fuyu did not intend to suppress them. It seems that Fuyu has his own plans and will pay more attention in the future. I understand, my father. The 3 of them ate their meals in silence. Today's meals seem to be a lot lighter. Chapter 44. The paper can't hold the fire after all. Over the past few months, Yiyu still practiced as usual, except for talking with former friend. Everything was boring. When I came to the forest, Yiyu was trying to add a tribute to the spiral pill. If the wind attribute was added, it would become a spiral shuriken. What if it was a fire attribute? Yu formed a shadow avatar, summoned 8 avatars to start an attribute practice, and a group of 3 began to practice and open the shaker to carefully observe the changes in chakra. One person is the bracket and the other 2 continue to control the fire attribute chakra into the spiral pill. After only 5 seconds, Yu felt a powerful force pressing on her hand, unable to maintain the movement. I'm going. I can't stand it anymore. The explosive shock wave generated by the violent transformation of the spiral pill in the hand instantly destroyed the shadow clone, and the deity was also bombed far away. Out! It hurts me. What a strange smell. He licked his lip and squeaked. Ah, this is my hand. He quickly ran to the river, and in a second, he inserted his hand into the water and heard a refreshing sound. Oh cool, that's not right. I'm not immune to fire damage. How can I still be cooked? I think it's probably because the body can't react in time. Really, I'm trying. Yu formed a shadow clone at the second time, and only then did she react. Huh, who is it? A shuriken shot straight at it. Don't be nervous, it's me. It turned out to be Lord Jiraiya. I was shocked. Why is Lord Jiraiya here? Passing by. I am also practicing near here. It seems that you have a good grasp of spiral pill. Hey, let's be so. This kid's talent is really good. He has already begun to contact the changes in the nature of chakra, but it is not that easy. Spiral pills are very close to perfection. Although the boy said that adding attribute chakra will make spiral pills attribute change crisis several times stronger, but if you don't play well, it is easy to be dangerous. The explosion shock wave just now is the proof. Jiraiya also warned that he didn't want Yu's life to be in danger due to the development of a new technique. He just added a little bit to produce such a strong explosion. If there were more, it would definitely cause an accident. I understand Jiraiya-sama, but I think this should be successful. Zillai also shook his head. Your current body is not enough to withstand the impact of the new technique, and your control over fire attribute chakra is not very good. Yu couldn't help but complain. Are you kidding me? My fire spirit root has been developed to the second stage. You say that my fire attribute control is not good enough. Then how dare Lord Jiraiya be sure that the fire attribute chakra is well controlled? Jiraiya smiled and took out a piece of paper, and the paper started to burn automatically. If you can do this, keep practicing. Isn't this the same as Naruto cutting leaf? I can do it without cheating. Taking the paper from Jiraiya, with the effect of the fire spirit root, the fire attribute chakra slowly condensed on the palm of the hand and the paper started to burn from the middle. Jiraiya stared at Yu in disbelief. How she could do this at such a young age. This is terrifying talent. Lord Jiraiya doesn't seem to be difficult. Yu's weird smile made Jiraiya blush, pretending to be wrong. Ha! Even if you don't have thousands of training sessions, it's hard to succeed. Not to mention your hands and body may be unbearable. Jiraiya also became serious again. Without the slightest joking, Yu frowned deeply. Even if he knew the shortcut to use shadow clone, he couldn't support such high-intensity training. Helix Maru cost more chakra than any ninjutsu he had learned. If you can use the 3-shot spiral pill 4 times when you are full, you will not be able to hold it. Although you can speed up the recovery at the water's edge, it is not a drop in the bucket. In the end, should you awaken the spiritual root first or develop the spiral pill first? Yu was in a difficult situation. Phew, I understand Lord Jiraiya. I won't develop new techniques now. It's because I'm too eager for quick success. In the end, I chose the awakening jade pendant. After all, there is still a lot of time, and everything is because the amount of chakra is too small. Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction. If he continued to practice like this, he would probably be abolished first. By the way, Yu didn't expect that you've already turned on the writing wheel, and it's really amazing that you are still a 3-go jade. I think the development of new techniques will be much faster in the future. In my heart, is it possible that Jiraiya is also here to monitor me? Received the order of the 3 generations of Hokage. Yu immediately became alert. He almost forgot that he was in the forest of the Uchiha clan. Generally, outsiders are not allowed to enter, so how did Jiraiya get in? Lord Jiraiya, this is Uchiha's territory. How did you get in? Gee, this is Uchiha territory. I don't know. Damn, you are pretending. I have been cultivating here for more than a year, and I have never seen Lord Jiraiya before. Oh, I'm usually taking material, and I rarely come here. Lord Jiraiya, I think you are insulting my IQ. It was Lord Hokage who asked you to spy on me. Bar. Hehe, it's not entirely out of my own curiosity. I talked to Orochimaru yesterday, and I heard that I want to teach you well, so I'll stop by to have a look. Oh, can't you hide it after all? Jiraiya also wants to monitor him. He can't find it, and when it is hidden, few people in the entire ninja world can find it. Will Jiraiya-sama tell Hokage-sama this? Jiraiya is also in a tangle. On the one hand, he is his apprentice's younger brother, and on the other hand, he is his teacher and a contemporary Hokage. Orochimaru should have noticed it long ago. It's a well-known fact that the village and Uchiha are at odds. If they are found out by the higher up, they will probably be secretly assassinated. Who can withstand the evolution of Sengoku at the age of 6? I have to discuss it with Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru is your teacher, but don't worry, even if the higher-ups know that I and Orochimaru will absolutely guarantee your safety. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Say goodbye to Zillai and Yu to continue refining chakra. After all, the paper can't wrap the fire. As long as the safety of life is guaranteed, everything is not a problem. If the two shadow levels can't guarantee his safety, there is probably no safe place in the world. Jiraiya, don't let me down. Otherwise, I'll have to go to Longdi Cave to practice. Although I really don't want to see the White Snake immortal now, at least it's really safe there, and no one will find it except for Orochimaru. Jiraiya also hurried to find Orochimaru. Is Orochimaru surprised what happened? Orochimaru, how much do you know about Yiyu's sharing it? Well, I suspect that it should have opened its eye, but the Uchiha family should be deliberately hidden. Orochimaru found out about Yiyu wearing beauty contact lenses a long time ago, and he is really familiar with him who often changes clothes. Soga. But what I want to tell you is that Yiyu's writing wheel has evolved to the highest level of Sengo Jade. He also said seriously. Well, as expected of my apprentice. Orochimaru didn't look surprised at all. What are you going to do? Tell the teacher. The young eagle has to learn to fly eventually, not to mention that he has just shown his egg. I will protect him until his wings are full. That's it. Then I'll do my best. Hey, is there anything more important than your material? Ha, don't delay, don't delay. With Jiraiya's outrageous laughter, Orochimaru was relieved. The biggest unsettling factor was that Danzo had become more and more fascinated by the power of Sharingan since the transplant of a Sharingan. Chapter 45. The trip to the country of claws. Is this the land of claws? It's so small. Well, this is where the mission is. They stayed at the hotel with the two names on the ninja and the client because the ninja had to perform some task within a certain period of time, and this task was automatically selected by Yiyu, and the three generations were sent to show the importance of Yiyu, followed by two Junin. I experienced the elegance of a foreign country. Although the country is weak, the snack here are very good. Kia and Captain, come and try this. This sushi is great. Jahei is the name of the middle-aged Junin. No, it's a strange person to sit on the side with an expressionless face and drink tea instead of vegetables. Che, it's really weird that you haven't seen Shahi ate a bite of rice after walking for 3 days. Could it be that he was secretly eating delicious food at night? Another young man on the side, Junin, whose name is Otada, always had a sallow face with a smile, seemed to be a sick seedling, but Yiyu clearly knew that this person was smirking, and his facial muscles seemed to be fixed. What a weirdo. I said, Uncle, don't you have a normal person? Why do you always have some strange hobby? Really? I don't think so. Ododa talk. This smile really made people want to vomit, just like Sai. Right, Sai? Could this guy have been in Gen or Anbu before? It too similar. Well, better be careful about this guy. In the dead of night, with everyone asleep, a dark shadow left the hotel by moonlight. Yiyu, who got up early the next day, quickly came to the base of the wandering ninja under the leadership of the client. In front of you, the Lord, is the base of the wandering ninjas. I will retire first. Jahei nodded, but Yiyu didn't say anything. It was normal that leaving the old man here would affect them. It is strange to walk into the yard cautiously, and there are no traps. Even the worst ninjas will definitely set up traps. As soon as you enter the yard, you can hear the shouting in the room, and it is obvious that the woman's laughter and the singing voice of the singer are having fun. The three of them sneak in. These 5 bastards really enjoyed it. There were 2 beautiful maids by their side who were disheveled and fed wine and food. Their bodies were being played with wildly. Watching the performance of the 5 singers, I had to say that the singers were in good shape. Shut thin again. Yiyu secretly cursed at her, so she almost opened her eyes to appreciate. Since we're here, why don't we have fun together? Has it been discovered? According to speculation, it was found that the thin man among them should be Shangnan, their leader, and the other 4 middle-aged people should be elite Zongren. No wonder no one dared to stop them here. The 3 stood up. The maids and singers did not panic because they were seen by outsiders, but they still served the 5 of them by themselves. But Yiyu was dry and her eyes were about to stare out. Do you want to start writing? The wheel eye deepens the impression and then uses the seduction technique to get Jiraiya to take me to the Dragon Earth Cave. Both A and Ododa have been watching the emaciated man unmoved by the woman. This is the ninja. It seems that my concentration is not enough. Work harder. But you are not greedy for a woman's body. You're eunuch. In just a short moment, Yiyu's mind has turned 1,000 times in vain. The leader's sullen smile was clearly malicious. Hey, are you the wandering ninja who occupied this place and disturbed the peace? It's so shameful. You actually bullied the civilian. If you see that there are no 2 standing here for a while, you should surrender quickly. What a sharp-mouthed brat. Aren't you afraid of death? Afraid of death? Come on, face me in the face. One-on-one group fight. You're not afraid of 3-5-5, but more afraid of one-on-one. Boom. A strong man kicked over the table directly. The frightened maids around her turned pale. Boss, let me know this kid. The strong man gritted his teeth and said, no need. This brat dares to come here today to show that he is ready to die. Oh, come here if you have the ability. No matter if 3,721 ridiculed first. This is Yiyu's strategy. strategy to create favorable conditions as much as possible. The man didn't say anything and kept staring at Ododa behind Yu. Why do you look down on me? Yu tried her best to show an anger of being despised. HMPH. Sure enough, it's a childish man who really doesn't understand why he takes so much trouble. Ododa still kept a smile, pulled out his long sword as if he was ready to fight, and the four chunin also pulled out their weapon, the strangely shaped hammer and axe, emitting bursts of cold light. When the maid saw that the situation was not right, they didn't have time to organize their clothes and ran away, but they didn't dare to go far. Yu was also ready to fight, and pulled out the short knife that Orochimaru gave him, which matched his body shape. Hearing the sound of the air piercing through the air behind, Yi Feather's hair stood upright, and a few hairs were cut off between the electric light and flint, and the top of the head was flattened. Only the top of the head felt cool and whizzing. There was no time to curse, and the left side blocked the space to avoid. Dungeon pillar. Yu was controlled to move in an instant, and several earth spears intertwined and trapped Yu's body, and both hands were unable to seal. Ododa, you are so bad. You can't cut your head off. Can't blame me. It's so hard to kill such a small target for the first time, and you know I like to cut horizontally so I can see the beautiful fountain. Ododa made a helpless expression with both hands. Yu was too short, but it was not easy to escape this killing blow. Yeah, kid, I said you were going to die here today, right? The leader said proudly. Why? Aren't you afraid of Hokage to blame? Blame it. Yu, how naive you are. Yu unfortunately died in the battle, and Junin was seriously injured and returned home. What do you think of this report? Mean. Yu scolded angrily, not expecting to be stabbed in the back by her own people. Who told you to kill me? Could it be Hokage? The two don't answer. Is it really 3 generations? Danzo. Yu sneered. Konoha wants his own life, only these 2 people, but the 3 generations should not be possible. He can't take action unless he threatens Konoha. He has to be motivated, then only Danzo. Hearing Yu said that Danzang and the 2 were shocked. This little devil actually knew that Danzang-sama was because of Orochimaru, although shocked but did not show it. Why don't you speak? I know it must be because of the seal of the bane of the tongue. When the 2 heard the word, their bodies trembled slightly, and the subtle movements revealed that the person Yu had determined to kill him was Danzo. How much did the bastard Orochimaru tell Yu? The 2 naturally thought that Orochimaru told Yu all this. Ododa, don't waste time. Hurry up and do it. Hey, I won't be cutting crooked this time. There was no panic on Yu's calm face. I took this account down. Little devil, go to the king of hell to report. Ha, what a naive kid. Ha. The 5 laughed, and the maids outside the door also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the matter was over. With a flash of silver light, Yu's identity, bang, the corpse turned into smoke. The 7 people were stunned. It took 5 seconds to realize that this was a shadow avatar. They are totally fucked. Angrily smashing everything, the maid who just came in was just about to turn around and run away, but was pulled and twisted her arm and stabbed to death, and let out a scream. The others were too frightened to move. The leader's moodiness had long been known to them, and there was a pale yellow liquid seeping from under the timid girl. Smelling a stinky smell, crack, she twisted the singer's neck in disgust. There was no sound during the whole process, and even the subordinates were silent. Chase it. It must not go far, and the 5 help will naturally double the reward. Ododa said with a smile. That's naturally better. Hehe, that kid can't run away. Everyone is very happy to hear that they have added money. As long as they give money, it will be no problem. No wonder they just didn't expect a kid to be so cautious. Chapter 46. As the clone dissipated, Yu also understood what was going on. Fortunately, for the sake of safety, he usually used the shadow clone to explore the road first. Since he was on the assassination list of various countries, Yu has become more cautious, just like Kakashi. Go. Fortunately, my father is witty. Narcissism hurriedly retreated, and then formed 5 shadow clones to escape from 6 locations. Shadow clones are really a useful skill. Yu was indeed not far away from the tree outside the house, but at this time, he ran at the fastest speed. The 7 people in the room also noticed the movement outside the room and quickly walked out of the room. The third one feels. The shorter man closed his eyes and was instantly dumbfounded. The boss target escaped from 6 directions. Damn, it is the shadow clone again. It doesn't matter. Let's chase them separately. He doesn't have much chakra. Ododa said that other people think that it is also the amount of chakra that a kid can have to die, and the amount of chunin is divided into 6 parts, and there is not much in the body. To be on the safe side, the leader followed A and chased the other chases together, and believed that they could catch up soon. Dispersed, divided into 6 groups and started to chase and kill. Yu fled at full speed and set up many traps along the way. The youngest 5th did not expect to be tracked down to Yu by him so quickly. Without further ado, let's get started. Boy, are you the deity? Uncle, are you an idiot? Don't you know if you try? Yu is speechless. This person seems to have a problem with IQ. The old 5 rushed forward in anger. Lay done. Lay ya. A pillar of thunder came straight, and Yu jumped up and shouted loudly. Burst. Boom. The detonating talismans around them exploded instantly. The power of the 50 explosions directly blew the 5th child into serious injury. Even the whole tree was scorched with black smoke, and it slowly burned. If the fifth child who fell to the ground had not been in good health, he would have woken up, and now there is only one breath left. Ha! How can there be so many detonating symbols? Buy nonsense with money. It's a pity that I don't lack money. Remember me. This is the power of Krypton gold. Yu roared. Even if the money is taken away by his mother, I still have money. The old fifth is very distressed. A few normal ninjas are considered rich. You, a little brat, use 50 cards to blow up Laos. The old man is not reconciled. In order not to be discovered, Yu even painted the detonating talisman green to better integrate into the environment, and it exploded directly after stepping on a tree trunk. Yu went up to a knife and ended the fifth. The mission was completed, but it still had to be delayed for a while. It was only because this guy was mentally retarded that he was so easy to deal with. The huge explosion sound was naturally heard by others. It seemed that the fifth man fought, and the others quickened their pace. Within half an hour, the second child found Yu, who was preparing to set up a trap. After all, an adult footsteps were faster. It seems that I have found it. It's time for the little devil cat and mouse game to end. Cut. It's coming really fast. I didn't expect a kid to hide his track like this. Drink. Yu may need to expose some abilities to adjust his breathing to enter the best state. Only by attacking closely can he maximize the use of the technique. Come on, let me see how strong a Chunin is. Damn, I'm an elite Chunin. That's just a little bit stronger than Genin. Yu said with a contemptuous sneer. Why is Sharingan the three major pupil technique? Whether it's an illusion, taijutsu, or ninjutsu can be seen, and more importantly, the illusion of Sharingan is extremely powerful. Even the elite Sharingan will be attacked. Ha! The kid seems to be Uchiha to make you proud. A 6 or 7-year-old kid who can't even open his eyes is so arrogant. The second child came to Yu in the blink of an eye using the body slimming technique. The cruel smile made people shudder, and the knife in his hand was already aimed at Yu's neck. Hee. Are you scared to close your eyes and wait to die? Ignorance Junior. What? Why is he smiling? Although the second child doubted the knife in his hand, he did not stop. Suddenly he saw a pair of scarlet eyes. The three-hooked jade rotates in the pupil. How is it possible? Hiccup. Drink. It's so naive. Who told you that I didn't open my eye? You are the first to dare to look at the writing wheel from such a close distance. Is it Liang Jingru who gave you the confidence? Looking at the unmoving second child with wide eyes, Yu's cool lightly crossed his neck, and another fireball technique came. I didn't expect it to be very chakra consuming. I'm afraid it can only last for a while. Looking at his masterpiece, Yu is very happy. Who said that how fireball can't hit people? Even though he is dead, he is still human, isn't he? Yu obviously overestimated the second child's resistance to illusion, so much so that he used a lot of chakra. Who knew that this guy's resistance to illusion was so poor? The clone is automatically released, and the shadow clone chakra also returns to the main body. Has one been resolved? I didn't expect to use a writing wheel. Finally, Yu's clone met the third child. HMPH. I've already found you. Come out, kid. A perceptive ninja. Looks like you told them my direction. That's right. That's great. As long as I kill you and me, the crisis will be lessened a lot. No shame. But it does seem to be a clone. But as a clone, can you use 1 or 2 ninjutsu? Ha! Although the third child laughed, his eyes were full of vigilance. How could the character who need 3 Sharingan to chase and kill could be a simple character? Well, I don't really have a lot of chakras, but I am on land and there is a river behind me. Do you want to say that you are a dual attribute chakra of soil and water? No. I just want to say that I don't need a lot of chakra to use ninjutsu. The water dragon bullet. Too done. Too looby. As the water dragon bomb broke through the dirt wall, the third child had already jumped away. Uncle, can't I honestly because I'm so handsome? Too done. Too gun. Tip for carving insect. The third child easily escaped the attack, except that he was startled by the water dragon bullet at first. He didn't care much about Tuden because he was also a Tuden ninja. It's really troublesome. Yu simply stopped attacking and leaned against the tree to rest. Although the third child was a little fat, he was very flexible. As long as you came over, he would let you eat the power of writing round eye. Anyway, no one else here will be killed and will not be exposed. The big deal is to use fire escape to destroy the core. This kid wants to stall for time. The third child is guessing, looking around. There are no traps. It seems that I really want to delay time, and it seems that there are fewer chakras. The kid will also be able to escape from the earth, and the earth escape should not be effective. Personal combat is the best strategy. Where can a kid body be grabbed? The third child carefully analyzes it, and it seems that there is usually nothing missing, so let go. Oh, finally, can't help it. Yu is already ready to use shaker at any time. The third child, who rushed to Yu, was shocked when he saw Yu, who suddenly opened his eyes. Yu stared at the third child and quickly closed his eye. Puff. Yu flicked the blood from the knife. Hardening. Good luck. The third child stepped back while clutching the wound. If it wasn't for the sclerotherapy, he had just been pierced through the chest cavity. I didn't expect you to turn on the writing wheel, and it has grown to 3 Go-J's, so please die. Another sword. This time it pierced the heart accurately. Why? Do you think you really escaped the illusion of sharing in. Naive. Yu sneered and covered her sore eye, and then used the technique of fireball to destroy the corpse. The clone was automatically released when the eyes bleed, and the body almost fell down. It hurt, but pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger is the best, as expected of me. Yu finally felt a lot of peace of mind. As long as the perception ninja died, the probability of his escape would be greatly increased, which is the best news so far. Chapter 47. After running all night, Yu finally got rid of the chase temporarily, and all 4 Chunin clones who were killed have all returned to digest the information. The leader of the wandering ninja was even more furious. His subordinates were all dead and the bones did not leave any traces of flame. You must be responsible for this. All my subordinates are dead. Da Chuan opened his eyes angrily and roared through gritted teeth. Jahe snorted coldly. How dare a mere wandering Junin dare to talk to him like that? Jahe is about to be promoted to the elite Junin, which is Konoha's highest combat power. The murderous aura exuded from the whole body made people shudder. Jahe did not care to kill this guy before catching Yu. The strong killing intent made Dashwan swallow his saliva like falling into an ice cellar. Only then did he clear his position and was ready to escape at any time. Upon seeing this, Auden quickly comforted. Mr. Dashwan is very sympathetic to the death of your subordinate. It is true that part of the responsibility lies with us. Yu is really strong, but Mr. Dashwan can rest assured that the reward will definitely not be small. Ododa kept smiling, although it was fate, but Okawa's heart to escape faded. But if I catch that kid, I'll cut off his head myself. That's natural. Hehe. Ododa said with a smile. They naturally couldn't kill Yu, otherwise it would be very troublesome to bring the body back to the village, and it would likely be found out. So only Dashwan can do it. Jahe also thought of this, and nodded lightly in agreement. The 3 of them reached a cooperation this time, and it took half a month to chase after this. These guys are chasing so hard. If it weren't for the multi-shadow avatar technique, I would have been caught long ago, and even so, I would be disgraced every time. Yu fled all the way and returned to the village they passed by before. They would never have imagined that I would do the opposite and go back to the village I passed by before. Yu was secretly proud, and after a comfortable bath in the hotel, Yu was on the way. Sophie, it hurt. The child's body is really too weak, and it is no longer suitable for running away with a lot of foot blisters. Hey, he sucked in the cold air and poked his feet while complaining. For so long, he hadn't seen Uncle Snake come to his rescue. He didn't even see the shadow of a snake, nor did he see a toad that he promised to protect. Woolen Claw. Really tired, Yu went back to the bed and fell asleep. At night, Yu woke up and planned to run away, but when she woke up, she heard the sound of a broken window. Damn, it's so fast. Yu secretly cursed, thinking that it could be delayed for at least a day, but she didn't expect to be tracked down for half a day. Ododa really guessed right. This kid really came back here. Hachi. Yu, you can really run. Even though Ododa still wore a disgusting smirk, he could see from the blue veins on his forehead that he was on the verge of rage. Sure enough, the hypocritical guy is the hardest to deal with. The 3 of them were out of breath, but they caught up, or they might let Yu run away again. I said 3. I think you've been chasing hard enough. Can't you sit down and talk? The 3 of them looked at each other. Indeed, the 3 of them had run around enough today. Their bodies were already exhausted, and they all sat down, slowly recovering their body, and this time they couldn't let Yu escape. It must be dealt with in good shape. Jahe looked around vigilantly, worried that the shadow clone would turn the fake one into the real one. You don't need to see that I am the body, so you can't give up. I will never say it, I promise. Yu said helplessly. I am still a child. Are you still human? Now I can only make it possible to recover from my foot injury. Yu really doesn't want to run anymore. Don't even think about it. Kid, I must screw your head off myself. Yeah, Yu, don't resist. You can rest assured that you will never feel the pain. Oh, it seems that we can't talk about it. Why? Isn't it bad to live? I really don't want to kill the 3. Yu already understands that someone must die here today, but it will definitely not be him. The worst plan is to go to Longdi Cave against the psychic. Although he really doesn't want to meet the White Snake Immortal at this time, he will definitely not die. Chakra is very filling. Listening to Yu's arrogant tone, Da Chuan laughed angrily and didn't know who was being chased and killed, but he was talking nonsense here. Ododa and Jahe, on the contrary, squinted at Yu. Does this kid still have a whole card? Let go. Yu walked out of the room indifferently, but the steps were very strained, and her feet were injured. The 3 of them were overjoyed and then went out, trying not to cause trouble if they could. When I came to the forest, the air began to become stalemate, and the wind revealed chill. Originally, I wanted to solve this matter myself, but it seems that it is really unnecessary, so I should throw it to Orochimaru. Seeing Yu starting to seal, Ododa thought of something almost instantly. Isn't this the art of psychic communication? Jahe, stop it. That's too late. It's impossible for Jahe to stop it. Bang. As the huge smoke dissipated, 3 large snakes appeared, and Yu's chakra was instantly reduced by half. The 3-headed snake and 6 eyes stared at the 3 men fiercely, and Yu looked at the little 3 people on the ground like an ant. Go back and tell Orochimaru sensei that it is A and Atta who want to kill me. Sure enough. A and Otada's faces instantly turned ugly. No matter what, I can't let this snake go back today. The huge snake tail swept over and the three swiftly dodged. Yu twitched the corners of his mouth, and no matter how the three-headed snake attacked, they would be deftly dodged. What a loss. How nice is it to summon a smaller one. Water escape. Water break wave. The powerful water pressure only saw a waterline like laser cutting, and three huge heads were gone. Gorgeous blood flowers bloomed in the sky. Isn't this the second generation of ninjutsu? How can this guy do too? Jiraiya didn't expect you to learn this. Shui Duanbo is extremely domineering. Even steel can be cut open. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel proud. Among the water ninjas, he is the only one who has learned the power of the second generation Hokage's water breakaway. If you cancel the spiritism earlier, maybe you can really bring back the news, but unfortunately, the opportunity has been lost now. Ododa was very happy that he didn't expect that A and he were so strong and worthy of being a former member of A. As expected of a veteran Junin, I thought of a countermeasure so quickly. What trick do you have, little devil? Just use them. Ha! Dachuan licked his lip. This time he was finally certain to die. Yes, after Yu formed a shadow clone in the second knot, Ododa quickly set up a barrier to prevent Yu from escaping. The blue square enchantment instantly enveloped the 20-meter range, and Yu was a little surprised and didn't expect this hand. Should I say you are stupid or stupid? This is completely self-inflicted. Yu grinned and said that he was worried about the three of them escaping, but because of the existence of this barrier, it's great. I don't think that this barrier will be lifted unless I automatically lift it or I die. You can't escape today. Ododa is very confident. This blue flame formation is a barrier learned from the Vortex clan. Although it is not as powerful as the 4 purple sun formation, it is also very terrifying. Yu condensed the spiral pill to attack the barrier, causing huge vibrations without the slightest crack, and it was solid enough. This way you don't have to worry. The game is over. First of all, I will abolish your hands so you can't seal. The corners of Yu's mouth drew a strange R, and Auden was stared at by Yu, who seemed to have an ominous premonition in his heart, slightly panicked and quickly calmed down. Gradually, red bubbles began to appear on Yu's body. Dachuan only felt that this chakra was extremely evil. Is this special meow a tailed orc Zuli? But the 9 tails are clearly in the body of Hukina. What is the matter with this tailed animal clothing? Chapter 48. Hey, let's start the game. Yu smiled cruelly. Yu, who was wrapped in this layer of bubble-tailed beast clothing, felt that his body was full of power, and the amount of chakra was at least 5 times that of the previous one. Yu clearly felt that the 4 tails at the back were like having tails in the first place, and she could make it longer, shorter, and any shape by waving it like an arm. A red shadow like lightning instantly arrived in front of Ododa. So fast. The 3 of them were shocked and didn't expect such a strong increase in Yu. Not only that, but also seeing Yu's writing wheel eye. The flash of the gods ate an illusion, and controlled the huge animal claws of Odia. With a ruthless tug of his arm, he slammed both of his arms on the barrier, exuding a burnt smell. Everything happens between lightning and flint. Only then did Jiraiya react and hurriedly drew his sword to force Yu back. Dachuan swallowed his saliva. Monster. This kid is a real monster. Now it has been reflected that this is the power of the tail beast. Ah, my hand. Even though he was screaming in agony, he still had a smile on his face, but it had already been twisted to add a bit of grimness. Even Yu felt unwell, and the rude people seemed abnormal. After the bleeding stopped, Ododa regained his composure, biting his lip and staring at Yu fiercely. I didn't expect you to even open the writing wheel, but what happened to your tailed beast chakra? Did you become a human pillar fort? Uncle, you should worry about yourself first. Don't die too early. Yu's attack this time was quite terrifying. Every big hole was smashed on the ground, and there was no intact place in the enchantment. As expected of Junin, the speed is not much slower than his, and it was a fluke that he was able to remove Ododa's arm just now. Did I say you can't run away? If it's a man, just go to the end. I promise to touch it. Dachuan twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at the big hole on the ground. If he was beaten, it would definitely hurt very badly. Yu condensed another spiral pill in his hand. The blue spiral pill was quickly infected by the power of the tailed beast and turned black, feeling that the explosive power contained in it could easily break the thin barrier. Hey, it's really strong. This power is simply amazing. Yu roared excitedly as if to indulge in it. Jiraiya clearly felt that being hit by that thing would definitely kill him. Take a deep breath and do your best defense. Yu, stop. Although I don't know how many tails are sealed in your body, you will die if you continue like this, and the tailed beast will completely invade your consciousness. Huh, are you an idiot? And Captain. Yu looked at Jiraiya contemptuously, although she was looking up at others, but it made people feel like they were being looked down upon. Who do you think of me? I'm Uchiha Yu. How could the strongest genius be invaded by tailed beast? Jiraiya then remembered that Yu had already opened his eyes or Sengoyu, and it was rumored that the Sharingan could control the tailed beast. This is difficult to do now. No matter what task is used, it is difficult to be effective, and the Sharingan will see through it. How the hell did this happen? To what extent is the ability of a person person with a wheel-shaking eye stack up. If Yu was older, the three of them would have died earlier. Ja and sang, how much chance do we have to win? Honestly, we have no chance of winning and the chances of escape are extremely low. A and Shen Sheng said, and took another look at Yishin. If Yishin died, they would have the possibility of escaping, although the probability is very low. Now it is not a question of how to kill Yu, and how can they go back alive and pass the news back. Otoshin's heart tightened, and he realized that Jahei's plan was indeed the most important thing now that the news was sent back. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he pierced the poison sac of his back teeth, and then spit out a mouthful of black blood. Not good. Damn it, you should have all your teeth polished. Yu immediately noticed Odota's plan, and without hesitation, the tailed beast's coat was a little thicker and shot at Jahei with a ball. Earth escape. Multiple earth walls. A dozen layers appeared in front of him and were destroyed in an instant. It also ushered in the time for Jahei to escape, and Dashwan is not stupid to run away when the barrier disappeared. Want to run? Hee. Put away the playful mind, and keep extending the big hand quickly. What? In the panic, Dashwan was caught and brought to Yu in just a few seconds. I heard that you were going to screw my head off. No, please let me go. I will never tell what happened today. No, I've always believed that the dead can best keep secret, although they won't be able to do the best in the future. Yu shook his head and summoned another big hand to wrap it on Dachuan's head. Dashwan was terrified as if he heard the sound of a skull cracking. His eyes widened at the big red hand in front of him. I'll kill you how you want to kill me. Isn't it too much? Save me. Who will save me? In the despair of Dashwan, blood rained from the sky, and then the body stopped struggling. Art fire escape ho fireball. In the next time, the two corpses were left with nothing left, so they turned around and ran towards the direction of Jahei. Is that the power of the tailed beast just now? It's strange that there is no information that Yu has become the power of the human column. Yes, it's a little strange indeed. Heiju thought about the current situation of the tailed beast. 1 tail is on Among, 2 tails and 8 tails are in Union Village, 3 tails and 6 tails are in Wuyin Village, 4 tails defected and 5 tails are still in Yenian Village, and 9 tails are in Jutsun. Kushina's body is alive and well, so it can't be 9 tails, so it can only be 7 tails. Where is Naneo? It is said that it is in a wild state in Takian Village. As that's so, did Yu touch the tail beast and get apart, like the golden horn and the silver horn? Hey, maybe that's the case, Baiju said with a smile. According to the information, Yu is the only one who has been in contact with Jushinai, and the most likely source is the 4 tails and the 9 tails. It is absolutely impossible for people to share a chakra. The giant pitcher plant was hidden in the trunk again. It didn't take long for Yu to catch up with Jahei. Captain, I'm catching up with you. A big hand slapped off the tree trunk. Yu couldn't help being a little annoyed. How could this guy have such good physical strength? I've let you know my secret. How could I let you go back alive? The second state of tail beastization. Yu's chest and abdomen felt like it was going to explode, and Jahei, who couldn't help but fled in the air, couldn't help but turn back. Could it be that there was something wrong with Yu's body? Are the side effects finally showing up? At this time, Yu was already unable to see the appearance of a human, and a thin layer of tailed beast clothing was tightly attached to the skin. No longer able to see the pupils, but Yu clearly felt that his writing wheel eyes were still open, and all the chakras left by sun broke out. Yu finally understood why the tailed beast chakra was infinite. The first state of the tailed beast is 5 times the previous state, and the second state is 30 times the normal state. I can't help but feel the bloodthirsty earth. Violent anger can't help tearing everything in front of you. Breathe. Yu, who had recovered to Kingming, lay on the ground like a beast and jumped abruptly to catch up with Jahei. Even if it has been filtered by sun, it will not invade consciousness without its will, but its brutal nature affect the mind. Captain, game over. Jahei looked at Yu behind him in awe. He didn't expect Yu to be able to do this without losing consciousness. Affected by the shaking eye illusion, a man gave his heart in a trance. It was so fast that it was difficult for his eyes to keep up with the afterimage. Killing Ja and Yu quit the tail beast transformation, sitting on the ground panting. Although the skin will not be burned like Naruto, but the burden on the body is still very heavy. Go back to practice more physical skill. Sure enough, the body is the most important thing. No matter what you do, your body must bear it first. Chapter 49. Congratulations on getting a fat tiger. After carefully handling the battlefield, Yu left with confidence. I am afraid that the second form of tail beast can only be used twice. I didn't expect to deal with Ja and he actually needing the second form. This guy is probably almost an elite Junin, right? Yu, who got rid of the crisis, set foot on the road back to the village comfortably. It was very pleasant to go up the mountain and play with water. This made Yu's father and mother anxious. According to the situation, the journey should be back in 10 days, but this has already passed. Still no return for a month, and no news at all. The husband and wife had to visit Orochimaru and Fuyu. As early as 20 days after Yu left, they had already asked Fuyu and Orochimaru. Both parties also sent a lot of people to look for them, and even the 3 generations sent a lot of Anbu. Still no news. Well, I've been searching for more than 10 days, but you can rest assured that Yu will not have an accident. Even if he can't beat him and escape, there will be no problem. The sun, but the contracted Longdedong reverse channeling has reached the White Snake Immortal's territory and no one can do anything about him. But what if my son didn't think of it? What should I do if I suddenly become stupid? No, I have to see Lord Orochimaru, Minghui said anxiously, tears welling in her eye. Okay, I'm going to ask you too, don't worry. Looking at his haggard wife, he felt distressed. This bastard went where he went and never came back. With a sigh, Nobuhiro went to Fuyu's house. Dong dong dong. Master Orochimaru, are you there? Hearing the sound, Orochimaru put away the scroll and went to open the door. Sorry to bother you again. Nothing, please come in. The hoarse voice made Minghui very uncomfortable, but she still walked into the snake's nest. Oh no, it was Uncle Snakeout. Lord Patriarch, do you think this matter is because the senior officials of Konoha secretly took this opportunity to get rid of my son? There is only this possibility now. Yiyu's talent is too high, but it shouldn't be that Hokage wants Yiyu's life. No matter how stupid you are, you can't want to turn against Orochimaru, so it should be other high-level people. There are only those 3 other high-level executives. Isn't there any news yet? No, it should be said that it is probably good news. There are several battle points in the land of the claws, but the battles are all over soon, and the bodies are all burned. It should be caused by fire escape ninjutsu. Judging from the number, there are 7 people. From the traces, they are all adult. They should be 5 wandering ninjas. The other 2 may be Konoha's joinin, which means that Yiyu is fine. Nobuhiro breathed a sigh of relief, which meant that Konoha's jonin also wanted to kill Yiyu. It is definitely the high level secretly doing it. In Orochimaru's house, Orochimaru also said this kind of information. From the news that the last 3 burnt traces came, Yiyu might finally fight with the 3 joinin to kill 2 of them and then chase down the last one. Orochimaru, is this true? Great. When this stinky boy comes back, I will definitely scold him. I scared the old lady to death. Woo woo woo. Minghui finally felt relieved and the tears couldn't help falling. Hee, this kid is smart. Orochimaru sighed and said that from the point of view of the technique, it was all done by one person, but I didn't expect Yiyu to have grown to such a point that even 3 Shangren could not beat Yiyu together, and the strength was at least elite. Orochimaru even suspected that someone was secretly helping him. He was so strong at the age of 6 that the executives were afraid that they would not be able to sleep. It better to ask Yiyu when you come back. If it's really Yiyu's action, it's too terrifying. Ah, who is scolding the young master? It must be the damn snake from Uncle Snake. Yiyu, who was grilling fish by the river, almost fell into the fire with a sneeze, sprinkled with cumin and pepper, and the fragrance spreads for 10 miles. Sure enough, grilled fish without cumin has no soul. Waiting with saliva. Swish. The sound of oh came from the bushes, which immediately aroused Yiyu's alertness, and suddenly a tiger barked its teeth and roared at Yiyu. What? It's just a little wildcat. It probably attracted by the fragrance. The big tiger is 1.5 meters high and 5 meters long from head to tail. For Yiyu, it is completely huge. Yiyu remembered that no tiger on earth is this big. Right. Hey, do you want to eat? Yiyu waved the grilled fish in his hand, and the tiger's copper bell-like eyes stared at the grilled fish and rushed forward to grab it. It seemed that it was the one who killed Yiyu's 3 fish. I can have lunch today. Wow. Do you want to crush me? One turned over to hide, jumped on the tree and ate the grilled fish leisurely, and the tiger below was even more drooling. Rubbing his claws, he was about to climb up the tree and grab the tree trunk where Yiyu was. Yiyu jumped and jumped on another big tree at the same time. The angry tiger fell to the ground again, and after eating one, the other 2 were inserted into the tree and jumped down. Mom said that if the child is too skinny, it will be fine. Minghui, after wiping the oil on his face, he clenched his little fist and threw himself at the tiger. Is this thing a fool? Wouldn't you become a fool after eating for a while? Looking at the thin figure, the tiger opened his bloody mouth without any hesitation and had no doubt that he could swallow Yiyu in one gulp. Bodywork. Yiyu turned around and came to the back of the tiger, and punched and kicked to stage a Yiyu beating the tiger. The tiger started to roll on the ground in pain, but as soon as he stood up, Yiyu would jump on his back and continue to fight. Tired of playing, Yiyu reached out and grabbed the tiger's stamina. Sure enough, the tiger's body instantly became stiff, but it quickly recovered. Yiyu's hand was too small for a tiger. Don't move. I'm hitting you. Woo. Tiger seemed to understand Yiyu's fear of lying on the ground motionless. Yiyu let go of the tiger but did not expect this tiger to be very spiritual. Yiyu took down the 2 grilled fish and handed them to the tiger to eat. The one the tiger ate was a grievance, not and teared. Why is death so fragrant? Woohoo. Is this really human? How is it different from what I've seen before? Are human beings so fierce now? Since you ate my fish, then you will be my tiger in the future. If you dare to mess around without me, I will skin you and make sheep. Yiyu said with a smile, but in the eyes of tigers, this is a demon. Although he didn't know what the sheep were, he nodded heavily. It seems that you agree. Then I'll give you a name. I'll call you Fat Tiger after seeing how fat you are. Tiger shook his head. Am I fat? It's obviously all muscle. You don't like it? Then make it into a bed sheet. Woo. Woo. The tiger was so frightened that he showed his belly and acted coquettishly just how to look and how hot his eyes were. Okay, I know I'll be called a fat tiger when I get up soon, Yu said with disgust. How ugly is she? Don't you count 13 in your heart? Tiger can only be depressed to accept this fact. Then continue on our way to the nearby village. The fat tiger roared and galloped forward in a low voice, while Yu rode steadily on the back of the tiger and slept soundly. Chapter 50. Finally arrived at the nearby village. There was a commotion around. I heard a faint shout and then heard a tiger roar. The deafening roar startled a large flock of birds in the forest, glaring at the crowd in front of them. The men looked nervously at the tiger in front of them with scythes and hoes in their hands, sweating from their palms, although they did not know why there were children on their back. Don't be noisy. Want to be made into sheep? Yu, who was a little annoyed, was woken up by Zheng Shang, who was sleeping, and slapped the fat tiger's head on the ground with a slap. Only then did she get slack and looked around in confusion. Oh, it turned out to be in the village. I'm sorry, just wake me up. Why are you yelling? Yu shouted exaggeratedly. Woo. Fat tiger whimpered in a low voice, who still remembered that it was the overlord here before. It was really a tiger who fell and Pingyang was bullied by a dog, and he shed tears silently in his heart. Okay, I know you're wrong, then I'll bake 10 pieces for you today. Yu touched fat tiger's big head and comforted him. Only then did the fat tiger become happy and jubilant, and it seemed that it would be good to eat grilled fish. Needless to say, he is another foodie who was conquered by food. Ha, uncle, don't worry, my tiger won't hurt someone's family, right? Fat tiger. The strange yin and yang voice scared the fat tiger to nod quickly, and the people around were amazed. Such a spiritual beast, but this fierce look doesn't look like a family member. The hunter can clearly perceive the wildness of the fat tiger as extremely dangerous. We just want to find a place to rest for one night and leave tomorrow. Just arrange any accommodation. It's not difficult to just need a place to stay. But are you sure this tiger really doesn't hurt people? A young man stood up, dressed more prestige than those around him, probably the son of the village chief. Please don't worry, this eldest brother, it won't dare to mess around without my order, or I'll make it into a bed sheet or a rug. Yu said aloud and patted his chest as a guarantee. After discussing for a while, how could Yu not look like a bad guy? How bad can a child be? Okay, but the food your tiger needs may not be affordable for our village. Don't worry, it will go out and find it on its own. Then the small village accepted Yu, but they would subconsciously keep a safe distance away from Yu. As soon as they entered the village, the women and children around the village were even more frightened and hurried away and closed their doors, knocking over many things and falling down several times along the way. The men quickly picked up the weapons around them. When Fat Tiger saw this, his heart became much more balanced. This is the expression and action that human beings should have when they see it. This little master is just an outlier. He looked around contemptuously and raised his high head like a king patrolling his territory. Ah, don't be afraid that this tiger is raised by the little brothers and doesn't hurt anyone. You can call it a fat tiger. The leading young man quickly appeased it, and the men calmed down when they heard the funny name and looked at Yu on the tiger's back. At night, Yu quickly blended into it, and the people around the fire chatted happily about this interesting thing, cherishing the warmth of this moment even more. Everything was so beautiful. The little girls watched with admiration in the eyes of the star. Nightfeather. Fat, who found a corner by himself to sleep soundly. A daring little devil even went up to touch Fat Tiger. The adult didn't have time to stop him, but his heart was in his throat. Immediately, he stuck out his tongue and licked the child face friendly, and everyone was relieved. A group of little devils are like Yuppei who have discovered a new world and go up to lick this big cat, and the Fat Tiger can only be tired of dealing with the most annoying little devil. Tiger is worrying. Where did you come from, little brother? The village chief asked curiously while sitting on the side. I'm from Konoha, and I'm a ninja. Yu directly explained her identity. Presumably this village should have heard of it. After all, it seems that the village is not so backward. It turned out to be Konoha's ninja. No wonder it's so powerful. It's a pity that our village is too poor to entertain you well. People around were even more in awe of Yu, but they didn't expect it to be the legendary ninja. It's a big favor for the village chief to give me a place to stay and these possible meals, but I see this village. It's not particularly convenient for water conservancy. No, there is indeed some inconvenience. Every time I have to go several miles outside the village to fetch water, it is easy to encounter wild animals. There was an old well in the village, but the water also dried up. The old village chief is helpless, said that dozens of households around here rely on this old well and other positions can't get water. That's it. Maybe I can do it. Yu stood up, and it was easy to find water with the characteristics of the water spirit root. He quickly felt the breath of water. After a little estimation, he knew that it was no wonder that it was too deep to dig at a depth of more than 30 meters. After walking about 10 meters, he said, there must be water under the village chief, but it's just a little deep. Stand back. Earth dungeon. Yu fell directly to 30 meters underground, and the technique of the waterfall communicated with the ground of the underground river to produce violent vibration. Is this the power of a ninja? It's as scary as an earthquake. The villagers who were already acquainted not only were not afraid but looked forward to the deep pit. Boom! With a loud noise, Yu rushed to the sky with the fountain and landed on the ground smoothly. Splashy! Finally there is water. Yu is the hero of our village. Sigui! Splashy! Fat Tiger looked at the surroundings with a dazed expression. Is it raining? Should I find a place to hide? The old village chief clapped his hands and applauded. It was right for his son to bring Yu back today. This can solve the big crisis in the village. After a night of carnival, Yu was entertained by all kinds of delicious food. Yu couldn't help rolling his eye. How did you get so much out? In the early morning of the next day, Yu was ready to go on the road, but the old village chief stopped Yu. Can you discuss something, little brother? The village chief, please be. Well, it's my son who said he wants to be a ninja too. Yu shook his head and rebuffed. It's better not to become a ninja. The village chief, this place is like a paradise. There is no war and no dispute. Once you become a ninja, you must always worry about your own life, which means you can no longer stay out of it. To tell you the truth, I was chased and killed for more than half a month before I escaped here. Being worried every day and making him a ninja will only kill him. I understand. The old village chief sighed. He couldn't put his son's life in danger at any time, and Yu was only 6 years old when he was only 6 years old. After patting Fat Tiger's back, Fat Tiger continued on his way. This should be the last stop. It's almost time to go back after playing during this time, otherwise my mother may have to worry. Yu returned to her heart and hurried all night, and Fat Tiger felt that he had lost a lot of weight and felt sorry for himself for 3 seconds. Chapter 51: The Temptation of Returning to the Village. Seeing the familiar gate, Yu had a feeling of tears coming from fellow villagers seeing fellow villagers. Tiger! The 2 Chunin guards jumped out and took out the kunai to prepare for battle. Chudo-sak! It's me. This is the pet I brought back named Fat Tiger. Yu hurriedly jumped down, and the 2 Chunin names suddenly realized it turned out to be Yu. How did you really bring back a tiger? Do you want to be a tiger platoon? It's a way to make tiger stay. In my opinion, this kind of game is best used to make soup. It's definitely a great supplement. Fat Tiger got goosebumps. What kind of person is this? Are all the people in the master village so sturdy? Frightened, he hid behind Yu and clamped his tail to become a tiger. Huh? Can this beast understand words? Is it a psychic beast? The sharp-eyed Chunin immediately noticed that the different sizes of the fat tigers were also larger than usual. Yes, Fat Tiger is very smart. Maybe he can really become a psychic beast in the future. Yu touched the fat tiger's head, and the fat tiger immediately acted coquettishly, as if to say that the masters are terrible. The expression and action made people laugh, and the Chunin let Yu enter the village, otherwise it would be fine if the civilians were injured. Along the way, the pedestrians looked at the fat tiger curiously, and the children looked enviously at Yu's majesty. Mom, I want to eat tiger meat. Eat. Big chunk. Are 2 pieces enough? Enough. Thank you, Mom. Mom is so nice. Yu stared blankly at the child and the woman. Did you also come through? The fat tiger's body is shaking. Konoha is too dangerous. I want to go back to the forest. When I finally got home, I didn't know if my mother was worried about me. Hui. Tada on. Minggui's plate, who was washing dishes, fell on the ground without realizing it. She slowly turned her head and saw her precious son who caused him to sleepless at night. Tears could not stop flowing. My son is really bad. She jumped up and hugged Yu tightly and cried non-stop. Yu didn't respond immediately. Didn't she come back? Well, Mom, let me go first. I can't breathe. Oh, why did you come back? Stinky boy. Do you know that I'm about to die of worry? If Master Orochimaru said you wouldn't have any trouble with me. Looking at the tear-stained mother. Is this the feeling of home? Yu was deeply moved. This feeling is so good. Sorry, Mom, I'm just having fun, and I got carried away after the mission ended. It's okay. Just come back when you come back. Minghui couldn't help crying again. Even though she was a powerful ninja, she couldn't control her emotion. Mom, look, I even caught a pet. It's very smart. Come here, fat tiger. Oh, only then did Minghui notice the huge tiger at the door. The tendon and meat were good, and making the broth Yu should help Yu grow. Well, this tiger is really big. If it is braised, it should taste good. It just so happens that Shinhong has been working too hard for you recently and should be able to make up for it. Minghui touched her chin and said seriously, Fat Tiger just wants to turn around and leave. Why does everyone want to eat it? Who the hell is the beast? Mom, don't scare the fat tiger. No matter what, you have to get fat and eat. Fat tiger, I fainted directly. There are always people who want to harm me. PFF, this tiger is called Fat Tiger. Right, it's really spiritual. Of course, otherwise I would have peeled it off to make sheets on the way. It was only at night that Shinhong returned home, and seeing the mother and son sitting upright couldn't help but feel a little wet in the eye. Have a meal. The majestic voice recalled that Mingwei started to eat with a smile, and Yu also slowly added the dishes. Minato heard that Yu came back and hurriedly washed the dust for Yu, who came back from the dust. This time Yu didn't come back after a full month, and Kushina was almost worried. What's the matter with Yu's mission this time? It's nothing. It's just a few wandering ninjas who have some skill. That good. Otherwise Kushina will have to worry again. Thank you for your concern. By the way, say, has my sister moved in with you? Well, so I can take better care of her. Minato nodded very calmly. He had already established the relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend, and they were all orphans living together and no one would say anything. Is it really just taking care? Hee. Seeing the wretched look on Yu's face, he knew that he didn't think anything good. You must know that I won't touch a finger of Kushina unless she says it's okay. What if Sister Kushina took the initiative? Of course that's another story. It's a matter of course. The most abhorrent thing is prudent. Brother, honestly, have you peeked at my sister taking a bath? How could this be? How could I be that kind of person? Minato immediately blushed anxiously, although he really wanted to see it, but he was afraid of being hated by Kushina, so every time he glanced at it, he didn't dare to look again. However, Kushina really didn't close the door. It would be bad if someone saw. Changwei, you said that you don't know martial art. No, Minato, you said that you didn't peek. I'll tell Sister Jushinai to go. Yeyu, calm down first. It's not what you think. I've told Kushina many times. Minato hurriedly pulled Yeyu. Kushina would definitely be angry if he said that. Minato was also very helpless about this. Although it wasn't cold in the room, what if he caught a cold, and he really didn't have the gut to look at it in a hurry at most. It seems that my sister wants to get married even more than I thought. Yeyu murmured to himself. Is it because of the appearance and matchmaking? What did you say? Yeyu. Nothing. Yeyu sat back, and the second generation was right. Unfortunately, Minato is an idiot after all, but I couldn't see such obvious hint. I had already gone. Oh, it's so pitiful. Sometimes not enough IQ is a flaw. Why do I feel like you're talking about me? Please don't look at me with such pathetic eye. Minato held his head in both hands. He had seen this kind of look before, and Kushina often looked at him like this and sighed silently. His heart hurt. Is my IQ really low? Watergate couldn't help but doubt himself. It's pitiful. Sometimes the sun is too full of justice and it's not good. Too incomprehensible. Kushina is really pitiful. Actually, you should learn more from Lord Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya. Kushina doesn't seem very happy that I have too much contact with Master Jiraiya. No, some things are still necessary. You don't know your sister's heart well enough. Kushina's heart. I understand. I will visit Jiraiya-sensei more often. Shao Naruto should not be born early. Right. It doesn't matter anyway, as long as I'm strong enough. HMPH. I will settle this account with you sooner or later. Minato had no idea what he had been through this month. Originally, he followed the other two Junin to perform the A-level mission, and went to the land of Claws to get rid of a few wandering ninjas. Among the wandering ninjas, there was one Junin and 4 Chunin. The mission teammate did not help, and even joined forces to deal with him, which is ironic. What happened to Yeyu? It's okay, big brother. Let's go eat barbecue. Call Sister Kushina too. Of course, I'll treat you this time. This time I must eat you poor. Then you have to work hard. If it is so warm again. Watergate cherishes everything that he has now. Brother, why don't you go directly to your house to eat? I brought a helper today. I must eat you poor. Although come, but you can only bring one. Minato thought that Yeyu was going to bring a new friend to let them know, but he never guessed that Yeyu brought a super foodie. Eat 10 times as much as the 3 of them. Chapter 52 Visitor. A ray of sunlight shone through the window. Yeyu opened her eyes and started a new round of training with a warm meal. Just yesterday, after Fat Tiger learned what a bed sheet and a carpet are, he actually started a hunger strike. He only ate a little bit every day and was hungry for a week. He became thinner than before, and he was worried that Yeyu would kill him to eat meat one day. The move made me laugh. When I went to my training forest, I started to try to add attributes like spiral pills. The obvious color change of spiral pills in the previous battle was definitely due to the addition of the tailed beast chakra. It should also be regarded as an alternative attribute. So the question is why the tailed beast chakra can be so easily integrated into the spiral pill. Yeyu used a little tailed beast chakra to condense continuously. Yeyu was surprised to find that during the process of condensing, her chakra and 4-tailed chakra had long been fused together, and the spiral pills only deepened as the quantity changed. It turned out to be the case. No wonder that when you add fire done, the explosion should be merged at the very beginning. Isn't this the same as the bloodline limit like wrong done? Does it make sense? Yeyu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. If this is really the case, doesn't it mean that Mudun and other bloodstains are expected to be developed? He suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmed down with a sigh of relief. This is just a theory, just like the 3 generations said. I know what the bloodstains are all about, but I can't wake up, so let's take it slow. After making up his mind, Yeyu started to try fire attribute chakra, and directly used fire attribute chakra spiral pill. Gradually Yeyu felt a touch of heat and a scent came from her hand. Looking at the palm of the hand, this special is almost 5-minute cook. The fat tiger on the side was drooling all over the floor, wondering if the master's brain was broken and he was burning his hand, but it really fragrant. Quickly inserting it into the water for a whole day of experimenting almost broke my hand, but I still didn't know the secret inside. When night falls, Yeyu has an atmosphere and helplessness in her heart. Even if she replenishes chakra every moment, it is not enough to consumed. The whirlpool family is really enviable. The chakra of the tailed beast is really versatile, and the compatibility is really good. Depressed Yu rode the fat tiger home. Looked like it still failed. An out-of-tune voice sounded in the wood, followed by a dull voice. The new technique is not so easy to develop, even if he is a genius. Heiju couldn't see the expression on half of his face. Heiju was getting more and more satisfied watching Yu's battle. He was excellent both in intelligence and strength. If Madara failed, Yu should replace him. In Heiju's heart, he was already become the best choice for the neck-tool person. As for making Yu hate the village, it is very simple, and the Samsara Eye already has the belief that Yu, who is a Uchiha clan, can control the Samsara Eye very well. Hey, you said what would happen if the senior officials of Konoha knew that Yu had opened his eyes and possessed chakra. Doobie Baiju said excitedly. I will definitely find a way to suppress. In this way, Yu will hate the village more and will definitely open his eyes when he plans to kill his relative. But it's so easy to lose sight. There are still a lot of cells between the columns that will not be a problem, but it's not yet time. The pitcher plant disappeared into the tree, unknown underground, and the white-haired old man sat alone on a chair with a long pipe in his neck connected to a huge outsider golem. Really? Ha! The food brought back this time is so unpalatable. How did Baiju do it? The wrinkled old face seems to fall asleep at any time. It is Uchiha Madara. It's just that Madara at this time has no previous glory and is just an old man in his twilight years. I don't know how Nagato is growing now, and whether the power of Samsara Eye has awakened. The few Baiju who came in while lying on the bed carefully clean, and the showcase next to the grotto was full of writing wheels. Excuse me, is Yu at home? Two children with a guapito in a green leotard and a silver slaughter mat aristocratic hairstyle and mask came to visit. Oh, it turned out to be Kai and little Kakashi. Why are you here again, Kakashi? Yu pointed out his head and teeth. Kakashi clenched his fist. Just wait, one day I will beat you to the ground. Straight to the face. Damn it, are you serious? Yu hurriedly shrank her head, barely avoiding it, and even smelled the foot odor in the air, and almost vomited out in disgust. Wow, Yu is shrinking her head so fast. Faster than a turtle. PFF. Ha, that's right, this guy is a tortoise with a shrunken head, Kakashi said coldly, trying to hold back a smile. Yu's face turned black as she pushed open the door and kicked Kai flying, but soon Kai ran back and shouted, you, Kakashi, you haven't washed your feet in a few days. So smelly, Yu said while pinching her nose. Yes. Kai crouched down and sniffed. Wow, Kakashi, really? It smells so bad. You haven't washed it for a few days. Get out. Kakashi kicked Kai again with one kick. This guy is still so open-mouthed. Which side are you on? Tell me what's the matter with me. You won't come to abuse again, will you? No, I want to go out of the village to perform difficult tasks, but I don't have a mentor at the moment, so I want to form a team with you. Oh, you want to perform a B-level mission? That's right. Can you take me with you too? Kai exclaimed excitedly. Even if you haven't graduated from school now, you have to work harder if you want to perform your mission. Kakashi rebuffed. Although Kaijutsu is good, but not ninjutsu is too weak. Even if it has great potential in the future, Kai is like an eggplant beaten by frost. Kakashi, I'm not going out to perform tasks at the moment. You know that I just came back not long ago. The last time was really dangerous. I remember that the last time you performed an A-level mission, along with the other two seniors. Hehe, Yu sneered in his heart. If it wasn't for the chakra gifted by Sun, I'd really have to go to Longdi Cave to escape. That's right, there was a Shangnin in the last mission, and the two seniors you mentioned also died. Do you know how dangerous it is? What? Both seniors are dead. Kakashi was shocked and didn't notice Yu's disrespect to the two Junin. Is the A-level mission so dangerous? Joinin is dead but Yu is alive. What about his strength? Kai opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to say. Yu was really strong. How did you get back? If I hadn't met a strong man, I wouldn't have come back. That's it. It turns out that you have to thank him well. Of course, I've already thanked me. Yu has already thought of a countermeasure. No matter who asks, I said that now they don't have the strength to fight with them, and when Minato becomes the first Hokage, Danzo will be abolished, and then he will be Hokage's assistant. Wouldn't it be nice? Hey. Kakashi, you wouldn't be too stupid to be stimulated, right? Don't worry, you must be thinking about unhealthy things. You can see his expression is so wretched. Bastard. What do you know? Everything I think about has its own deep meaning. Whispering sound. I understand you are itchy again. I understand. 10 minutes later, Kai and Kakashi sat in front of Yu with bruised noses and faces. Fortunately, Kakashi had a mask to block Kai, but his father couldn't recognize him. Why are you fighting with me? Kai wanted to cry without tears and said he was really shot while lying down. I want to fight, but it's not that Kakashi will not be able to do tasks in the short term, but I will invite you if there is a suitable one. That good. Hiss. Kakashi took a deep breath. The swollen mask was too swollen to cover his face, and he had a new understanding of Yu and was very stingy, and just liked to slap in the face. Chapter 53 Punishment. The three generations in the Hokage Tower are having a headache about Yu. I didn't expect Danzo to do this. This companion is really getting more and more. Sigh, how can I give Uchiha an explanation. Maybe all the previous efforts will be in vain. Uchiha finally reconciled with the village. If Yu told Uchiha's top management, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Uchiha has not made any movement now, he has not thought about how to see Yu until now. Danzo, you really crossed the line. You saw Sarutobi too. Now the three Joinin team members are not Yu's opponent. This kid will definitely become Konoha's confidant if he doesn't get rid of it. Snap. 3 generations slapped a handprint on the table with one slap. Really disappointed in Danzo. Do you want my previous effort to be in vain? Are you Hokage or I am Hokage now that you dare to act on the mission? In the next time, there is no need to exist at all. Sarutobi's icy words had no emotional warmth, and Danzang Nunazui didn't dare to say that he was really careless this time. He was really impulsive and didn't expect Yu to have grown to such a level. Danzo only felt that he didn't collect information well before the problem occurred, and he didn't feel that he was doing something wrong at all. Orochimaru probably already knew it. How should I explain it to Orochimaru? High-level Konoha assassinated a high-level disciple. Assassination of Konoha genius. What an irony. I see. Sarutobi felt that he was too laissez-faire for Danzo, and even began to infiltrate Anbu. And if you take your people back from Anbu to me, the funds for the route will be reduced by a quarter. You can't do this, Sarutobi. Danzo roared angrily. A quarter of it would cost him his life. Many researches may be stalled, and the annual cost is an astronomical sum. Please call me Hokage-sama. Here I am, Hokage. Mito just happened to be short of funds recently. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hateful asshole. Sarutobi, wait. One day I will prove that Uchiha Ieha deserves to be killed. I'm more suitable for Hokage than you. This should be considered as an explanation for Orochimaru. Alas, it is really difficult to weigh. Not long after, Orochimaru came to the Naruto studio again. Lord Hokage, did you call me? Is Orochimaru still angry with the teacher? But this is also my mistake. It seems that my disciple has found something cherished again. Only then did Orochimaru soften a lot, and the old fox like 3 generations easily resolved the conflict. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this matter may not be difficult to solve as long as Orochimaru is persuaded. Teacher, I don't want to see this situation again. Even if the shadow of an enemy country comes to kill Yu, I have nothing to say, but I can't accept the assassination from Konoha. Orochimaru's hoarse vocal cords were filled with anger. Well, there won't be another time. I have already punished him severely. I believe he will become honest. That good. Orochimaru still trusts Andai very much and believes that he will not lie to him. At the same time, he also guessed that Danzo did it. It seems that Danzo does not take him seriously. About Yu's side, that's okay. Yu said that he doesn't hold grudges against the village, and can understand that the darkness in the village doesn't care about such things. Konoha is not a monolith. Orochimaru said that Yu was very proud that this was his disciple, and he was better than anyone else. Isn't it monolithic? No one would believe that this is the mind of a 6-year-old child. Inviting into Anbu is really the right choice. Orochimaru, you really accepted a good disciple. It is very likely that you will surpass you in the future. No, he will definitely surpass me, and I will do my best. However, Yu's progress is too fast. You must lead him into the right path. Orochimaru feels a little embarrassed. Right, there is no such concept at all. Would the teacher kill him if he knew he was doing human research and was still a bunch of baby? In the eyes of ordinary people, this is already a demon heresy. Right, you actually expect such a person to lead people to the right path. Moming wanted to laugh a little. Any question? No problem. Orochimaru, uncharacteristically, did not blush and returned to his cold-faced appearance. By the way, Yu said that he was able to escape because a strong person helped him. At least the strength of the elite Junin. Is that so? The heart of the 3rd generation is much lighter. If Yu has really reached the level of elite Jonin, it will really be a headache. Before success, such a talent is really disturbing. After all, many powerhouses are hidden from the world, and the shadow-level powerhouses in this world are not only found in the 5 major countries. But Orochimaru thinks that Yu did it all by himself, but it may have used the things left by the immortal. After all, the immortals in Belongdi Cave left a life-saving means as normal, just like his illusions are useless to Yu. Same. Out of the Hokage building, Orochimaru went directly to Gen's headquarters, and it was necessary to see Danzo. The dark underground Orochimaru is sitting opposite Danzo. You did the Danzo thing, didn't you? I cannot understand what you say. Hehe, I just want to tell you that Yu is my disciple. You'd better not touch him, otherwise our cooperation will end here. I didn't expect Lengmyeonjin to have a tender side too. Is it still a habit of using wheel writing? I feel like you are getting weaker. The feminine voice echoed in his ear, while Danzo was staring at Orochimaru. Could it be that Orochimaru moved his hands or feet? Don't look at me like this. I don't want to do such a thing, but it seems that you have really become weaker. Let me think about it because of rejection. It's nothing. Danzo removes the bandage to reveal the writing wheel eye, and the 3-hook jade rotates inside. inside. There seems to be nothing wrong with it, and there is no problem with activating the illusion, but Danzo finds that he cannot close this eye, and is consuming his chakra all the time. This is weakening S reason. If Yu was present, he would definitely laugh at the stupidity of the group. If you don't suck this writing wheel to death, you will be surprised if you don't have Uchiha's bloodline and intercolumnar cell. This matter also made Danzo distressed. If it weren't for his chakra, he would probably not be able to hold on to his chakra with his eyes open all day, forcing him to constantly refine chakra. Hehe, Danzo, we are still in a cooperative relationship. Don't worry, I won't betray you. Then I'll tell you, I'm going to temporarily remove this wheel eye, which can't be closed. Oh, can't close. Orochimaru fell into contemplation. Sure enough, isn't the Shueiji limit so easy to inherit? Can't perfect control without the blood of the Uchiha clan. This is a big problem. Maybe the same is true for those who are estranged by blood, and there are too few eyes to conduct more research. Also, there may be a problem with the funding. That bastard Sarutobi directly reduced the research funding by a quarter. Orochimaru was done. It turned out that the punishment the teacher said was this. It was really cruel. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. This has put Orochimaru into a major crisis, and it has become even more short of money. The family may not be enough to do S-level tasks. Chapter 54, Master and Disciple Showdown. I don't know when the Patriarch called me here. Just ask about your assassination. I have already found out the high level who assassinated you. What? The Patriarch is really amazing. Can you tell me? Fuyu looked at the document while sipping tea. Although Yu had known it for a long time, Yu still looked surprised. Fuyu was obviously also very useful. It's not impossible to tell you, but you have to tell me what you think of the village first. It's nothing. Since I am a genius, I should accept the test of becoming a genius. That's it. Then I'll tell you that the person behind the shot is Shimura Danzo. This is a sinister person who will do anything to achieve his goal. You have to be careful. I see. Sure enough, it was this old dog. After hearing Fuyu's confirmation, Yu's intention to kill Danzo became even more serious. Feeling Yu's killing intent, Fuyu was very satisfied, because Danzo's idea of hitting Uchiha was not more than the second Hokage's idea, and Uchiha could only swallow the grievances in the family member's heart. Can Yu tell me that you killed all the 3 Shang ninjas alone? Certainly. Fuyu's heart tightened. No, how could I kill the alliance of the 3 Jonin? And if someone helps me, my strength is at best, and it's just a special Jonin. Suoga, that's amazing. I'm still in school at your age. Yu touched her head embarrassedly, and just now, she clearly felt that Fuyu's killing intent was fleeting, but she still clearly felt Fuyu can't trust it completely. Only his parents and Orochimaru and Minato and Kushina can be trusted now. Kakashi is too weak. Walking out of Fuyu's room, Yu went to Orochimaru's mansion with a grim face. Send more people to protect Yu. I want to know that his every move must not be discovered, and don't force. By the way, do more investigations to help Yu's powerhouse. Fuyu immediately ordered to start protecting Yu, and a high-level executive nodded understandingly. HMPH, none of the old foxes are fuel-efficient lamb. In the future, the young master will ask you to kneel and sing conquest. If he goes on like this, he will not be able to stay in the village. He secretly does not know how many forces are watching him, but now Danzo is the best to deal with. Does Uncle Snake have any task today? No, but I want to see your current rank. Uncle Snake's smile is still uncomfortable. Rebel, you actually said that to the teacher. Orochimaru felt that only being with Yu was the most relaxing moment, and his heart became warm and began to beat. Hey, Uncle Snake, I found something wonderful in your room. What? When did you come to my house again and I didn't find it? Didn't Lord Snake Jiraiya already tell you that I opened my eye? That's right, your little snake was dizzy when I saw it in front of me, and then I searched and finally I found it. It is difficult to prevent thieves day and night. This rebel, don't find that experimental data. What did you find? Orochimaru's face became indifferent. The surrounding air seemed to have dropped a few degrees, and his voice was like a biting cold wind. I just found your women's clothes. Uncle Snake, you don't often pretend to be a woman at home, right? I also found some cosmetic. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't for those data, it would be fine. If the house was unsafe, he had to put Yu in a different place. Sooner or later, something happened. It's nothing. The ninja must make all the adequate preparations for the mission. That's why you became a women's clothing boss. Accept the PY deal. Yu began to change his tone again, and Orochimaru smiled wryly, not knowing where Yu learned these words. Well, let's not talk about it. As a teacher, you should know the specific strength of the student. Do you really want to fight? Real. Well, I also want to see the teacher's rank. Yu said seriously. Yu wanted to know how strong Orochimaru was in this period. The 2 masters and apprentices came to the open space outside the village to confront each other. Yu didn't hide Joe and directly showed the writing wheel eye. Is this Yu's writing wheel eye? It has really evolved to Sango Jade. Uncle Snake, I'm going. Formed 2 shadow clones and began to condense spiral pills, staring at Orochimaru tightly. As soon as the spiral pill was completed, Orochimaru moved at a speed like a goat. The normal Chunin couldn't even see a trace of afterimage, but Yu could see it with wide eye, and it was very clear. It's just that my body can't seem to react. Spiral pill. The balls directly shouted at the fate, but threw an air and hit the ground. Orochimaru had already appeared behind. The grass pheasant sword stabbed Yu in front of the back shoulder and turned into smoke. Did you actually help the clone to condense the spiral pill so that I thought it was the main body? So the real body is this. He turned around and swung his sword to the waist and was blocked by Yu so fast. The eyes see the body but can't keep up. Art fire escape ho fireball. Oh, there is only one seal. No, there is no seal at all. Orochimaru was surprised and avoided Yu who brought him a huge surprise. The art of fire escape Phoenix immortal fire. Interesting, you don't even need a seal. Orochimaru became more and more excited. Incredible. Yu turned all these ninjutsus into Muji ninjutsu like Spiral Maru, all of which are Shunfa ninjutsu. Just this speed made Yu feel desperate, and Huodun could only be involved. 2 done. The technique of beheading in the heart. Orochimaru jumped up suddenly and stabbed his sword. Yu is not good. I can easily perceive it. A huge Fengmo shuriken appeared behind Yu, threw it directly at Orochimaru and quickly formed a seal. The shuriken sword clone technique. Oh, did you learn this too? Ichija Rashoman. A huge red door appeared on the ground in front of him. Snake shadows have many sneakers. Orochimaru's arm turned into several large snakes, biting and pounced on Yu. Super too long gun. Dozens of thick soil thorns stabbed the python to resolve the crisis. It turned out to be Muji ninjutsu again. Hehe, the evil snake is meandering. Ah, Yu, who was unable to dodge as the snake head several meters long rushed out from the ground, was directly pushed into the air. After a scream, Orochimaru was firmly caught. Yu, who seemed to have 2 broken ribs, was sweating coldly. Yu, how did you manage to use ninjutsu without the seal? It too hard to play. Eat my magic. The art of shackle. Yu, who was entangled by snake, used a trick of shackle. Orochimaru was defeated by Itachi at the beginning, but hey, it actually made me fall into an illusion. It's really good to write round eye. Yeah, Uncle Snake is really powerful, and the illusion of writing round eyes is useless. Sure enough, Orochimaru-like illusions with no flaws in their souls are useless at all. I am afraid that a kaleidoscope illusion will do. Can you tell me now? Actually, it's nothing. As long as you control the flow of chakra well, this simple ninjutsu is easy to master with a wheel eye. It's still possible. Orochimaru was amazed. The writing wheel eye is really convenient. Of course, why can't you use the seal? Only Yu knows how powerful the second awakening of Huolingan and Earthlingan is to control these 2 attributes of chakra. But why do other Uchihas still have seal? You kid won't lie to me, will you? That's why they're not as smart as me. Hehe, idiot refuses to accept you bite me. Yu's mug look made Orochimaru almost unable to help himself. However, I also know that Yu's level has indeed reached the level of a special Jonin, and the gap between him and Jonin is not very big, and Yu has already touched the bottom of Orochimaru. The gap is very large. Even if you use melting escape, you can't beat it without the second stage of the tail beat. Even if you use it, it is estimated to be 28. Chapter 55. Konoha's hand-pulled noodle restaurant. The 3 children are sitting together. It is Obito, Lin and Yu. Obito complained more than once that Yu did not come to teach him ninjutsu. It's really a pit to die that you can't even see a personal shadow. Yu said that he couldn't really spare the time. Is it okay to take the soil to school? I really envy you guys. If I knew that being a ninja would be so hard, I should have gone to school for 2 more years. Another bowl of calumet. Okay, come right now. Yu took out a toothpick and was picking his teeth, and after a while, Ayame brought a bowl with a blushing face. Yu took the ramen slyly and took the opportunity to wipe the oil and stick it tightly on the back of Calamis's hand, and he stared at the Calamus with a smirk, and the Calamis's face turned even redder. At first, he felt embarrassed to be stared at for something that didn't matter. Only then did he realize that Yu had taken advantage of it. Suddenly I felt a strong murderous aura, and I looked in the direction of the small eye, and when my heart jumped apart, I didn't forget to tap my fingers, and the shy Calamus hurriedly left and hid under the counter. There's definitely something wrong with this shot. There is such a strong murderous aura. Could it be that the legend is true? This guy's surname is Otsutsuki. Squinting to avoid revealing identity, Obito, on the other hand, admired him so much that he didn't dare to lend him 10 courage to Lin like this. Yu, I really admire you a little bit, even in front of my uncle. I don't understand what you're talking about. Night feather true color. Lin muttered. Her blushing face was really bold. Do you want me to give Kakashi a bowl of ramen next time too? Will Kakashi do the same to me? What are you talking about? I'm just afraid that the Calamus accidentally dumps the ramen. What if it gets hot? Yu, your thick skin is truly amazing. Sigh with oil. Are you saying it again? Hehe Obito, I'll give you your first class today, and you won't be able to drink soup if you start late. I can't drink any soup. Lin widened her eyes and asked curiously. This is nothing. Yu said that if you don't eat the noodles quickly, the soup won't taste good when it's cold. Obito explained awkwardly. awkwardly. Really? Then I'll take 2 sipper, Lin said in blue. She really took 2 sips. PFF. Ha! You wave of Tiensho. Yu gave Obito a thumbs up. Obito isn't really such a stupid person. Children these days are really precocious. Well, Uncle Shuta's ramen is really the best, and the soup is so delicious. Well, I think so too. Obito immediately flattered. Obito, have you ever thought about being a licking dog? You will have nothing in the end. What is licking a dog? Curious baby Lin asked a question. A licking dog is a dog that like to lick things, just like a puppy like to lick its owner's hand. Obito wiped his cold sweat and scolded Yu countless times in his heart. He turned his head and glared at Yu. Well, puppies are indeed like this. Kakashi really like puppy, but it doesn't seem like it sounds good. Damn, you are a genius. As expected of Uchiha Runtu. I admire it. Wonderful. Yu was going to applaud Obito for explaining so fresh and refined. After enjoying the ramen, I turned around and blew a kiss to Calamus, but received a warning from a kitchen knife. Calamus hid behind the counter and peached shyly. This bastard is getting more and more daring. Iris, you must stay away from Yu in the future. A Calamus. Ah, Dad, did you call me? The hand playing suddenly felt bad. My daughter was in a daze for Yu. Do you want to blacklist Yu in the future? At the training ground outside the village, Yu was about to start flying the two of them. Obito, use a fire escape first to see. Okay, Huo done. The art of fireball. Obito spit out a fireball half a meter in diameter. Lin clapped happily on the side. Obito was very happy. Obito, your fire escape. How about it? Obito is looking forward to it with excitement. It's so weak. How long does it take to graduate? What? Although how fireball is only AC rank ninjutsu, it is not used like this. Look at it. Art fire escape ho fireball. This time Yu made a special seal, and a huge fireball with a diameter of 4 meters was ejected, and the scorching temperature burned a big pit on the ground. Obito and Lin almost dropped their jaws. It's really a fireball. So big. You teach me. Coach, I want to learn. Coach, why do I feel like I'm taking this kid astray? Forget it. It's a deviation. It doesn't matter. First of all, you have to train your lung capacity, and you are too slow to make seals. At least 1 seal per second. Isn't 1 too difficult for 1 second? Too difficult. This is already the minimum requirement. If I hadn't demonstrated it to you, you wouldn't be able to see my seal. What a joke. Lin, do you believe it? I don't believe it. Maybe, Lin said embarrassedly. After all, it is impossible not to see the not seal. Since you don't believe it, then open your eyes and see clearly. Yu's eyes narrowed. Art fire escape ho fireball. A huge fireball instantly formed and burned the ground. The art of fire escape phoenix fairy fire. The art of fire escape heroic dragon fire. 3 Huo done. Obito and Lin were completely stunned and really didn't see the knot. Is this true? I've fallen into an illusion. Obito doubted himself. See Gui. Senior Yu is so strong. I really can't see the seal. Lin shouted excitedly. In Lin's eyes Yu has become a senior. Do you want to fight with me? Of course you can't see the knot. I have no knot at all. But seniors are seniors. Yu felt dark in her heart. Obito, are you still questioning what I said? No. Obito's head shook like a rattle. Big brother. No master. You must teach me. Obito hugged his thigh directly. I believe that with Yu's teaching, he will soon be able to catch up with Kakashi. Don't, master. It's fine if you call me eldest brother. Okay, big brother. Now start to master each seal well. After all, ninja is mainly ninjutsu, so the seal must be formed quickly. Yes, the two began to practice 12 throw continuously. Yu watched from the side, so they should have hand cramp soon. Right. Yu secretly smiled and said full of malice. What? Big brother, save me. Come on here. Shuan had a cramp in his hand after only half an hour. Lin still persevered with what? She really is a girl with perseverance who is not arrogant or impetuous, and it would be a pity to hang up later. It can be finished in 1.5 hours of practice. After that, I will take 2 hours of practice every day, and then use the basic ninjutsu I am familiar with. Yes, sir. Yes, senior. Especially Obito. Fire escape is what Uchiha is best at. Don't be ashamed. Yes, I will not embarrass Uchiha, Obito assured immediately. By the way, what kind of a tribute is Lin? I don't know that either. Then save it for the next measurement. Okay, senior. Yu continued to sit not far away to refine chakra, and Obito and Lin were also familiar with the 12 seals over and over again. In the dark, the 3 parties were silent and no one disturbed anyone, and they were watching Yu. Just a common question. Is Yu really so close that they can't even see the seal? It's like there is no not seal. This must be reported. Chapter 56 Training. Brother, what are you doing? Of course it's exercise. The last time I deeply realized the importance of physique. But brother, didn't you say that ninjas mainly focus on ninjutsu? Physical skills are equally important, but don't underestimate physical skill. You will suffer a big loss. Yu followed the instruction, and Obito said that what the eldest brother said was right. Obito also started doing push-ups with Yu, and Lin also got down and followed. Then Obito always involuntarily looked at Lin. In Obito's eye, Lin is so cute and gentle, especially with such a sweaty forehead movement. I can't feel nosebleed coming out. This child is really really hopeless. What's so good about a little girl who is flatter than a tablet? This land is really perverted. Old soil. Don't look around and do it well. Don't go home if you can't make 500 today. Lin goes to rest. It's senior. Gee, 500. Brother, can you make it a little less? It too much. Too much. It's okay to have 1,000 melon skins a day next door. Alright. Yu still insisted, believing that physique was absolutely important at this stage. Otherwise it would be useless if the body couldn't support it with strong strength. Thinking about Kai's pain in the later stages of opening 6 doors and 7 doors without injury, and even having the ability to open 8 doors, Xiaoli will be much worse or his body is not strong enough. I didn't stop until I couldn't get up, and looked at Yu with admiration, but I didn't expect to actually make 1,000. It's so tiring. By the way, Lin came over and took this piece of paper. This piece of paper can measure your chakra attribute. Fire will burn, water will wet, soil will break into pieces, wind will cut through the middle, and thunder will wrinkle. Of course, there is no way to test your yin and yang attribute. Oh, good senior. After infusion of chakra, half burn and half moist, it turned out to be a dual attribute. Lin is awesome. Obito shouted excitedly, and Lin was also a little happy because Yu had the 3 attributes of water, earth and fire, so she could teach her. The starting point for dual attributes is indeed much better than others. According to Linwei medical ninjutsu, there is still a positive attribute, so it is 3 attribute. Brother, can I try it too? Obito excitedly held it in his hand, and after a while 5 changes occurred on the paper, and all of them were there, as expected of someone I like. Lin, have you seen it? I have 5 attributes and I will definitely be stronger than Kakashi in the future. Obito yelled like he was out of his mind. Plus the yin attribute of Sharingan is the 6th attribute, right? After that, the intercolumnar cells have positive property. Obito, calm down. Kakashi has all attribute, and you are far from yin and yang attribute. Ah, how could this be? The lost Obito crouched on the ground and drew circle. Don't lose Obito. I only have 3 attributes at present. Why don't I still hit Cassie? Attribute don't mean that as long as you can concentrate a little, you can still reach the pinnacle. Yu said very seriously. No matter what power it is, as long as it can surpass the limit, it is qualified to stand on this stage. All you have to do is to master Huo Dun first. Then you will have time to learn other things. I understand, bro. Obito regained his fighting spirit. Next, I will teach you how to escape. In the evening, Yu stopped training and returned home. Presumably this should speed up Obito's growth. Let's go out to eat ramen tomorrow. Hehe. Patriarch, this is what Yu has been up to for a month. Well, you go down. Fuyu read it carefully, and the same information also appeared in the hands of the 3rd generation and Danzo. Except for the unconventional speed of the knot that was revealed on the first day, it seemed that there was nothing outstanding. They were just training Obito and Lin. Orochimaru is continuing his experimental research in the laboratory, which is studying the art of the soul, and now he has some ideas. The corpse on the stage was a woman with a distorted face. The pain she experienced before her death can be imagined, and scratches were left on the operating table. Is it dead again? If my consciousness can enter this body, I can know what the problem is. Alas, it's just a little bit. He smoothed the bloodshot eyes of the deceased and slowly left the laboratory. The physique of ordinary people is too weak. If only a ninja would be fine. He should be able to help me complete the research of Orochimaru faster. It is true that ordinary people have been unable to meet the requirements of Orochimaru and need ninjas. It is best to be ninjas above Chunin. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Still no civilians have been found, and another villager was lost nearby a month ago. I see. Anbu retired for 3 generations and lit a cigarette again. His sad face could not be dissipated. Since the end of the war, the country of fire has had villagers disappear and there is not even a trace of it. I'm afraid as many as 50 people have disappeared in the past few years. Right. The name is also because of this matter has been said many times. Hey, could it be the evil god sect again? It's impossible to be so blatant. The 3rd generation remembered the evil god sect that Yu and Nobuhiro destroyed, and never thought that it would be the hands of Konoha's people, and he was also his proud disciple and companion. How was Yu's training today? It's okay. I haven't practiced ninjutsu for a while now. I want to practice taijutsu well. Well, physical technique shouldn't reveal anything, but don't overdo it. It will cause a lot of damage to the body. My father, I understand. Minghui regained her hopeful character, and every day she went home and wore her golden clothes. Yu looked at her with heartache and recalled the sadness. Can't you just wear it in front of me? But when you go out and wear it, people will make irresponsible remarks. Did you know that? Yu Nunazui didn't say anything. Mom, I've decided that I'm going to live with Brother Minato to learn the art of flying thunder god. Do you hate Mom? Woohoo. Nothing. I think it will be safer after learning to fly Thorwell. That's it. Then you go. Oh, the speed at which a woman's face changes is really faster than that of Fei Lei Shen. Fat tiger, you have to take a good look at your house. Eat more meat and have lost a lot of weight recently. Ow. The fat tiger roared in a low voice. Do you want to be killed if you eat fat? Do you think I'm stupid? But I've lost a lot of weight recently. After eating, Yu took a bath and continued continued to refine chakra comfortably. The jade pendant was like a bottomless pit. In the middle of the night, Orochimaru came to see Danzo again, and it seemed that Danzo had recovered. Sir Danzo, I hope you can give me more experimental subject, preferably at the Chunin level. What? Are you crazy? If Sarutobi finds out about this, you are ready to defect. Danzo was extremely shocked that Orochimaru had the idea of a ninja because of the dissatisfaction of the villagers. Hehe, as long as Danzo-sama can provide me with these cells within 3 years, I should be able to succeed, and then you will also be able to have Mudden. I hope you don't lie to me. Don't worry, I will also give you a special gift. Ninja, I will help you. Danzo was finally defeated by the power of Hashima. The unparalleled power of Hashima is too strong. Ambition became even hotter. A group of children were soaked in the culture medium of the secret base not far outside the village, wearing a breathing tube, and soon another child fell down and closed his eyes weakly. The other children slapped the container in silent mourning. Chapter 57 Crossover Chat. Yu went out early in the morning to go to the courtyard of the water gate. As for learning the Flying Thunder God technique, Yu said it was just a joke. Flying Thunder God is not only important for the talent of space, but also the physical elements must be able to withstand it. Dong dong. Coming. Kushina wondered who would come out early in the morning. Sister, I'm here. Only then did Kushina see Yu under him. Yeah, I'm so sorry I didn't see it. I'm so sorry. I'm too low. Ha, let me see if Yu has grown taller. Saying that, Kushina hugged Yu, and Yu habitually tugged at Kushina's hair. Yu found that she liked Kushina's red hair more and more. It was as smooth as a cat. Is Minato-san not here? Watergate went on a mission. What the matter? It's nothing. I just want to live at my sister's house for a while. I can't stand it anymore. Gee, did something happen? Mom took out her golden skin again. Yu said gloomily. Kushina immediately remembered that long dress made of gold and countless gems, probably the most expensive dress in the world. However, it is said that Yu's filial piety now seems to be different. Oh, so, the clothes are really nice. It would be great if Watergate could send me one too. By the way, elder sister, I want to practice physique with you. No problem. My physical skills are very strong, but recently, Kushina unconsciously touched her belly. Yu then noticed Kushina's slightly bulging belly. No way. Naruto is about to be born. Don't you mean? No, that's right. It's been inconvenient recently. I understand, but isn't it too soon? Quick, I think it's normal. Sister, you are still underage. Yu is very excited, but that has already started. Ohen, my god. Yu really shouldn't let Kushina live with Minato so quickly with her hands covering her face. I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death if the name of this person is found on her. I'm sorry. This is also part of my responsibility. Sister, sorry. Hey, I should have thought that Minato-san is also a normal man. I'm sorry, elder sister. It's my fault. What? Sister, don't worry. When Minato comes back, I'll beat him up to be paralyzed first. Yu, wait a minute. Listen to me. Kushina was speechless and couldn't understand what Yu was saying. You don't have to defend him. I'll let him taste the power of my new technique when he comes back. I really can't do anything about you. I just want to say that I can't help you with a fake example. I can't teach you physical skills these days. Ah, but isn't my sister's belly pregnant? Pregnant. Kushina blushed and said embarrassedly, this is just because I've had enough to eat, because I want to replenish blood, so I see. It scared me to death. Ha, but to prevent such a thing from happening, we have to let Minato move out. Yu is extremely serious. Kushina instead. She was unhappy. How can you say that this is what Watergate bought for her? And it was true to register the names of the two of them, but it would be too much to let Watergate move out. So respond immediately. That's not good. How can you let Watergate move out? Watergate is not that kind of person. Yes, I believe that Minato-san is not that kind of person, but I don't believe in you, elder sister. Yu spat out slowly. Kushina stopped and froze in place. Why do I? Because Minato told me something about you. I think you're lusting. If you don't close the door every time you take a shower, Minato will commit a crime. Go to hell. Wow. Yu was instantly thrown towards the high school by a powerful force. At this moment, she saw the panoramic view of Konoha. How high? Kushina felt that she was full of anger, but she didn't expect Minato to tell Yu about such a thing. What an idiot. The red hair was flamboyant, but at this time, the pale-faced Kushina hurried to WC. You're angry, right? I can help you kill that man. A huge fox was pinned to the fireball inside the body, and his eyes were full of hatred. Go away. Can you stop saying such disgusting things in the toilet? Kushina, who was in a state of anger, didn't want to touch the bad head, and felt that the all nails were a little tighter, and the Nine-Tails muttered carefully, humans are really troublesome and have to pee and pee. Really, the tailed beast is noble. Nine-Tails have never stopped instilling evil thoughts, and Yuyashina became human Zuli, but her hot personality is always colded like a dynamite keg, and there is no way to infect her consciousness. You can't even move if you're pinned here. You damn Whirlpool family. Nito is like this. Kushina is like this. Redheads are all pervert. It took a long time for Kushina to come out. What about Yu? Yu, who is hanging on the branch, has already figured it out. After that, You should stop talking nonsense. You two like to do what you want. Bah, garbage leaf. Huh, isn't this EU? How do you hang it on a tree? It's big brother Dingzuo. Please take me to the hospital first. I'm broken. Okay. After eating a big mouthful of potato chips and lifting EU down, Minato's physical skills were probably developed like this. The fat Dingzuo carried EU and attracted several people to watch. In the evening, EU didn't say a word this time. It was terrible quiet. You didn't hurt. Right. I'm sorry, elder sister has gone too far. It's okay. If you want to practice well, you have to learn to be beaten first. EU drank tea without caring, but made Kushina feel very uncomfortable and hugged EU in her arms distressed. Are you really angry? Don't be angry. I'll buy you candy. EU twitched the corners of his mouth and thought he was a child. Sister, I'm really not angry. By the way, it's still honest to be a human pillar force Ninetales. Don't worry, I'm being charred to death. Kushina said proudly. The Ninetales don't seem to be so difficult to control. Let me see. Gee, what do you think? EU pointed to his own eye, and Kushina instantly understood that it seemed true that the wheel-shaped eye could control the tailed beast. EU opened the shaking wheel and stared attentively at the place where the gossip seal was located. Why did the same sealing technique, Ninetales, appear on the fireball? Could it be that Kushina has also applied other sealing techniques? You are Uchiha's little devil. Those eyes are disgusting. Hehe. Hello Ninetales. Ah, it seems that my sister has a very strong binding force on you. Damn, one day I will tear you apart. Let's talk when you can come out. Oh right, I hope you can be honest. Otherwise, I don't mind turning on the kaleidoscope to force you to control you in the future. You actually know. Juwei's eyes widened in anger. This is an extremely humiliating history. It lost its resistance after only one glance. HMPA. Those eyes can't be opened casually. I've only seen one person. Don't worry, I will definitely turn it on. If you don't want to be used as a tool, just be honest. Juwei cursed in his heart. Can't you see that I have nails all over my body and it's hard to move? Okay, bye. You close the writing wheel. How is it? Ninetales won't riot. Right. No, my sister's sealing technique is extremely powerful, and it has no chance in this situation. A little fox is just too violent. Can you be cranky? EU gave Jushin a scornful look. The Ninetales are indeed a bit miserable. No wonder the resentment is so great. It is uncomfortable for anyone to be unable to move for nearly 10 years. At least move around in Naruto's stomach. Although the place is small, it is also easy. Chapter 58. The White Snake Immortal is poisoned. Because of Yu's presence these past few days, Minato didn't have time to flirt with Kushina and felt helpless. Yu felt that a set of swordsmanship was very suitable for the two of them to be called Lang Qingchouyi sword. Uncles and aunts can't bear it when they openly abuse dogs every day. Yu's eyes rolled and an idea came to his mind. Brother Minato, where did you go to play this time? Well, secret. Ninjas can't reveal the mission. I didn't ask you about the mission. I just asked where you went to play. Oh, I passed by the country of soup this time. The hot spring is very good. Yeah, the girls inside are all in good shape. Sure enough, Kushina immediately pricked up her ear, trying to harm me. Minato's heart changed abruptly. Really, it's a pity that I'm with Dingzuo. Well, I remember that there is a wooden wall between the men's and women's bath. Did you take a peek at the waterman? How can it be? It's impossible to see anything in the fog. Ow, that's really a pity. Hehe. Sure enough, Kushina's hair exploded instantly, and the witch mode was turned on. I can't see clearly. Minato, you peeked at it, right? Fuck. Minato couldn't help but let out a foul language. Yu is really his nemesis. I remember that. Dingzuo still has something to do with me, so I'll go to work first. Innocent. Yu quickly grabbed the water gate. Sister, I've caught brother Minato. Come here. Minato only saw his fist getting closer and closer to him. With the roar, a large human-shaped hole appeared in the wall. Isn't this comfortable? If you're too skinny, you'll be fine. If you don't feel relieved, you'll be slapped. Yu hummed a song and ate a meal very comfortably, but Minato decided to stay away from Yu as much as possible in the future. It was too dangerous. Every day in Minato's physical training, Yu has made a lot of progress. Unconsciously, a few months have passed and the weather has turned cold. Today, Orochimaru specially came to pick up Yu. Where are we going, Uncle Snake? Go to Longdi Cave today. What? Yu's eyes revealed embarrassment. I'm afraid this is a mandatory request from the White Snake Immortal. I have to go this time. Immortal White Snake has a big problem now, Orochimaru said solemnly. Yu couldn't help being a little flustered. Could it be that he went wrong in his practice? Did something bad happen? The White Snake Immortal is injured. How can that be? Yu terrified the White Snake Immortal, not the old toad in Miaomu Mountain who didn't even move except when he was sleeping. Although he often turned into an old woman, he could make a fundamental difference when he turned into a young girl. In short, hurry up to Longdi Cave. Reverse Ikacar. As soon as the screen changed, Yu and Orochimaru came to Longdi Cave this time. This time, the door of Longdi Cave appeared in front of him in an instant. It seemed that the White Snake Immortal had a lot of problems. After entering, the White Snake Immortal was not seen. Only Sanshinji was standing under the seat with a serious face. Is there something wrong with Sister Tanjinji? The White Snake Immortal. The White Snake Immortal went to Meowmoo Mountain and was injured. Sunjinji said slowly. Yu didn't know why she stayed in Longdi Cave to find the bad luck of Toad. The problem is that it hasn't been played yet. The White Snake Immortal wanted to eat toads and didn't fight them. Do you think the White Snake Immortal would be so boring? Tuanjinji gave Yu a white look to explain the situation. It turns out that the White Snake Immortal followed Yu's method to cultivate and made a lot of progress, but because the balance of yin and yang in Longdi Cave is too small, it is not enough for cultivation. Idea. Meowmoo Mountain is the most ideal cultivation environment for the 3 holy places, and I know that the Toad Immortals in Meowmoo Mountain have not much combat power. They defeated many toads but were defeated by the mysterious treasures of the Toad Immortals, and they were very unhappy when they came back. It seems that Meowmushin has a lot of good things. Well, Meowmushin has cooperated with the legendary Sikath Immortals thousands of years ago, and it is probably the deepest of the 3 holy places. Orochimaru's mind became active again. The Sikath Immortals really existed. After all, many people do not believe that it is the most authoritative to say everything from the mouth of the Holy Land. Yu thought of the treasure rune that Toadmaru helped the Sikath Immortals to come up with, which can save a person without any cost and truly bring him back to life. The black dick made by the Yin-Yang dungeon in Togenzuo's hand is also said to have been given by Ludao, and this time a treasure that can hurt the White Snake Immortal popped up. No, be sure to go to Meowmoo Mountain. Why did the White Snake Immortal call me here? Orochimaru is also strange that since he was injured, he can take good care of his injury. Why is he called Yu? Because this injury is very strange. Immortal White Snake figured out that only you can do it. Yes, it's you. It seemed that he didn't lie to me, and the other 2 goddesses were looking at Yu with hope. Alright then, let's go see the White Snake Immortal. Senshinji nodded and immediately went with Yu and Orochimaru. Orochimaru felt that he could not see the secret of Yu, the child, like a fog. Every time you thought you could see clearly, it was quickly covered up. The 5 people came to the wounded place of the White Snake Immortal and saw that the White Snake Immortal was lying on the ground. It seemed that he was very weak. There were red spots on the Snow White Snake body, and each piece was as big as a wash basin. The White Snake Immortal tried all means to be unable to expel the strange energy attached to the scale, which oozes blood from time to time like maggots on the tarsus. Yu came. White Snake Immortal's stiff body twisted and looked like she was enduring great pain. Well, I said that the old man has nothing to do with those toads. There are more than one treasure. HMP8. It's not that your kid told this cultivation method based on the old man to speculate that Meowmoo Mountain is the most suitable place for cultivation. Then why can't you just talk about it and start a fight? Immortal White Snake glared at Yu and didn't say a word. As a natural enemy of toads, she went to negotiate with them. Am I being embarrassed? Yu is speechless. This immortal is not ordinary arrogant. If it wasn't for that thing, I would have swallowed that old toad long ago. I'm so pissed off. What treasure is so powerful? A fiery red gourd treasure. The flames that spew out are really weird, as if implanted in a nerve. Is it a red gourd? But isn't the red gourd a treasure? 80% of the gourd that spits out flames is another treasure made by Sikath. Although Yu really wanted to complain that this thing was completely the stuff of Lao Jun, she said that she didn't change the name. Can the fairy let me see? Oh, Orochimaru. Of course. Orochimaru approached and carefully observed these erythema. All kinds of equipment poured out. All kinds of equipment in the White Snake fairy body. On the test, the body of the White Snake Immortal will tremble without touching it. Does the fairy hurt? It doesn't hurt. The White Snake Immortal almost squeezed these 2 words out of his teeth. Yu and Sanshinji almost couldn't help laughing. The pale complexion showed bright red blood, and it was extremely hard to hold back. The heavy atmosphere became a lot more cheerful. Orochimaru is dedicated to research. This thing is really weird. It seems to be a burst of energy, but there is no way to draw it out and stick to the flesh and blood. Even if the flesh is cut off, it will grow again. This phenomenon is like poisoning. Wait for poisoning. I seem to know what's going on. Immortal, but I may need to cut something off to test my guess. Oh, it's okay. This little injury doesn't matter. With the consent of the White Snake Immortal, Orochimaru raised his knife and quickly scraped off the red scale. What a powerful recovery. Yu sighed, and then Orochimaru walked away and scraped off a piece of intact scale, and placed a small part of the red scale on the white scale, which was quickly infected and turned red. Sure enough, Orochimaru has identified the symptoms of the White Snake Immortal. Sure enough, as I guessed, the immortal was poisoned, and the infectious ability of this poison is extremely terrifying. I am afraid it has penetrated deep into the bone marrow. The White Snake Immortal was actually poisoned. What poison can infect the White Snake Immortal? Aikijimaji said in shock. Senshinji looked at Orochimaru in disbelief. How could they be poisoned, who are highly poisonous themselves? Moreover, it is still a White Snake Immortal, which is more incredible than being stuck in the teeth with water. Although it's unbelievable, it's true. If it weren't for the strong physique of the White Snake Immortal, even if I were, I would have died long ago. Everyone took a breath at the time. Such a domineering poison. Chapter 59. Another law. While everyone was in shock, they all looked at Yu. Yu was stared at with a guilty conscience. It all depends on what I do. Since the White Snake Immortal calculates that you can save her, please don't hide your clumsiness. As the eldest sister, Tien Shinshenji spoke. Orochimaru was very curious about how to deal with poison Yeyu, who even he had no way to do. Yeyu frowned. The White Snake Immortal was poisoned after being attacked by a special flame. Isn't that the fire poison? So my fire spirit root should be useful. Yeyu grinned and looked confident. As soon as Orochimaru saw it, he knew that this kid must be playing something else. I'm afraid the White Snake Immortal is going to bleed profusely. Immortal White Snake, if I'm not mistaken, you probably have the fire poison. Legend has it that this poison often penetrates deep into the bone marrow and is difficult to cure, but the onset of the disease is excruciatingly painful. Yes, now the old man is indeed trying his best to suppress the spread, and the pain is unbearable like being burned by flame. It seems that you do have a solution. Probably. Master and his old man just mentioned this method of detoxification. Then please help the old man quickly. The White Snake Immortal was relieved when Yeyu said that there was a way to do it. He closed his eyes and put his attitude in a very correct manner. Only people who are poisoned can experience this kind of pain. The White Snake Immortal has already made up his mind not to go to Miaomu Mountain, but it's a bit of a burden on me. Look, don't worry, you won't be treated in vain. 5 boxes of jewelry. Immortal White Snake opened his eyes again, scolding in his heart that this bastard would really take advantage of the situation. 5 boxes are too few. Maybe I'll put my life in there, but no one will help me detox. Is there any way you can tell me? Yeyu. Sorry Uncle Snake, I am the only one who can use it because your body can't withstand the fire poison. My solution is very simple: to transfer it to me. Yeyu, you have to think about it. If there is another way to say it, I will find the medicinal materials that I need. Orochimaru frowned, not wanting Yeyu to take risks. This poison is extremely overbearing. Even the White Snake Immortal can't bear it. How could Yeyu be able to bear it? Don't worry, there should be a 50% chance of success. Seeing what Orochimaru had to say, Tanjinji said quickly, please rest assured, Lord Orochimaru, since the immortal counts that Yeyu can save her, there will be no accident. But after curing the immortal, what should I do if something happened to Yeyu? I only have one apprentice. 10 boxes. The White Snake Immortal said solemnly. 10 boxes are nothing compared to their lives. Such a small treasure is only a very small part, and for them it is a beautiful stone. 20 boxes. Make a deal. The White Snake Immortal said quickly. Yeyu was so happy after the White Snake Immortal. It's obvious that I didn't give up 2 boxes last time. What a big loss. As expected of a 1,000-year-old fox. Wrong. It's a 1,000-year-old snake-in. Yeyu stared at the White Snake Immortal angrily and complained. The White Snake Immortal couldn't see her expression but only laughed through her snake eye. Really play with snake-in. Yeyu directly touched the red spot with one hand and shocked everyone. Night Feather can. Don't worry, I'm fine. Sure enough, as I expected, the fire poison cannot hurt him. He can keep the fire poison away or close. The second stage of fire spirit root is really powerful, and the huge erythema disappeared after a while and did not appear again. It's really good. It's incredible. Immortal White Snake breathed a sigh of relief. That part felt relaxed, and the fire poison entered the body and stayed quietly in a corner. Yeyu tried to mobilize fire poison to appear on the back of her hand, and the back of her hand immediately turned red again, startling everyone. Yeyu, are you alright? Don't worry, Uncle Snake. I'm fine. I'm just curious. Yeyu hides the fire poison in her body again. It appears and disappears for a while, and it's a lot of fun to play, and it doesn't hurt at all. The crowd fell. Yeyu was really magical. Stinky brat, stop playing. Come and heal the old man. Ah, sorry, it's a bit too much. Yeyu began to continue the treatment, and the erythema of the White Snake Immortal disappeared a lot, but Yeyu felt a little full. Why did you stop? Well, the body has reached the limit and needs to be released. Lord Orochimaru, be careful. Feeling the scorching heat behind him, Orochimaru hurriedly dodged, only to see that part of the body scrape from the White Snake Immortal actually ignited spontaneously. Really overbearing. No wonder the White Snake Immortal would say that it is not like this is what it is. Quickly put out the equipment. Some of the equipment was also burned, and the rest were quickly put away, which were all valuable equipment. Yeyu felt that his body was saturated with toxins and the fire escape might also feel a little uncomfortable. He pressed it directly on the big tree. The green leaves withered extremely quickly and finally turned into ashes. The trunk of the big tree turned red and spontaneous combustion occurred shortly after. Okay, go on. It took a few hours for Yeyu to absorb the fire poison of the White Snake Immortal. The White Snake Immortal laughed soothingly. It was really relaxing. Such a terrifying fire poison was actually solved by a child. That immortal strength is really terrifying. Immortal White Snake, your poison is gone. Yes, you will be the best friend of Longdedong in the future. That's great. If the White Snake Immortal misses that feeling, I'm willing to help the immortal remember. HMPH. I don't want to suffer. The White Snake Immortal is as happy as a 200-ton child. A puff of smoke dissipated, and the White Snake Immortal turned into a human figure again, but this time it was a little lowly, jumping to the pool to take a bath. Is there such a rude operation? The appearance of the White Snake Immortal in human form often expresses his mood. That's really great. Yu sighed. The ever-changing monster can change into any shape. It is so interesting that you can experience different types. Yu, can you give me some of the fire poison? Okay, Uncle Snake, but you have to be careful not to put it on your body in case it breaks. You'll be finished if I'm not around. Yu put a few drops of blood in the bottle, and Orochimaru carefully stored it and sealed it in the space roll. Yu felt that she not only made a lot of money this time, but also gained another kind of powerful power. It was a worthwhile trip. HMPH. I named this Riku done and touched to death. By the way, didn't the oil girl take the root to cultivate a special poisonous insect? It is also an extremely dangerous poison, and it took a lot of effort by Shino to cultivate those 10 or so. However, Yu felt that the poison must be inferior to the fire poison. It was made by the Sikath Immortal, and the Sikath Noble Phantasm must be a fine product. Enjoying Sunjin-ji's lap pillow, Aikijishima-ji's feeding, and Tien Shinshin-ji's massage are all about to laugh out loud, except for the White Snake Fairy, who has such great ability. Sister Sunjinheim, are my 20 boxes ready? Well, it's ready, but Mr. Orochimaru said that he was a little tight recently and took 4 boxes with him. What? Yu jumped 3 feet high, and scolded furiously. This scumbag is even greedy for his apprentice's money. You have a really good relationship with Lord Orochimaru. HMPH. Next time I catch him, I'll give him a taste of fire poison. It's no wonder that Orochimaru ran away in such a hurry. 2 boxes. It is estimated that 3 billion will be gone. More ruthless than his mother. Forget it. Take it away. It's not the first time someone has taken the money. If you don't give it to the intercolumnar cells in the future, you will spit it out. But this time back, I must not let my mother find out. Hey, Orochimaru, you are really going back more and more, and you are greedy for the apprentice's money. But who says the apprentice has more money than the master? This way, you can save a few S-level tasks. Just be Yu's filial piety. Orochimaru said to himself without any sense of shame. He just felt very cool. The only thing is that it ate too little. It was really broken by the apprentice. Chapter 60. I'm so jealous. After staying in Longdi Cave for a few days, Yu was finally approached by the White Snake Immortal again, this time as a cute little loli. Yu couldn't help but want to touch her head but didn't dare. Xiao Yeyu, the method you gave me to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon is indeed useful, but there is no such good place in this world except Miaomu Mountain. How do you feel after absorbing the immortal? My mind has become more open-minded, and my strength has become stronger. If I practice at this speed, I am afraid that it will take 100 years to have obvious changes. Well, we are cultivators of immortality, and there is no time in our cultivation, and 100 years will pass quickly. Master said that some people can open and close their eyes for decades and hundreds of years. Immortal White Snake whispered secretly. What kind of world is this? Are there as many immortals as pigs and dogs? Yu secretly laughed. It was written like this in Shang mythical story, but it should be true. The ancients generally did not talk nonsense. Yu is also eager. If one day he can go to the fairyland where the master is, then shattered the void and left. It seems that my cultivation is still far behind. Why didn't the White Snake Immortal discuss it with the Toad Immortal? What there to discuss with that senile dementia? After I passed, that bastard asked me who you are. Almost pissed me off. The White Snake Immortal little Lolita shouted with her teeth and claws. It seems that her mind has changed. The White Snake Immortal is really weird. Slugs are docile. Toad pills have Alzheimer's disease, and White Snake Immortals have weird temperaments and do whatever they want. Sure enough, slugs are the most normal. Well, don't be angry, Immortals. Let's cultivate with heart. There is a lot of time. That's right. I think that old toad has run out of oil, and I'm afraid it won't last long. There was a bit of loneliness in the eyes of the White Snake Immortal. It seems that the relationship is not so simple. Yu thought that Kamamaru's old-fashioned appearance might not live for a few years. He was over 1,000 years old. Immortals mourn. No creature can be immortal, and living for too long is a pain. Sometimes I really don't believe that you are a child, obviously an old fox. Ha ha ha. Yu smiled awkwardly. I am Yu, a college student otaku who became a primary school student because of an accidental reincarnation, so he had to stay at my parents' house, but the culprit behind my reincarnation has been investigated. Alas, the old toad may only live for a few hundred years. Yu's eyelid twitched for hundreds of years, but he was really dying. I feel like I've lived here long enough. Immortal, it's time to go back. Gee, go back now. Ernie saw. White Snake's crisp voice seemed to melt Yu's heart. Puff, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Yu looked at the White Snake Immortal in awe. Yu calmly said this guy is an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. Although she is very cute now, thinking about the appearance of her old woman, she only has 10 times of beauty and filtered, and she must not believe that she is a good-looking ain't. Bah, she's a beauty immortal. Immortal, please respect yourself. Farewell. Reverse psychic art. Yu hurriedly formed the seal and disappeared into a puff of white smoke before her eye. Hee hee, what a funny kid. The White Snake Immortal transformed into a royal sister again, and her voice was full of temptation. Woo. It took a long time for Yu to recover after returning to Konoha. This White Snake is really scary. sorry. Yu, who secretly returned to the room, was thinking about what to do with these 16 boxes. Seismic core. Yu has been hiding under 100 meters, so I can rest assured. So it is impossible for my mother to find out. Right. Soil wall. A 10-meter thick earth wall covered the opening and everything was restored to its original state. Yu, who was in a good mood, left home and went to the Watergate courtyard without disturbing anyone. Orochimaru, where did you get so much money? Danzo wondered why Orochimaru suddenly came up with such a large sum of money. 3.3 billion tael. Enough for several years of expenses. You don't need to worry about this. This time I paid a big price. Orochimaru said hoarsely. I don't mind giving Yu a whole set of plugins to achieve success this time. If Yu doesn't like the transformation of the body, I'd like to send it to high tech. But Yu is really rich now. Only 6 years old and worth about 13 billion. Danzo is overjoyed that the experiments on intercolumn cells can continue, and some high-tech products of Orochimaru can also continue. Danzo's question about ninjas. No problem. I'll send it to you in 2 days. It's catching ninjas from other villages. That good. Because of the influence of Yu, Orochimaru couldn't be so cruel that even the ninjas in his own village would not let go, and it was mandatory that they were not allowed to be Konoha ninjas. 1 step, 2 step, 1 step, 2 steps is the devil's step. On smooth ground, rubbing and rubbing. Yu in the Watergate courtyard is humming and striding along the steps of disowning sick relative. Did Yu encounter something happy? Yeah, I'm so happy today. Oh, tell my sister what's going on. Secret. Hey, sister, then I can tell you a little bit. Kushina was curious to know what made Yu so happy, and Minato also came over. Those who can make Yu happy will also know the new skills and make a fortune. Looking at this, it is more like the performance after making a fortune. So arrogant. I learned a new technique in Dragon Land this time. I named this technique Fire Escape. Touched to death. PFF. What the hell's name is more than Watergate? Kushina laughed outright, and Minato touched her nose awkwardly. HMPH. Sister Kushina, I'm not just calling this trick casually. Brother Minato, come and help me. I'll prove it to my sister. Yu's wretched smile stared straight at Minato and told Minato that this was a huge hit. Seeing that Minato didn't move for a while, Kushina urged, Watergate, hurry up. I want to see it too. As long as Minato gritted his teeth and walked over, he wouldn't die anyway. Old sister is optimistic. Huo done. Touched to death. I saw Yu's white and tender little hand turned red and then pointed at Minato's hand, and then Minato's hand immediately turned red. Ah, it hurt. Watergate couldn't help screaming. Painful cold sweat flowed, but I saw that the erythema continued to spread and soon became one piece. Yu quickly grabbed the fire poison and sucked it back. Minato only felt that his clothes were soaked with sweat after taking a shower. With fear in his eyes, that burning sensation is really scary. Is Watergate alright? Kushina held Minato in distress. Seeing that Minato was very weak now, feeling the warmth of Kushina, he calmed down. Well, it's so fragrant, so soft. Watergate quickly turned into a look of enjoyment. Looking at Yu, her head is full of black line. This guy Minato, how can it be repaired? Yu Minato will be fine, right? He looks so weak. Kushina has ignored Minato's previous word, which is so jealous. Don't worry, brother Minato is alright. In the future, if brother Minato doesn't obey me, call me anytime, and I will definitely make him suffer. Hello, what is it about me? But Kushina's arms are so comfortable. Subconsciously, he arched inward again. Lying. Tra, you bastard. Kushina gently touched Minato's face without realizing, wait, it was her willfulness that hurt Minato. What a dereliction of duty as a girlfriend. Yu left the courtyard angrily after being sprinkled with dog food. Next time, I will definitely let you taste the anger of a single dog. Gee, where's Yu? Probably have something to leave. But Yu's move is really scary. I really feel like I'm about to die. I'm sorry Watergate, it's all my fault. How could I blame you? Fool. Minato took the opportunity to kiss affectionately, and Yu could smell a sour smell from far away. I'm so. Chapter 61. You are not even a spare tire. Lord Hokage, Yu, is now retreating. Really, the child is probably precipitating again. Every time he comes out, he will be frightened. The third generation took a sharp puff of cigarettes and often spit it out. Sandian Village seems to be doing some small trick recently. The young third generation seal seems to be very unwilling, but as an ally, he is not very honest. Lord Hokage has one more thing. Danzo's rejection of Uchiha has increased. Didn't I say it? Don't move Uchiha. Anbu is not talking, and it is better not to get involved in matters between high-level officials. Neither side can afford to offend. Danzo has received the support of the other two elders this time, which can fully represent the will of the elders. Send my order to restore Uchiha's previous right. I just punished me last time, and this time I started jumping up and down again. Could it be that my punishment was too light? Yes. However, Anbu felt that exclusion might be a good choice. Uchiha was too arrogant and disobedient to discipline and was always arrogant and disgusting. Yu, I hope you will bring change to the village and Uchiha. The three generations put all their hopes on Yu. Kakashi, wait a minute. In a flash of white light, Kakashi had cut the enemy's throat, and there was no emotion in his indifferent eye. The leader of the team frowned. Kakashi would kill the enemy mercilessly every time he was tasked. Even if the enemy surrendered, he would not listen to any of his orders at all. He was very annoyed that Kakashi was helpless because of the orders of the third generation. Never again. Ninjas must obey orders. Yes, I'm on a mission to kill all the enemy. They all deserve to die. This child's murderous intention is so serious. They're damned but need interrogation too. Interrogation. Kakashi directly opened the mouth of the deceased and saw that there was a poison sac in the back tooth socket. As long as he bit it and died, there would be no chance for interrogation at all unless you knocked out all his teeth in an instant. Jorin was speechless, and Kakashi put away the dagger that was blazing with cold air. This knife was covered with an unknown amount of enemy blood. Is this the son of Konoha White Fang? Hehe. Jonin glanced at the short sword with contempt. No wonder his son was so disobedient that he died early. Put your eyes away, or I'll kill you. Even though he didn't look up, he noticed Shangnin's every move. The sound of Senrin's voice shocked him. The strong killing intent came straight at him. This guy is not joking. Damn brat. Jonin can only close his eye. Then he returned to the village to return to his life, trying to stay away from this little disaster star. In the Uchiha mansion, Yu still continued. With some chakras of the tailed beast, he could finally send all the chakras into the jade pendant without any scruple. The powerful chakra of the tailed beast would always appear to repair the fatigued body immediately. I opened my eyes slightly and moved my stiff neck. I remember that the first requirement of immortality here is to relax my mind and not move and integrate with nature. Does this count as meeting the standard? Soon you will be able to have the fourth attribute, spiritual root, and you can't help but look forward to trying to develop Lakey if it is lay. Closing his eyes and continuing to refine, Fat Tiger stayed at the door and never left. Today's Fat Tiger is bigger than before, bathing in the sun in the morning and whispering under the moon in the evening. If you use the Shaker Eye at this time, you will see that there is a very special chakra in the Fat Tiger, although the amount is very small. Obito has always been in a good mood without Kakashi flying with Lin every day. Oh, it's not that I'm happy when I walk together, but Rin seems to be going to visit Kakashi all the time, which makes Obito very uncomfortable. Let go with the soil. Cut. Obito obviously didn't want to accompany Lin to deliver lunch to Kakashi. How many times was this? Obito can't remember. Kakashi will accept it every time, but he has not received one. You are not even a spare tire, but you tolerate his arrogance. Hear you cry quietly without thinking about her. The song Yu often sings in front of him lingers in my ear. How can it make me feel so sad? The sky seems to be raining and soaking the soiled clothes. Melancholy eyes staring at the sky against the wall. What are you doing against the wall with soil? I'm not even a spare tire, but I tolerate your arrogance. What are you singing? It's so ugly. What else is a spare tire? Obito walked out of the daze and smiled. The big brother can always see so thoroughly. It's alright. I just think what big brother said is right. Of course senior is right. Alas, but big brother, you also said that although famous flowers have masters, the hoe is even more ruthless. I believe that one day Lin will be touched by me. Ah, which bastard is talking bad about me? Yu immediately thought that Minato was scolding him for the last thing, and Minato, who was far away in Iwayan village, sneezed at the same time. It must be Kushina who was talking about him, and his eyes were full of happiness. Is Kakashi at home? Why are you here? Kakashi asked. Well, that, I made a bento for you. Please accept. Lin looked at Kaka with hope. No need this time. Thank you. Kakashi refused, and the eyes of today's group of guys made Kakashi unable to eat right. Lin's eyes were red, and Obito exploded in an instant. You bastard. Do you know that Lin cut her fingers when she made the bento for you? I'm so sorry, but I don't need to thank you this time. Lin ran out with the bento, and Obito punched Kakashi hard. Although he didn't know why Kakashi refused this time, he hurriedly chased him out. Kakashi slowly stood up and returned to the room as if nothing had happened. For me. Thank you, Lin. Obito was helpless and anxious and didn't know how to comfort him. I need to calm down and think about what big brother will do. Obito patted Lin on the shoulder lightly, and Lin cried even more fiercely and swallowed the comforting words that were on her lips. Ready to hug Hijilin, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Obito with big watery eyes. Obito panicked, concentrated his wisdom and incited his arms to accompany the big bird. PFF, you're so ugly. Lin burst into tears with a smile and had to follow the embarrassed smile. Thank you for bringing the soil. You are my best friend. Obito was instantly elated. Of course, I'm not that bastard. Lin's eyes dimmed again, and Obito quickly comforted him when he knew he had said something wrong. Minato and Jiraiya continue to investigate, and now they have learned that there are 200 Shinoin, 50 Chunin and many reserve ninjas in Iwayan village, and the number is still increasing. Yan, what are you going to do? Isn't the teacher trying to start a war? What the use of a bunch of little devils, and the last war has already hurt the vitality. Jiraiya can also naturally see that the ninjas in it are uneven. Most of the excellent ones are not even qualified for the current ninja. Even among the Chunin, there are only a few who are really at the level of Chunin. What if it's in a few years? In a few years, that might be of some use. Is the short-lived peace about to be broken again? What if if Tsunade can't come back in time? Continue to observe for a month and then return. Is teacher. Chapter 62. You are not even a spare tire. Lord Hokage Yu is now retreating. Really, the child is probably precipitating again. Every time he comes out, he will be frightened. The third generation took a sharp puff of cigarettes and often spit it out. Sandian Village seems to be doing some small trick recently. The young third generation seal seems to be very unwilling, but as an ally, he is not very honest. Lord Hokage has one more thing. Danzo's rejection of Uchiha has increased. Didn't I say it? Don't move, Uchiha. Anbu is not talking, and it is better not to get involved in matters between high-level officials. Neither side can afford to offend. Danzo has received the support of the other two elders this time, which can fully represent the will of the elders. Send my order to restore Uchiha's previous right. I just punished me last time, and this time I started jumping up and down again. Could it be that my punishment was too light? Yes. However, Anbu felt that exclusion might be a good choice. Uchiha was too arrogant and disobedient to discipline and was always arrogant and disgusting. Yu, I hope you will bring change to the village and Uchiha. The three generations put all their hopes on Yu. Kakashi, wait a minute. In a flash of white light, Kakashi had cut the enemy's throat, and there was no emotion in his indifferent eye. The leader of the team frowned. Kakashi would kill the enemy mercilessly every time he was tasked. Even if the enemy surrendered, he would not listen to any of his orders at all. He was very annoyed that Kakashi was helpless because of the orders of the third generation. Never again. Ninjas must obey orders. Yes, I'm on a mission to kill all the enemy. They all deserve to die. This child's murderous intention is so serious. They're damned but need interrogation too. Interrogation. Kakashi directly opened the mouth of the deceased and saw that there was a poison sac in the back tooth socket. As long as he bit it and died, there would be no chance for interrogation at all unless you knocked out all his teeth in an instant. Jorin was speechless, and Kakashi put away the dagger that was blazing with cold air. This knife was covered with an unknown amount of enemy blood. Is this the son of Konoha White Fang? Hehe. Jonin glanced at the short sword with contempt. No wonder his son was so disobedient that he died early. Put your eyes away, or I'll kill you. Even though he didn't look up, he noticed Shengnin's every move. The sound of Senrin's voice shocked him. The strong killing intent came straight at him. This guy is not joking. Damn brat. Joinin can only close his eye. Then he returned to the village to return to his life, trying to stay away from this little disaster star. In the Uchiha mansion, Yu still continued. With some chakras of the tailed beast, he could finally send all the chakras into the jade pendant without any scruple. The powerful chakra of the tailed beast would always appear to repair the fatigued body immediately. I opened my eyes slightly, and moved my stiff neck. I remember that the first requirement of immortality here is to relax my mind and not move and integrate with nature. Does this count as meeting the standard? Soon you will be able to have the fourth attribute spiritual root, and Yu can't help but look forward to trying to develop Lakey if it is lay. Closing his eyes and continuing to refine, Fat Tiger stayed at the door and never left. Today's Fat Tiger is bigger than before, bathing in the sun in the morning and whispering under the moon in the evening. If you use the Shaker Eye at this time, you will see that there is a very special chakra in the Fat Tiger, although the amount is very small. Obito has always been in a good mood without Kakashi flying with Lin every day. Oh, it's not that I'm happy when I walk together, but Lin, it seems that Obito is going to visit Kakashi all the time, which makes Obito very uncomfortable. Let go with the soil. Cut. Obito obviously didn't want to accompany Lin to deliver lunch to Kakashi. How many times was this? Obito can't remember. Kakashi will accept it every time, but he has not received one. You are not even a spare tire, but you tolerate his arrogance. Hear you cry quietly without thinking about her. The song Yu often sings in front of him lingers in my ear. How can it make me feel so sad? The sky seems to be raining and soaking the soiled clothes. Melancholy eyes staring at the sky against the wall. What are you doing against the wall with soil? I'm not even a spare tire, but I tolerate your arrogance. What are you singing? It's so ugly. What else is a spare tire? Obito walked out of the daze and smiled. The big brother can always see so thoroughly. It's alright. I just think what big brother said is right. Of course senior is right. Alas, but big brother, you also said that although famous flowers have mastered, the hoe is even more ruthless. I believe that one day Lin will be touched by me. Ah, which bastard is talking bad about me? Yu immediately thought that Minato was scolding him for the last thing, and Minato, who was far away in Iwayan village, sneezed at the same time. It must be Kushina who was talking about him, and his eyes were full of happiness. Is Kakashi at home? Why are you here? Kakashi asked. Well, I made a bento for you. Please accept. Rin looked at Kakashi with hope. No need this time. Thank you. Kakashi refused, and the eyes of today's group of guys made Kakashi unable to eat right. Lin's eyes were red, and Obito exploded in an instant. You bastard. Do you know that Lin cut her fingers when she made the bento for you? I'm so sorry, but I don't need to thank you this time. Lin ran out with the bento, and Obito punched Kakashi hard. Although he didn't know why Kakashi refused this time, he hurriedly chased him out. Kakashi slowly stood up and returned to the room as if nothing had happened. For me, thank you, Lin. Obito was helpless and anxious and didn't know how to comfort him. I need to calm down and think about what Big Brother will do. Obito patted Lin on the shoulder lightly, and Lin cried even more fiercely, and swallowed the comforting words that were on her lips. Ready to hug Hijilin, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Obito with big watery eyes. Obito panicked, concentrated his wisdom and incited his arms to accompany the big bird. PFF, you're so ugly. Lin burst into tears with a smile and had to follow the embarrassed smile. Thank you for bringing the soil. You are my best friend. Obito was instantly elated. Of course, I'm not that bastard. Lin's eyes dimmed again, and Obito quickly comforted him when he knew he had said something wrong. Minato and Jiraiya continue to investigate, and now they have learned that there are 200 shinoin, 50 chunin and many reserve ninjas in Iwayan village, and the number is still increasing. Yan, what are you going to do? Isn't the teacher trying to start a war? What the use of a bunch of little devils? And the last war has already hurt the vitality. Jiraiya can also naturally see that the ninjas in it are uneven. Most of the excellent ones are not even qualified for the current ninja. Even among the chunin, there are only a few who are really at the level of chunin. What if it's in a few years? In a few years, that might be of some use. Is the short-lived peace about to be broken again? What if Tsunade can't come back in time? Continue to observe for a month and then return. Is teacher. Chapter 63 The Man Who Becomes Hokage. Are you finally going to wake up? A refreshing feeling rushed forward, and the amount of chakra was doubled, and Konoha has already ushered in spring. Yu couldn't wait to break through the door. This time, he obtained Lei Lingen exactly what Yu wanted. Now he only needs to open one of them to get the great treasure left by the immortal. Lei Lingen has an unparalleled affinity for thunder and lightning, and he will definitely be faster than anyone to practice thunder ninjutsu. The most powerful Lei Dun ninjutsu has to find a chance to go again in Union Village. It is best to get that Lei Dun body protector and health thrusting, but this also has a premise that the body must be strong enough. The Thunderbolt bodyguard of the third generation Raikage is a powerful ninjutsu that can fight hand to hand with the tailed beast, and even the tailed beast Jade cannot cause injury. As soon as I went out, I hit a huge object. When did my house build a wall at the door? Yu raised her head suspiciously and was shocked. Where is this wall? It's clearly a fat tiger, but this head. The good guy is 4 meters tall. Looking majestic and looking down at Yu with disdain, saliva dripped on Yu's head. Yu's smell completely angered Yu. Although I don't know what hormones Fat Tiger took to grow so big, Yu was very angry. You seem to be very inflated. Fat Tiger. Mom said that if the child is disobedient, just beat him. Minghui said. I don't. Fat Tiger quickly jumped off and stretched out his claws provocatively. Now this uncle is not that kitten. Seeing Yu is still that big give Fat Tiger incomparable confidence. The art of psychic. A dark green snake appeared at the foot of Yu. Lord Yu, did Xiaomo see that cat? Teach it hard for me. Little Mo's original name is Mo Snake, and Sasuke's later Ching Snake is similar in character, very gentle, and has a strong fighting power. It was introduced by the White Snake Immortal. Ordered. When the Fat Tiger saw the ink snake, he was horrified that there was such a big snake. Just let out a low roar. This snake is thicker than a whole tiger. The ink snake moved, accompanied by the bursts of hurricane. The Fat Tiger was entangled with no nostalgia. Woo. It's useless. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Fire escape. The fire is extinguished. Controlling the power of Huodun waited for the Fat Tiger to react and smelled a stench like burning pig hair, and the hair was gone. Not a single hair left. Fat Tiger shed tears of regret. With gorgeous and beautiful hair. It's all right now. Xiaomo ate it. The Fat Tiger struggled fiercely and looked at Yu pleadingly, and Moshi swallowed it in one mouthful. The Fat Tiger, who has regained his sight, is shivering and crawling on the ground. He didn't dare to move even though his body was covered in disgusting mucus. You will let Xiaomo eat if you don't obey in the future. Do you understand? Ow. Fat Tiger nodded again and again. Yu was so satisfied that it was really unlucky, and she had to wash her hair again. Little Mo, go back. Yes, Lord Yu. Mo Snake said in a deep voice and returned to Long Decay. Seeing that the Fat Tiger has grown to such a large size, I am afraid that the family will not be able to stay at home. Let's put it in the forest in charge of Uchiha first. I don't know if it will continue to grow or not. Put it in Long Decay. Yu couldn't wait to rush to the forest. Compared to her previous life, she foolishly studied Chidori Yuyan in the anime and shouted in the west pocket. I never thought that I would really use this ninjutsu in this world. Remember, it is Z Wu Shen Wu Mao. He moved his fingers a little and started to seal his wrist like Kakashi, and blue lightning appeared in his palm, making a noisy bird chirping. That's true. It's not a loss for Lei Lingen, but it was a success in one go. With a wave of his right hand, the stout tree was broken by the middle. The power is not much less than that of the spiral pill, and more importantly, it is more handsome than the spiral pill. How can the spiral pill be cool? But the other Chidori evolutions can only slowly explore on their own, or let Kakashi play slowly in the future and then directly prostitute. I didn't expect it to be spring so soon. Have I lived here for 7 7 years. It's time to visit them. Yuyu's first stop was at Minato's house, but it was a pity that Minato and Kushina were not at home. Then I went to Orochimaru's house, and it happened that Orochimaru wasn't there either. What happened? Could it be that they are not in Orochimaru and went to Danzo again? I don't have to go to Kakashi's house. I can only go to Obito and Rin. It's the school season right now. Right. Obito must have just entered 4th grade. Right. Going directly to the class, I found Obito. Long time no see. Teacher, I'm here to borrow 2 people from you today. Yayu, why are you here again? I'm still in class. Please. The teacher should be Obito and Lin asking for leave. I really can't do anything about you. Obito, why don't Lin go quickly? Thank you, teacher. Obito rushed towards Yiyu excitedly. Hisamatsu Yushi smiled, and now Yiyu should have already surpassed him. Right. I have taken 2 super geniuses out to save fate. Brother, let go. Lin, hurry up. Yes, I know. Wow, this guy Obito didn't talk nonsense. He really became Yiyu's little brother. Even classmate Lin. For a while, the pupils watched Obito and Rin's departure with admiration. Obito felt sober in his heart. He was so proud of himself. Who would dare not give the big brother's fate? Where are we going today? Bro, go and beat the uncle first. Hey, did you see the calumet? How is that possible? I just want to eat ramen. It's been a long time since I went out to eat. I just love your serious nonsense. By the way, where's Kakashi? I went to look for him today and he wasn't there. I don't know where they went. HMPA. That guy doesn't really have any meaning at all except for training now as a mission. Obito said angrily. But I still can't beat that guy. Don't do this with Tutu. I believe you will be very powerful in the future. Hehe. Of course I'll be a Hokage man in the future. Hokages. Man. There's nothing wrong with that. I won't give it to you. I'm going to be a Hokage woman too. Naruto. Woman. Well, there is nothing wrong with this statement. Why are you interested in Hokage? Rin. Yiyu remembered strangely that Lin K had no idea about the position of Hokage before. Because it was the senior who gave me courage. I have always been cowardly. Yes, because the seniors are very strong and I have been much stronger than before during this period of time. Oh, then you have to work hard. Lin. Yes, senior. Lin felt happy to be recognized by Yiyu, but Obito was depressed. If Lin really wanted to take Naruto's seat with him, should she let it or should she let it go? Obito, wouldn't it be nice to be a Hokage man? After pondering for a few seconds, Obito reacted. So it was, as expected of a big brother. Soga. Big brother, I understand that if I really can't do anything about it, I will become a Hokage man. Yiyu looked like a child who could be taught, but Lin didn't understand what the two of them were talking about. It seemed that the two of them often said something she couldn't understand. Could it be that I'm too stupid and my brain is not enough? The heart that wanted to be Hokage gradually shook. Chapter 64. Strong Yiyu. Uncle, come 3 bowls of ramen. Ooh, the bastard is here again. Handbeat suddenly frowned and disappeared, then appeared again. Hey, Calamus, come here. Dad, what happened? Calamus wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. Give the hottest one to that bastard in a while. Gee, but Yiyu is usually slightly spicy. Don't worry, it's right to listen to Dad. Well, after a while, I heard the cry of the Calamus. The face is here. This is yours. Thank. This is yours. Well, today's is still delicious. Thank you. Yiyu is yours. Gee, hey. Yiyu couldn't help repeating the old trick. Obito looked at Yiyu with reverence. Big brother really did not change. Angry hands gnashing teeth. This bastard. Calamus hurriedly escaped the claws and hid under the counter again. Oh, what a shy little girl. Looking down, the red oil on the side of the trough is 10 centimeters thick. Are you still eating? Old boy wants to piss me off. I'm gonna start now. Obito was so happy that he opened his chopsticks and started. Autumn bean sack. Bring soil. What wrong with big brother? Well, I want to try Sanxian's ramen today. I think your meatballs are better. This. Can't you? Seeing Yiyu's face gradually becoming sullen, she took Yiyu's super spicy ramen out of the corner of her eye, seeing that this thick chili oil might be lying down today. Don't worry, the spicier Obito food is, the more it will stimulate the development of Huodun, which will be of great benefit to you. I believe in you and Ghost. That old man is very bad. Really? Senior, I've finished eating this bowl. As soon as Lin's voice fell, Obito hurriedly started eating, joking if Lin was killed by spicy food, would it be okay? HMP8, you're lucky boy. Seeing that the action failed, he could only give up angrily, and Obito's face immediately turned red and fire spewed out of his mouth. PFF, it's so spicy. Wow, what Senior said is true. You can really practice fire done. Hiss, this old boy is really ruthless. Yiyu was also terrified. Those who didn't know it thought that Obito had opened 4 doors. Then Obito straightened out and fainted. Obito, are you alright? Wake up. Obito. Lin pushed around in a panic. Well, don't worry, he's alright. It's all a trial. Let's go to the hospital first. Oh, good Senior. Seeing Yiyu so calm, Lin also relaxed. In the evening, Obito woke up in the hospital and felt that he had walked through the gate of hell and talked a lot to his dead parent. Obito, you finally woke up. Lin. Obito was excited and respected. It's great to see Lin next time. Let's have a good rest with the soil and then go to school. I think you should be able to graduate. That right, brother. Lin and I plan to graduate next year. That good. After Yu left, everyone worked hard and believed that they could grow up well in the future. Kushina. Yu saw Kushina but followed by two Namjunin who looked like they had been captured. In a flash, Yu stood in front of the two names. What happened to my sister? Wow, brother, you're finally out. Kushina was so happy that she almost tripped and wanted to hug Yu but couldn't pull it out because her hands were tied. Holding Kushina, Yu's beautiful mood instantly turned gloomy. What happened? Yu asked the question, and the two Junin were both shocked and so strong. Kushina left Konoha privately and violated Konoha's law. Please don't stop Yu Chunin. Take where? Naturally, it is taught to Hokage-sama to deal with it. Junin's calm voice could not hear any emotional fluctuation. You don't have to send it to Hokage and let it go directly. If Hokage-sama blames him, let him go to Orochimaru or Jiraiya. It seems out of order. Rule. Don't make me say it a second time. Yu had already made preparations for battle, and she was ready to fight if she disagreed. Only then did Shengnan pay attention to Yu. Two of the three ninjas had no ability to offend him, and they were all proud disciples of Hokage. What does it mean that you can bring two adults? I can't represent Jiraiya but I can represent Orochimaru. What do you think of this? Dezong, you can do what you say, and see what I do. Joinin secretly scolded the bastard for making it clear that he didn't want to join in and he had begun to clear the relationship. Offending Lengmi and Jun Orochimaru is more terrifying than offending Hokage. Oh, that's fine. Dezong let go of Kushina. I want to let you go. I don't see anything. Excellent. This guy named Dezong. Yu secretly acclaimed. Junin almost vomited blood. I really shouldn't be so talkative. Whoever will form a team with this bitch in the future will be stupid. You're nice and smart so you can outlive everyone else. Probably. Kushina happily hugged Yu. This younger brother didn't recognize him for nothing. Gee, didn't you return to Hokage-sama? I'm going to your brother-in-law. Get out of here. Get out as far as you want. Oh, then I'll go back to life like Hokage-sama. What going on with my sister? How did you get caught? Actually, it's nothing. Yu and Zilai also went to Miaomu Mountain. I was so bored that I was alone, so I went for a walk in the forest and got caught like this. Kushina reluctantly spread out her hand. This village is really too much to manage without leaving Konoha's reign. It turns out that Shuaman Ge went to Miaomu Mountain. I'm afraid that after this practice, he will be much stronger. Don't worry, I won't lose to him. The sealing technique has been used very maturely and I am planning to use the Nine Tails as an experiment. Damn it, it's no wonder that the Nine Tails hate you two so much for no reason. Sister, I advise you to be kind. It's better not to do this. Don't you think Nine Tails is very pitiful? You can't even move. Kushina's meal seems to be like this, and she compares her heart to her heart. Although she is also restricted from freedom, at least the cage is still very wide, and occasionally she can go out and fly. But Nine Tail, well, I understand Yu. What you said is true, and the Nine Tails are indeed a bit pitiful. The Nine Tails in Kushina moved her ears slightly. I was actually pitied. It's funny. What the hell is this kid trying to do? I will lift some seals without affecting it. Sister, how many seals have you put on? Let's have a dozen or so. Yu felt a deep chill. Naruto was already so strong with just one gossip seal, so it's no wonder that the Nine Tails can't disperse even a single bit of power. The seal is too tight. The pure-blooded Vortex clan really caught it. That's how it happened. Hokage-sama. Yakuju Kona's Joinin, who was a bachelor, explained it all over again. The three generations thought about it and decided to give Kushina a little more space. In the future, Kushina can go anywhere as long as she doesn't leave Konoha village. Yes, although he was surprised by the decision of the third generation, what was even more surprising was the weight of the Night Feather. The third generation thought that there would be Jiraiya and Orochimaru Kushina as long as they were in Konoha, and the strength of Kushina was enough to protect themselves. As long as Minato doesn't defect to Kushina, it doesn't matter. Besides, Minato went to Miaomu Mountain this time, so the three generations were looking forward to it. Minato is the fifth generation Hokage candidate he was optimistic about. As for the intelligence of Yenian village, the third generation is very clear about Onaji's plan to expand the army in such a hurry that Laozi has defected and prepared for the pre-war. Chapter 65. Watergate can't come back in Miaomu Mountain for a short time, and his parents are not good at Lei Dun. Who should he go to learn Lei Dun? Yu thought that there should be a lot of thunder ninjutsu in Naruto, or there should be a lot of stockpiles in Orochimaru, and it should be better from Orochimaru if not from Naruto. Yu got up and went to Orochimaru's house. At this time, Danzo in the root headquarters was enduring great pain. The pain felt that the whole arm lost consciousness. The skin actually began to grow twigs and young leaves, which frightened the medical ninjas to scramble to remove the layer of flesh before it spread. What's wrong with Orochimaru? It should be that your strength is too weak to suppress the power of the intercolumn cells being assimilated. Orochimaru also frowned deeply. Didn't you already say it's alright? Danzo asked angrily in cold sweat. It seems that the data of the study may be wrong and have to be restudied. Orochimaru said solemnly that the calculation was was perfect, and the child survived perfectly. What is the problem? Shouldn't there be no direct connection, or too much difference between juveniles and adults? Danzo sighed helplessly and could only admit that now only Orochimaru could give him the power of Hashima. This crime was considered a waste. Then hurry up. The ninja was almost discovered this time. Try to choose the weak one. I also encountered a big problem here. Well, otherwise it would be very troublesome to be discovered. Write your lab number 4. It has been completely scrapped, and it will be disposed of after a while. Orochimaru's gloomy face shows that he is disappointed, and Danzo feels a little distressed. It's all money. He gave a lot of money, and at least half of it was funded by him. It would be too tragic if the laboratory said no. I'll send someone to recycle it to see if there is anything of value. Alright. Orochimaru nodded and sneered in his heart that the most valuable thing had already been in his hand, and Orochimaru was also sighing. If it wasn't for Yu, he might have abandoned this child. At the beginning, the heart rate of this child was getting lower and lower like other children. The body organs were decaying, and the oil was almost exhausted, and it was determined that he would not survive that night. Just when he had given up and ignored this laboratory, he suddenly felt pity and wanted to look at this child. Because of this little pity, he didn't miss this child, and he didn't expect to miraculously survive. Orochimaru is directly owned by it. Now, according to the standard of normal people, they are very healthy. What is needed now is to nurture this child well. After the conversation, Orochimaru returned home. Although there was a problem with the transplanted cell, it should be resolved quickly with the reference of this child. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Yu sitting on a chair waiting for him. Uncle Snake, welcome home. Can't you go through the front door? Hey, no, this has become my habit. Tell me, what the matter? I'm also very helpless towards such a disciple. No matter what method I use, I can't stop Yu from entering. When I see Yu's frowning eyes, I know it's not a good thing. Uncle Snake is refreshing enough. I need Lay Dun ninjutsu. The more the better. Lay Dun. Did you develop a thunder type chakra? That right. Yu, it better for you to be down to earth and not waste your talent. I remember correctly, you should only have water, fire and earth. Right. Only by perfecting something can you pursue new things. Orochimaru taught Yu hard-heartedly, but he didn't buy it at all. Just kidding. Uncle Snake, I'll tell you something from my heart today. Oh. Yu stood up and started to seal quickly. Orochimaru looking at Yuyin with interest. In your pocket. This is Lay Dun ninjutsu and actually holds chakra in his hand. Orochimaru was amazed at Yu's powerful talent, and I'm afraid he has to take back what he just said. Chidori. It is indeed like 1,000 birds chirping, and it can be seen that this move is very powerful. Suddenly, Yu rushed forward and attacked Orochimaru, who was sitting on the chair. The amazing high-speed movement accurately inserted into the heart of Orochimaru. Orochimaru felt a sense of numbness. This stinky boy, is this what he said? Yu pulled out her arm and looked at Orochimaru with a smile. That good. Vomit. I saw a new Orochimaru reappeared in the mouth of Orochimaru with his hands open and his mouth wide open. Just a little disgusting. How is Uncle Snake? Do you want to kill the master? You traitor. Where is it? If you didn't want to hit me, how could I hit you? Hee. Such a fast movement speed really surprised me. Using raw chakra to stimulate the muscle, coupled with strong penetration, can be performed perfectly with the wheel eye. Without the wheel eye, it would be perfect. Huge flaw. Orochimaru said sincerely, seeing the mystery at a glance. Yu's old face blushed. In fact, I came here for nothing. Hey, Uncle Snake, what did you teach me about this ninjutsu? It's almost immortal. Not dead. Hee. It's still a long way off. It takes a lot of chakra each time to use it, but this kind of consumption is not a big deal for Orochimaru, which can be used multiple times. I think it's the perfect and yeah, it's really pleasing. Then Orochimaru took Yu to the ground and took out a few scrolls. These are all thunder ninjutsu, but there will never be any better than yours. The Chidori just now has definitely reached rank A. The more the better. The useless can be used as a reference. Let me see what is there. Thunder, ground walk, foot snake, 4-pillar binding technique. Well, thank you, Uncle Snake. Nothing is of no use to me. Orochimaru then asked, Yu, how do you think I can invade other people's consciousness, or put my soul in someone else's body, not reincarnated? Unexpectedly, Orochimaru has begun to study this, but it seems that there is not much progress. Uncle Snake can refer to the technique of spiritualization. I've seen it, but I can't control it. If you really want to say that, illusion is actually a way to control other people's mind, but it will return to normal after it is lifted. But this is also a mental invasion. Illusion. Soga, you really helped me a lot. As long as I'm hit by an illusion, I won't be able to resist it. It's so intense. Gee, I seem to have done something very bad, but this is just a reminder that it should be fine, right? Anyway, sooner or later, the guilt of Yu felt much lighter. Uncle Snake, I have to leave beforehand. Taking advantage of Orochimaru's contemplation, he ran away quickly, afraid of being asked something. Chapter 66. The 7th class established. Konoha 41 was an extremely quiet year. There was no major incident in the 5 countries' tacit understanding. Everything was so harmonious. The commoners ushered in a long lost mile. When the 5 ninjas ninja villages are undercurrent. They are trying to avoid each other as much as possible, falling into a delicate balance, and the trade is also very smooth. Every country is working hard to cultivate a new generation of ninjas, who is also strengthening their bodies every day, and their bodies are getting stronger day by day, and they have spent another year safely under such circumstances. Jungji's summer is another year of graduation season. This time, Obito and Lin applied for graduation and skipped grade, which caused a lot of dissatisfaction. Since Yu and Kakashi set a precedent, almost every year after that, students skipped grade, and then Obito encountered an ordinary genin. Really, it's too much for me to come to the assessment every time these 2 years. Kid, hurry up and don't waste your time, Kashan Gong said very unhappily. The people who came here to test are some of the bottom of the genin. Even though he is 15 years old, he is still a genin. Cut. In the words of Big Brother, you are a scumbag. Little devil, you are courting death. Kashan Gong was furious and only waited for the examiner's order and then maimed this kid's limb. Start. The Chunin examiner spit out white. Obito spit out the lollipop. Yu said that the battle must be focused and nothing interfere. Art fire escape ho fireball. Jashan Gong was still making the seal, but he didn't expect that the opponent had finished making the seal so fast. The Chunin examiner secretly marveled, but he didn't expect Obito not to be so skilled. Come on with oil. Lin shouted and cheered from below. Obito ran towards Genin, who had just hurriedly dodged. Are you fighting me? This kid is really out of his mind. Then the two fists collided. Click. Kashan Gong let out a scream. The sound of a broken hand bone. Huo done. Function's fire claws or red soil wall. A wall appeared in front of Kazan Gong, blocking the flaming shuriken. The winner Uchiha Obito. It is still a dull voice so that the people who eat melons feel boring. It was so easy to lose. Isn't this guy Obito the tail of the crane? Hey, the tail of the crane. Obito was accepted as a younger brother by Yu, and his strength has grown by leaps and bounds. That's it. A group of friends looked at Obito with envy and hatred. In their eyes, Yu was the strongest genius of Konoha. Finally it was Lin's turn. Lin, come on. Well, I won't let the seniors down. Hee, don't worry. The people above are very weak. As expected, Obito said that the battle was over in less than a minute, and the defeated girl was disheartened. Even a 5-year-old girl couldn't beat it. Hey, what's going on? Why is this girl so strong? Brother, you don't know whether it's true or false. Her name is Nohara Lin and Yu's younger brother. Oh, it should be a younger sister. Wow, if only I could become Yu's younger brother. Think about it in your dream. Obito and Lin, who got the forehead guard, happily put the forehead guard on their head. Congratulations. The light voice recalled that the two quickly turned around when they heard the familiar voice, and it was indeed Big Brother Yu. Brother, why are you here? Senior, have you been there all the time? Well, I've been watching. You guys are doing really well. Hey, I'm practicing very hard, Obito said excitedly. It has been a long time since Yu disappeared, and every time he disappears for a long time. Senior, I work hard too. Of course Lin worked very hard, unlike Obito, who is always a fool. Brother, I have really changed. Yes, I know. Yu's impatient appearance made Obito very sad, but I was very moved to see them today. By the way, since you have become genin, it is estimated that you will be grouped in a few days, and it will be a group of 3. Gee, the two are very surprised. Does this mean they have to separate? Obito was very flustered, but 10,000 people didn't want to be separated from Lin, and Lin didn't really want to team up with others. Yu secretly laughed and divided Kakashi, Obito, and Lin into a group according to the plot, but now the two seem to have graduated ahead of schedule. I don't know if there will be an accident. Big brother, you don't have a group, right? Well, because I'm special. I know what you want to say about dying. It's impossible to form a team with you. I don't have time to play with you. After Yu finished speaking, she shook her hair and put her hands in her pockets to pretend to be cool. Lin, who had the same idea, had no choice but to give up. Compared with Yu, they were still too weak, so she had to work harder. Okay, since I've seen your performance, I have to go. Sorry, I'm in a hurry this time. Bang! Yu turned into smoke. Big brother is really unkind to use the shadow clone to perfunctory Obito said sullenly. Don't say that. Senior may really be pressed for time. Lin was still as gentle as always. After 3 days, the candidates for the classes finally began to be announced. Obito and Lin watched the surrounding Shionen being picked up by Shinjin one after another, and they couldn't help looking forward with excitement and nervousness. 7th class, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin. That great. Lin, that great. Obito jumped up excitedly. It was great that no one separated from Lin, and Lin was also very happy that there was no need to separate. Quiet. Then Hataki Kakashi. WTF. Kakashi. Obito's jaw dropped in shock, and Lin wondered if she was hallucinating, as if she heard Kakashi's name. Lead the team on Ninami Fung Minato. Then the door was open. Minato walked in with Kakashi. Obito and Lin were very excited. The former was angry. The latter was full of joy. Sorry Lin, I was wrong last time. Kakashi actually apologized to me. It's okay. I forgive you. No, it doesn't matter. I forgot. Lin said shyly. Fuck. Obito was like a bolt from the blue, wrapped in both hands by Lei's outer coke and inner tender hand, only to feel that all his Minato's efforts were in vain. Isn't this bastard Chunin? Isn't it one-man team like the big brother? Why is it here? Full of questions but no answer. My name is Minato Namikaze and I will be your teacher from now on. Please take care of me. It doesn't feel so warm. The two of them just feel like a spring breeze and they can see that the teacher is a big warm man. That teacher, I want to ask why this guy is on our team. Obito pointed to Kakashi's nose and asked loudly. Cut. Kakashi shook his face directly. Because this is Hokage-sama's decision. Is there any problem? Not anymore. Obito lowered his head like a defeated rooster. Then come with me. By the way, there will be another round of assessment tomorrow. It is to grab the bell in my hand. If there are only 2 bells, the person will return to school again. The 3 of them stopped and looked different, and Kakashi wondered if I, as a Chunin, would still be returning to a student. The next day, he came to the training ground as agreed and started to snatch the bell. The careful Kakashi soon discovered Minato's intention, and treated Lin and Obito frantically. It is impossible for twice as many people to grab the bell, so I asked the two to discuss countermeasures. Through simple cooperation, they got the bell, and Minato finally recognized the 3 of them after they understood their intention. Then the 7th class is officially established today. The big hands were placed on the heads of Kakashi and Obito and Kakashi didn't like how they looked at each other, especially after knowing that Lin and Obito became Yuyu's younger brother. Kakashi felt even more sad. Chapter 67 The 7th Class Advisor. More than 2 months later, Yuyu came to congratulate her. Congratulations, Minato-san. You have finally become the leader of the team. Forgive me, suddenly becoming a teacher or something. I feel like I'm still a long way off. Minato sighed. It was too difficult for Sandai to suddenly let him be a teacher. Minato just turned 18. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I think Minato-san is a good fit. Really? Thank you. Speaking of Kakashi, I've always wanted to challenge you and the 2 younger brothers you received. I don't have time to mess around with little brat. I have more important things to do. Aren't you a child yourself? What important business do you have? Minato was speechless. Yuyu seemed to be too mature, so Minato never regarded Yuyu as a child but an equal identity. Cut. Then I'll tell you that I'm developing a new bloodline boundary. What? Minato immediately became restless. Yuyu expected that Minato will be very proud of his expression, and there are not many opportunities to show off in front of Hokage in the future. Minato will step into the shadow level in a few years. The talent of this younger brother is really terrifying. How terrifying will it be to have 3 bloodlines? It's just against common sense. Maybe it will really be possible to develop wood done in the future. What kind of Yuyu did you develop? Well, there has been some progress in adding thunder and water. That's it. It should be land done. This Shueiji is very strong. Yeah, very strong, but always a little bit short. Yuyu was very depressed. Ever since Lei Lingen woke up, he wanted to develop land done, and he spent more than half a year trying countless times without success. Could it be that the quality levels of the 2 spiritual roots are different? Yuyu thought about the development of Rongdun. At that time, she had just obtained 2 kinds of spirit root fire and soil development degree. Now the development of Shuiden is obviously higher than Leiden's multi-distance 2nd stage awakening, which is only 1 opportunity away. I'm sorry, Yuyu, I can't help you, but it's not good for you to always walk alone. I hope you have your own team. Forgive me, Minato-san. You should know that my general strength is not my opponent. Yuyu looked frightened, but Minato frowned deeply. Every time Yuyu performed a mission, it was a carpooling team, which might have bad effect in the long run. I know your strength. Even I don't dare to say that you can win, but after all, it is not very good. Sincere partners are very important. How about you come to the 7th class as a consultant teacher? I rely on Minato-san. Are you stupid? I'm only 8 years old. Will Hokage agree? Gee, it seems right. Minato thought about it and seemed to really disagree. Really? Minato is really an idiot. No wonder Naruto is so stupid. He must have inherited Minato. It is real water. But Minato still didn't give up. After saying goodbye to Yuyu, he ran to look for the 3 generations. What's even more incredible is that the 3 generations agreed. Yuyu became the youngest teacher, and Yuyu made a lot of noise after that. Minato was lying on the hospital bed as if dehydrated, and Kushina took care of her distress edly. One was her lover and the other was her younger brother. Neither of them could help. It's okay. I can understand Kushina Yeyu's mood, but don't worry, I will be discharged from the hospital soon. Aren't you looking for trouble? Or else what's the use of lying down here? Jushinai rolled her eyes at Minato. She's fine by herself. It's really poisonous if you have to find something for others to do, and she would definitely be angry if it were her. Although it was all for Yuyu's good, but he was only 8 years old. What? Then Minato was roasted with fire poison by Yuyu for 2 days, severely dehydrated, and the whole person lost weight. Ha! But don't worry, this will help Yuyu's growth. Besides, it's just a consultant, so it's not very tiring. Minato muttered to make Kushina laugh and cry. Originally, the 3rd generation saw that Yuyu had grown up to be qualified to enter Anbu, but he was persuaded by Minato to become the advisor of the 7th class. Senior did not expect you to become our teacher. See Gui. Big brother is really strong. I didn't expect Minato-sensei to be the big brother of the big brother, so he will be my big brother in the future. PFF, this is the only one. You have to call Minato-san. Gee, Kakashi didn't say a word. Yu became his teacher. Did something go wrong? Let a child teach a child. Huh? Kakashi doesn't seem convinced. Kakashi, you must know that the master is a teacher. I will become your teacher before you reach it. Why don't you try? Yu smiled maliciously. Even though she knew she couldn't beat her, she wanted to see the difference. Why should she be his teacher? Big brother, what about Minato-sensei? I beat him when he was injured and was hospitalized. Silence. Everything turned into silence for a long time before Obito extended a thumbs up. As expected of a big brother, Senior is as strong as ever. Lin exclaimed. Kakashi, don't you dare to do it. Don't worry, I can't beat Minato-san. Minato-san deliberately asked me to fight, but I am indeed better than you. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know how strong Minato was, but he was the strongest Jonin Shunshu he had ever seen. He was very fast, and even if he tried his best, he couldn't touch the corner of his clothes. If he was stronger than Minato, he'd just go home and wash up. Come on, let go. The three of you can go together. Obito became excited but was stopped by Kakashi. What? Kakashi, I'm going to face this guy alone. Kakashi took a deep breath and pulled out the short knife. Is it a physique? Sorry, physical skills are also very strong. Turning his head to avoid Kakashi's extremely fast knife, the chakra knife flashed to the neck. Kakashi hurriedly jumped back. An electric arc flashed across Yu's leg, and he easily grabbed Kakashi's throat and smashed Kakashi on the ground with one hand. Looked like I won. Ha! How about Kakashi? Is Kakashi okay? Lin hurriedly held Kakashi up. Obito felt bad for a moment, and he should have let the eldest brother abuse him. Kakashi twisted his neck and stood up. Lin, I'm fine. Yu's thunder stimulation method is much stronger than mine. Are you satisfied? There is one more request. You want to call me teacher, so do you. Well, being a teacher seems to be pretty good, and it feels great, especially when he abuses students. Yu's mood like a dark cloud is much brighter. Teacher. Kakashi lost a lot. He didn't expect to lose with one move, and Yu seemed to be better than him in every aspect. Big brother, do I need it too? Yes, you must call the teacher during class time. Understood, bro. Obito said that listening to the elder brother's words can help you grow faster. The most refreshing thing is to see Kakashi being beaten, and the expression of schadenfreude is undisguised. Continue exercising today. 1000 push-up. Teacher, your arrangement of Yu in this position has caused many people's dissatisfaction. This child is too lonely all the time. He should feel more warmth from Konoha. It seems that the teacher is still worried that Yu is afraid that he will grow up and become a person who hates the village. So he came up with this method, but it is better to stay by Minato's side often than to stay by his side. I understand, but Yu will never become that kind of person. Orochimaru's hoarse vocal cords had a hint of sadness, and there was no expression on his face. Hey, are you still blaming yourself for not taking good care of the rope tree? The third generation knocked the soot and continued to review the document. Chapter 68. A different fat tiger. Yushi, let me see the wooden tunnel you have in your hand. It's Lord Orochimaru. Yuji Yuyan was using an unskilled wooden dungeon, and a few crooked wooden cones. Orochimaru appeared on the ground and nodded. It seemed that it was indeed a wooden dungeon. The origin of the name Yuji is because of the excellence of this child and the only survival from dozens of children. If Yu was here, he would definitely scream Yamato. Yes, this child is the only survivor of the Orochimaru laboratory, but now he is still in a laboratory. Staying here forever is not a long-term solution. What is lacking now is time to allow Yuten to grow as quickly as possible. Go over there. Yushi lay obediently on the operating table, staring blankly at the pale light above her head. Orochimaru is also busy doing all kinds of data, and there are all kinds of specimens in the container. The horns of the eight-tailed bull demon are also in this column, and now it is the size of an arm. Son, I didn't expect you to become a teacher, as expected of my son. Today, Nobuhiro is very happy. He became a consultant teacher at the age of 8, and his strength has even reached the level of Shangnin. Taking care of herself, Minghui also drank this time, celebrating Yu's promotion to a special Jonin. As long as she made some credit, she could become a real Jonin. It's not that you want to find something for me to do. I can't cultivate well. Yu said that she didn't want to be physically, but she was very honest. It was a wonderful feeling to be a teacher. In the last life, he was always a Han Kong, and his studies were not good. I didn't expect that he would also be a teacher one day. By the way, will my son join Anbu in the future? Shinhong was drinking a little too much, and he didn't look majestic at all. I don't think it's a bad thing to enter Anbu. It can better hone your mind. Well, it turned out to be your decision, so join in. Well, no problem. Saying that, Shinhong opened the writing wheel and Yu felt a little bit in his heart. He also opened the writing wheel and looked at each other. In the illusory world, he kept fighting each other, and it took a long time to close the writing wheel. How is your husband? Yes, it's very good. It's no weaker than the general tolerant, but the physical skills are still a shortcoming. After all, it is difficult for children to catch up no matter how hard their bodies are. Shinhong commented that Minghui understood understood very well that, after all, she was still a child, and of course she couldn't compare with adult. Nobuhiro's approach to Yuyu's lack of rank is also cryptic. Fire escape and earth escape do not need to be sealed. It is spiral pill and Chidori or melting escape chakra mode, and even poison is used. I believe Yuyu is completely capable, enough strength to protect yourself. Even now, Nobuhiro has no way to crack Yuyu's move, no matter the means of attack or the means of defense are perfect. I didn't expect my son to have grown to such a level. I'm afraid he will surpass me in the near future. It's too early to beat dad. Hehe. Dinky boy. Come and drink. Cheers. Although he is still a child, it does not affect him in the slightest, but he usually steals and drinks a lot. Son, the fat tiger you brought back seems to be getting bigger and bigger. It seems that there are not enough animals in the forest to eat. Can't you? How old are you? It 10 meters tall. Huh, are they all this big? Yuyu was a little stunned to hear what her mother said. She has grown so much in just 1 year. Wouldn't she grow to the size of Big Toad? There is absolutely something wrong with this guy. It's okay to find a time to take a look. If it doesn't work, just throw it in the long decay. The white snake immortal is missing a cat. Yuyu smiled maliciously, already imagining the appearance of the fat tiger surrounded by several large snakes, which is definitely very interesting. It seems that it can only be like this, otherwise I can't afford it, and today's food is extraordinarily delicious. The next day Yuyu came to the forest to visit Fat Tiger and saw the conspicuous orange color when he was far away. After walking in, Fat Tiger was slumbering and using his writing wheel. He saw a force dormant in his body, but it doesn't seem to be an ordinary chakra. Let the white snake immortal see it. Reverse psychic art. Even the man and the cat were teleported to the long decay, and the Fat Tiger woke up leisurely. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? Wake up the lazy cat. Listen. Arriving at the familiar voice, Fat Tiger looked around looking for the source of the nightmare sound. Yuyu was about to laugh angrily. This guy's body changed and his brain didn't seem to be very bright. Under the Fat Tiger. Only then did the Fat Tiger look down and see the little Yuyu, but this time there was no trouble, and the huge head was in favor of the general rubbing Yuyu. This is long decay. I'll show you around. Yuyu squinted her eyes and smiled very happily, and with the huge rustling sound, the ink snake rushed to Yuyu at the first time. Long time no see. Lord Yuyu, you haven't been to Long Decay for a long time. Well, it's been a long time since I came. Is the white snake immortal okay? The immortal is very good. What did the Lord bring this tiger? I'm afraid that it will be eaten by others of its kind in 2 days. When the fat tiger saw the black snake, the ordinary mouse crawls on the ground like a cat. There is no way. This guy is too big now. After much deliberation, only this place is suitable for the fat tiger to survive. Most snake nodded, and after a while, the little white snake Lolita appeared in front of Yuyu, staring at the fat tiger. The familiar feeling was emanating from this fat tiger. Oni-chan, this tiger is not easy. Ah, why are you still like this? Immortal white snake. Yuyu tried her best not to look at the white snake immortal. This loli who is about the same age as him is a 1,000-year-old monster. Gee, don't you like Ernie? So what about this little brother? When Yuyu was caught off guard, the white snake immortal, who became Sister Yu, burst into her ears with a seductive voice. Looking up at the white snake immortal's hot body, she felt hot all over her body, and nosebleed spewed out of her nose. What the hell? Brilliant, superb. Since the white snake immortal started to practice according to the way he said, it seems that his personality has changed a lot. After becoming a human, the skin color is getting closer and closer to normal. But before Yuyu could appreciate it, she suddenly turned into an old woman hunched over. Why do you turn off the beauty filter? How can you fix it? Yuyu is going to go crazy. This old witch has not changed at all. Huh? What is the Xiaoyu beauty filter? Nothing. Why did the immortal come suddenly? Yuyu calmed down his anger and asked plainly. Because of this tiger. The white snake immortal squinted and stared at the fat tiger, and the fat tiger felt a fear from the depths of his soul, trembling and wishing to bury his head in the soil. What the hell is this place? Too horrible. Did the immortal see something? This is also one of the goals of Yuyu's trip. Of course, I didn't expect this tiger to be somewhat similar to the cultivation energy in the old body. What? Yuyu looked at the fat tiger in surprise. This ordinary tiger actually learned how to cultivate on its own. I'm also very surprised. Otherwise, I would never have thought of your inference. Although the number of tigers is very small, it seems that they are all used to grow their body. Yuyu could only sigh. Sure enough, it is easy for a beast to become an essence, but it is very difficult to break through the limit. This tiger is called Fat Tiger. Please keep this tiger and I want to study it carefully. Okay, but there's rent. 2 boxes. Well, that's fine. Fat Tiger, you have to follow the immortals to practice well. The immortals are very powerful. I'll go first and the immortals make progress. Remember to notify me. Yuyu readily agreed. If you have a nanny, will you make more money? Well, don't worry. I was sold by the owner. It was too terrifying for the fat tiger to catch up with Yuyu, the immortal, and begged Yuyu not to leave it behind. Yuyu gently touched the fat tiger's head and said, Fat tiger, don't worry. The immortal will make you stronger. When the time comes, I will take you away. Immortal, don't let the fat tiger lose weight. After confirming it several times, Fat Tiger was sure that the White Snake Immortal would not hurt it, and that the owner really did not abandon it, so it became quiet. Yu returned to Konoha with the 2 boxes, and the White Snake Immortal also left with Fat Tiger, but the terrifying smile made Fat Tiger get goosebumps. Chapter 69, The Mission of the Hidden Mist Village. Obito, go over there. Xiaohei ran over there. Ah, good. Kakashi's sighed. I'll catch it. Watching the 3 of them chasing the cat, Yu and Minato sat on the roof drinking tea and chatting. Brother Waterman first said yes. I only travel for major tasks and will not accompany these little devils at other times. I understand. Did the blood follow the boundary succeed? How can it be so easy? But some new techniques have been researched. Yu said with a smile. Yu has unlocked the new posture, and the magic of the spiritual root is that it is very easy to learn and create Thunder Dungeon, and it is already possible to use the Chidori Spear and Chidori Flow. As for chakra, this is even easy. Really, too bad my spiral pill didn't make any progress other than getting bigger. Isn't immortality easy to use? Of course, immortality is extremely powerful. The body is several times stronger and the power perception can be said to be strengthened in all directions. Unfortunately, it wastes a lot of time for me. Minato feels that it is better to use Fei Lei Shen directly. Fei Lei Shen has mastered it very well. After improvement, as long as the mark is marked in the distance that can go anywhere, of course, it can't be too far. As expected, immortality is too tasteless for Minato, and Minato's favorite fighting method has always been that the longer the fight is dragged on, the more flaws it will make. Damn, this cat is too slippery. I can't catch it. Obito started complaining that he couldn't even catch a cat. If you guess correctly, this should be a ninja cat, right? Yu-sensei. Aha, it was discovered. Yes, this is the ninja cat of the Uchiha clan. I borrowed it from the cat mother-in-law. Yu waved Xiaohei and jumped into Yu's arm. Yu, these guys are goody, can't even touch my tail. Meow. Did the cat beat? Obito and Rin felt extremely unbelievable. Kakashi secretly hate being laughed at by a cat, and he will definitely find some ninja dog to treat the cat well in the future. This is normal. Psychic art. Minato performed a psychic technique, and a giant toad with the height of 1 person appeared in the crowd. Hello little guy. My name is Toadji. The 2 little friends are even more incredible. Toad can talk. Through some introduction, Obito and Lin only understood psychic beasts and some special animal. The smell of snakes on this guy at Watergate is disgusting. Toadji didn't hide his disgust and left Yu. Yu smelled the clothes and didn't smell anything. Ah, hehe. Yu is a disciple of Lord Orochimaru, so he is related to Long Decay. Oh, that's it. Kid, you don't want to avenge the White Snake Immortal. Does this toad have persecutory paranoia? Okay, alright Toad Kai, go back first. Minato hurriedly released the psychic technique while Yu looked at Minato innocently. It seemed that the White Snake Immortal was making a lot of noise. Minato, this toad. Well, when I was cultivating in Miaomu Mountain, I also heard toads talk about this. The White Snake Immortal injured many toads, and many of them are now recovering. Yu has already imagined that kind of picture. No wonder the Toad Immortal even took out the gourd and almost killed the White Snake Immortal. Well, I understand. Don't worry about the White Snake Immortal's affairs. I'm lazy about the Immortal's affairs. That good. It's normal for Long Decay and Miaomu Mountain to disagree all the time. Express your opinion and continue to lead the 3 to do the task. Yu is thinking about how to go to Wuin Village to do the task, but she is very jealous of the 3-tailed chakra Yu. The strength of the 3 tails is not very strong and the character is not bad. I believe that as long as communication should be enough. It happens that there are not many chakras left in the 4-tail. I really wanted to come up with something, and soon Anbu informed Yu and Minato to go to the Hokage house Hokage immediately and have a task to be assigned. Does Hokage-sama have any important task? Well, this is about the task of the tailed beast again. Minato's complexion changed slightly, and he quietly waited for the 3-generation order, while Yu was very excited and could contact the tail beast again. This is a good opportunity. I got the information this time, and I am afraid that I have to choose the next one. The task of this time is to investigate the dynamics of the 3-tailed person Zuli. If it can create a crisis, it would be better. Minato took a long breath, and how many people died in the tailed beast riot, and the 3 generations would actually make such a decision. You are quite familiar with Mizuno Hidden Village, and both of you have experience in contact with tailed beasts, so you are the most suitable candidate. Don't have any psychological burden. Everything is for Konoha. Thinking about what happened to Kushina, this is normal. I am afraid that the other 3 countries are also fighting the idea of Wuin Village. The majestic voice of the 3 generations made people unable to help but convince. Naruto-sama is right. Even if we don't go to other ninjas from other ninja villages and go back, Kushina's sister was almost kidnapped that time. Yu hurriedly said to him that it would be impossible not to stimulate the character of a good-looking man like Minato. Lord Hokage, I understand that this is a normal thing. Konoha will always be the first in my heart. Minato's eyes became firm. How could he have so much tenderness as a ninja? Not to mention the enemy. I am very happy that you can have such a realization, Minato, and I believe believe you will become a great ninja. Minato became the most cold-blooded killer. Even a gentle and sunny person will become a devil in the face of threat to the things he loves. This is Yuyu's intuitive feeling. Then you can leave tomorrow. It's Hokage-sama. The two left the Hokage Tower Watergate and returned to their previous mildness. Brother Minato, you were so scary just now. Night Feather joke. Don't laugh at me. I'm Konoha's ninja. This is my home. Well, don't disappoint Kushina-san. Minato seems to be indeed the best candidate for Hokage. Oh yes, and those three little devils. When I arrived at the training ground, I stopped saying that Obito had already fought with Kakashi. Since I was assigned to a class and didn't fight for a day, I felt uncomfortable. The thrill of punching to the flesh made Obito very excited, and he could feel that the gap with Kakashi was shrinking. One fell over the shoulder and threw Obito to the ground and got up and screamed that he was going to fight melee. What made Kakashi speechless the most is that Obito seems to have the same 5 attributes as him, and there is no restraint at all. Huo-dun is as strong as Yiyu. Kakashi, you can't beat me anymore. I'm practicing day and night. Big brother taught me a lot of tricks. Obito shouted excitedly, while Lin cheered for the two. It's so lively. Let's stop. Yiyu dodged between the two to end the fight. You guys have made a lot of progress. But Obito, didn't you see that Kakashi released water? How is that possible? Kakashi turned his head arrogantly and ignored it. Damn, Kakashi must not release water next time. You don't have to use all your strength to deal with you, Kakashi said coldly. Crack. Minato clasped his hands together. Obviously he had something to say, and the two became quiet. Tomorrow I'm going out with Yiyu on a mission, so I'll have a holiday tomorrow. Great. No, that's a pity. Ha 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 ha. Idiot. Obito touched the back of his head embarrassedly. Is it dangerous, teacher? Don't worry, it's not a difficult task. Minato touched Lin's head. If he guessed correctly, he would have encountered many enemy ninjas. The teacher will come back safely. Senior 2. Hey, I mean, there's nothing wrong with me and Brother Waterman going out. Yiyu folded her arms around her chest with a proud gesture. Brother is so cool. This bastard pretended to be careful of being struck by lightning and cursed Kakashi viciously. Kakashi never thought that his curse would come true soon. Chapter 70. Landing on the island. Brother Minato, we can perform missions together again. It had been 2 years since I last performed a mission with Minato, and I felt quite relieved about teaming up with Minato. Yiyu. Well, but this time you have to be careful that other ninjas from the ninja village would be arriving soon. The two figures jumped quickly between the tree and soon walked out of the border of the country of fire. This kind of thing should have been carried out by Anbu, but because of the special task, the 3 generations directly gave the 2 Anbu alternate position, a cat face mask and a dog face mask. After traveling all the way, Yiyu Minato came to the land of water. Many civilians on the islands of the land of water made a living by fishing. Killing a lot of pirates on the way can be regarded as compensation for the land of water. Multiple shadow clone technique. Well, it's been a long time since I can reach 40 people with my shadow clone. Yiyu is very happy. Does everyone understand? Yes, boss. Sir, I won't let you down. I will be your sharpest sword. Number 1 to understand the master's wishes. It's scary. Young people now. Seems like something weird got in. Disperse. The clones disappeared one after another and began to collect information, each performing their duty. Multiple shadow clones are really useful. Minato couldn't forget the scene where Kushina let go of Kushina and split hundreds of swords and guns at him, each of which was surprisingly powerful. Not using a wide range of ninjutsu is really a hassle. Isn't Minami-san studying? Minato shook his head. For him, the shadow clone is enough and doesn't need too much. It's not his fighting style. Then leave the information on the collection mission to me, but this is really a good place for fishing. Nightwing muttered. Not only did Yiyu receive feedback from the clone after a while, he met 2 teams of ninjas, a pair of ninjas from Sandian Village and a team of ninjas from Takian Village. It's normal for Cheyenne Village to appear here, but I didn't expect that Takian Village would come to participate. After just 2 days, Yiyu was also slightly shocked. Is it too coincidental? The number 1 ninja village even came. Many teams bumped into each other, but they all tacitly agreed without any conflict and went to Wuin Village together. I'm afraid it won't be easy this time, Minato-san. Indeed, it's so abnormal that there's definitely a conspiracy here. It's like deliberately pulling us all together and killing it all. Yes, there is indeed such a possibility. Now there are 3 possibilities. The first 3-tailed human column force is indeed exhausted and the lamp is exhausted. Without suitable human column force, I want to make a final counterattack. The second 3-tailed human column force is hidden in fog. The village deliberately rumored that the 3-tailed person Zuli was about to die and obliterated the elites of various countries to achieve shock and awe. The third type of bluff is to subdue the soldiers without fighting. Yes, the first and third are the most likely. Minato and Yiyu couldn't help but slow down and think about their choices. Other shinobi villages should also be able to think of Kai Guguo's conspiracy. Brother Minato, do you think we should go? Let's just wait and see what happens. He found a hidden spot near Wuin Village to hide, and Yiyu used his shadow clone to collect collect information. The most speechless thing is that there are more than 50 ninjas, and many of them are hidden in this area, and there are also a lot of Junin. Union Village sent 6 Junin. Union sent 6 Andi in 6, and then there are 10 other Murakami shinobi in total. There are the fewest ninjas of the Konoha faction. Minato-san, I think Hokage-sama sent us here to die. Yu explained the situation next time, and Minato was stunned. How does this play to hit N? I don't think Hokage-sama would do this. He must have his own consideration. Minato's speech was a little unnatural, and he was obviously unconvinced. Although he said that he was superior in strength, he would definitely not be able to beat the siege in the face of a Junin nurtured by the same big country. How about we slip away? Yu suggested that although he is jealous of the three-tailed chakra, his life is more important. Well, I also think it's not a tactical retreat. PFF. Ha! Retreat to tactic. I didn't expect Watergate to have such a side to be cowardly. Wuyin Village seems to be still secretly as usual, but he does not know how much vigilance has been added. After enduring for 3 more days, there was news that the three-tailed man Zuli had moved to a small island to complete the three-tailed handover ceremony. Johanna and Minato also have to make a decision. It seems there is no way out. Yu, let's retreat. No, I came up with a good idea. As long as I can catch the ninja of Korean Village and then use my shaker eye to control it. What the success rate? 60%. But it take 2 people. Okay, I'll do it. Minato chose to believe that Yu simply left behind a 3-pronged kunai and then sneaked into Wuyin Village. Like Jiraiya, he hid in a frog and dived down the river to avoid the perception of the barrier. After confirming that he entered the interior, he got out of the toad's mouth. Teacher Jiraiya's ninjutsu is really easy to use. He marked Fei Lei Shen at a hidden point and began to look for the news of the three-tailed. It took a long time to see the 2 three-tailed human Zuli guards who were singled out. This is the only one opportunity. Concentrate on Thunder Slap. When the 2 Chunin were about to go to the toilet, they felt a gust of wind before they turned their eyes and fell to the ground. Quickly grab the 2 of them and use the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Yu. Yu didn't expect Minato's work to be so efficient. Let's get started. Well, I see. Minato-san is so fast. Saying that Yu woke up the ninja and turned on the Sharingan, which mapped the ninja lost consciousness at the time. Tell me the news about the 3 tails and your plan. 3 tails are not long, and we intend to make the final contribution. We will set up a barrier and use the 3 tails to kill you. Sure enough, then show me the seal of the enchantment. Mist Ninja Ji and Yeyu followed suit, and the 2 of them were obviously successful when they were wrapped in a small enchantment. Even though Yu remembers the seal, I still can't seem to use it. Minato Ge, look at my eyes. Relax, don't resist. Minato lost control of his body in a trance, and Yu taught Minato chakra to flow and release the barrier before stopping. I didn't expect that the writing wheel eye can be used like this. There are really many wonderful uses. Minato here lamented the power of the bloodline limit. Okay, let's start the next step. Eliminate writing skills. He first used the transformation technique and then used the undoing technique. Yu to get Mist Ninja's fate. Minato frowned but didn't say anything. Yu's transformation technique was very high and it was difficult to find out with this move. Watergate, you have to come quickly, or you will be suspicious. The next time, Minato replaced the face of another man with the face of another man, and then killed the 2 of them. After arriving at Wuyin Village with Fei Lei Shen, Yu and Minato, he hurriedly looked for a team. Have you 2 peed for so long? I'm sorry, Captain. It's my bad stomach. I shouldn't eat that fish. It must be poisonous. Come on. We're going to the island soon. Yu Minato nodded. The captain's breathless companion's face would not admit it wrong, and then followed everyone to the island. Chapter 71. On an unknown island, the 4 escorted the 3-tailed man Zuli through the deep hole to the altar, only to see a child tied in the middle of the altar. The 4 of them began to emit a strange red light in the seal hole. Can't wait any longer. The 2 fastest moving named Yun Yin tried to break through the defense and went straight into the hole using the Shunshu technique, but they were blocked. Passage is prohibited here. Shuji fluttered and fell in front of Yun Ren. The strange thing was that this person was not wearing a ninja suit, but a white shirt with 2 red dots above his brow. Then another 19 people jumped down and blocked in front of them. Some ninjas used the earth escape to sneak in and were pierced by a sword. It seemed that they could only attack from the front. The ninjas from the dark place outside the Flare Island came one after another, and soon surrounded 20 ninjas. As soon as they saw more than 70 ninjas came, Shuji frowned slightly. There were more ninjas than expected to confirm that the flares were not missed. In the dark, 16 people began to form a huge barrier covering the entire island. Immediately, many ninjas panicked, but the ninjas in the big country did not panic at all. I believed that other ninjas in the periphery would cause a lot of trouble for Korean Village, and it was impossible for them to increase their members. Don't panic and kill them along with the 3-tailed shogi. It's just a trap and they won't be adding more. That's right, they won't have any addition. Seeing the great country Junin speak, I can only believe that they will swarm up. 10-finger piercing. Ping ping. Is this a bone? Iwagakushi was surprised to take out the bone as a weapon. Dance of Tsubaki. Moriyuki drew a bone knife from his shoulder and swung it at the enemy in front of him, instantly taking the life of a Chunin. Be careful, this guy's physical skills are very strong. Lord Shuji is up. Everyone. As soon as the voice fell, it was like a tiger entering a flock and no one could stop it. The two famous Yunren stood in front of Shuji, and only they could stop him. Do you really think you can stop me? Shuji said coldly, using Lu Ziwu to multiply the bones in his body more rapidly, like a hedgehog growing sharp bones from the joint. Every time the blade collided, there was a metal crashing sound. Is this guy really human? Did you hear that? As strong as my special steel knife. I said earlier, this guy is not easy to deal with. Yunren tried his best to resist and kept retreating, but the other ninjas were killed and wounded, unable to resist the enemy army, and kept retreating back into the cave. The number of Shangnin who besieged and defended has grown from 2 to 5. After a while, he coughed up blood. His pale face was even paler, and he couldn't see a trace of blood, and his body couldn't keep the bones from breaking automatically. The ninjas were very surprised that this guy was obviously not injured. So could it be that he was seriously ill? Shuji's face is expressionless, as a powerful Kagaya clan and his talent is extremely outstanding, but the family seems to be cursed terribly. The way is because it has penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Looks like I can't last long. Shuji muttered to himself. Bone vein. Early fern dance. 100 meters above the ground, countless bones suddenly sprung up from the bottom to the top, stabbing the 5 ninjas who were too late to escape. Only a few Kurikan went to the altar without looking back, followed by more than 40 ninjas under him. The 3-tailed man Zuli waited quietly, and the 4 attendants who had already fallen in a pool of blood rushed to the old man with a miserable smile and automatic seal of vitality. Everyone in the land of water will remember your name. The old man hesitantly looked at the deep cave and turned into a silent sigh. This was all for the hidden village of myth, with several ninjas falling to the ground and much younger. It looked like he was back in middle age. What you humans do is really incomprehensible. You are obviously dying. A dull voice sounded in his mind, and the old man inside the seal turned to look at the huge 3 tails behind him. Yeah, I'm dying, but I still have a mission to do. Sanwei stared at the old man with one eye. Sanwei couldn't understand that even if he dedicated his life force to him with a forbidden technique, he would not live for a while. His body had already decayed and he was too old. We are old friends, so please help me one last time. It doesn't matter. Humans are the same in my eyes anyway. Thank you so much. I hope they all stay here. You have so many demands. I will kill everyone without you saying it. Sanwei is full of irritability and anger, and he has to vent after being suppressed for so long. Otherwise, it feels like he's going crazy, even if he doesn't like moving. More than 40 ninjas squeezed into the cave, and it was very crowded. Junin, who took the lead, looked at the several ninjas who fell to the ground and looked at the vacant altar and the middle-aged people who did not match their appearance. Where is the 3-tailed pillar fort? The ninja shouted sharply. I am. Hee. Don't look at everything here as fake. As if guessing something, the Jonin retreated in unison. Sure enough, the red bubbles that appeared on the New Year's body quickly solidified and tightly adhered to the skin. Yu, who was maintaining the barrier, felt this chakra in an instant. Is this the 3-tailed chakra? Yu was a little excited. The angry roar was deafening, and the high-speed moving coral palm slapped the ninja in front, and the surface of the ninja's body was covered with coral and slowly hardened. The second stage of the tailed beast transformed into ordinary ninjutsu and swords that could not create a bit of strength, and killed more than 10 in just a few minutes, scaring the other ninjas to flee frantically out of the cave. A beast roar came from the depths of the cave, and after fleeing outside the cave, he breathed a sigh of relief and immediately set up the seal. A red light came out of the cave and washed the unfinished seal into pieces. Everyone spread out. The remaining 30 ninjas spread out in different directions again, and the consciousness of the evil smile of the 3-tailed man was gradually dissipating. A purple-black ball appeared in front of his mouth, and a huge explosion raised a mushroom cloud on the ground. Fuck, is this a missile? It was the first time Yu had seen the mushroom cloud rising from the explosion of the tailed beast jade, which was 20 meters high, as expected of the existence of nuclear weapons. It was even more incredible that people could survive under such a shockwave. Yu remembered that it would be a pity if he could use the tailed beast jade for his second stage tail beast transformation. There were not so many chakras for him to practice. Seeing that people are almost dead, Yu and Minato stopped the enchantment and 14 people were furious. Are there any ninjas hiding in the dark? Killed their comrade. Without the 2 of them, the barrier could not be maintained. Seeing that the barrier disappeared, the remaining 9 ninjas had hope of life and ran away. The barrier class had to fight the enemy. Yes, even if they are many but not dedicated combatants. The 3 tails only felt that his consciousness was getting more and more chaotic, and he was about to lose sight of the figures in the distance. The consciousness was being eroded by the 3 tails. This time, the resistance of the 3 tails was stronger than ever, and he couldn't wait to break the seal. Chapter 72. The consciousness of the 3-tailed human column force is like a small boat in the huge waves that may be engulfed at any time. With the last bit of consciousness, I want to kill the enemy in front of me, and the seal is already fake. The reason why Sanwei didn't kill Hitojuri is to fulfill his promise to kill everyone in Hitojuri's witness. Breathing out the red mist from his mouth, he chased the fleeing ninja, and his consciousness weakened a little with every life he took away. Even if you see Sanwei taking away the ninja of his own village, there is nothing he can do. It will kill everyone. Why attack us? Ooh, retreat quickly. The adult was completely engulfed by the three tails. The remaining ninjas fled to the outside of the island frantically, and the three tails began to condense the second-tailed beast Jade for the next launch. Everything calmed down with the sound of the explosion, and Sanwei looked around to see if there was still a living hole, and then the conscious body that completely engulfed Renzuli began to gigantic and return to his true body. Waterman is so big and has always been a bastard. It big, but it harder to deal with now. Hey, Minato GE, you don't understand this, right? In fact, the human column is more difficult to deal with than the tailed beast. The head of this king is not very bright. Yeah, you don't make trouble. Our mission has been completed. We will leave after Sanwei leaves, Minato said sternly. But you didn't think that the chance of Chui Lingen's second awakening could be given up here. Don't worry, Minato-san, I have a solution. Unable to beat Yu, he had to give the three-legged Kuwu to Yu so that he could escape. Yu jumped directly in front of Sanwei, immediately attracting Sanwei's attention. There are still fish that slip through the net, and I will kill you now. A tail slammed down directly, and Yu hurriedly avoided. Autumn bean sack. Sanwei ignored him and continued to attack. As expected, his brain was not very bright. Then I had to use a writing wheel. The scarlet eyes lit up and shot directly at the three tails, and the three tails were about to break free in a trance. Wait, Isofu. Huh, who are you? Sanwei looked at Yu in shock. How could this little devil know that his name was not struggling? Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It was not that the kaleidoscope pupil power was not enough to control the tailed beast. Ah, this is what Gokong told mine. This monkey actually told you my name. For many years, no one has called it by its name since it was captured by humans. Since the four tails told its name, it means that he will not be the enemy. Yu was delighted to see Sanwei stop attacking, although the monkey didn't say it, but Lao Su came through. Anyway, Sanwei couldn't find Siwei for confirmation. Yes, I am also deeply sympathetic to the fate of your tailed beast. As long as you are willing to help me for more than 20 years, I will definitely let you live freely under this sky. Why should I trust you? Just because I am the disciple of the immortal. Sikath immortal. Sanwei was surprised. No, it's the other immortals who are no weaker than Ludao. Is there anyone stronger than the Sikath? Yumura is only on the same level as the old man Ludao. Right, please trust me, Yu said sincerely. The four-tailed chakra appeared and the three-tailed immediately recognized it and eliminated all negative effects. After thinking about it for a long time, Isofu chose to believe in Yu. Since the monkey believes in you, then I believe in you too. Do you need my chakra? Yes, thank you very much, Isofu. Do you know what to do? Certainly. Get it. Yu stretched out her fist, and the three-tailed, who had lifted the illusion, raised her claws, startling Minato and ready to do it. However, seeing Sanwei's claws falling extremely slowly, as if he was afraid of hurting Yu, he stopped. The fist and claw contact. Yu quickly felt the mind of the three-tailed, and the three-tails also knew the mind of Yu, and indeed planned to help them pour a huge amount of chakra into Yu's body. After accepting it, Yu was very happy that the chakra accepted this time was far more than that of the four-tailed, which should be enough to wake up. Thank you, Isofu. It's just a little chakra. Why don't you sit on my pillar? Ah, this. I'll talk about it later, and it will take a long time for me to die when I become a person. Yeah, it's really annoying. By the way, are you a human being? Isn't it Wang Ba? I have to go. Jifu, you should go too quickly, but don't be found by them. I don't need you to tell me. Sanwei moved his huge body and slowly walked towards the sea. How did you do it, Yu? What did you do? Well, it's a secret. Let go, Minato-san, or the Anbu Kurigakure will be here soon. All right. Minato had no choice but to give up since it was Yu's secret, which should be respected. He used Flying Thunder God to come to the forest outside Wuin village after several turns, erased the traces and set foot on the road back to the village. If only the nine tails could not hurt Kushina. Seeing the scene where Yu and Santai communicated today even more shows that the tail beast is not incapable of communication. A few days later, Yu did not leave the land of water, but drove a boat with Minato to drift on the sea. Minato couldn't understand Yu's behavior more and more, and asked why he didn't return to the village. Yu replied that he wanted to experience the feeling of being a pirate. Don't you think it great to be a pirate, big brother? I don't think so, but the idea of Yu is really strange. Is it weird? I don't think at least pirates are free. When Naruto is faced with unfinished documents every day, I feel crazy. Really, it's really busy. Minato remembered that every time he went to the Hokage building, he saw Hokage-sama correcting the mountains of documents. Oh, no, Hokage-sama's hair seems to have lost a lot. Minato unconsciously touched his golden hair. Wouldn't he hate it if he went bald in the future? Brother Minato, aren't you imagining yourself bald? How do you know? You've been touching your hair and frowning deeply because you're obviously worried about your hair. You've also seen the baldness of Hokage Hokage-sama. This is the price of being a Hokage. People in their 40s. Ah ha 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 ha. Minato is even more worried. Kushina will definitely hate it in the future. Ah, do you really want to give up Hokage? But he had already promised Kushina that he would become Hokage. Tis tis. Minzuman, look, there are big fish there. That's a shark. Isn't a shark a fish? West pocket. Chidori entered the water and immediately electrocuted the shark under the boat and threw the 3-meter-long big shark onto the boat. Untie. Take out the seal scroll and put out the pot, pan, and fire rack. With the knife in his hand, he cooked the shark, and Minato was dazzled by the various parts scattered all over the plate. Yayu, your technique is really good. If you're not a ninja, you must be a good cook. Minato was amazed that this sword technique was extremely delicate, as if it had not cut a bone. Shuaman bro, my trick is not only useful for fish. If you don't believe me, let me try. It will definitely make your flesh fall. I don't think so. Hehe. Minato waved his hand directly. Yuyu's sword skills are really scary. Yuyu glanced at the complete shark skeleton and her face twitched. Only Yuyu knew that she was practicing swordsmanship over and over again and already had a good understanding of the structure of creature. Navigating on the sea made Yuyu feel very comfortable. Yuyu jumped into the sea to see where his limits were and took a deep breath to swim deep. With the help of Shui Lingan's ability, he reached a depth that is difficult for sunlight to illuminate, and his vision became blurred, as if it had reached its limit. Suddenly, an unknown object entangled Yuyu's hat. Yuyu's first reaction was a sea snake. Immediately using the melting chakra mode, Yuyu was immediately released by the unidentified object that was burned, and it was only through the faint light that it could be seen that it was a tentacle. Seeing the huge black shadow behind, I realized that I just happened to be entangled by the front end of the tentacle. Maybe it didn't eat him at all. Idea. The king squid. Wagwocean. In an instant, a large amount of magma appeared around Yuyu. In the depths of the silent ocean, the king squid lost its ability to resist, twitched and floated to the sea. Seeing that Yuyu had not seen her for a long time, Minato was worried that she was about to go into the sea to see a huge creature appearing on the water. Yuyu then got out and said hello with a smile. After pulling on the boat, Yuyu realized that what he had caught was not a king squid but a large octopus. But a large octopus with a height of 20 meters is rare. Why did you catch this big guy to sea? Yuyu, think about such a big guy. How can we finish it? Even if we ship it back, it's probably broken. It seems so, but it's already killed. Forget it. Let's feed the shark. Anyway, we also ate one of them, so it should be even. Minato could only laugh, not knowing what kind of brain circuit Yuyu had. After laboriously throwing the octopus back into the sea, he passed by the island and collected a lot of pearls. Looking from a distance, Yuyu and Minato saw a pirate ship approaching ahead, and Yuyu also raised the pirate flag. I didn't expect the pirate ship to come and make it clear that they wanted to black out. Yuyu became excited. Although there were only 2 of them, it was useless to have too many pirates on the other side. Brother Waterman, I'll say it's fun to be a pirate. You see, there's another takeaway. What the takeaway? Express delivery. Express delivery. It's just to send thing. Minato-san is so stupid. Minato no longer wants to think about Yuyu's new terms one after another. His heart is so tired. Am I out of touch with the time? Stop the boat on the opposite side immediately. The soldier on the opposite side shouted. We were robbed. G. Quickly settle the battle. Watergate really didn't want to play this kind of game. Yuyu and Minato jumped directly from the boat and ran across the sea. Retreat. Retreat. Blast the ninja on the opposite side. Hearing that the commander said it was a ninja, the cannonballs bombed the Watergate as if they didn't want money, blowing up dozens of water columns. By the time the shell stopped, no one was there. Did it blow up? Probably. HMP8. Ninjas are human too. The gunners were talking, but the commander still didn't let his guard down. Hey, what are you talking about? Is someone dead? When the pirates heard the child voice, they only felt cold all over their body. As soon as they turned their head fell to the ground. Minato was very angry. The bottom of the ship were all women and most of them were no longer human. Kill them all. Seeing Minato's word, Yuyu didn't hesitate to use fire poison on the pirate, and they all burned to ashes along with Green. Watergate decides to bring the group back to the Fire Nation. Yayu, you also saw that pirates are not a game. Of course I know. Why don't we set up a navy? How about specializing in catching pirates? Watergate. A sigh can only stop. Chapter 73 Teaching Chidori. Minato reported to Sandai as soon as he returned to the village. Of course, he concealed what happened to Yuyu and Sanwei. He only said that all the ninjas on their island had perished. Sandai was very satisfied with this and at the same time broke into a cold sweat. He didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Good, Yuyu and Minato are smart. Otherwise, if you lose 2 geniuses, you will lose a lot, and it is not easy to explain to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. This mission will target the S rank. Minato, Yayu, congratulations. Yes, Hokage-sama. The 2 said in unison. Do you need any reward? The reward has been paid. Thank you, Hokage-sama, but I don't need it. Minato declined, and the 3rd generation nodded. Minato is really a good boy, and he appreciates Minato more and more. What about Yuyu? The 3rd generation looked at Yuyu expectantly, knowing that the relationship friendship between Yu and Minato was looking forward to. Well, for reward, I'm not short of money recently, so Hokage-sama's reward will be confiscated. He is really a good boy. The third generation felt relieved when he touched his beard. As expected, being with Minato was the best choice, but when he heard Yu's next sentence, he felt depressed. However, I would like to see how many other ninjutsus have been remodeled recently. I feel very inspired. Forget it, just watch it if you need it. The three generations were speechless. Yu was excited to choose, and this time the three generations were too lazy to pay attention to. It's useless for you to take it. After saying goodbye to the three generations of Watergate, I hurried home. This guy really cares about Kushina, and I will inform you about the cultivation. Using the shadow clone to go to the three people's house to inform, Yu also returned home and couldn't wait to digest the three-tailed chakra. Using a large amount of three-tailed chakra to stimulate the water spirit root, the water spirit root immediately reacted and devoured the three-tailed chakra. Great appetite. After a while, Yu felt that the three-tailed chakra was reduced by half, and in the end there was a little bit left. It is estimated that only one-tailed beast can be transformed into a single state. Really, it's better to just swallow it all. Yu estimated that Cui Lingon should be able to complete the second stage of awakening in a few days. I ran to the forest with a single shot of the black Chidori and used the last three-tailed chakra, and its power increased several times. Sure enough, the compatibility of the tailed beast chakra was very good. Write down this feeling Yu is practicing in meditation. The amount of chakra needed by Jade Pendant is even greater, but it should not be difficult for me to increase the speed and amount of chakra condensation. Yu thought that Yu would be able to awaken the fifth kind in 2 years. Yu, who was practicing in the forest, suddenly noticed that an acquaintance was visiting. Why are you here, Uncle Snake? It's okay, let's see how your cultivation is going. Chidori's power was really good just now. Ah, that was just an accident, meaning outside. Well, if I read it right, I should have joined the three-tailed chakra just now. Yu was secretly shocked. How did Orochimaru know? Is Orochimaru also on the island? Soon Orochimaru verified Yu's conjecture. Hehe, it's really interesting. I saw something miraculous in order to protect you. I'm so grateful to Uncle Snake. I didn't expect Uncle Snake to care so much about me. Yu showed a grateful expression. This kid is still so excited. It would not be strange if Orochimaru happened to Yu, even a little envious, and directly attributed everything to Yu's immortal master. After treating the fire poison, it can be seen that even he did not dare to touch it lightly. If it went directly into the bone marrow, it would be too late to shed it again, but it was directly absorbed by Yu. It was definitely Yu who killed the three Shangren, but how this is done is unknown. The stinky boy was still clumsy during the duel. Okay, I just want to know what happened directly to you and Sanwei, or what they said. Orochimaru licked his lip, full of curiosity. This is a major discovery. Nothing is good as long as you have a heart with the tail. Of course, the premise is that you can get close to the tail beast. Is it that simple? It's that simple. I feel like you're kidding me. Don't dare. Orochimaru was a little annoyed, and the apprentice would be fine if he didn't obey. Uncle Snake, what do you want? I told you not to calm down. I definitely didn't lie to you. Yu felt a little flustered. Uncle Snake, believe me, only the three tails have a docile personality and are so good at talking. Do you believe it if you slap them to death with another direct slap? Orochimaru finally stopped and asked about the specific process. It is well known that tailed beasts hate human. Why did Yu do it? Orochimaru asked the next question. Yu could only talk nonsense. Well, in fact, I used the shaker eye first, and then I had a chance to get close. The three tails were just born and their condition was not very good before they fell into the illusion. I want to know what you and it have said. Damn, it really asked here. Of course, I told it how to become stronger, and I told it the cultivation method of the white snake immortal. I think this method is only useful for animal. I tried it and it didn't work. Really, it really is. Orochimaru had no choice but to give up. Indeed, this is the only explanation that is more reasonable, but his intuition tells him that there is more than that, but he can't do anything about Yu. After all, everyone has their own secret, not to mention that Yu is the most optimistic about him. Disciple. After getting rid of Orochimaru, Yu was relieved. Although he was touched by Orochimaru's protection, can he still do things well in the future? It's really frustrating to be watched everywhere you go. The next day I took the class with Minato. Obito still didn't like Kakashi, and he always lost every challenge. Kakashi's talent is really high. Yu praised. Even if he opened a lot of small stoves for Obito, there is still a clear gap with Kakashi, and his fighting skills are too poor. Sure enough, you can only grow if you go out to experience life and death. No matter how good the flowers in the greenhouse grow, they are weak. It's also time to teach Kakashi Chidori. Kakashi, come with me and teach you a new ninjutsu today. Big teacher, I want to learn too. Obito said hurriedly. You practice fire done and wind done well. This is suitable for you. Only Kakashi is suitable for this. All right. Rin saw Obito lost and stepped forward to comfort him, while Yu took Kakashi elsewhere. Kakashi, today is a teacher. teacher. I will teach you a very powerful technique. Kakashi in Yiyu's frivolous tone really wanted to say, I don't learn, but in the end, he endured it, and if you can't bear it, you will make a big plan. What kind of ninjutsu is the teacher? Yiyu was very satisfied to see Kakashi lower his posture. Jihei, equal. Ahem, what I'm going to teach today is lay done, named Chidori. Yiyu quickly formed a seal. Blue lightning appeared in the palm of his hand, and the noisy bird song was shocking. So strong. Of course, with a manual wave, a big hit burst out on the rock wall, and the arc was still flashing in the pit. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can stop. Study or not, of course I learn. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Yiyu. Such a powerful ninjutsu was exactly what he needed. Moved Yiyu to teach him such a powerful ninjutsu. Yiyu means that you are yours in the first place. Chapter 74 Bond. In your pocket. With the noisy birdsong, a sturdy tree was broken by the wave. Kakashi sat panting on the ground. Chidori would collapse at most twice a day, and there were too few chakras. Chidori's effect and power are very strong and destructive. It seems that it can only be used as a nirvana. In the future, you must use the remaining amount of chakra from one Chidori. Kakashi only felt powerless. He really didn't know what Yiyu did. It was obvious that Yiyu released Chidori without much effort. Yiyu on the branch nodded secretly. Kakashi learned Chidori in just 1 month. Although Naruto learned Spiral Maru in only 3 weeks, he was already 13 years old at the time, right? So Yiyu still recognized Kakashi's talent very much. If it wasn't for being dragged down by Shaker in the future, his strength should be stronger, at least to the level of White Fang. Woo! Yiyu jumped down and appeared in front of Kakashi. How do you feel? After 2 times, you can't move anymore. It should be said that you need a good rest after using it once a day. Kakashi stood up slowly. Well, it's already amazing. It's far worse than you, Kakashi said angrily, but he also admired Yiyu very much. During the battle, Yiyu was writing consecutively. The wheel eyes were not used, and he was easily defeated. The whole action is very smooth. I am naturally different from you. Although I teach you Chidori, I hope you use it less, because it has a fatal flaw. What flaw? Kakashi frowned and asked. Yiyu pointed to his eye. What's missing is the shaker. You should also find that using Chidori will greatly stimulate your own muscles, and the movement speed will be greatly increased. If the movement speed is too high, you can't see clearly without the shake. Then why don't you teach Obito? Bullshit, this is your stuff. Because he doesn't fit. Yiyu disappeared immediately after speaking, leaving Kakashi alone. Looking at the right hand in a daze, it is necessary to improve the dynamic vision as much as possible. The blood continuation limit does have a great advantage, but I will not admit defeat. Yiyu, who awakened Shui Lingen, is infinitely close to the ghost lamp family, and has a strong affinity for water. If the fire spirit root is normal, the water does not seem to be able to hurt him. Jumping into the water, a film will appear on the surface of the body to isolate the water. It seems that there is no difference except that it cannot be hydrated. It can even bounce a part of it in the face of water escape. Can I be immune to any ninjutsu if I wake up to the second stage of all attributes? Achieve the pseudo-Sikath body. Yiyu couldn't wait to go to the Thundercloud Valley in Union Village. That natural thundercloud was just naturally prepared for him. I don't know what happened to Fat Tiger. He must have grown up a lot. I miss Fat Tiger after not seeing him for a long time. Why don't you take some time to visit Longdi Cave? The Fat Tiger in Longdi Cave did grow several laps, but he never left the cave because there were too many big snakes around. There were snakes everywhere, and he depended on Sanshenji to deliver food every day. This tiger is really bad. It stays in the hole all day and doesn't know how to go out to exercise. Sunjinji complained that his appetite has grown a lot recently, and he has obviously gained a lot of weight. Yeyu really didn't choose the wrong name, and now she's really become a fat tiger. Why don't we share it? Shikishima Haim slaps his mouth, and I don't know what the taste of such a big tiger meat is. No, Fat Tiger is still useful to the White Snake Immortal now, and you will definitely be unhappy. You don't really like that kid, do you? Sunjinji's face changed slightly, and he immediately defended. How is it possible? I'm just afraid that he will use fire poison in a fit of rage. Well, that is indeed a terrible thing. Even immortals can't stand it. Aikijimaji remembered how weak the White Snake Immortal looked after she came back, and couldn't help being a little scared. Fortunately, she didn't go to Miaomu Mountain with her at that time. Sunjinheim thought that Yu had not been to Longdi Cave for a long time. Right, I've never come here to leave Pet here. The White Snake Immortal observes Fat Tiger's cultivation every day and finds that Fat Tiger absorbed faster than her. Obviously, Fat Tiger's cultivation method is more correct. Slowly learn Fat Tiger's absorption method, but unfortunately the stupid tiger can't. It would be easier to talk otherwise. Yu has become stronger again. Can your father see it? Of course, your chakra volume is much higher than some time ago. Nobuhiro said. Can the father figure out how much chakra I have? Well, chakra should be half of me, reaching the level of Shangnin. Really? That's really nice. After Yu had the answer, he ate on his own. Nobu Hong and Ming Wei shivered. This child really didn't know what it meant. At the age of 8, he already had the strength of Joinin, and Nobuhiro couldn't see through through his own son. The same Sharingan, and there is another kind of blood follower boundary melting escape. Such a talent can be said to be a shadow. Because of the influence of the third generation and Yu, Uchiha has restrained a lot. The direct relationship has eased a lot, and Uchiha has regained his full strength. Danzo was very uncomfortable. He had done so much himself, and finally drove Uchiha to a remote corner. He didn't expect to be brought back by the third generation, all of whom were Yu. Although he was extremely angry, he had nothing to do with Yu. After all, he still relied on Orochimaru, and the experiment on Orochimaru would soon be successful. When I succeed, I will expel you all. Glancing at my arm, I was even more disgusted that it would have been stagnant if it wasn't for the task injury. If only I could change it. Orochimaru was busy instructing Yushi. The wooden dungeon used by Yushi was not as powerful, so he was a little disappointed by this, but he was still young and still has a long time to grow. Maybe you can exchange more chip from Danzo. The village of Wuin in the distance is still immersed in the death of the three-tailed person Zuli. There are only 6 tails left in the village, and the three-tailed need to be searched again. However, this time, the elites who have lost a lot of power in the big country can accept it, but did not find Konoha's ninja when dealing with the battlefield. Old Z of Yan'an village also got the news, and he felt a little sad about the death of a rabbit and a fox. Four-tailed, three-tailed man Zuri is dead. When you die, I will be free. Lao Zi just wanted to scold. Lao Su has been brewing sad emotions for a long time. HMPA, you'll be captured soon after I die. I won't go to that ghost lake. If you die, I'll go find that kid. I think I volunteer to be Konoha's weapon, so I won't be rejected. Lao Zi is completely convinced now, and he doesn't know what kind of ecstasy soup Yu poured into the four tails. So determined. Konoha is already strong enough. If there are two-tailed beasts, it will definitely break the balance. Ah, why are you talking about me so much today? How can you fix it? Yu closed her eyes and continued to refine chakra. Yu is indeed very powerful, but he doesn't have the sky-defying ninjutsu, and it is still not enough to face the shadow level. It has a strong and dry taste. Chapter 75 Lei Lingen's Awakening. Today, I heard that I was going to go out to the village to perform a mission. Obito and Lin were very happy, but Kakashi looked like he was going to die. It was nothing more than a bandit suppression or something that had been done before the holiday. Rather than staying here, it would be better to practice with Yu. Yu heard about this kind of thing and directly pretended to be sick and took the opportunity to tease the calumet. On the other hand, Kushina went shopping frantically. Since the Watergate bonus was issued, she started to spend a lot of money. The reason is very simple. The money that Watergate earned was used to spend for her. Yu even took out a lot of jewelry and exchanged them for silver tails and gave them to Kushina. The full 20 million tails made Yuzina stunned, and she was excited to spend it directly with multiple shadow clones. Minato only felt a pain in his liver. So what should I do if I continue to consume it and get married? After returning from the task with the student, I saw that the courtyard was full of various things. Is my house a clutter? It took a long time to find Kushina, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Kushina, wake up. After pushing Kushina, he woke up leisurely. Watergate, don't make noise. Let me sleep for a while, but I'm exhausted. Slept until the night before fully awake. Ah, Pratanam, I bought a lot of things today. Hey, I won't have to buy anything in 5 years. Hey, I saw it all. Minato sighed. He bought too many things and couldn't keep them at home. Kushina looked around and seemed to see a lot less. What about the other things at Watergate? It's all sealed in the scroll by me, but it feels so crowded with so many things. It seems so. I'm sorry, Watergate, why don't we take it out and sell it tomorrow? Minato was a little dumbfounded. Looking at it like this, it was estimated that the money was spent. It must be very tiring to organize these. I will give you a massage. Well, I'm really tired. After enjoying Kushina's massage, she fell asleep comfortably after a while. Kushina kissed Minato's cheek and left the room. At Yu's house, Minghui was surprised to find a letter left by Yu saying that if she went out to play, she would go home in 2 months at most. Husband, what do you say if something happens to this child? It's really worrying. Just listen to him. It is absolutely impossible for Yu to go out of the village overnight just to play. How can play be so sneaky? Yu is rushing to Union Village for Lei Lingen's second stage awakening. At dawn, Minato got up and kissed Kushina's forehead lightly and resumed the class. Teacher Watergate is here. Lin shouted. Minato approached with a smile, but unexpectedly found that Yu was not there. It was strange that Yu was usually on time. Didn't you see Yu? No, teacher, Yu doesn't know what's going on today. I think eldest brother should go to retreat again to practice powerful ninjutsu. Really? Yu really didn't let up for a moment. It would be great if Kushina also worked hard, but unfortunately, Kushina has become too lazy now. A few days later, Yu was very excited to see the mist-shrouded peaks ahead, and the roar of thunder could be heard from far away. That is really good. A thunder valley outside the village is the most violent, and there are often thunders that are more terrifying than other thunder valleys, and it is also Yu's target. I secretly came to the underground of the mountain, and there were no ninjas along the way. It was strange that I suddenly realized that although Union Village was good at thunder escape, it could not bear such a natural thunder. For them, this place is still a Jedi. When she wanted to understand Yu, she felt at ease and boldly climbed the mountain, and soon came to a mountaintop. Call. Looking at the black thundercloud, lightning flashes from time to time, and the dark clouds are also flashing with electric light. Humans are really weak in front of nature. Did I get struck by lightning like this? Yu felt a little hairy in his heart. This is no joke. Natural lightning is generally 100 million to 1 billion volt, and things like Chidori can't be compared with it. Yu was worried that she would be directly hacked to death. It would be great if the power could be adjusted. I saw a 20-meter wide lightning bolt in front of me illuminating everything around me. Hey, Dring, will it die from being hacked? It's a pity that no one here can answer his question. Another lightning strike hit a large amount of gravel on the mountain, and his eyelids jumped again. It seems that the awakening method he chose was wrong, like he was courting death. Yu shook his head. What happened to me? Hehe, I should have learned raking set first here. That's right, that's how it should be. Yu turned around and wanted to leave, but suddenly the hair stood up and hurriedly fell, and a lightning bolt fell exactly where it was before. Don't stay here for long. Yu got up and was about to escape when a flash of lightning stopped her. Fuck. Yu was terrified. These lightning bolts seemed to be looking for Yu, hitting wherever they went. Only now did Yu realize that it was the Lei Lingen in her body that was at work. It was like a lightning rod roaming around the top of the mountain. Who wouldn't you cut? I'll go to your uncle. Do you really want me to die? For a moment, Yu's body surface automatically appeared electric current. This is not a way to survive. Sir, I was wrong. What? Then, a lightning bolt with a thickness of more than 10 meters hit the head directly. The whole person is in lightning. Accompanied by Yu's scream, all the skeletons of his body were reflected. The body was about to be paralyzed, and the magic was that Yu didn't even think that he was still conscious. My Nima. Yu exhaled a mouthful of black smoke. Her hair had been turned into ashes by the electric coke, and then she fainted. Time to retreat. It took a few hours for Yu to wake up at the second time, feeling that her brain seemed to have changed a lot. I'm still alive. The sudden sound of thunder made Yu shut her mouth in fright, feeling that her body seemed to be much stronger again. Suddenly, I felt a chill in my head, and when I touched it, I realized that I had become bald, and I didn't have a single hair. Not only that, all the clothes on my body were gone. Just how do I go down the mountain? Although I have become stronger, I don't want to be hacked a second time. I really thought I was going to die just now. If there is no Lei Lingen, I am afraid it will be wiped out. Can we go now? As soon as she stood up and shook the soil on her body, Yu's heart tensed. Fuck, are you still here? Yu directly accepted his fate, and it was impossible for an outsider to pass the lightning faster than before. Sure enough, the lightning that was thicker than before struck accurately and accurately. Feeling that the muscles are about to be torn, the cold sweat that sheds is instantly evaporated. In just a few seconds, it seems like a year has passed. Seeing all the experiences of the previous life, foaming at the mouth, Zai fainted, and after a long time, Zai woke up with severe pain all over his body. Obviously, Lei Lingen reduced his help to him, but his body seemed to be stronger and thinner. Taking a breath, Yu found that he seemed to have lost the ability to move, and the severe pain all over his body made it difficult for him to walk. After finally recovering the ability to move, the body's surface flashes an arc, and a lightning strike. He passed out again, and after repeating this for half a month, he finally ushered in the second awakening of Lei Lingen. The plants on the mountain were also eaten up by Yu. Yu didn't know how many times she had been hacked. She felt as if she had been hacked stupidly, and her body twitched automatically from time to time. Yu's skin became crystal clear, exuding white light so tender that even women would be jealous. In this Thunder Valley, Yu is confident that no one is his opponent. Although he does not have much chakra, he can directly use the thunder here and put a layer of thunder clothes on himself, which is definitely better than the third generation of thunder clothes. Stronger because it's really electrified. The man-made thunder and lightning can't compare with the natural one. Only Raikage can bear it now. What's even more amazing is that Yu found out that he has the ability to fly. This is much more powerful than the second stage awakening of other spiritual root. After strolling around in the thundercloud, I flew to the village below, and now the most important thing is a piece of clothing. Chapter 76. I become bald and stronger. Lord Raikage, many people's belongings have been stolen today. Damn, what do the guards eat? There is a case of theft in Union Village. The 3 generations of Raikage were furious, and there have been cases of theft for several days in a row. At first, it was just a little money, but now it is not a little bit, and even the ninjas' things have begun to be stolen. Lord Raikage, calm down. We already have some eyebrows. According to the information provided by the witnesses, the thief was short in stature and fair skin, so it was initially determined that it should not be a ninja from this village. In addition, the stolen ninja said that this person is extremely fast, so he may also be good at body shunting. Outer village ninjas went to Union to steal things. It's outrageous. The thieves must be found within 3 days, and the outer villagers will be strictly investigated. Let I go too. It's Raikage-sama. Raikage frowned. What did such much a ninja want to do when he came to Union? It's not really out of money, is it? Ninjas can't be short of money as long as they don't spend money indiscriminately. No matter what, Lei Ying never thought that Yu would be really short of money, and all his belongings were destroyed by lightning. It is the Raikage's Raiden chakra mode. Although Yu's melting chakra mode is already very strong, it is far worse than the thunder armor, which can resist the eight-tailed beast Jade. Yu, who was eating at the noodle restaurant, saw the ninja coming from here, and hurriedly used the transformation technique to become a middle-aged man. Have you ever seen a man of short stature with very fair skin? Young Ai rushed over. Yeah, I didn't see this. Seeing the shuriken Shei tattoo on Ai's shoulder, Yu remembered that this guy is the fourth Raikage in the future. The last time I came with Orochimaru, I hadn't seen it. You're a ninja, right? Yes. Nightwing nodded. Oh, thunder cruelty level. Facing Ai's sudden attack, Yu quickly backed away and was almost hit. It's even possible to avoid the past in my Lei Dun chakra mode. It really is you. Hey, aren't you afraid of accidental injury if you do it so casually? HMPA, how could there be someone in Union Village who doesn't know me? Yes, I didn't even call Master Ai. It must be a spy of the enemy country. The ninja next to him shouted. I'm dizzy. I made such a low-level mistake. It's a bit difficult to see this. I don't know how fast Ai is now. He said that he has developed limbs and a simple mind. Yu escaped with her body technique, and I immediately followed him, blocking Yu's face for a moment. It's useless. No one can make me faster. Ai is so confident that even his father is not as fast as him. Yu could only laugh and wait a few years to see you get slapped in the face. No one is faster than you. It will take a few years for someone to take a good lesson. It is better not to be too arrogant. Yu released the transformation technique, lowered her hat and opened it, used the earth escape to hide in the earth, and left after disappearing using the thunder stimulation method. By the time I smashed open the ground, it was gone. Damn guy, Tudun is so powerful. Muji ninjutsu. Outrage. Ordered all city on alert. Yu, who escaped from the village, simply walked away. Seeing this thunder armor with a shaker ice seems to be the same thing. I believe that it can be done with enough chakra, and a strong body can support the stimulation of lightning. On the way back to the village, Yu tried to use the lightning armor to mobilize the thunder attribute chakra. A layer of blue lightning appeared on Yu's body immediately, and the whole person seemed to be wrapped in lightning. It doesn't seem like it can be like it's like an advanced version of Chidori Ryu. Although the lightning coverage on the body surface is very dense, it is only a current state, and it cannot be as stable as Ai. Taking out the kunai can still easily cut through the skin, and the bright red blood drip from the palm of the hand. The body can withstand lightning, and the speed is greatly increased, but it is only a little slower than the current Ai. But it has the speed but does not have the corresponding body. Time to go back to the village. Yu flew high into the sky, and a white head appeared on the ground. Yeah, you have to report the ability to fly to Master Madara. It's amazing. Yu wandered through the clouds at will, and felt an incomparable freedom at this moment. This is the freedom I want. When I saw the cumulus in front of me, I plunged into it, just thinking about a lot of chakras that it is time to recharge. Oh, it's cool. I won't be afraid of being struck by lightning in the future. Only half a day Yu reached the border of the country of fire. Union Village Raikage has recovered his composure, and even I failed to leave this guy far more terrifying than imagined. Tell me, what's going on? That guy Lei Dun has very high attainment. I suspect that he is the rebel of Lei Ying Village. Judging from his body shape, he should be a dwarf, and his skin is indeed very white, like a woman. Could it be a woman disguised as a man? Raikage was greatly surprised. There are not many female ninjas who can reach this level. After all, they can escape from Ai. I don't think so. I actually thought that he should be a child at the first time, but how could a child be so powerful? And his tone of speech is also very mature, so he was judged to be a dwarf. We can only continue to investigate. Judging from the money stolen, this person may owe a lot of money. It would be nice if it was just for money. The 3 generations of Raikage held his chin. If he stole something important, he would not be able to attract attention in such a way. In this way, the little thief would not threaten Union Village if he only needed money, but it would only make the face a little embarrassing. Stay on alert for 3 days, and withdraw if nothing happens. Yes, my father. If there is still a chance, I must grab you. I secretly swear. After playing in the country of fire again for half a month, Yu began to panic. Since being struck by lightning, Yu found that his hair hadn't grown out now. Yu returned to the village and didn't know how to meet people. Hiding in the woods outside the village, not daring to go back, standing by the river and looking at his bright head. What can I do? No face to go back to meet people. I can't even scratch my hair now. It's really unpleasant. Yu used the transformation technique to become her former self. After looking at it for a long time without any flaws, she returned home. As soon as she returned home, she was greeted with the deep love from her parents. Stinky boy, did you have a good time? Well, happy. Seeing Yu's bitter smile, Shinhong felt very wrong. What wrong? Did something happen? It's nothing, just lost a little money. Just a little money. Minghui also sensed something was wrong, and now Yu might not care if she lost a few 100,000 taels. This bitterness must have a hidden meaning. Thinking of Yu's mature mind that is beyond ordinary people. Son, didn't you get dumped? Or did you have a conflict with your girlfriend? No. Yu rolled her eyes. Girlfriend? I only like mature big sister. Don't worry, son, we won't laugh at you. Minghui covered her mouth with a smile. You think too much. It's really okay. I'm going to bed. After 2 bites, I couldn't take it anymore. I'm bald and stronger. Yu, who wanted to cry without tears, was very depressed every day, and her substitute class was also very negative. She looked like she had lost her soul, which made everyone worry. Chapter 77 The Birth of the Women's Big Boss. Senior has been very depressed recently. Yes, eldest brother, I don't know what's going on recently, and I'm not interested in watching the new technique I developed. Hearing the conversation between Obito and Rin, Kakashi was also very strange, and Minato-sensei said it was even more strange that Yu was using the transformation technique. What the use of transforming into yourself? Unless Yu is not Yu. But how is this possible? Kakashi can be sure that he is definitely the Yu he knows, or Minato-sensei would have already shot. What the hell happened? Then let go and see. What wrong with big brother? Obito said with a smile. Kakashi was speechless. This guy is really so optimistic at all times. Yeah, otherwise seniors will have an accident like this. Alright then, let go and see what happened to Yu. The three acted immediately and went to the tavern that Yu often visited during this time, but they did not find Yu. The second place went to the hand-pulled noodle restaurant to ask about the calumet. Gee, even if you ask me that, I don't know. Yu hasn't been here for a long time, Iris said disappointedly. Well, it doesn't seem to be a relationship issue. Lin took note carefully. Relationship issue. Calamus bowed her head, her face flushed with smoke, and the three decided to ask their uncle and aunt. Well, Yu has been really weird lately, but I don't know either. What's going on? What does uncle think? Yu's use of the transformation technique is too strange. It may be that he went out to play and ruined his appearance. Nobuhiro said solemnly. Everyone was frightened for a while. No, Yu is indeed a handsome little Jungtai, but for a ninja scar is also a kind of glory. How much damage caused Yu to be shameless? My son is disfigured. Minghui almost burst into tears immediately, and Nobuhiro hurriedly comforted her. Things seem to have gotten a lot more serious. In the Watergate mansion, Yu was drinking suffocating wine with Minato Kushina. It had been a month, but the top of his head was still bare, and not a single hair had grown. When I think about growing up when I grow up, I still feel a chill in my heart. What's wrong with you, brother? Sister, if I become bald in the future, will you still want me? Of course, no matter what you become, you are my only brother. Kushina hugged Yu gently, forced out 2 tears, and Minato looked at her with admiration. But from Yu's word, it can be seen that it seems to be related to hair. Yeah, that's great. I really regret going to the Land of Thunder. If I knew I wouldn't go. Seeing Yu who was 8-point drunk, Minato motioned Kushina to ask quickly. When did you go to the Land of Thunder? Why did you go there without telling your sister? Well, just a while ago. I'm going to practice new ninjutsu. How can I fix my hair? Wow. Speaking of Yu, she burst into tears again, and Kushina quickly comforted her. Minato and Kushina were speechless to Yu. It was a crime to go to another country without reporting it, but it doesn't matter to the commoner. It's a pity that you are a ninja. The two are also very curious about what new book can make their hair gone, and it hasn't grown back for so long. After dawdling for most of the day, Yu released the transformation technique, and a small bald head appeared out of Minato and almost burst out laughing. Jushin Nai forcibly held back the smile. Her face flushed red and she shed 2 lines of clear tears. Yu only thought that Jushin Nai felt bad for him, seeing Yu passed out in a coma. Ha 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 ha. Yukina couldn't help laughing immediately. Ha, it's really hard for him. Cough and cough can't do it. My liver hurt. Minato felt a lot better. This kid finally got planted. As the saying goes, good is rewarded with good and evil is rewarded with evil. Dong dong dong. After hearing the knock on the door, Minato woke up the fastest. If you let others know what Yu look like now, I am afraid that Yu will wake up and kill everyone, so she has to hide Yu first. Minato-sensei. It smells so strong. As soon as Lin knocked on the door, she immediately smelled the alcohol on Minato Jushina's body. Well, I was drinking with Kushina just now. Sorry. It doesn't matter. When will Minato-sensei and Kushina-san get married? Well, it's still early. Hey, Lin. Hearing Obito's call to Lin, he remembered the business. Well, what is the reason why Minato-sensei thinks Yu has been depressed for a while? I don't know that either. Uncle said that Yu might be disfigured, Lin said in a low voice. Minato was very surprised that she was very close to the correct answer. Well, Yu will naturally say what he wants to say, so don't worry. Yu is not so easily defeated. Well, thank you Minato-sensei for your answer. Lin's eye wrote it down in the notebook, and Kakashi stopped shortly after walking out. Kakashi, why don't you go? Unhappy shouting. Do you think Minato-sensei is a drinker? Hearing Kakashi's question, the two of them reacted. Minato-sensei has never drunk alcohol, and Kushina Kushina is even more impossible. The only explanation is that Yu is at Minato's house. Are we going to sneak in? Of course. Although Minato-sensei is very alert, but in Konoha and in his own house, he will never be on guard. After a little discussion among the three, they came up with a countermeasure. The Watergate courtyard is very large, and the straight street is turned over from the back wall, and then you can find it slowly. Yu was sleeping soundly on the bed like an ordinary dead pig. Minato, look, Yu's skin is much better than mine. It seems like hay. It wasn't so white before, right? If you don't know, you will be considered a girl. It's really flexible. It would be nice if it were a sister. Kushina played around with Yu mischievously. Her skin felt as silky as jade, and she fondled it over and over again. Watergate, you come and try it too. It's really comfortable. Well, I'll let it go. Minato got goosebumps, and Kushina decided to take out the makeup she had just made some time ago. Minato immediately understood what Kushina was going to do. Kushina, I advise you to be kind. When you wake up, you are found to be dead. Minato couldn't help but reminded that maybe Kushina was fine, but he was definitely going to die. What does that matter? Just wipe it off before waking up. Hehe. Minato felt a chill in his heart and couldn't let this happen. Before Kushina could react, Minato removed the cosmetics as quickly as possible. Call. What are you doing at Minato? Do you think this can stop me? Answer. A lot of cosmetic fell on the scroll. Minato was dizzy looking at it. Yu, I have tried my best. I blame you for giving Kushina so much money in the first place. Kushina proudly took out eyeliner, liquid foundation, lipstick, and wig. Originally, the wig was for Minato, so she cut out her beloved skirt to a size that Yu could wear, and cut out all kinds of underwear. Watergate looking at Kushina as if looking at a monster. The 9 tails in his stomach felt creepy, and sure enough, the red-haired guys are all pervert. It better not to make this guy angry in the future. 9 tails remembered what Kushina said. 9 tails, your fur is so beautiful. It would be great if you could make a fur coat in the future. Originally thought it was a compliment, but now it seems that this guy really wants. There are only 3 seals on Jue's body now. A gossip seal, a diamond chain, and an ordinary 4-image seal, and the scope of activities is much wider. Hi. Done. Kushina wiped her hand. Minato had a bright feeling in front of her eyes. Yu, who didn't move, really looked like a porcelain doll, with long eyelashes, skin like suet jade, and a tall nose bridge and red tender skin. Cherry mouth is perfect. It's just that this dress is annoying. The rest of Minato will be left to you. Let's help Yu change her clothes. It has to be wiped off. Don't worry, Yu won't wake up. Gollum. Kushina sang and walked out, and Minato started changing clothes. Kushina is really ingenious. Yu ushered in the second time she was stripped naked. After a while, Minato changed her clothes, and Yu looked like a sleeping princess. Wow, kawaii. Let me hug this little princess. It would be nice if it were a little sister. Kushina said the same thing at the time. Is this the women's clothing boss Yu often said? It really good. Minato murmured that Kushina was excited to take photos when she entered the door, and took pictures with various crazy action. Minato was also enjoying it, and she was carried away for a while. Chapter 78 Joining Anbu. Hearing the sound on the beam, Minato and Kushina stopped playing around, and immediately took back all the cosmetic, vigilantly paying attention to the movement above. Protect Yu. Kushina gently put Yu on the bed, and used the shadow clone to go out to check the situation. Immediately told the main body. Minato was speechless for a while. It must be Kakashi who thought that Yu might be here, and then secretly searched. Watergate, go out and get rid of it. Ah, okay. Minato walked out of the door helplessly, shouting the names of the 3 of them, and the 3 of them stood in front of Minato. Like a pupil who made mistake, he bowed his head and dared not be. What are you doing here? I didn't teach you to stealthily go to other people's houses. I'm sorry, teacher. We're not dealing, just. We suspect that Yu is just here. Want to see what happened to Yu? Kakashi bluntly said what he meant, and sure enough, Kakashi found the problem. I'm sorry, Yu is not here. Kakashi frowned and immediately spoke his inference. Minato smiled, and no one could recognize the present Yu anyway. You're wrong about Kakashi, but someone did come here to drink. It's Kushina's sister who loved to drink. She's still sleeping in the room. Seeing that the 3 of them didn't believe it, Minato had to take the 3 back to the room, where Kushina was pinching Yu's nose playfully. Jushinai, is Zhang Yi still awake? Watergate raised his voice deliberately. Shuaman, don't be so loud. Zhang Yi is going to make a fuss when he wakes up. Kushina immediately knew Minato's intentions and said cooperatively, sorry, is Zhang Yi alright? Fine. The 3 of them looked at Yu on the bed curiously. Wow, what a delicate one. Little sister. Lin thought for a long time before she could say a word. Obito is also staring at Yu, shaking his head forcefully before taking back his gaze. Lin is also good looking in beauty. Kakashi's dead heart seemed to come alive again, beating violently. Teacher Minato, is Zhang Yi the princess of which country? You can say that, but I'll be leaving soon. Minato looked at Kakashi curiously. Wouldn't this kid like Yu? Ha, Kakashi, you better not report fantasy. Minato coughed heavily, and Kakashi turned his head immediately. Yo, is Kakashi even tempted by you? Tit. Lin was disappointed. I Don't talk nonsense. I laughed so hard, Obito said with a heartless smile, wishing Kakashi fell in love with this princess, so Lin was his. Kakashi, do you like Zhongyi? The children these days are amazing, but Zhongyi has a quirky personality, like to drink, and also like to play prank. The princess is sick all over. Kushina snickered. Not at all, Kakashi said coldly, but he couldn't help but look at Yu. How could such a delicate girl have so many shortcomings? In Kakashi's opinion, the bed should have a dignified sleeping posture, noble temperament. Pink-carved jade. Zaku's face is obviously not deep in the world. Although he smells of alcohol, he must not drink too much. Alright, let go out and don't disturb Zhongyi's rest. Well, sorry for the interruption, teacher. I'm sorry, teacher. Kushina's sister. I don't know where my brother went. The three of them left Minato and Kushina completely relieved. Minato quickly helped Yu change clothes. Oh. After another toss, Yu turned into a small bald head. It's a pity. It would be nice if it were a girl. Kushina was still sighing, and Minato was speechless. This time, he saved Yu with a crooked fight, but after being found out, more serious things will definitely happen. In the afternoon, Yu woke up leisurely, and vaguely remembered that she seemed to have lifted the transformation technique in front of Kushina and Minato. Lifted. He took out his hat and put it on his head to say goodbye and went straight to the Hokage studio. Yu has decided to join Anbu, so no one will recognize him after he goes out. Hokage-sama, I want to join Anbu. Oh, why? The third generation was very surprised, and did not expect Yu to be so active. Because I think it's time for me to join Anbu. All three of them I can teach have already been taught. That's right, it's not bad, although it's 2 years earlier than the agreed time. The third generation exhaled a puff of white smoke, although I don't know why Yu was wearing a hat today. It is very welcome for Yu to join Anbu. By the way, about your writing wheel eye. Yu directly showed the 3 Go Jade writing wheel eye, and the pupils of the 3 generations shrank suddenly, and it really reached the 3 Go Jade. Come to Anbu tomorrow. After testing your ability, I will assign you a position. It's Hokage-sama. Yu returned home coldly, not using the transformation technique this time, but naturally wearing a hat. After explaining to his parents about entering Anbu, he left. Yu's skin is so delicate. I am really jealous, but it seems that there is no hair on her head. I told this kid not to mess around with new technique, and now I'm done, and my hair is gone. Nobuhiro said gloatingly, receiving 10,000 points of critical damage from Mingui. Obito and his party were still discussing the matter of the princess. Obito kept provoking Kakashi and was beaten up, to be honest. The next day Yu went to the test with an Anbu. Yu did not want to be pointed by the scumbags and directly showed his super strength. He singled out 2 names, and Anbu won the victory. Yu was slightly out of breath, and sure enough, the 2 Junin can no longer be dangerous to him, and the 3 will feel the pressure. If they should be able to fight recklessly with all their strength, they should at least double. Yu won the respect of other Anbu with her strength, and reported it to the 3rd generation, and the 3rd generation was directly assigned to the strongest Anbu group. The captain is a veteran elite Jonin, and the strength is even more elite among the elite. At least the current Yu can't beat it. I didn't expect Konoha to have such a strong guy. I am afraid that apart from Hokage, only Sanin can suppress. Are you Yi Xiao? I'll be your captain from now on. Yes. Yu raised her head, and the dark room with Sharingan added a strange color. Along with another Anbu member, collect Anbu's mask and equipment. Yeah, you are really strong. I can't believe you are only 8 years old. Yuhei said with a smile. He is now 27 years old and is also Yu's companion, codenamed Sanju. Really? But there are still people in this world who are much stronger than me. Yu silently packed her thing. Anbu is really a cold place, and there is not much human touch. Yu naturally doesn't like to talk too much. Minato also felt that Sanin Yu had joined Anbu that day, and they might meet rarely in the future, which disappointed the 3 of them. The Uchiha clan is also discussing the matter of Yu joining Anbu. Fuyu said that this is a good phenomenon, indicating that the village is trying to accept Uchiha, and many people think that Yu has become Naruto's lackey and is very angry. As for Yu, she was lying comfortably at home. As for Anbu's training, it was no longer meaningful to Yu, because Yu's strength was no longer in this case. I thought the task would be very busy, but what I didn't expect was that the task is very easy, and only very dangerous tasks or tasks that are not visible will be taught to them, so most of the time it is very leisurely, and there is still a lot of time to practice. 79 Aeolus and Thor. As night fell, Yu put on the equipment and went to perform the mission. This time, the mission was to hunt down the rebellion. Silently walking across the street, I saw 2 familiar figures still insisting on running around Konoha village. It was Matt Dai who was leading the way, followed by Matt K. It's been a long time. It did not disturb the 2 of them hurriedly dodging to the meeting point outside the village. Kai Shin raised her head and looked in Yu's direction. What's wrong, Kai? It's okay, father, let's continue. Yeah, today is 10 laps away. Don't go home if you can't finish the run. Yes, this is you. Yi Xiao, you were late, Sanju said calmly. Sorry, something was delayed for a while. Okay, since everyone is here, let go. This is the target target person. The captain distributed the portrait to the two people. The ninja who defected were two people. Yu looked at the two people in the portrait in surprise. They were extremely strong and clumsy. Aren't these two idiot brothers of Function and Thor? He should have been thrown into prison by Gangsho. How did he escape? If it's these two people, it's really worth their effort. The General Jonin really can't do anything about the two brothers. The two brothers are incomparably powerful and have high armor value. They are completely output tank. Now go to the target village and arrest the two. Captain, can you kill it? Sanju asked. The mission requires taking it back to the village, no matter life or death. The captain's indifferent voice had no emotion at all. This guy is also a pitiful person, and this is also what Yu learned later. Their captain used to be Bai Ya's subordinate, but after Bai Ya was forced to death by the village, this person has been indifferent since then. Yes, the two replied together, went to the village, and found the two brothers without disturbing anyone. Function and Thor were sleeping soundly. Obviously they had just eaten, and the village was also ruined. Fortunately, the two only needed to eat. Sanju started directly, planted a body restraint technique, and tied it with a special rope. Even so, the two brothers still did not wake up. They were really pig. I didn't expect the task to be so easy, but the question is how to bring these two guys back to Konoha. The size of a hill must be overwhelming. The art of psychic. Sanju summoned two giant tigers, much taller than the two brothers, and it should be no problem to carry one. Yu thought of the fat tiger. I wonder if the fat tiger is growing up now. Maybe it has grown to the same size as the giant snake and toad. Quickly led away from the village. The bumps along the way shook the two brothers awake. Uni, what going on? Thor asked confusedly. Huh, where are we? Aeolus Dementia's answer. Uni, I can't move. Gee, neither can I. The conversation between the two idiot brothers made Yu get goosebumps, thinking of Li Kui's Aunisa. Under the fierce struggle, he fell from the tiger. You two better be honest or kill you. Damn, can't move. Use that. Brother, it is good. There was a smile on the brother's face. The earth was shaking violently, and he clenched his fists and roared, breaking the rope together. The strange power of these two guys is really powerful. Except Tsunade, no one is more powerful than them, and Reikage may be able to. Captain, what should I do? Cripple, if not kill. Yes, Sanju launched an attack, but neither the water escape nor the earth escape could injure the two brothers. Yu has already started to condense the spiral pill, cooperating with Lei Dun to stimulate the quasi-group to hit Thor without error. Thor flew out with the roar. A fist smashed down, and a big pit appeared on the ground. Yu retreated, and Thor walked back cursingly. It's alright. Yu was a little surprised that it would be fine to simply physically resist a spiral pill. These two are really free. Brother, it hurt. I must kill this kid. This kid can't be caught like a monkey. The captain personally took action, enchanted the knife and slashed at Thor, and Thor struck the ground directly to form a huge shock wave, which could not be approached. Flying a kite is the best way to deal with these two brothers, but neither of the two brothers' rough-skinned weapons can hurt them in the slightest, so they still need Lei Dun. There was a dangerous gleam in the captain's eye, and it seemed that he was ready to make a real move. Yu felt that the two of them were of great value for research, and they were just gluttons. Although it was a pity to die like this, the two brothers were simple-minded as long as they could eat. What was Yu worth? Completely nourished. Turning on the Sharingan, an illusion directly stunned Thor, and Chidori was in his hands for a long time. Sure enough, these two brothers are very weak in spirit, but they are idiots after all. Function better not move, or I will kill Thor. Don't kill my brother. If it's a big deal, I'll just go back with you. Function begged and looked nervously at the thunder and lightning in Yu's hand. He could feel that this thing could really kill Thor. Although it was stupid, the brotherhood was very good. Okay, let go back with us. All right. Function reluctantly followed the three back. Lei Shen was lying on the back of the tiger, and Function walked in front. I couldn't help sighing in my heart. The food in the prison was really bad, and I was tired of it. Captain and Sanju did not expect this matter to end so easily, and they were all ready for a fierce battle. The illusion of Sharingan is really good, and it appeared on an 8-year-old child, and I don't know whether it will be good or bad for Konoha in the future. After returning to Konoha to hand over the task, Yu asked the third generation whether he could hand over the god of wind and thunder to him. 3 generations readily agreed. After knowing the weakness of the god of wind and thunder, the 3 generations were very relieved, and the two brothers were no exaggeration to say that they were rice bucket. It would also reduce a lot of expenses for Konoha by eating dozens of people by one person. Take the god of wind and thunder to the Uchiha clan. Do you know that I will be your boss from now on? You are obviously much younger than us. Function whispered softly. What did you say? Do you want to go back to prison again? I took you two idiots out of prison, and I'll give you food you'll never run out of. Hearing the unfinished food, the brothers instantly became energized. Stand up straight and suddenly kneel down. You will be our eldest brother from now on. Can eldest brother really never finish eating? Of course, you won't be able to finish it in your next life. Thank you, bro. The two said in unison. Really strange two brothers. As long as they are trained well in the future, they should be good assistant. No, as long as they don't cheat. After dealing with Orochimaru for a long time, Yu also began began to like to do various experiments, such as studying what happened to the strange powers of the brother. These two brothers are different from the strange powers of Tsunade. The strange powers of Tsunade are acquired through practice. It can be learned by people who are suitable. The two brothers are innate and born with divine power. Yu believed that there must be some great secrets in their body, and they might be of the same type as Wei Jijian. A sumptuous dinner completely retained the hearts of the two of them. Sure enough, if you want to retain a man, you must first retain the stomach before retaining the heart. Ah, just for foodie. Chapter 80 Grass Pheasant Sword. Yu observed it for a long time with the shaker eye but couldn't see why. The chakra flow was normal, which meant that it was pure physical power. I don't know if the acupuncture point of the Hyuga family can block the actions of these two people. It is estimated that it is difficult. The armor is too high. It seems that I still have to teach Uncle Snake. Let go and take you to another place. Gee, boss, we think it pretty good here. The accommodation is comfortable and the food is good. Yes, boss. The god of wind and thunder obviously doesn't want to leave here. Don't worry, it's better to live anywhere than here. Really, thank you boss for taking care of us like this. The two brothers were grateful to Yu. No one had treated them like this for a long time. They came to Orochimaru's residence with Yu. Orochimaru is also very interested in this, and solving mysteries is his favorite thing to do. The natural power of the god of wind and thunder is as attractive as the limit of blood. On the condition that Yu provided sufficient funds, Orochimaru readily accepted this project. Orochimaru excitedly took the god of wind and thunder to the laboratory, and the god of wind and thunder showed a look of fear when he saw the strange-shaped equipment. The god of wind and god of thunder, don't worry, these things are just to better understand your body. Yu calmed down. Really, boss, but something uncomfortable to look at. Function muttered, and after a while, the two brothers pulled away a few carts of food before they were completely relieved and actively cooperated with Orochimaru's various experiments. You brought me a very good experimental body this time. Where? Uncle Snake, these two brothers don't do it for me. Maybe they will need their help in the future. Don't worry, it'll be alright. Orochimaru's hoarse vocal cords are still a little uncomfortable. Uncle Snake, what kind of laboratory is this? It looked bigger than before. Lab sick, thanks to your funding. Yeah, that's really nice. Yu rolled his eye. Orochimaru didn't know what he was doing recently. He hadn't been looking for him for a long time. There must be some strange research going on. Uncle Snake, how many grass pheasant swords do you have in your hand? Huh, why did you ask this all of a sudden? There are only two of them now. How do you want them? Hey, Uncle Snake, why don't you give me one? I'm very interested in this thing. I don't know how it is different from a normal blade. Orochimaru take this Yu very seriously, and is his best disciple. He originally planned to give the Tianbu Lujian to Yu as a birthday present, but Yu made up his mind first. The Tianbu Lujian is the one that will be among the assistants in the future. The extremely sharp edition of Lei Dun is even more terrifying. It is the most suitable weapon for Yu. You kid, you're really welcome. It's useless to keep a handful in my hand. Yu had already guessed which one it was, and she was very happy in her heart. Uncle Snake was so refreshing and probably wanted to give it to him for a long time. However, this knife seems to be a bit long, and I am afraid it is a bit difficult to control for my current self. Uncle Snake, don't you have any other news about the grass pheasant sword? Yu asked curiously. After all, he thought that Orochimaru was more than these two. There are none at the moment, but I don't have the energy to look for them now. It's not bad to be able to find two. The grass pheasant family was also very strong back then. It is said that the grass pheasant family forged a total of 11 grass pheasant swords, but they lost 8 grass pheasant swords due to the invasion of the 8-headed snake. Chi-Oro's weapon has been lost. After listening to Orochimaru's explanation, Yu was even more confused. Yaki Orochi. It seems that the thing that Uncle Snake made is a high imitation, and it is estimated that it was also cultivated by genetic modification. If there are really so many pheasant swords, what happened to this 8-headed snake? Why attack the grass pheasant family? Could it be related to long decay? Yu remembered that in the myth, what Susanoo no got after beheading the Orochi was the Sky Kong Cloud Sword, but it was obviously not the case here. Where did the Orochi come from? It didn't come out of the long decay, did it? Yu asked directly. No, I have already verified the White Snake Fairy, and the fairy does not know the origin of the 8-headed snake or does not want to say, prefer not to say. Hearing Orochimaru's answer, Yu had a new guess. Could it be that the orchid is related to the White Snake Immortal, or is it itself? There are so many unknown things in this world. It's not bad to get one now, but I'll look for it when I have a chance in the future. Maybe it's something that came in from a different dimension like the sprite. This is also possible, like the wet bone forest in the Longdi Cave of Miaomu Mountain. They are all alien spaces, and even Kakashi's ninja dogs and other series belong to alien space creatures. As for the sprite, this thing is also a special existence. In Yu's eyes, this is the real monster. After all, only the power of the witch is useful. The key point is that this thing came from another world, unlike the other. On this planet, Yu, hasn't your hair grown yet? Would you you like to try my newly developed hair restorer? Yu's color changed, and she was immediately enveloped in black chi, as if she was enchanted. This is Yu's eternal pain. It's indifferent to the disciple turning into a bald snake uncle. As long as he is alive, he can always think of a way. Really useful. Even guessing that hair may be difficult to grow. Never give up that little hope, because during this period of unannounced visit, many drugs have been tried. Well, it does work for other people, and I think it should also work for you. That great. If Uncle Snake succeeds, I'll send you a box. Hope so. After accepting the hair restorer sent by Uncle Snake and the Tianbu Lujian, the sword that showed out seemed to be no different from other swords. It was similar to the configuration of Anbu. It is said that it is difficult to defend, and I don't know if it is true. Yu stabbed at an extreme speed, not to mention the target was Orochimaru. A sword pierced Orochimaru's arm straight into the heart. Orochimaru has long been accustomed to his disciple's mischief, and will use him to experiment with new things every time. But this time, the speed is really fast, and the body smoothing technique is even faster. Since turning into a bald head, his strength has increased a lot. Need not it is said that Orochimaru has healed off another layer of skin. Well, it's really good. Although it feels like there is no difference except a little sharper. Thank you, Uncle Snake. Don't experiment with me every time, you stinky boy. But since you have learned Lei Dun, it would be great if you could have the Thunder God sword of the second Hokage. Thunder sword. Yu scoffed at this. What kind of good sword was interrupted by Chidori and Spiramaru? And how can the spiral pills used by Naruto be compared with him? I found that you seem to know a lot. The grass pheasant sword has disappeared for a long time, not to mention the Thunder God sword. This, Uncle Snake, I still have something to do. See you next time. This kid is really fast. Even I can't catch up. Speaking of the mysterious Orochimaru, I think Yu is more mysterious than him. Every time his strength improves, he can be described as huge. I really don't know what it will be like after joining Anbu. I don't know if it was a wise choice. The darkness of Anbu may erode Yu's mind. After all, the age is too young. Chapter 81. Those things about the princess. It's been a long time since I saw Obito and the others. After training, Yu decided to visit them. Now Obito shouldn't be much worse than Kakashi. After finding the three of them and coming to the hand-pulled noodle shop, Yu was surprised to find that Kakashi had changed. He was very familiar with this expression, and his will was very depressed. Kakashi, what happened? He fell in love with the princess of a small country, but unfortunately there is no fate. Obito said excitedly. So it is estimated that Lin will definitely not like Kakashi. The black-bellied man fell to the ground again. Yo, it's not Kakashi. You can tell me which country's princess has fascinated little Kakashi. Yu suddenly became interested, but he didn't expect that there were things he didn't know. It seemed that Kakashi was really emotional this time, but I don't know how Yu will feel when he learns that the object of his affection is him. Hasn't Kakashi been entangled with Rin? It is a pity that there is a beautiful woman in adulthood, and it seems that Kakashi is very affectionate. This is shocking news. As soon as he mentioned this, Obito got excited. What he said was hype, and he praised the princess for her good look. It took a long time to notice that Lin's unhappy expression was all restrained. In short, a very beautiful princess, and after the princess left, Kakashi became like this. Really? But that princess turned out to be Sister Kushina's sister. Why haven't I heard of it? Yu was a little puzzled and remembered that Kushina had said that he was Kushina's only relative. When did another sister appear? And she's still a princess, and her black hair doesn't match the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan. Don't be sad, Kakashi. I'll see you later if I'm lucky. Yu comforted that Yu would never have thought that the princess they were talking about was him. The answer was neither cold nor indifferent. Obito saw that Kakashi was extremely depressed, and he couldn't say anything. Kakashi even wanted to escort the princess back to China, but he didn't expect that they had already left without saying a word. Don't worry, Kakashi. If it's really a distant sister of Kushina's sister, I will definitely help you out. Thank you so much, Teacher Yu. Seeing that Kakashi is so solemn, it seems that this princess holds a considerable weight in Kakashi's heart. Yu sighed. Yu ordered a few bowls of ramen and took the opportunity to take advantage of the little Calamus. She was so angry that she almost threw the kitchen knife so she might just poison it next time. Calamus was naturally very happy, but when he saw that his face was dripping ink, his father didn't dare to talk much. Yu said that she wanted to teach a new ninjutsu, and Lin was a little happy. Regarding the complicated relationship between the three people, it's not four people now. Yu didn't want to pay attention to this plot is too bloody. The teaching of the new 5 elements escape technique made the three of them happy, and when they asked about the sword, they directly said that they got it from Anbu, which made the three of them envious. For the general ninjutsu, Yu has no eye for it. Only the forbidden art has some value. By the way, big brother, why do you keep wearing a hat? You're also wrapping your head. This, because joining Anbu can't let others see his face and characteristic. It's like if Kakashi joins Anbu to kill Matt. You don't have to guess who it is, and it's easy to expose weaknesses. Yu said as a matter of course, convincing the three that this will indeed reveal their identity, and knowing enough information will know their weaknesses, which is facing death for Anbu. But Big Brother shouldn't need it in the village, right? It's a personal habit. Yu gave Obito a stern look, and Obito didn't ask any question. His neck drank not to die. Yu said goodbye to the three of them and went directly to Minato's house. Yu was a little concerned about the princess's affair. Kakashi revealed that Minato and Kushina would not disclose the princess's situation anyway, indicating that the princess's identity must be extremely special. Dong dong dong. Gee, brother, why are you here? Juzina stuck out her head and said in surprise. Yu had not been here for a long time. Sister, I have something to ask. Well, then come in. It's been a long time. After sitting down and talking for a long time, Yu asked about the princess. Sister, I heard Obito say that you have a distant relative who is a princess. Is that the case? Ah, this probably seems like there is. It seems that this princess is very mysterious. No, the princess is you, Kushina complained. Well, it's not actually my sister, but I can't say anything specific. Yu became more interested, and he couldn't even talk about his younger brother, but unfortunately, how did he ask? When asked Kushina, neither would give any information. Kushina gritted her teeth and couldn't help Yu. She was relieved to see that Yu was no longer entangled. God knows what would happen if they were recognized. Yu had no choice but to leave, and the matter with the princess had to come to an end temporarily. Speechless, I didn't expect Kakashi to follow him. Looking at Kakashi's hopeful light, Yu could only shake his head, and Kakashi could only sigh. When I learned that my disciple fell in love with Yu Minato and laughed for several days, he almost died of laughter on the bed. As for whether it would leave a shadow or not, it was not within the scope of consideration. Kushina secretly took out the photo of Yu's women's clothes and kissed her twice before putting it back. This is also cute, must be a boy. Kakashi challenged Yu next time, and Yu accepted it readily so that Kakashi should be able to forget about those things. With the technique of multiple shadow clones, the number of 80 clones on the field has doubled from before. It seems that my chakra has increased a lot. You're stronger again, but so am I. Kakashi pulled out a short blade. The more clone, the weaker the strength. Sure enough, the clone was easily broken, and a lot of smoke appeared on the field. After destroying the clone, Kakashi touched his right face. It was obvious that he was hit by the clone just now. Kakashi continued to launch the offensive. Every move was easily blocked, and there was no riding wheel. The current Yu actually made Kakashi feel like facing Minato. In your pocket. Seeing Kakashi using Chidori, Yu still doesn't care. For them, Yu is the king of thunder and lightning. Kakashi must never use thunder done in front of me, because before he could finish speaking, he saw Chidori in his hand and transferred it directly to Yu. It will become like this, Yu said slowly. Kakashi showed an unbelievable look. Impossible. How did you do it? Naturally, it's that simple. I'll give it back to you. Chidori charged toward Kakashi like ball lightning. Yu specially strengthened Chidori, and sure enough, after hitting Kakashi, he was electrocuted and tender, but unfortunately the hair was originally meant to kill Matt. Otherwise it must be very interesting. Oh, it seems that I have to improve after electrotherapy. I lost consciousness so easily. It seems that I have stolen a lot of laziness recently. Yu went to the hospital with Kakashi on his back, and left and chose to leave. After visiting Function and Thor, seeing that the two of them were enjoying their meal, they were almost overjoyed, so I could rest assured. Otherwise, what would he do if Uncle Snake made him look like an adult? Chapter 82 Double Awakening Immortal Human Body. Half a month later, Yu used the Orochimaru brand hair growth agent and still did not grow any hair. Yu couldn't help asking Orochimaru to check his body. Orochimaru said that Yu was in good health, as were the skin and hair follicle. As for why the hair does not grow, it may be due to the lack of certain conditions. Yu, your body is really amazing, like a beautiful jade. I know how good my body is now, I just want to know what is missing. I don't know about this either. Maybe if you improve your strength, you can grow back your hair. And I find that you are extremely powerful in your life now, like, Seeing that Orochimaru hesitated to speak, Yu was a little unhappy. Uncle Snake, what's it like? As long as it's not a cockroach. Hehe, Yu is still so funny. The toughness I said is just like the first Hokage. Yu replied calmly, like the first generation. The first generation was an immortal human body. Wait for an immortal human body. Yu took out the grass pheasant sword and pierced the left shoulder without hesitation, and the blood immediately overflowed. He opened the blood wheel to observe, and found that the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the bleeding was stopped in just 20 seconds. This kind of healing speed makes Orochimaru even more excited. It heals faster than ordinary medical ninjutsu, which is really great. Yu did not expect such a result. What is this? Did it become a fairy body? However, it is obviously still far from the first generation. It is necessary to know that Tsunade Heime's ultimate move is no more than Hashima's passive. Can Yu give me a piece of flesh and blood? Don't worry, I will never treat you badly. Uncle Snake, calm down first. I'm a little scared. It's really scary to see Uncle Snake's eyes glowing green. Scientists are really crazy. Sorry, I'm so happy. Orochimaru didn't forget to lick his lip. This was the first time he had seen a person so close to the vitality of the column, and he never thought that such a person was his disciple. Perhaps in the future, Yu can be nurtured into a peerless powerhouse comparable to Hashima. Yu's mind changed sharply. If he could get the cells from the column, then the pain would be worth it. But when he remembered that both Danzo and Uchiha Madara had a face on the transplanted part, he gave up the idea. He didn't want his body to grow other people's faces. Uncle Snake, let's talk about it later. It's too painful to dig meat. Let's talk about it next time. Yu slipped away again, and Orochimaru couldn't force Yu not to be what he wanted. Yu fled back home, closing the door and gasping for breath. Calm down. Do I have to build my own lab too? And now there is also the last of the money. What is lacking is only technical talent, and it is much more difficult to talk about talent. Orochimaru is undoubtedly the best, but he refuses to share his secret. It's better to find a chance to talk to Uncle Snake about the intercolumnar cells next time. She made up her mind that Yu decided to develop the blood and follow the limit first. It took half a month to practice, but it always felt wrong. Even though the frequency was the same, it still couldn't appear. Yu frowned. Form blood following boundary. Open your eyes slightly. The technique of multiple shadow clone. Today divide into two groups. The left develop boiling dun and the right develops land dun. Yes, 80 people were divided into two groups, and then two groups of people. One person developed and one person observed. This time Yu did not directly use the last point of the four-tailed chakra, otherwise the chakra of the shadow clone would not be enough. Only Yu's body was wrapped in red bubbles, and the others were scattered out. It would be nice to have the help of the nine-tailed. The clone carefully drew out a trace of chakra combination, while Yu carefully observed everyone, and the writing wheel was spinning rapidly. However, after a long while, many of Yu's clones could no longer maintain and dissipate on their own, and her consciousness returned to her main body. Yu sat quietly and began to organize information, adjusting through constant attempt. This time, I used up all the tailed beast chakra, and I couldn't feel a trace of the bloodline limit. It seems that developing the bloodline limit is not such an easy thing. In addition to performing tasks, Yu said that all the time was spent on developing the boundaries of blood and succession. Fortunately, Wangtian paid off, and it took thousands of times before a perfectly blended boiling chakra and a perfectly blended lan appeared. Escaped chakra. From time to time, a cloud of steam and regular-shaped lightning appeared in the palm of his hand, and then he laughed happily. This feeling has been firmly remembered, and it is one step closer to developing the blood. Excited, Yu immediately thought of sharing this joy with her parent. Oh Kasong, is there anything you want? Gee, it is definitely a good thing that my son is suddenly so filial. Mom doesn't want anything, as long as you grow up healthy. Ah, mother really can do any jewelry. It's not necessary. There is no shortage of jewels. What else does mom like? Yu couldn't think of it for a while. This is a failure for being a son of man. Yu was filled with self-blame. I have been busy practicing but forgot to accompany my parent. What does my father like? Yu scratched her head and thought hard and didn't know. Sorry mother, I don't even know what you like. It's really bad. Mingwei was very pleased. Yu became more sensible and hugged Yu gently. Mom doesn't want anything, as long as you grow up healthy for a few days. Such a warm feeling. Yu only felt warm inside. This was the most important thing to him. Who would have thought of his fear of reaching the depths of this world? The reason why he cultivated so desperately was nothing more than his inner fear. He was afraid that his parents would leave and his relatives and friends would disappear. This strange and familiar world always made him feel uneasy and hesitant. If you really want to give mom a gift, send 2 boxes of jewelry. Aha. Yu opened her eyes and looked at her mother speechlessly. Can you not make a fool of her son like this? He's trying to figure out his jewelry again. Sorry, my mother, I don't have this anymore. Yu said angrily. It's really material. What's with the warmth I just felt? Really, but I often see all kinds of things going out. This mother is poisonous. Did you open your eyes so hidden that you can see it when you take it out? Just kidding. Tell me what good things happen to you. Oh, in fact, it's nothing but the development of 2 more bloodline boundaries. Oh, the blood-based limit has been developed again. What? 2 species? Minghui's jaw dropped in surprise, covering her mouth and looking at Yu in disbelief. Are you trying to go against the sky? Unexpectedly, Yu would wake up at the end of the year, and Minghui has begun to doubt whether Yu's identity is human. A person actually has 4 kinds of blood following limit. What did you wake up to? Minghui asked in a trembling voice. Boiling dun and land dun. Seeing the steam and water like lightning in Yu's hand, Minghui believed it, and Minghui couldn't help but wonder if this was to awaken all the boundaries of blood. Yeyu, you must not let outsiders know. I understand. Yu knew very well that if Hokage knew, he would probably try to control him without any effort, or even be killed. Orochimaru and Jiraiya would not be able to stop him, unless Kushina could completely control the Nine-Tailed. That night, Nobuhiro had the same expression when he found out, doubting whether Yu was human. Chapter 83 Makoto's Guard. Just after the new year, it was snowing heavily outside. Yu lay lazily on the bed. This time Minato and Kushina Kushina, who were not surprised, spent the new year together with Yu again. Yu sighed at the passing of time. During this time, the quality of chakra has improved a lot. I believe that it will not be long before you can open the treasure of the immortal and truly embark on the road of immortality. Now, for Yu, Landun and Budun have only increased the diversity of his abilities and can be adapted to various battles. Now, we have developed a Budun that can make people explode, making people's blood boil and then explode. The premise is to release it. The old fog needs to be inhaled into the body, but the strange thing is that it is invalid for people with earth attribute chakra. There is another kind that is more practical and used to torture people. The surrounding fog will thicken the air and cause people to die without oxygen, but it is useless when encountering wind escape ninjas. The water like thunder and lightning Landun is just to enhance the binding force of the thunder and lightning. It is very good for performances, turning the thunder and lightning into various shapes. Yu was very disappointed about this. Except for Rongdun and Sharinjian, the other two were just too tasteless. Of course, they were highly flexible, but what he wanted was a ninjutsu that could decide the outcome. With the current second stage awakening, Lei Lingen's control of lightning is already quite damaging. Lightning can't hurt him and can be easily controlled, but Ai's body surface's Lei Dun chakra can't just take root on it. Although not, it will be electrocuted, but the strong physical strength will definitely not be able to hold it. Yeyu, the patriarch, please come over. I see, you're out, just wait a while. Yes, it's really annoying. Since joining Anbu, as long as he returns from the mission, Fuyu will be summoned every 3 days. It's really annoying. Now that the new year is over, don't let it go, or pretend to be sick in the future. Dressed neatly and follow the Uchiha members to Fuyu's house. Yu was surprised to find that the current Uchiha Fugaku seems to be different from other times. Sitting on the tatami, although his eyes are closed, his clenched hands can see a trace of anxiety. Lord Patriarch, what the matter? Yu asked. I don't know what made the always stable patriarch so flustered, and Fuyu opened his eyes and stared at Yeyu. Yeyu, you don't have to be so polite. I think your Sharingan should have arrived at Sengoyu long ago. Right, that right. Yeyu nodded, and Fuyu took a long breath before saying, I want to ask you one thing, Patriarch, but it doesn't matter. Fuyu told Yeyu his request very solemnly. I want to ask you to be Makoto's bodyguard temporarily, because Makoto is pregnant and there is no way to cover her. Yeyu was secretly surprised that it was Konoha 43 years ago, and indeed Uchiha Itachi will be born this year. I'm afraid I'm 4 or 5 months pregnant now. Right. Yeyu was a little excited, and it seemed good to be able to witness the birth of Itachi. However, Yeyu was a little puzzled. There should be many people who are capable of guarding this kind of thing. Right. You must know that there are a lot of Sengo Jade in the clan now. Why did the patriarch choose me? There should be many strong people in the clan. Right. Because there are many people in the clan who don't want me to be happy. Hehe. Fuyu sneered and said that in the 3 years since he became the patriarch, many people have grown up to Sengoyu, secretly not knowing how many small shoes have been put on for him, and the Council of Elders is also holding on to the full power that should belong to him but never let go. So I think you can do it. After staying in Anbu for so long, you are mature and calm enough, and now you make me feel dangerous. That's it. If Hokage-sama agrees with me, I have no opinion. After all, I can't guard my white side all day when I want to perform a mission. As long as you agree, I'll talk about it at Hokage. I'll remind you, Yu, that your surname is Uchiha. Of course I remember. If there was nothing else I would retire first. Yu exited the room, and Fuyu sighed. It is true that Yu's growth rate surprised him. He grew so fast, and now he has the strength of an elite Jonin. The people of the Zong family have become more and more excessive now, and the small actions they make are really annoying, and it is better to split up the family. Immediately get up and prepare to go to the Naruto Tower. Yu saw Makoto coming back as soon as she walked out of the house. She was accompanied by 2 guards, but she didn't seem to be very strong. The bulging belly was already very obvious, and the face was full of sadness, and the guard looked at Yu cautiously. Yu hurriedly glanced at the cabbage in her heart, but Makoto was very beautiful. Even when she was pregnant, she still looked innocent and innocent. She didn't have the consciousness of becoming a mother. Makoto nodded and walked into the house, because Fuyu called Yu many times, so she was familiar with it, but she often didn't talk to her. As soon as I got home, I met Kushina and Minato, and Mingui was chatting with Kushina. Sister Kushina, why are you guys here? Didn't you just leave yesterday? Oh, suddenly there is something I want to ask you to do, Kushina said embarrassedly, while Minato shrugged. Well, I'm going to cook. Knowing that Mingui has left the room, how to choose is entirely up to Yu's decision. Yu was speechless. It was obvious that it must be about Makoto's pregnancy, because he knew Yu's identity, and now the delicate relationship between Uchiha and the village, as well as the relationship between the branch and the clan. Kushina never mentioned Uchiha-related matters in front of Yu, but this time the situation was really special. Hey, sister, is it about the pregnancy of the patriarch wife? The patriarch has already talked to me. Let me be the lady's bodyguard temporarily. You know it. Did you agree? Kushina looked at Yu expectantly. Yu wanted wanted to play trick on this equally innocent and lovely sister. This is not the case, because I am a member of the Anbu now, and there is no way to leave my post without Hokage's order. How could this happen? Yu, please help my sister. Makoto is my sister's best friend. Kushina's tone was full of pleading, and Yu couldn't bear to tease Yu with her pitiful fate. I know, I have promised the patriarch that as long as Lord Naruto agrees, I will agree. Now the patriarch probably has already found Lord Naruto. Really? That great. I think Hokage-sama will agree. If not, I'll close the door and let the fuck go. Minato was ashamed for a while. Kushina was really loyal, and it seemed that her relationship with Sister Makoto was not that good. It's so nerve-wracking. Yu said that he was speechless, and Konoha would suffer if this thing was released. The 9 tails in the stomach are grinning. Isn't that calling it a dog? Shinai also, please don't do this. Don't worry, Watergate. I won't. At most scare them. Bro Minato, you are really suffering. Yu felt that Kushina was the real beast, and no one dared to move. The villagers were also very respectful to Kushina. After all, the 9 tails did not run wild in the body of the Vortex clan, so they were very relieved. Kushina told Yu that Makoto was assassinated, and almost succeeded a few times. Yu frowned, and the matter was more than he imagined. Seriously, these guys really don't want any face at all, and it's really rude to take action on pregnant women. Sister, don't worry, I will definitely protect my wife. These guys are really hateful and have no morality at all. Huh, what is Jonghu morality? It's the most basic bottom line of the rivers and lakes. They have already violated it. I will teach them a lesson again. Minato and Kushina look confused. Jonghu, rivers and lakes. What the moral of this? Can't litter in there. Chapter 84, The First Assassination. Yoyu, you can temporarily serve as Uchiha Makoto's bodyguard. The deadline is set until the child is born. Yes, Yu took off her mask, but there was no expression on her cold face. Yu felt that her bond with the Uchiha clan was getting deeper and deeper, and a connection had already occurred. Originally, he didn't necessarily need to do this, but now Yu has become the best candidate. The 3 generations puffed out a smoke ring, paying the same attention to the son of the patriarch. If something happened to the son of the patriarch, I am afraid that the Uchiha clan would be more chaotic, which happened to be beneficial to Konoha. Yu turned around and left the Hokage tower. The 3 generations watched Yu from the window. Uchiha Yu seemed to be getting stronger again. Listening to Captain Yu's reply, Yu's strength has skyrocketed again, and I'm afraid it will take less than a year to surpass him. During the duel training, Yu was much stronger than before, and her moves were more rounded and smooth. Yu returned to the room and took off all of Anbu's belongings, and now he is an upright escort. The patriarch wife escort Yu to report. Yu doesn't need to be so formal. It will make me very embarrassed. Makoto murmured. Aren't you Kushina's younger brother? I'm Kushina's sister. You can call me sister too. Cut. Plastic sister love, Yu muttered. Although the relationship between the two is indeed very good, it is not unreasonable to gather people by similarity. Both of them are innocent and kind people. Elder sister, it's a pity that I don't dare to ask for your sister. Shouldn't it be called Obasan? I don't think this is necessary. Right. If you don't promise me, tell Kushina to go. All right. Yu was speechless. How could such a big person still be like a child and still have the same character as Jushinai? The same innocent, the same kindness. It's not unreasonable to gather people by similarity. Yu felt that the bond between Yu and Uchiha was getting deeper and deeper, and there was already a wonderful connection somewhere. But remembering Kushina's begging and angry face, Yu had no choice but to compromise, otherwise it would be too much trouble. Hearing Yu promise that Makoto was very happy to reach out and touch Yu's head, Yu's eyebrows jumped and she hurriedly avoided. Makoto froze. Her little hands froze in the air, not knowing what to do, and Yu, who realized that she was being rude, quickly pressed her face. Sister Makoto, if you touch your head, the president is not tall, so touch your face. Makoto's stiff face made her look a lot better. It would be very bad if she was hated on the first day. Fortunately, Yu didn't hate her. Gently touched his face and found that the hand felt surprisingly good, and pinched it again, forgetting to use his hand, and pinching Yu's face hurt. What do you think of Lao Su? Are you still having fun? Sister Makoto, stop. My face is swollen. Ooh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Makoto apologized embarrassingly, but it was really comfortable to hold, much better than her skin, and it was nice to be young. If only my son would be as cute as you in the future. How does Makoto know it's a boy? Intuitive. Makoto stroked her bulging belly with a mother's brilliance all over her body, but Yaba wondered what would happen if Itachi turned into a girl. Isn't it cool for a cold boy to become a mature royal sister? Yu became excited for a while, and wished she would go to Orochimaru now to see if there was any medicine to turn boys into girls. Oh, yes, it's time to buy grocery. Yu, let go. Oh. Yu withdrew from the beautiful fantasy and walked through the lively streets and alleys to the vegetable market. Makoto carefully selected the vegetable, while Yu was cruising within a 2-meter radius, scanning the surroundings lazily. At this moment, a thin figure approached Makoto intentionally or unintentionally. Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the man flicked his sleeves in a shuriken appeared in his hand, pretending to be shopping for grocery, getting closer and closer to Makoto. Call out. The shuriken flew out, only to see a faster blue short needle shot down. The man who missed a hit hurriedly fled away. Yu did not chase and let the man lead. It's a boring trick, but it's really daring to do it during the day. It's ridiculous to play with him, and the others don't have other action, and they buy food on their own. Seeing that Yu was not chasing after him, the man had to give up. Huh, I've finally bought it. Yu, let go back. Makoto is really big enough, and she is a ninja anyway, so she didn't even notice such an obvious assassination. Sister Makoto, I remember that you were already a special Junin, right? That just now. Did someone assassinate me? It is true that one pregnancy is stupid for 3 years, but it is also a skill to be so stupid. Sure enough, someone came to assassinate me again. Really? Makoto-san doesn't care. Of course I care. It seems that I have to pay more attention in the future for this child. Makoto's Riguyu appeared, and sure enough, Makoto's strength is still good. Sister Makoto, don't worry. As long as I'm here, there won't be any problem. Yu said confidently. The shadow clone should have caught up. Right. At this time, Yu's clone followed the man from a distance. It took 4 laps to change several locations before going to the hiding spot. The man closes the door, sits on a chair and drinks tea to relieve. Is the tea good? Pooh. The shuriken was thrown at Yu and was easily dodged. It's you. You left Uchiha Makoto. You're the only one here to assassinate. Do you really despise ninjas? Only then did the man realize that what appeared in front of him was a clone, and he felt confident for a while. And after all, is it a special Jonin who wants to kill him? Hehe, just a clone. You really have a problem with your brain, and the avatar also depends on whose avatar. The man turned on the writing wheel, but it was Urgoyu, and it really was the Uchiha family, but now the face is covered. Obviously it has been processed and not the original fate. As the Uchiha family, do you know what the crime is for assassinating the chief wife and children? Don't scare people here. You're just a kid. Urgoyu dares to be presumptuous. Yu opened the 3-go jade. The man was done, and a little devil actually opened the 3-go jade. His eyes widened angrily, and Sengoyu caught the man's eye. In an instant, the man fell into the illusion of Shiranyan. Although Shiranyan was resistant to Shiranyan's illusion, if it exceeded too much, it would be useless. When the man lifted the illusion, Yu had already cut off one of the man's arm with a knife in his hand, screamed and fled through the window. It turned out that he was still in the illusion, and the broken arm also grew again, and he quickly performed the dispelling illusion again, disrupting the flow of chakra in the body, and the scene suddenly appeared in the room again. Staring at Yu's eyes with cold sweat, he was relieved after confirming that the illusion was lifted. What are you happy about? Yu's icy voice recalled that the man just concentrated his energy quickly, but at this moment there was severe pain in his body, and his muscles seemed to be torn apart. I've already stabbed you into a hedgehog with Chidori Chinbin. Do you feel pain in your body? That's right, a lot of tissue inside has been necrotic. The man watched in horror as Yu pressed forward step by step, when suddenly someone broke through the window and directly launched a fire escape. Yu started the water escape with a single thought, and the room was filled with fog. Another man neatly slit the man's neck, and then the two quickly retreated. Changnan. Uchiha Junin is just a little bit. He is really heartless, and Yu released the shadow clone with a cold snort. Chapter 85 The Kaleidoscope of Fuyu. The current chaotic situation in Uchiha made Danzo very happy, but he can't take part in it. If he could, Uchiha would be even weaker. And today, Orochimaru sent him a person, Yushi, a user of Mudden. Originally, Orochimaru didn't want to send it to the root, but there was no suitable place. Now the human experiment has reached the midterm development date, and the ninjutsu he studies is about to mature, so he has no time to care about Yushi. Orochimaru, didn't you say that all the experimenters were dead? Danzang's sinister eyes made him very dissatisfied. How many little tricks did Orochimaru do behind his back? That batch of experimenters are indeed dead. This is another one. I only selected a few. I didn't expect it to be successful, Orochimaru said with a smile. Naturally it was impossible to say that Yushi was one of those experimenters. Are there any survivors? No, this is the only person Konoha can use Mudden. I hope you will let him grow well and do more things for Konoha. HMPA. Of course I will. You didn't leave any other mean, did you? Don't worry, U10 is absolutely clean. I just hope that the teacher doesn't know about it. I don't need you to tell me. Danzo secretly rejoiced. As long as Orochimaru didn't leave any other helpers behind, he could definitely be cultivated into a killing machine that only obeyed him. Mudden. Konoha can have at least half of the credit for Mu done today, and he also understands that Orochimaru can no longer take care of Yushi, and there is no way to give Yushi a safe identity. Except for Hokage in the village, he is the only one who has this ability. Only then did Orochimaru bring Yushi over, and Danzo was very happy after using the wooden escape, and Orochimaru's previous actions were no longer investigated. Yushi is Danzo-sama. You can follow him in the future. It's Lord Orochimaru. Yuji knelt down on one knee. Danzo nodded secretly. He already possessed the qualities of a ninja at such a young age. No worse than those two. Your code name will be in the future. It Danzo-sama. After requesting funding from Danzo again, he returned to the laboratory to continue his research. After carefully checking Yushi and making sure that there was no mark left by Orochimaru, he planted the mark of the bane of the tongue. Lord Orochimaru said that I was not abandoned, but that I was temporarily placed here. One day I will need my strength again. Yugen muttered to himself, blindly worshipping Orochimaru, waiting for the day when Orochimaru came to pick him up. At this time, Yu was still following Makoto closely. During this time, she encountered many assassins, but they all failed. Yu's prestige in Uchiha is also increasing. The peers of the pressure can't breathe. They are well-deserved first geniuses. In the face of fellow Uchiha clansmen, they have to use the writing wheel eye, and it is no longer a secret to grow into a three-goose jade writing wheel eye. The senior management of Konoha are also secretly shocked. It is incredible to grow to Sengoyu at the age of 9. Doesn't it mean that the writing wheel has been opened a long time ago? So the assassination of Yu happened again, and Makoto and Yu became the assassination target for a while. I'm sorry Yu, but you have become the target of assassination. It doesn't matter. It's going to happen sooner or later anyway. Yu rubbed his temple. Only Chianri is a thief. How can there be 1,000 days to prevent thieves? These guys are not ordinary trouble. Do I have to find a guard to protect me too? Yu was speechless. And now the chief of the Uchiha clan, the wife of the chief patriarch, Konoha executives wanted to kill him. After coming to Fuyu's house, Yu finally couldn't help but propose. Lord Patriarch, I think your methods are too gentle. These guys are bullying them. You should kill the chicken and wait. Yeah, my methods are too soft, and it does lose credibility. Fuyu's vicious and tyrannical aura filled the room. Yu squinted. This guy definitely stepped into the shadow level. Even the elders of Uchiha have to pay the price. Yu has been guarding for 2 months. I am afraid that Makoto has become more and more inconvenient to move. It is estimated that she will give birth in 3 months. It was really unbearable for the family to be assassinated, and the majesty of the patriarch was greatly challenged. After a few days, Fuyu finally did it himself. After cooperating with Yu to capture the members of Uchiha, Yu saw a strange eye, which was Fuyu's kaleidoscope, consisting of 3 black dots and a slender 3-leaf windmill outside the pupil. The assassin lost resistance in an instant. It can be seen how terrible the illusion is. Sengoyu can't do it even if he resists it a little bit. After controlling the information he wants, he directly ends the Uchiha member. This is Uchiha's strongest power. The kaleidoscope shakes. Fuyu said slowly. When such eyes are open, special abilities will be awakened. The abilities vary from person to person, but they all awaken this thing, saying that Fuyu was wrapped in orange bone. It called Susanoo, and it can only be opened when the 2 eyes evolve together. It won't come without a price to acquire such an ability, will it? Even though Yu's face was calm, she was very excited to finally meet Susanoo of Fuyuke. I just don't know the power of the 2 eyes. Of course, vision will continue to decline until blindness, at the cost of being in the dark. That's it. Fuyu is not talking and staring at Yu. It's very strange. Isn't Yu afraid of his silence? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Of course not. Although the kaleidoscope is very strong, you can't kill me. Yu smiled lightly. Speaking of Susanoo, Yu is probably the one who knows best. Although he doesn't know what Fuyu's eyes are capable of, as long as he is not attacked, it's fine. Although his pupil strength is not as good as Fuyu, I believe that he will not be hit by the kaleidoscope illusion, and the jade pendant in his soul will wake him up. It seems that you have a lot of means. Fuyu sighed. If Yu was born a few years earlier, I am afraid that the patriarch might not necessarily be him. Generally, and I know you won't kill me, I will guard this secret for you, just like you helped me. It was only now that Fuyu showed a rare smile, but in Yu's eyes it was ugly, so it's better not to laugh when it comes to fighting with Longwu. I believe you will open such eye, but I don't know what you will lose. I'm not going to lose anything. I'll find another way to break through. Yu said coldly. Opening the kaleidoscope requires great stimulation, and being a ninja is not a sad and painful thing. It's not a must. Even if he doesn't have a kaleidoscope, his strength is an elite jonin. Hope so. Fuyu sighed. There is nothing wrong with what is recorded on the slate. Those who have lost their loved ones will only open their eyes when they endure great pain, and the eternal kaleidoscope can only be merged with the kaleidoscope of their loved one. What are you going to do? Kill them all? I didn't expect it to be the 2nd and 3rd elder. Fuyu's ferocious face is full of tyranny. Is this the fierce-eyed Fuyu? It seems that it has been silent for too long, and many people have forgotten this and the name. On the same day, Uchiha's senior management was summoned, and the 2nd elder and the 3rd elder were beheaded on the spot without saying a word of nonsense. The decisive killing made everyone stunned. Sure enough, Makoto was not assassinated in the following day, but Yu was assassinated one after another. However, he was quickly recalled by the 3rd generation to become a member of the Anbu, which was free from harassment. Chapter 86: The Transformation of the Fat Tiger. After visiting the god of wind and thunder, Yu was relieved to see that the two were indistinguishable. Orochimaru told Yu that he was conducting an experiment to add the cells of the god of wind and thunder to other people's cells. Yu couldn't say anything about this. It is clear that Orochimaru is not talking about simple cell fusion but also implanted in the human body. If it succeeds, that person should also have some of the power of the god of wind and thunder. If Yu stopped it now, there would be no Orochimaru. The reincarnation of Orochimaru is also an important factor related to the final battle. Yeba, who was walking, met Hong and Asma was still sticking to Yuhika, and Yuhika was like a big sister. No, it should be the eldest sister. Yu is in a circle. Why is Yuri Hong growing so fast? More than a head taller than him. No, the first time I saw it, it was almost the same height. Did Hong take some hormone? Grow so fast. Are you Hikaru Yuhi? Yayu Uchiha. I didn't expect you to remember me that great. Hong Yuhi said in surprise, but Asma was very unhappy, and the gap between not seeing him for a few years is getting bigger and bigger. Long time no see Asma. Hey, do you also act as the upper and lower tolerance? Yu noticed that Asma had put on a forehead guard. That's right, I've become a genin-like sister Hong. Asma had a smug look, but when she remembered the current Yu, she was like a deflated ball. At the beginning, it was impossible to surpass Yu. Dad had already told him that Yu had become a jonin and joined Anbu. Sister Hong, how old are you? Hiroshi Yuhi, why are you so tall all of a sudden? Yu couldn't help asking. I'm 12 years old. Is there a problem? No problem. Looking at Asma strangely, I didn't expect Asma to be a sister-in-law, but the change in Yuhika is really big. Asma's eyes dodged, and he didn't dare to look at Yu could only laugh. Then Yuhi Hong said that he was preparing for the Chunin exam next year, and Asma insisted that he would work hard to pass the exam next year. By the way, Yu, I heard that the Uchiha family's illusions are very strong, and it happens that our family is also good at illusion. Can you guide me? Of course, but I have to tell you in advance, don't use illusions on people who are good at pupils, because such people are very resistant to illusion. Oh, I'll pay attention. Really? Why let this guy guide him who is obviously younger than me? Asma sighed. It is said that Yu has already said that the writing wheel has developed to the state of Rehook Jade, and the illusion must be very powerful. Come on, Sister Red. I will. Red nodded, ready to concentrate. Go ahead, let me see your illusion. Red started to seal. Yu didn't need to open it at first, but in order to give pointers, she opened the writing wheel. Only a lot of vines appeared in front of me, entwining around Yu at an extreme speed, controlling Yu's movement. Hong holding Kuu and slowly walked towards Yu. Seeing that Yu was motionless, Asma was very happy in her heart. It seemed that Yu was nothing more than that, but the moment Hong raised her hand, she froze in place. Her body kept trembling. Yu gently took down Kuujia and left Red neck. Asma opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to say. Back then, Zonghong's illusion had no resistance at all. Yu not only untied it, but also reacted on Hong. Yu lightly smiled and solved the illusion. Hong looked at Yu in shock. Is this the Sharingan? Not only can you see through, but you can also return the spell to the caster. Well, how should I put it? The illusion is very bad and there are many loopholes. The chakra in the brain is too lazy when the seal is formed. This requires super concentration, and you can't rely on the seal all the time. Thank you, I understand. Hong said embarrassedly. It is true that he has not developed it attentively since he learned it. After giving instruction, Yu decided to visit Fat Tiger, and with anticipation Yu performed the reverse psychic technique. As soon as he arrived at the Long Decay, the White Snake Immortal sensed the existence of Yu, and a door appeared in front of him. Yu stepped in, and the White Snake Immortal appeared in her body this time, lying lazily on the high platform. The Immortal has been doing well recently. Well, I have taken good care of your pet. In 50 years, I will definitely improve greatly. Your pet is great this time. I am very busy. That great. How is Fat Tiger? Nightwing asked. Master, did you call me? A heavy voice came, like a middle-aged man. Yu turned around when she heard the sound, only to see Sunjinji bringing a tiger over. Gee, what the matter? How did the fat tiger become so small? And he can still talk. The fur of the now fat tiger has undergone tremendous changes, like a throwback to its ancestor. The long fangs on the chin can no longer be placed in the mouth. If it weren't for this familiar power, Yu would have thought that the White Snake Immortal was looking for him. A saber-toothed tiger. The size is now even smaller than the size of the first encounter. It's like this. Under the guidance of the Immortal, Fat Tiger not only learned how to control his power, but also opened up his intelligence so he can speak. Sunatsuhime explained. That's it. Thank you. The Fat Tiger was very excited that the owner did not forget it, and rubbed around like a cat. Yu stroked the Fat Tiger. The Fat Tiger lost a lot of weight, but he looked more refined than before, and he must have become stronger. Fatty Tiger, what have you and the Immortal learned? Hey, Master, I learned Sonic Attack. I named this move Tiger Roaring Mountain for it. Anything else? Gone. I seriously suspect that you are being lazy, Yu said unhappily, and Fat Who quickly shook his head. Master, I'll show it to you later. Well, if I'm not satisfied, I'll take your skin and make the sheath. Fat Tiger shivered and nodded again and again, joking that he is very attentive. Okay. When I first arrived, I only knew how to eat, and I was about to get fat into a ball. Under the request of the white snake immortal, I kept losing weight, and the energy in my body was continuously compressed. This is what it is today. It took a lot of effort to lose weight. Fat tiger, just go outside and demonstrate it. You guys should follow along. Yes, Fanshenji and Yu went to the forest outside together, and Yu noticed that the white snake immortal slowly left the high seat without turning into a human. She remembered that when she appeared in her main body, she almost ate on the top like Toad Maru. At every turn, has the white snake immortal been using the main body recently? Yes, the immortal said that it is faster to absorb it with the body. Is that so? Did Sister Sunjinji miss me? Why don't we sign a contract? Hehe. Okay. Yu didn't expect that since Tuanjinji agreed. It seems that only under special circumstances can the three gods be channeled, otherwise it is impossible to leave Longdi Cave. Is this okay? Of course there is a problem. How can I leave Longdi Cave? Cut. Yu curled her lips in annoyance. Sanshenji's fighting power is very strong, and even the invisibility technique is difficult to detect, and it will refract the eyes, causing great damage. Interference. Seeing the fat tiger getting bigger, Yu was very happy that the fat tiger had really grown to the size of Toad Wentai, about the same size as the five-tailed King Mew. With an angry mouth, visible transparent ripples oscillated in the air, destroying everything in front of him. After roaring, the fat tiger coughed and felt extremely comfortable in his throat. Not bad. It doesn't seem to be lazy. I'll take you back this time. Really? That great? Oh. Sanshenji squinted and stared at fat tiger, who swallowed his saliva. Master, I think this place is very good. Eat well and sleep well. The strong desire to survive provoked roars of laughter. Shikishima Haim even disliked this guy for being too edible, and he didn't dare to go out because of his courage and small hole. After some deliberation, Yu decided to take fat tiger away, since the white snake immortal no longer needed it. Chapter 87. The Second Challenge 1. In the Uchiha clan, Fuyu brought Yu to the slate of Uchiha's ancestral heritage for Yu to watch. Yu opened the writing wheel with curiosity, but they were all non-nutritious things. Just mentioned that there is a whole new field on top of Sengo Jade, and after reaching the power, you can live like a god. How about it? Fuyu folded his arms around his chest, always maintaining a calm and serious face that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. It doesn't matter. The new field should be a kaleidoscope. That's right. I'm the only one in the clan who has it turned on now. Yeah, in the records of the Warring State period, many people in the Uchiha family opened the kaleidoscope. Haven't they been preserved? I didn't expect you to know this. Fuyu was a little surprised. These are only available in the library, and only the patriarchs and elders can read. It was true that many people started it in that era, and the abilities were even more strange, but they were all very powerful, but unfortunately there was no way to save it. Yu sighed. Sure enough, the technology is too backward, and Banye has a whole display cabinet in his hand. Did you see there? I saw that there is an eternal kaleidoscope above the kaleidoscope, and I also saw that our family has a great relationship with the immortals of the Sikad. The way to get eternity is really unacceptable. Yeah, it's hard to accept. Can you see that? Fuyu looked at Yu in shock. Why can Yu without a kaleidoscope be seen? Although it's not very detailed, it's best to see a kaleidoscope that requires close relative, that is, immediate family member. It's a pity that you don't have sibling. The corner of Yu's mouth drew a strange R. Even if he couldn't see it, he knew what was written in it. It would be fine to scare Fuyu. Fuyu is speechless. You still haven't seen much. It's almost the same as what he saw. Obviously he didn't open the kaleidoscope. How did he see it? What else did you see? Fuyu couldn't help but ask. There is something wonderful beyond eternity. It is the power that can really subvert the entire ninja world, because that is what immortals can have. Yu squinted his eyes and pretended to watch seriously. The higher Yu's position in Fuyu's heart was. Hey, you are more unfathomable than I thought. Maybe only you can truly lead Uchiha to prosperity. I don't think that I can't bear the character of the clan. Even if I am powerful enough to be invincible, what will happen after I die? I will still be wiped out by others. If I don't change the clan's thinking and cognition, everything will be in vain. Fuyu said that this is difficult. Since the fall of 1,000 Han, Uchiha is the most powerful family in Konoha, and he is naturally very arrogant. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a noble. If he knocks them down to the ground, I am afraid that Uchiha will fight first. From ancient times to the present, Uchiha has won countless victories, and he is recognized as the strongest in the ninja world by the Senju family. It is difficult for him to let go of his arrogance. Yu shook his head. Understandable but difficult to accept. Yu was indifferent to the past glory, and even more so to the honor of the family. After all, he was not a native of this world. Leaving the underground room, Yu rode a fat tiger to the Orochimaru laboratory. Yu, have you brought me something good again? It seems to be a saber-toothed tiger. Shouldn't it be a thing? It's a precious thing. Orochimaru smiled pitifully, the scalpel in his hand fluttering between his fingers. The fat tiger only felt a chill. How could this guy and the adults in Longdedong imagine so? The smell of snakes is so heavy, so quiet that he didn't dare to make a sound. Uncle Snake Fat Tiger is is not an experimental product. It is my pet. Fat Tiger came to say hello to Uncle Snake. Uncle Snake is my teacher. You can just call it Lord Orochimaru. Fat Tiger suddenly realized that the teacher of such a master can't be neglected. Hello, Orochimaru. My name is Fat Tiger. Can talk. It's really good. It looked like I've become a ninja. Where? Lord Orochimaru is well trained by Immortal. Is it the White Snake Immortal? So it is. Orochimaru continued to bring Yu to the room of the god of wind and thunder. The idiot brothers were lying on the operating table with various tubes inserted into their body. Uncle Snake, is this? Yu frowned, thinking that Orochimaru was messing around. Don't worry, it's just a simple measurement. But Fat Tiger hoped to provide me with some cells later. This is no problem. However, although Uncle Snake research is good, don't waste cultivation. Orochimaru smiled and didn't care. It was really interesting to be preached by his disciple. Don't worry, I'm here to be stronger in the future. All right. After visiting Orochimaru's series of instruments, Yu sighed at Orochimaru's madness towards science. As the only person in the world who believes in science, Yu has high respect. When I came to the battlefield training ground, Orochimaru couldn't wait. He wanted to see Yu's current practice. This time, Yu was very serious. After losing the tailed beast chakra, Yu also wanted to know how far she could reach. The Fat Tiger took a piece of venison and watched the battle with relish. He also wanted to know how strong the master was. Yu directly opened the writing wheel, and there was a gust of wind blowing in the venue. Yu pulled out the Tianbuliu and chose extreme speed. The thousands of bird flowed all over the body, and the muscles of the body were greatly activated. Orochimaru also reacted worthy of the sudden contraction of the pupil. With a flick of his wrist, Tien Kong Yunhu blocked the Tianbulujian in the middle. Without the slightest hesitation, the Chidori Ryu on the body surface was all attached to the Tianbu Ryu. Feeling the numbness of the arm, Orochimaru slammed Yu with force, and his eyes were full of admiration. Did you really imitate Raikage's Lei-Dun chakra mode just now? Although the difference is far, but the speed is not much different. Tien Kongyan is really strong. The general blade should have been broken. Yu was curious about what Tien Kongyan was made of. It is said to be the hardest material in the world, so it can't be diamond, right? And so much flexibility. Hehe, Yu, your sword skills are still far behind. You can't have power and speed. The fire escaped. The fire is extinguished. Wind done. A big breakthrough. The 15-meter fire wave encountered a stronger wind, and Yu found that there were signs of blowing back. Uncle Snake, let hang up. Such a big tone. I saw that Yu stretched out her hand and was instantly engulfed by the fire. Seeing that Yu could not avoid Orochimaru was a little worried, but she thought that Yu would not be able to find her own way. Sure enough, the fire disappeared and Yu stood there unscathed. How did this happen? Orochimaru was puzzled, and he was certain that Yu did not use any ninjutsu. Vomit. Orochimaru spit out a huge number of small snakes, and the little snake spit out a short sword. Fire escape. You will die with a touch of arrogance. Incorporating the fire poison into the flamboyant fireball, the attack snake immediately turned to ashes, and the fire escape was also spreading rapidly. Rachel. At this moment, another Yu suddenly appeared in the soil. The blue lightning was lying in his hand without making a sound. He used the soil layer to dive to the foot of Orochimaru, and jumped up and slid past Orochimaru's load. It very dangerous. Has Chidori improved? It really good. Orochimaru patted the torn clothes. Uncle Snake, is your reaction speed really tiring? Yu was very distressed just now, but it had been brewing for a long time, and she deliberately left a clone to confuse Orochimaru. Compared to this, I am surprised. You don't need a knot to use any ninjutsu. Of course not. Necromancy requires. Yu's smiling appearance made Orochimaru want to slap her face hard. In the past, I found out that Yu used a lot of ninjutsu without the need for a seal, but now I don't even need a powerful ninjutsu. How did she do it? Chapter 88. The second challenge 2. Yu took a long breath. Continuing to fight like this would have no result, and it was a bit embarrassing to hide from Orochimaru for so long. After all, Uncle Snake was really good to him. Uncle Snake, I will use all my strength. Go to Long Decay. Orochimaru squinted his eyes and looked forward to Yu's surprise. Together, he used his reverse channeling to come to Long Decay. Fat Who was surprised to come to this familiar environment again. Yu quickly stood on the water and made a preemptive strike. The technique of fog concealment. The technique of water dragon bullet. The technique of waterfall. Water break wave. Not even a seal. Orochimaru scolded inwardly, and could only run around without giving Yuyan the time at all. How did Yu see him in the fog? The writing wheel eye is not a white eye. Tu Dun Wangquan Mar. Earth Dragon Bomb. Yu pointed at him, ready to attack Orochimaru's foothold. Boiling escape. The technique of sticky fog. Stop. Feng Dun. Orochimaru, who was about to use Feng Dun, suddenly felt breathless. He was pinching his neck, and the surrounding area was like a vacuum belt, unable to breathe. Land Dun. Soft power. The surrounding water mist is even more powerful, and it is almost an unavoidable attack here. Several water column-like lightning pierced through Orochimaru's body. Is this Land Dun? Orochimaru was stunned. How could Yu use Land Dun? Feeling the necrosis of a large area area of body cells. She quickly used molting, and the newly emerged Orochimaru used the Tiankongyan limit to extend 100 meters as if to cut off everything around her. Yu quickly jumped and flat hat. Damn, this is good stuff. Yu winked when she heard the roar of the falling huge trees around her. Tianbuliu had no advantages except being extremely sharp. Tiankongyan was not only sharp and sturdy but also extremely malleable. Taking advantage of the neutral space, Orochimaru hurriedly left the area and used the wind to blow the surrounding mist, and then Landun jumped up on the bully, and the thick fog shrouded over again, and the thick fog controlled Orochimaru in the second. Orochimaru, which was pierced in the second hole, had to shed it again in the second time. No amount of chakra can be used like this. The art of psychic myriad snake. The big purple snake sprang out in an instant, broke out of the fog immediately, and finally breathed fresh air. If it didn't breathe, it would really suffocate and die. Fat Tiger was taken aback. This snake is bigger than anyone it has ever seen. Is there such a big snake? Yu Zai smiled. This large psychic beast is really convenient. Xiaomo guesses that he can't beat Wan Snake. Wan Snake is also notoriously strong in long decay. Orochimaru stood at a high place, but found Sanshenji watching the battle below, squatting melon seeds like a crowd eating melon, chatting and discussing. Orochimaru, you actually summoned me in long decay. 100 human sacrifices in a while. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, but it was also a loss to Wan Shi, who dared to ask for it. I can't find a sacrifice here. As long as you can kill that guy, I'll give it to you. If you can, it's okay to eat him. Hehe. However, Wan Shi didn't care about Orochimaru's malicious smile. When he saw Sanshenji's body shaking, he was not arrogant. It would be better not to be arrogant in front of the real ruler of long decay. I said, Uncle Snake, are you so rude to your apprentice? And this guy wants 100 sacrifices when he opens his mouth. Use lay done to reach Wan Shi in an instant, and the writing wheel eyes wide open. Don't look at all Snake. HMPH. It's too late. Wan Snake green snake pupil immediately turned into a wheel-shaped eye, and the huge body fell to the ground with a bang, but it also blew away the fog. Orochimaru was speechless and did not expect that Yu's writing wheel pupils were so powerful that Wan Shi lost the ability to move at a glance. Obviously he's a rookie, but he's still so crazy. Next time I meet him, I'll just give it to Fat Tiger as a snack. Orochimaru was lined with the heads of Wan Snake, and Wan Shi just woke up and rushed over in anger. Fat Tiger, roar. The Fat Tiger instantly turned back into a huge body, and roared with a fierce look in his majestic eye. The white fangs are chilling. Did the Fat Tiger grow so big? Wan Snake stared at the Fat Tiger vigilantly. Snakes have a greater disadvantage to cats of the same level. It responds faster and the Fat Tiger responds faster. Yu stood proudly on the Fat Tiger's head. A rare dragon tiger fight. Be careful, this guy's scales are very strong and very fat. Be careful to shed his skin and escape. Orochimaru and Wan Shi are stunned. How did this kid know? The old man has been known and beaten. Master, don't worry, my fangs and claws are enough to pick up its snake in. The Fat Tiger raised his paw to his mouth and licked it. The big drops of saliva fell to the ground, and his eyes were full of greed. When he was a little tiger, he used to catch snakes and eat them. Orochimaru already knew in his heart that Wan Shi couldn't beat Fat Tiger, and the big cat really had a lot of advantages in dealing with snakes. The Fat Tiger rushed over, and Wan Shigang was ready to attack at any time. He opened his bloody mouth and prepared to swallow the Fat Tiger. Wan Shi hurriedly attacked with his tail, but Fat Tiger didn't evade a bite and bit it up. He crouched down and retreated dozens of meters before stopping. Yu on the tiger's head almost fell unsteadily. Fat Tiger didn't let go of life or death, and his long fangs bit the snake in the opposite direction. The blood column let out a shrill scream, and after the shedding of the skin, the 10,000 snake was directly sent back by the big snake pill, defeating the 10,000 snake. Fat Tiger wagging its tail and waiting for Yu's praise. Uncle Snake, I'm so sorry. It seems that my Fat Tiger is stronger. The Fat Tiger did a good job. I will go back to 100 small fish today. Thank you, master. Compared with snake meat, Yu's dried fish is obviously more delicious. Yeyu, you have found a very good psychic beast. Hey, of course. Let the Fat Tiger roar. Seeing Fat Tiger breathing heavily, Orochimaru immediately knew what Fat Tiger wanted to do. Rashomon. A red door appeared on the ground. Roar. A roar shattered Rashomon and was blocked by the earth low wall. Can a Fat Tiger's roar only destroy a door? But it been pretty good. After all, this thing is used to block the tailed beast jade. It really scared me. I didn't see Uncle Snake being frightened. Yu asked Fat Tiger to retreat. After all, dealing with Uncle Snake's eyes is a burden. Yu didn't want to see Fat Tiger being slashed by Uncle Snake. Yu, who had just landed, was suddenly wrapped around his neck by the head that emerged from the ground, and spit out a small snake, and then Tien Kong Yun. Yu hurriedly used the melting chakra mode covered with magma, and Orochimaru hurriedly let go, but Yu was still stabbed in the opposite direction, and Orochimaru quickly shed his skin twice before getting rid of the fire poison, and it was almost too late. How many bloodline boundaries does your kid have? Orochimaru panted and said, Yu is the same, and land is almost empty. Even if the consumption is less than than others. He can't bear so many high-intensity ninjutsu. Uncle Snake, take a guess. I didn't expect you to be able to beat him. Yu was a little depressed. The current Orochimaru has not yet reached its peak, and knowing all the information about Orochimaru and the fact that there is a writing wheel I plus 3 kinds of blood following limit, it is impossible to win. Ying is indeed extremely difficult to deal with. If Orochimaru was aiming at the head and heart Yu, it would be cold. Hehe, Shanyan, Lan Dun, and Rong Dun strange fog just now. Well, that's right, it boiling. Orochimaru almost burst into foul language. What kind of evildoer is this, your sister? Only 9 years old. 4 kinds of blood successor limit, and he can fight to this level. Although it is not a life and death battle, it is not easy, and if you have to say it, it is already very close to the shadow level. I'm really becoming more and more interested in you. I finally know why you want to use the wooden escape ninjutsu. You may really be able to wake up. Orochimaru sighed with emotion. It must not be a coincidence that Yu asked Mudun for the first time. I am afraid that at that time, he had already awakened the other boundaries of blood, and they were hidden so deeply. 89 Transaction. Uncle Snake, tell me how long it will take you if you fight to the death. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before speaking. I think it should be 10 minutes. Of course, if you have more combat experience, it should not be possible to kill you first, or I am not your opponent. Orochimaru said very seriously. Yu seems to be powerful but obviously lack combat experience. Although he entered Anbu, the opponents he encountered were not very strong. This is really unpleasant. HMPH. Contented brat. You're only 9 years old. How did you have so many bloodline boundary? And obviously you didn't get it from outside. Orochimaru is very excited. I developed it when I was bored, but I have experimented many times. Then you were really talented. If you develop a wooden tunnel, Orochimaru imagines how strong the scalp is numb. Just look at the column. You will know that it is like playing with the tailed beast. I've tried Mudun many times, but it's impossible. Yu sighed, but he kept looking forward to it. The reason why he exposed such a boundary of blood in front of Orochimaru is for the cells in the column. First, to express enough trust for Orochimaru to help him get Mudun, and the second point is also to know your true strength. Mudun, there is indeed a shortcut. Sure enough, it came, suppressing the restlessness in my heart and waiting for the following. But why did you tell me now? Orochimaru said displeased. Ly. Because apart from wrongdoing, the other 2 kinds of bloodline boundaries have been developed recently, and Hokage is too tight, and a slight deviation will be irreversible. Even sister Kushina and brother Minato don't know about it. Why not tell them? Don't trust them. Orochimaru questioned. You should have a very close relationship with these 2 people. It's not that I don't trust it. I just don't trust Lord Jiraiya. Maybe I'll tell them after a while. Orochimaru felt a sudden shock. It seemed that Yu didn't believe in Hokage. If Jiraiya knew, he would definitely tell Hokage that it was too scary to grow up with 4 kinds of blood after one person. If he couldn't use it for himself, he would definitely kill him. You did the right thing in this matter. If you can give me more money, maybe I can help you develop Mudun. Orochimaru smiled and looked like he had stolen a chicken. Cut 2 boxes. Orochimaru shook his head and stretched out 4 fingers. Shit, you blackmail me. Seeing Orochimaru's indifferent appearance, Yuki's teeth were itchy. 4 boxes. Don't worry, I will try my best to help you awaken Mudun. Yu stretched out a middle finger. Orochimaru smiled and didn't care at all, and became more and more satisfied with the disciple. As long as he did not die prematurely, he would become a super strong in the future. Even if the elders would object, it would be useless. This is only 9 years old. Movie grade. Note, the original does not have this level. Self-added. At this time, Sanshinji was already approaching, and Yu stopped talking. What a wonderful battle. Yu has grown a lot. Tanshinji's sister, wipe the melon seed skin off your face first. Oh. Sunjinji hurriedly wiped her face, but when she wiped nothing, she realized that she had been deceived by Yu, and glared at Yu angrily. Hehe, I haven't seen the white snake immortal for a long time, so I'll take advantage of this visit. The fat tiger followed reluctantly. The snake was really terrifying. Konoha village. Kushina was shopping with Makoto excitedly. Makoto's belly was getting bigger and bigger, and it was already May, and she was expected to give birth to Itachi in a month. She fondly stroked Makoto's belly. Makoto, what do you think I'm wearing this dress? It's beautiful. Watergate will definitely be fascinated by you. How can it be so good? Kushina held the red skirt and stirred her fingers. Since Makoto was pregnant and had a baby, Kushina seemed to be stimulated. Study parenting books all day, and if you take good care of a child, it's like she's pregnant. Minato was also thinking about whether it was okay to get married, but unfortunately every time he mentioned Kushina, he would dodge, obviously looking forward to it, but he was reluctant to agree. After eating enough food, Makoto sat down on a chair panting and resting before she left. Hey, have you ever been with Minato? That, not yet, Kushina said embarrassedly. Gee, what about kissing date? This happens quite often. How many times? This is many times. For Makoto's boldness, Kushina was very envious, and he never took that step. Shouldn't be. Minato can hold back. Could there be a problem? problem there? Makoto frowned. It's not normal for Kushina to be so cute together for so many years. What wrong? Hip. What? Kushina covered her hot face and didn't dare to speak. She used to tempt Minato, but now Minato wants her but she doesn't dare. I think there should be no problem with this, but I have been rejected every time. That's it. Then I'm relieved. Seeing that Kushina didn't seem to be lying, she was relieved. Minato really loved Kushina, as long as she doesn't hold back. The third generation used the telescope technique to keep an eye on Kushina. According to Kushina's report, the Nine Tails were very stable, but unfortunately there were only a few who escaped after being exterminated. Looking at Konoha's forehead guard, the third generation sighed, which originally represented a credit to the Uzumaki family. After playing for a long time, Makoto was sent home, and she was bored wandering the streets again. If only she was a commoner. Minato had always had unfinished tasks, and she had to bring 3 little devils every day. After thinking about it, he came to the cage where Ninetails was being held. Ninetails snorted coldly, and changed to a comfortable position to continue sleeping. Could this be the deadly arrogant that Yu said? The diamond chain that had been untied was entangled again, and it was specially tied to the prison door, and the Ninetails instantly exploded. What are you doing? Damn Vortex clan. He stretched out his paws and pulled it, but it kept pulling, like a dog lead. It's nothing. I feel safe like this. You look really ugly with your teeth bare. Kushina had a look of disgust, and with a wave of her hand, she dropped the dog head and Ninetails that were stuck with the Ninetail, and she could only lie on the ground in a humiliating state. Ninetails let out an unwilling roar, but there was nothing they could do. In my heart, I scolded the person who created the gossip seal 180 times. Seeing that the Ninetails were on it, Kushina walked into the cave, clenched his fists and pretended to be ferocious. Have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? I smashed your eyes if you didn't obey. Then I shaved your hair. I beat your baby. What the hell is this? Why would such an idiot be my Manzuli? Ninetails wanted to cry without tears, feeling that one day he might really be led astray and forcefully lower his IQ. By the way, you don't have a baby. Sorry. Kushina folded her hands together and apologized embarrassingly. Kyuubi already understood that it was really an idiot to care about such an idiot. Then pull out all the teeth. Kyuubi simply ignored it. No matter what Kushina said, she was indifferent, and it didn't take long for Kushina to feel bored and loosen the seal. Kushina felt that she had no deterrent power, so she should go to the Ministry of Punishment to see more. Chapter 90 Intercolumnar Cell. As Orochimaru came to the dimly lit underground laboratory, Yu did not expect that one day he would also lie on Orochimaru's operating table. The reward for the 4 boxes made Yu's heart ache even more. She tried her best not to think about money. If she didn't do anything for 6 billion, it would be gone. Is Mew done worth 6 billion? Definitely worth it. Uncle Snake, you can't steal my meat. Yu warned that he didn't want to see a lot of children who looked exactly like him calling dad in a few years. Relax, I know what you are worried about. I will never let that happen, and I don't have the ability. Seeing the utensils on the Orochimaru table, Yu of course understood what it was. It was the cells between the columns. The little heart was beating wildly, and an abnormal flush appeared on his face. According to the agreement with Orochimaru, once the mutation grows out of a human face, it will be stopped and removed immediately. The more Orochimaru measured, the more frightened it became. Yu's body data and the data of the intercolumnar cells were too close. The data gap between the two types of cells was not large, but the vitality of the intercolumnar cells was stronger. Orochimaru guessed that if the intercolumnar cells were included in Yu's body, there might not be too much rejection. Despite this, Yu was still worried and insisted on watching the whole process without anesthesia. Orochimaru took out the needle and slowly implanted it into Yu's body. Sure enough, Yu saw that the skin in that part of the left arm was changing like that of Baiju. I only felt that part of it was extremely hot, and I still waited and watched. How does it feel? Some heat and then no other reaction. Orochimaru had an expected look. When Danzo was transplanted, he died of pain. Yu only felt a little hot, and the transplant area of Danzo spread quickly and grew branches and leaves, while Yu spread slowly without any phenomenon. Yu understands the connection between Uchiha and Chinsho, so he will not reject it much. It took 5 minutes to spread to an area the size of a ping-pong ball and then stop. What the matter with Uncle Snake? You won't coax me with a fake one, will you? This is definitely a cell between the columns. Orochimaru hurriedly tapped and debugged various buttons, but did not use it in the slightest. Even more strange, Yu's gray-white skin was slowly shrinking, and it would be restored to its original skin. The two of them stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. It was the first time that Orochimaru saw an object that could not be swallowed by intercolumnar cells, and the visit was still swallowed up. Yu also understood his particularity and could not be regarded as ordinary. Uchiha tree. Well, Yu, I think I need to observe this part of the cell. I feel so too. Yu nodded, and found that a small part of the cells were not found under the microscope. After adding a little more, the cells began to devour each other frantically. This time, they were evenly matched. Well, it seems that the dose is not large enough. then increase the dose. I tried it a few times and found that it still has any effect, and the speed of swallowing is faster, and I vaguely feel the strange power, and it disappears before I understand it carefully. Yu was directly angry and endured the pain, digging out a piece of meat by himself, and the cold sweat pouring out from the pain let Orochimaru directly fill the meat between the columns. While Orochimaru admired Yu, he spit out the cold light of the sky, and if he couldn't bear it, he would immediately cut off Yu's left arm. Uncle Snake doesn't have to be so serious, right? Since you choose this, then only this is the safest. All right. Yu's face twitched, but she still agreed with Orochimaru. Orochimaru carefully picked up the meat with tweezers and placed it in the vacant part of Yu. As soon as the meat piece entered the body, Yu's left arm immediately began to turn gray-white in a large area, and Yu's shrill scream seemed to be too high, which startled Orochimaru, and the hand holding the knife shook. Soon there was no gap between the meat and the original skin. Yu felt a strange chakra that was continuously impacting the body. Seeing that most of Yu's left arm had turned grayish-white, Orochimaru was about to cut it off. Wait a minute, I'm fine. Yu hurriedly shouted regardless of the pain, and after a while she saw that the color of the cells on her arm was not infected, and Orochimaru stopped at the position below her shoulders before putting away the knife. It appears to be in a standoff again. Yu only felt that there were two different individuals fighting in her body. Fortunately, Huolingen had a great effect on mobilizing fire poison, and successfully resisted the spread of intercolumn cells. The intercolumn cells used Yu's body to continuously produce self-checking carrot. The power released by the water, soil and spiritual roots is continuously sorted and combined. Yu opened the writing wheel eye, carefully observed and constantly adjusted the frequency, and finally after a few hours, the chakra of the soil and water and the chakra delivered by the cells between the columns remained at the same dose and frequency. The cells between the pillars lost their threat, and the power in Yu's body started to counterattack at once, and the gray skin turned into a skin as white as jade. The strange thing was that the flesh that was originally intimate with the wound began to form a gap, and it quickly shriveled and waved. With a wave of the arm, the meat piece fell and lost its activity. Yu's wound began to heal quickly, much faster than before. Yu only felt that there was another energy in her body. Yu knew that it was done, and it was still her own. The power of the intercolumnar cells is absorbed by the body, replenishing the loss and then disappearing completely. Yu feels that the writing wheel eye is very comfortable, and the pupil power has improved a lot. How do you feel? It seems that the body produces its own antibodies and then destroys the intercolumnar cells. So, it seems that your cells are no worse than those between the columns. Probably, but the cells in the pillars have played a big role in me. Although it didn't directly give me the wooden tunnel, it made me awaken my wooden tunnel. Your own wooden escape. Orochimaru took a sigh of relief. Now the night feather cells are more valuable than those in the column, and they may not be able to awaken the Sharinai, but it is very possible that the 4 kinds of blood in the body will follow. Orochimaru felt that he could no longer bear it, and wanted to dissect Yu to see how long it was. Then a greedy look appeared. 20 boxes. Orochimaru twitched and didn't speak. Uncle Snake, why don't you want my cells so much? Why don't you transplant some of them? But they may be swallowed like intercolumnar cells. It's inevitable. After all, it's a cell of the same level as the column. This is left by the immortal. I didn't expect to transform your body so terrifying. Yeah, I didn't expect to become so strong. Yu nodded. How terrifying is the 5 kinds of blood in hand, and there is even a wood tunnel inside. In this way, the wooden ninjutsu in my hand can finally be used. It's a pity that you don't have the wind attribute now. If you have the wind attribute, the ice stun may wake up. Well, there should be some in the future. You better stop talking. I already have the urge to hit the wall. Orochimaru sighed with emotion, as if he had seen Yu's figure in the ninja world in the future. Yu wondered whether he would become blind after contacting Yu's column Ma cells this time. Although he obtained the wooden dung, it was not the power of column Ma. After staying in Orochimaru's laboratory for 5 days, he checked without any sequelae and then left with confidence. Chapter 91 The Birth of Itachi Uchiha. I seem to be missing everything now. Yu murmured to himself. Yu, who already has a lot of blood, feels quite perfect at this moment. In the era of EPUB, no one will be able to keep him even if he encounters the shadow level and wants to run away. Going to the Uchiha forest outside the village is practicing all kinds of wooden escape. Although the required seals become less, it will still waste a little time, but it has little effect. At this moment, I suddenly felt that someone was watching. Who? A body shunting technique combined with 1,000-bird sharp ear hit the person underground, and with a thought, the soil slid and brought out a gray-colored arm that looked like tree bark. Escape. This is. Yu only felt extremely tight in his chest. This thing turned out to be Baiju's arm. When did he monitor him? Maybe his own secrets are being seen. After thinking about it for a long time, the most reliable thing is to keep an eye on it before obtaining the wooden tunnel. There is no way for Baiju's pervasive Yu. Even Xianglin, who has Kagura's heart, cannot perceive the special Baiju. If it wasn't for the awakening of Mu Dun's perception, Yu would not be able to perceive it. Damn it, but Lan Dun and Bu Dun should be fine. This is only done in front of Uncle Snake. Yu believed that there was absolutely no way for Baiju to reach the Long Decay, and when he arrived at the White Snake Immortal, he would definitely take action as soon as possible. It was impossible for anyone to deceive the White Snake Immortal in the Long Decay. The distance from using the Shunshu technique just now was 30 meters, and Yu's Chidori Sharpier can extend 10 meters, and the perception range is only 40 meters. Baiju, who fled, immediately contacted Baiju's body, and Baiju and Heiju looked at each other in dismay. See Gui, Yu won't be the reincarnation of the Sick Path Immortal, right? Mu Dun can use it. Just now, the clone told me that Yu has no pillar cells in his body. This is absolutely impossible. It's just a mutation, an exception. Heiju said that things were really beyond his expectation. Originally, it was unbelievable to awaken Rong Dun to get the tailed beast chakra, and what is even more exaggerated is that even Mu Dun has awakened by himself. Heiju doubted in his heart whether he would open his own eyes of reincarnation. Then what should we do? Let's get rid of the comparison as soon as possible. There can't be a second pair of reincarnation eyes in the world. A dark and gloomy voice sounded. Do you want to tell the 5 great powers? No, the information is far from enough, and special clones need to be sent. Yu in the forest was thinking about what to do with this arm, so it burned directly. It's a weight. It's useless to keep it. This arm can only play the biggest role when it is transplanted to Uchiha members, but this arm does not seem to be a high-quality product, so it is better to keep it. Maybe it can be exchanged for a lot of good things with Orochimaru. Seal up. Taking out the scroll, Yu sealed her arm in it. Madara Uchiha was listening to the report of Heiju and Baiju in the crypt. Unexpectedly, such a genius would appear in the Uchiha family, and it was only a matter of time before the kaleidoscope was open. It's a pity that it is too difficult to control. Only 9 years old became Jonin. It would be great if I could inherit my will. Ahem. Since it is difficult to control it in the necessary time, kill it and bring the body back. It's Mr. Spot. After speaking, Madara lay on the stone bed, and can't move without moving. Samsara Eye is also growing well now. Nagato's development of Samsara Eye is still very low. What kind of organization has been established? A little excitement. Madara Uchiha fell into a deep sleep. Because of Baiju's appearance, Yuyu's originally soothing mood became tense, forcing Yuyu to continue to grow stronger. Directly using the reverse psychic technique to practice in the Long Decay, and after the practice, there are 3 gods and G chatting with him, and the small life is quite pleasant. Unlike Yuyu, Kakashi does not practice hard every day, and is more focused than anyone else. Only by practicing day and night can he forget the pain in his heart. Where are you, Zhongyi? Kakashi stared at the ceiling absent-mindedly. Talking about Zhongyi, I could only sigh silently, and I had already asked Mr. Minato and his wife many times. Unfortunately, the 2 of them were killed without saying any trace of Zhongyi. Taking advantage of the mission out of the village, I did not go to small countries to inquire about it, but unfortunately, there is still no trace of it, as if it has evaporated from the world. Ah, which bastard is scolding me again? Yuyu touched her nose unhappily and continued to practice. Back in the village, Yuyu immediately used the water escape to take a shower. The weather in Konoha in June was not as hot as usual, so she bought 2 popsicles and set foot on the way home. Just today, a new life was born in the Uchiha family, Uchiha Itachi. As soon as she returned home, Yuyu was ordered to protect Makoto. After separating a bunch of shadow clones around the house, Fuyu was relieved and excited. He was about to become your father, and he was anxiously waiting outside the door to lose all the stability before. Finally, with the cry of a baby, Uchiha 1007 was born. Fuyu happily rushed in regardless of the obstacle. Yuyu said that when this baby grows up, he dares to kill you. I really don't know how happy you are. Yuyu patted her forehead and then remembered what she had forgotten. Maid forgot the experimental medicine he asked for from Uncle Snake. It's all born. I'm afraid it's useless. It's such a pity. After a long while, Fuyu returned to calm. Congratulations to the patriarch for giving birth to a lovely son. You're welcome, Yuyu. If only my son could be as good as you. I have nothing to do with you scolding me. No, Fuyu only felt that he hadn't been so happy for a long time. Che, have you got your name already? Well, let's call it Weasel. Aren't you thinking of calling it Sweet Weasel? Yuyu's hopeful eyes made Fuyu hard to resist. This was originally the name that Yuyu planned to use the potion given by Orochimaru to turn Itachi into a girl. I understand your kindness, so I'd better call it Itachi. The patriarch really didn't think about it. Don't think about it. It's time for you to go back to Anbu. Fuck, unloading and killing donkey. No, you are crossing the river and demolishing bridges. Don't think about leaving today without 10 million. Yuyu was extremely furious, and was very unhappy with Fuyu's attitude. I saw Fuyu shook his head and said, if I remember correctly, Hokage-sama's order is that you will always be Makoto's guard until my child is born. Right. Although you were taken back from Anbu, you are still Makoto's guard. Now the child has been naturally. You don't have to act as a guard when you were born. Fuck, what you said makes sense. I'm speechless. Well, then Then you'd better go back first. Okay, wait and see later. Yu gave a thumbs up and left without looking back. Only then did Fuyu smile. Yu was a good boy. He came to Makoto with Itachi and began to comfort him. The more Yu thought about it, the more angry she became. It was all to blame for this broken order from the 3-generation-old man to steal some forbidden technique today. That night, Yu in the Hokage building touched his waist and sneaked in to read the forbidden art. Because of Itachi's birth, Kushina chose to temporarily live in Yu's house for a while in order to accompany Makoto, so she had no choice but to feel that Minato was left alone. Chapter 92. It's You're Immortal. It's really strange. Why did the 3-generation-old man suddenly arrange a task for me to perform alone? It's so weird that you don't want to get rid of me, do you? Since discovering Baiju's existence, Yu has become more cautious. In the Hokage building, Yu was standing in front of Hokage. After a while, Yu realized that the black beard of the 3rd generation had turned white. Yi Xiao has a task for you to complete today. Yes, Yu replied respectfully. Recently, a new force has appeared in Urin village in the Land of Rain. I hope you can investigate it. You don't need to fight, you just need to investigate intelligence. The 3rd generation warned that Yu's age is the biggest advantage, and no one will doubt Yu. A new force? Yes, it is said to be very talented. Okay, Hokage-sama. She took off her bird's head mask and changed into casual clothes. Yu had already thought of the idea to enter Yunin village as a refuge. The Land of Rain is a small country, but it has been fighting all year round. But now there is the existence of Sanjiao Hanzo, which has stabilized. If you guess correctly, the emerging force should be the Akatsuki organization. I didn't expect it to be this task. If the Samsara Eye is obtained, Uchiha Madara's clan will go bankrupt, but the unstable factors in this world will still exist. So Yu didn't intend to interfere. I really didn't expect to contact the Shao organization. Huh, demigod. If Hanzo is a demigod, then what is pain? The mission start tomorrow. Let's go see the 3 little guys today. When I came to the training ground, I saw that Minato was taking Kakashi and others to practice. Gee, it's teacher Yu who is here. Lin was the first to discover Yu's trait, and Obito and Kakashi turned their heads. Sure enough, it's big brother Yu. Oh no, it's the teacher, Mr. Yu. Kakashi also agreed. I didn't expect Lin to become a perception ninja. Not only that, Lin also learned the immortal palm technique. Obito exclaimed excitedly. I really miss Yu after not seeing Yu for a long time. Well, medical ninjutsu. Yes, a team like this has everything. Yu commented. Yu didn't expect you to have time to come here today. Brother Minato, after all, these 3 are also my students. It would be a dereliction of duty to not come again. It's just that the teacher hid for a few months. With oil. It's alright, it was the big brother who was wrong. With a lollipop in his mouth, Obito didn't care. The relationship is so good. No wonder it will become so crazy in the future. Ha! Today I'm here to test your strength. Don't let me down. Don't worry, the teacher will surprise you. The 3 are full of fighting spirit. The beginning is good and the ending is cruel. In less than 5 minutes, the 3 of them lost their combat effectiveness. It seems that you didn't pay them well. You see, if you pull this out, you won't be directly chopped as a watermelon by the opposite side. Yu clapped her hands and joked. Although she said so, she was actually very happy. The 3 of them cooperated very well, and what she taught was not wasted. Especially Lin's control over chakra was quite good. Well, maybe my methods are really too gentle, Minato said thoughtfully. He could clearly see the strength that Yu used just now, but it was generally at the level of shinobi, and none of the trick was useless. So the 3 of them were defeated too quickly, and I feel that you seem to have become a lot stronger. I have a feeling of trembling. Hey, I'll tell you later, but Minato-san is quite famous now. The yellow flash is not bad. It's not that great. Hehe. I wanted to fight you for a while, but it seems that I have no chance. Are you going on a mission tomorrow? That right, Yu said regretfully. How to quickly improve his strength is naturally a contest with top master. There are only a few Konoha who can make him use all his strength. Jiraiya is too dangerous and better not to touch. The only ones who can challenge are Orochimaru and Minato. The danger hidden under Minato's gentle appearance is even more dangerous in Yu's eyes than the current Orochimaru. After Minato's improved Flying Thunder God technique, it's not too incomprehensible, and he can only use this level of space-time ninjutsu. Watergate alone. Don't worry, we'll have a good fight when you come back. It is good. The 3 of them had already climbed up. Obito felt his buttocks and looked at Yu complaining. Why did the 3 of them only kick his buttock? Kakashi was extremely depressed. Like last time, Yu didn't use the wheel shaker at all, as if mocking his practice as a joke. Kakashi taijutsu is extremely important. In most cases, taijutsu is more critical than ninjutsu. Even Obito's taijutsu is stronger than you. Really, I finally surpassed Kakashi. Hey, the defeated general. Kakashi dismissed it. What about strong physical skill? Still not defeated by him. Obito blushed and was sulking, and Lin reconciled. After arranging the 3, Yu and Minato went far away and told Minato about his current condition. Brother Minato, I already have 5 blood successors. Wow. Ah, this is really incredible. Minato wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Is this guy really from the Uchiha clan? Wouldn't it be the illegitimate child of the sick Avs immortal? No wonder Yu at this time made him feel very dangerous. Yu, tell me honestly, are you human? I can tell you with certainty that it's not. It's your immortal. Huh? What do you mean? Why do I feel like I'm cursing? Nothing. Doesn't Shuaman know that I'm a disciple of the immortal? So it's normal. Yu explained in a serious manner. Minato didn't have the chance to say what Yu just said. Oh, that makes sense. Yu's master is really powerful. The methods of the immortals are really incredible, and so is the great toad immortal of Miaomu Mountain, who has lived for more than 1,000 years. I didn't expect that even Mu-dun could wake up. Yeah, but the wooden tunnel that can be used is still very weak, which is far worse than the original generation. Yu knows what he lacks. It is the young attribute chakra that represents life. Although his body's vitality is already very strong, it is still far away. At most, the technique of wooden dragon is used, and the technique of wooden man is impossible. It would be too difficult without huge chakra and young attribute. If Minato Muyu is the same as the first generation, then the ninja world will be chaotic or not. It's what Yu said. Minato has also heard a little about the legend of the god of ninjas that is absolute power and is unmatched. You must stick to your heart and don't indulge in power. Don't worry, Minato-san, I am Uchiha Yaha. Saying goodbye to Minato, Yu left some scrolls and left. Mr. Yu has left again. Well, you must work hard. I believe that you will become a ninja as powerful as Yu in the future. Minato patted Lin's head and distributed the scrolls to the three of them according to Yu's request, leaving only Yu's insights on adding attribute to spiral pill. Thank you so much, Yu, for always being so tireless. After the three expressed their gratitude, they happily took go home with a scroll to practice. Chapter 93 Vacation Mission. Arriving at the border of the land of rain, Yu put on tattered clothes, and after some dressing up, he went happily. To be honest, Yu liked rainy weather very much. It would be better if there is a search boat. What a great place. If only I could stay here forever. When Yu came to the checkpoint in the rain, the soldier immediately stopped Yu, who was shaking. What's your name? Where did you come from? Sir, I came from Makawa village, which was submerged by the flood. My name is Tsukamoto Leonhai. Yu pretended to be afraid and looked at the two soldiers. Her body was trembling constantly because of the cold. Sanhee, it was indeed flooded some time ago, and many refugees poured in here with nowhere to go. What wrong with your hair? The immortal has a strange disease and all his hair is falling out. When it comes to the mention of hair, Yu is an endless sadness, and her hair is completely lost. She forced out 2 tears, which made the guard feel distressed, but a child has to suffer such a fate. Out of the city. Go in. Some refugees from Sanhee also went in some time ago. Maybe you can find your relative. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yu kept thanking her and was about to enter the city. Wait, boy, take this. The kind guard gave Yu a hat, and Yu gratefully accepted it and entered the city. What a poor child. The guard found a new one to bring. Walking all the way to Yuyan village, I walked into a tavern and ordered a few plates of side dishes, listening carefully to the surrounding speeches. Although the weather in Yuyan village is not good, the villagers seem to be living a good life, and the frequent presence of pedestrians on the street adds to their anger. Well, Lord Angel has done a lot of good things some time ago, and a bandit force has been destroyed again. I've heard it too. Ah, Lord Angel is so beautiful and kind-hearted. If I were a few years younger, I must find a way to pursue Lord Angel. Ha, you are so shameless. Lord Angel takes a fancy to you. I will eat on the spot. Cut, drink and drink. The two drunk men had a nonsense chat, which caused a lot of discussion among the people around. Yu has obtained a lot of useful information. Xiao organization is still relatively active in this area, as long as you wait here to meet one day sooner or later. And it is said that there are many members of the organization now, and many people are eager to join the Xiao organization. I didn't expect it to be really successful. Many young people join and always try their best to help those in difficulty. In that case, pretend to be pitiful tomorrow. Ah, we pitiful and helpless but sass. The Yu clan, who had a full meal, squatted on the street the next day. The pedestrians squatting in the corner came and went, attracting the attention of many pedestrians, but they did not stop. At noon, a ninja came over. Yu raised his head, and in front of him stood a boy of about 15 or 6 years old. He looked handsome in black clothes, but his face was still very immature. Not that they should be regular members. Why are you here? The village was flooded. Is it Sanhee village? After speaking, Yu lowered her head in disappointment. Where are the parents? Do not know. Suga, let go with me. Although it won't make your life very good, but you won't starve anymore. The boy said cheerfully. It's really sunny, just like Brother Minato. It's just that the vigilance is too weak to let people in casually, which is really naive, and the mind is extremely immature. Really? Of course, because our leader is a good man. Okay, I believe you. The young man was very happy to save another person. Yu got up and followed after the young man was born. By the way, what's your name? Linhai Tsukamoto. Oh, I'm Masao Yamazaki. Nice to meet you. The boy stretched out his hand, but Yu didn't shake hand. Was he still keeping his guard up? This is also impossible. I believe that the organization will soon disarm this child, Yamazaki Masao thought. It didn't take long for Yu to come to a better building. Is this Akatsuki's bait? But this village full of pipes is really uncomfortable. Yu prefers the Misty Rain painting bridge in the south of the Yangtze River. Who is this child? Jungfu. I picked it up on the street and brought it back when I saw the poor you guy. I really can't do anything about you. What if it's an enemy? Another slightly fat boy scolded, but Masao Yamazaki disagreed. Understood. Not in the future. Oh, this child village was flooded, and his parents are probably gone. Don't mention this for a while. Oh, that's really pitiful, Yamazaki Masao said in a low voice. Yu lowered his head. This floor seems to be a little lower than that one. Lianping, come in. Food is prepared inside. Yes. Yu's eyes brightened a lot when she heard the food. In order to pretend to be more like her, Yu didn't eat anything in the morning. The two nodded. It seems that there should be no problem with their identity after being hungry for a long time. He was very happy to see Yu eating a nonsense meal of Hesai Jungfu. It was not until the evening that Yu saw the so-called leader of Shao, and I saw Yahiko Xiaonan and Nagato appear together. Yu was very excited, but fortunately most people don't know Samsara I, otherwise Nagato might not be alive now. Yu calculated that now he must be much stronger than the three of them. Nagato and Yahiko are probably joining, and Conan is much weaker. If you attack now, you can definitely grab the Eye of Reincarnation, and it is possible to lead to the big boss. Had to give UP this unrealistic idea. Although Madara is old, it is better not to be provocative, resist the will to shoot, and simply don't look into Nagato's eye. After listening to Jungfu's introduction, the three of them were still a little worried. Why are you still wearing a hat? Because of the illness, all the hair fell out. Isn't it contagious? Xiaonan took a step back, keeping a safe distance, and Yu almost laughed. No, you can rest assured. Oh, all right. Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief. Yu raised her head and looked at Xiaonan. As expected, Xiaonan is very beautiful, wearing a homemade paper flower on the head. After a thorough confirmation, Yu greeted everyone. This is an organization established by a group of teenagers. It is more like a charity organization, helping those in need and dreaming to lead the world to peace. It's a very good wish, but you shouldn't develop in the land of rain. That old guy Hanzo is notoriously suspicious by nature, and if he notices his uneasiness, he will give Thunder the means to eliminate the uneasiness. After Lianping, you should be led by Jungfu. Yes, Lord Angel. This time, it was so easy to obtain information, but Yu was at a loss. The current Akatsuki is completely famous and upright. It is simply unnecessary to check and find out. I am afraid that is why Hanzo has never made a move. Right. There's no need to worry about his status being threatened, and the current Yahiko is trying to get Hanzo's approval, hoping to get Hanzo's support. If it wasn't for Danzo's fan, I'm afraid Akatsuki wouldn't have that kind of situation. Chapter 94 Mission 20. After getting along for a few days, Yu didn't know what to do. She just left the village and didn't want to come back so quickly. She stayed in the room depressed and didn't go out. It was very depressed when it rained too much. Lianping, sorry to your parent. We still don't have any news, Xiaonan said apologetically, deeply remorseful for his inability to do anything. It doesn't matter, Lord Angel. I understand that it is lucky to survive such a flood. Ah, this little girl is too deceitful. Right. No wonder he will be caught by Hanzo in the future. Too young. Will Miss Nan always help those people? Of course, bringing peace to the ninja world is our wish, and one day it will come true. Yes, it should be difficult. I believe in Yahiko. What a silly and sweet stupid woman, Yu said. There is no peace in the battle between Miss Nan and ninjas. I have seen them do anything to kill each other. Not you afraid? Xiaonan did not expect this child to have such an experience, and asked curiously. Of course I'm scared. I hide in the closet in my room and dare not come out. Then you are really lucky. Do you want to be a ninja? In no mood, Yu replied without hesitation. The ninja, who has become a fart, wants to become the pirate king and then he will become an immortal. For a moment Xiaonan didn't know how to answer the question. In this world, only one's own strength can survive. If he does not become a ninja, he can only survive at the bottom. If Yu said that he wanted to become a ninja, Xiaonan also planned to teach him, but unfortunately he answered no, and everyone has their own aspiration. Then what do you want to be? One Piece. Speaking of Yu's eyes flashing with excitement, this child is a problem child. One Piece who doesn't have the strength to be a fart. Xiaonan didn't know what to say. Pirates are all sinners, which made the kind-hearted Xiaonan feel very uncomfortable. He should lead Yu to the right path, and his face became serious and said, even pink pirates are vicious people. I can't make you a pirate. But pirates are free. There is no freedom at all to live here, Yu said in a low voice. Shoo! The locust head fell on Yu's head and there was a big bag on it. It hurt. Miss Nan, why are you hitting me? Yu hugged her head in pain. Is this woman crazy? And she still does it. Don't mention pirates in the future, Xiaonan said viciously. The idea of a good child being a pirate is really strange. Seeing that Xiaonan walked out of the room angrily, Yu used her ability to quickly reduce the swelling. Why don't I leave, and I'll be pulled over to be a child labor laborer every day. Ah, I'm so tired. Lying on the bed with a large font. The current Akatsuki has just been established, and there is still a lot of strength, so there is really no need to be on guard. Moreover, Yu found that Baiju was also in this area. Checking the clothes here should not be recognized. Only every time Nagato came back, Baiju would also show up. Protecting Nagato is really close. Forget it. It better to go back. It rained 28 days a month in this place, and was always under surveillance. After leaving a letter, he planned to leave the village and resume his job. He took a deep look at Nagato from the window, and when he was about to evacuate at the gate of the village, he was blocked. Sir, what do you want to do? Hey, this kid hides quite deeply, and it looked like the man with several scars on his face stared at Yu. Found out. Impossible. Still pretending to be scared. The man directly slashed over. Yu frowned and ducked sideways and punched the ninja, and his companions quickly stepped forward to help. How did you find me? Ah, it hurt. This kid. I'm a perceptive ninja. Oh, no wonder it's so weak. Is the talent all about perception? Rachel. The two ninjas were immediately stunned by the twitching of the electricity. HMPA. Here, not only the water ninjas have advantages, but also the thunders have advantages. Immediately use the shunshu technique to leave, and when the chasing soldiers arrive, they are long gone. All the way to leave the country of rain without stopping. The gas is half hidden, however. Listening to the report as a child who just doesn't know what information he has obtained. In the afternoon, Jung husband called Yu to eat, only to find that Yu was no longer there and left a note. The letter said, "Thank you for your care during this time. Sister Xiaonan is really kind as an angel, but I still like the freedom of pirate. Maybe I will join the organization in the future, and my bald head is shaved by myself. Don't read. Tsukamoto Rinhai." Seeing the anger, Xiaonan immediately sent people to look for it, but there was no trace, and blamed herself, believing that she must have beat Yu before she chose to leave. Xiaonan, don't look for it. That child may not be an ordinary person. Just now, there was news that someone had escaped from the village, and it was a child who injured Yuyan village's ninja. Yahiko said seriously. Is it Li Enping? It should be. I am more worried that he is a ninja of an enemy country. Xiaonan sat on the ground in despair. Hasn't all the information of Xiao's organization been leaked? The husband took the initiative to stand up and ask for punishment, and he brought the man back. But looking at the letters left, Li Enping should have a good temperament, and the members of our organization are actually semi-public. Nagato said with a smile. Yes, Nagato is right. We exist for justice. Hearing Yahiko say the same, Xiaonan and Jungfu's faces looked much better, not so pessimistic. Back in the village, Yu reported the incident. This kind of task is as easy as a vacation, and the child body is really convenient. Lord Hokage, this is the information of emerging forces. Hokage nodded, took the scroll, and looked at it for a long time. Is it a justice organization? Yes, Hokage-sama. They are all made up of a group of teenagers. If only Konoha had such power. Hokage is a little moved. What if the village also established such a fort? But the villagers don't seem to need it much. I don't think it is necessary. After all, the country of fire is much stronger than the country of rain. Also, is Yu still in the habit of staying in Anbu? Well, it's not bad. Why did the 3-generation-old man suddenly ask this? Are you interested in being a squad leader? Very. Of course I would, but it seems that my credit is not enough. Hokage-sama. Yu asked excitedly. Sub-commander, this is not a small official position. It's really a little short. So you have been doing more tasks recently. I'll fuck you. I'll definitely work hard to complete the task. Damn, so this old guy is waiting for me here. Is it because I am idle? MMP. That fine, but what did you mean by that sentence? Well, this is a new expression I learned in the land of rain these days. It seems to be a code or something. Let's record this for a while. It should be of great research value. Yes, I must know everything. The 3rd generation knocked the cigarette ashes, and felt the mustache as if thinking about how to arrange work for Yu. Thinking that the 3rd generation took out a document and threw it to Yu. Yu almost fainted when he saw it, and there were 20 tasks waiting for him to do, with a deadline of half a year. I'm afraid I can't handle this, Hokage-sama. Don't worry, it's still you and Watergate teaming up this time. Yes. Yu glared at the 3 generations and left the Hokage building angrily, using the disciples and grandsons without mercy. The smiling faces of the 3 generations were almost piled into chrysanthemum, and they nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 95 Growth. During this period, Yu frantically performed tasks with Minato, and Kushina also complained. After seeing Yu's 5 blood, Minato felt that no one could defeat Yu. It's really strong. Even Yu doesn't think I can beat you. Brother Minato, you are too modest. Your flying thunder god is the only one. You are already invincible because of this, and I think you are far superior to me in every aspect. Yu exclaimed. Minato's strength has reached the shadow level. He is not like a half-hearted person like him. Too many escape technique, but it looks messy, just like an adult Kakashi and everyone. Of course, let's not talk about chicken. Once you reach Jonin, you can win, but it takes time. Really, if you are 10 years older than you and can't beat you, you should find a piece of tofu and kill you. Hut, I think you've eaten a lot of tofu from Sister Master Kukina. Ah, this is a normal thing for adults. Spicy chicken. Yu spoke Chinese directly, and Minato didn't understand anyway. Whenever Yu spoke a language he didn't understand, Minato would ignore it, but from Yu's expression, it could be concluded that he didn't say something nice. Let go, it's time to go to the next destination. Orochimaru, aren't you protecting your disciple? He doesn't need my protection anymore. In Orochimaru's house, Jiraiya also came to the door this time, and heard that the third generation said that Yu felt different to him, so he specially came to Orochimaru to verify. The young eagle is already full of wing, and there are not many people who can kill him. Orochimaru raised the glass and twisted lightly. Soga, it seems that he has indeed grown, and he has become stronger than Shangren. Yeah, it will surprise me every time. Speaking of Yu Orochimaru, I was very excited because Yu deliberately left him a piece of flesh and blood, which was a treasure of equal value to Hashima. By the way, it is said that you have been very close to Danzo recently. It is best to stay away from Danzo. This guy is really uncomfortable. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. After such a long period of investigation outside the village, the last target of the missing civilians was Danzo, and even the disappearance of other small country ninjas was also pointed at Konoha. Danzo, this guy is indeed a dark guy, but he'll be fine with my heart. Of course I won't worry about your comfort. Jiraiya laughed and said, Orochimaru is Konoha-sani. It is not enough to want Orochimaru's life grew. In Jiraiya's knowledge, Orochimaru has no other shortcomings except that he liked to do some strange research. This reminded Jiraiya also of a former comrade Biruhu, who defected to Konoha because he had no ninjutsu talent, and was also doing strange research. Didn't you go looking for Tsunade's trail? You really don't have a chance if you don't work hard. Don't talk about it. It's really you. J-Lai also raised his glass and drank it all. Why wouldn't he want to be without word? I just didn't expect Tsunade to leave so suddenly, and I thought I wouldn't leave for a while. Drunk left Orochimaru's house and went to the Hokage building to report the matter. As soon as Jiraiya left Orochimaru, he was completely intoxicated, but he was still opposed, but it seemed that he was suppressed by Hokage. I have to tell Danzo not to do these things recently. Anyway, there are already new experimental themes. After thinking about it, Orochimaru got up and went to Anbu, and by the way looked at Yuji, who was the only one who fused the cells between the column. Master Orochimaru. Well, Danzo is still there. Yeah, take me to meet him. Yeah. Seeing Orochimaru coming, Yuden looked at Orochimaru full of hope. Orochimaru clicked on Yushi's eyes and dimmed again. Orochimaru, you are here. Danzo leaned on a cane and signaled the others to step back before starting to talk to Orochimaru. It turned out that Hokage had already reminded him not to do such a thing, and Danzo was a little disappointed by the Yuden thing. The fused column cells had only 20% of the power, and naturally it was not a star and a half worse than the first generation. I understand, but you also know that it is extremely difficult to fuse cells between columns. Is there no other way? Orochimaru shook his head. All the experimental subject found failed, and Orochimaru has temporarily stopped the experiment of inter-column cells and is cultivating his own Oro. Danzo sighed. Can't I really have Mudden? Obviously already has a writing wheel eye. Can I say hello to Yuji? Certainly. Outside Konoha village, Kakashi was training against Matekai. At this time, Kakashi faced Kai to feel Kai's rank. Every time he received Kai's heavy punch, his arm was aching. The big whirlwind of Konoha. Kakashi immediately raised his arm, flew out with just one touch, and climbed up tremblingly. Why is this guy so powerful? Kakashi, you're no match for me with physical skills alone. How can it be repaired? Is this the importance of physical skills that Yu said? Kakashi's eyes hurt from Kakashi's white teeth. Come again. Yo, Kakashi, I admire your courage, my companion. Here I come. So fast. It's even faster than before. Kakashi was taken aback. He didn't expect that Kai could be faster than before. Barely dodging a punch, Kai suddenly disappeared, appeared on the lower body, and another heavy whip kick. Too late to resist and flew out, smashing all over the stone wall. Out of the herringbone pit. Ooh, Kakashi, are you okay? Kakashi. Kai hurriedly deducted Kakashi from the stone wall in a panic, leaving Kakashi in a state of embarrassment. Ha, I'm fine. It hurt. Kakashi just felt that his bones were about to fall apart. Has this guy really not graduated yet? The body is not so strong. Hardworking genius. Kakashi remembered again what White Fang had said, that Kai would be his opponent, and he had to admit that he was dismissive at first. I've decided, I want to practice physique with you, Kakashi said solemnly. Everything is to defeat Yu. Yu's strange speed is too fast. Really? Great. This is you. Then run 15 laps around the village today. Ha. Kai's hearty laughter made Kakashi's liver hurt again. This guy is really not something that ordinary people can bear. I finally know how this guy's physique is practiced. Now that you have agreed to learn physical skills with Kai, let's go to the end. Kakashi cheered for himself, determined not to let himself have any shortcoming. Could Yu stay away from Kai just because of Kai? I remember that I had a good relationship with Kai before. When Yu and Minato sensei come back, they will challenge. And Yu and Minato are fighting with blood at this time. Of course, they are all blood of the enemy. Shirinian was more concerned with observing Minato's combat skill, and his movements were reflected in Yu's eye. Chapter 96 Awakening the Fifth Spirit Root. After half a year has passed, Yu and Minato returned to the village's schedule, and Yu finally got his wish to get the post of sub-commander. This position is really not easy. Congratulations, Yu. Cut. Those 3S level missions are so dangerous that I can't come back. Yu was still terrified after thinking about it. Who would have thought that a small village would have such a terrifying attack? The super huge range attack released at the expense of everyone had an explosion radius of 3 kilometers. The world almost collapsed. Yeah, it's really terrifying. This kind of trick of perishing together is really terrifying. Fortunately, it was marked in advance. Even in a weak country, it can't be taken lightly. Yu was also shocked by the time and space ninjutsu. Originally, he used reverse psychic. The defect was because the explosion was too powerful, and even the time and space were disturbed. White light. In 44 years of Konoha, Yu devoted himself to the practice wholeheartedly, and Yu had a hunch that the fifth spiritual root was about to appear. Finally, the treasure of the fairy is about to be opened. From winter to spring, almost all of the chakra will be delivered to Yuppei every day to reach the safety line of light. Am I a little anxious? Yu saw that her face had lost a lot of weight, and her face was as pale as if she was seriously ill. Yu's cultivation is better done step by step. It will cause dark injuries to the body at this time, Nobu Hong said solemnly, knowing that his son was doing the same thing as before, but this time it seemed to be much crazier than the above. This state is exactly the performance of chakra exhaustion. Even though he didn't do anything, the chakra disappeared inexplicably. Yeah, this is really worth the loss. Okay, I got it. Okasong. Dragging his hired body on the bed, he didn't want to move a finger. The hand-pulled noodle restaurant is still booming and crowded with customers every day, but Xiao Chenghu is often in a daze, and the bad boy always comes to mind, and he has been beaten and reprimanded many times. Handbeat is extremely depressed, and next time when the kid comes, just poison him directly, and the precious daughter will be left untouched. Obito was desperately practicing the ninjutsu left by Yu, and Huodun was considered a minor success, and his strength was barely reaching the Chunin level. Lin would also carefully help Obito in the treatment. Sure enough, it is best not to practice with Kakashi. Enjoying Lin's herring service and falling asleep, fantasizing about a better life with Lin. Really fell asleep. Seeing Obito's sleeping face with a smile on his face made me feel much better. Kakashi was running around the village with Kai in the sun, tired like a dead dog every time. On the other hand, Kai was still in good spirits even though he was out of breath. It was not until the summer night that he finally awakened the fifth spiritual root, and the fifth spiritual root was the yin spiritual root. At the moment of accepting the spirit root, Yu felt that her yin-type Jiraiya had been fully sublimated, as if she was about to break through the limit when she reached the limit. Finally, Yu heard the long-lost immortal voice again. My heir, I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. I thought it would take 20 years. Gee, Yu was shocked. How come this time is different from the last time? The first time it was obviously a pre-recorded voice. This time it seems to have its own consciousness. Don't be surprised. Hehe, this is just a trace of spiritual thoughts as a teacher, and it won't hurt you. As if seeing Yu's concern, the old voice came next. The difference from the last time is that the jade pendant in the sea of knowledge exudes endless rays of light, and an old man emerges. The old man's white robe fluttered. His body was thin, and his eyebrows were 3 feet tall, and he looked like a fairy. Yu remembered the chakra that Minato and Yukina left in Naruto's body, which would be turned on under certain special conditions. The two should be the same. It seems that you have already figured it out, but it's quite clever. Hey, of course, since you said before that you can start all inheritances by obtaining 5 spiritual root, where is the inheritance? Yu was sure that there was no danger, and immediately revealed her true color, rubbing her hands in a frenzied look. Nature is here. With a wave of his long sleeve, the jade pendant turned into a tower. This is a trial tower. The first 6 floors of the 9 floors are the safety floor, and there will be no danger to life, but if you enter the last 3 floors, there is no way to retreat. If you die, you can't do anything as a teacher. The immortal said solemnly and warned Yu not to touch it easily. Master, are you too pitiful? How can there be such a thing? Wouldn't it be too much of a child play to easily obtain all my inheritance? As a disciple of a teacher, you naturally need to experience. The immortal said it is a matter of course. It seems that it is indeed such a truth, and it is indeed unreasonable to obtain it directly. I see. What's in the master? Yu asked. Not to mention the experience. What Yu cares about most is what the reward is. Every floor will get different things, and there will also be other hidden treasures that you need to find by yourself. As for the cultivation method, I will not give you, because I hope my disciples can follow a different path from me, and Yu's the power is also amazing. Speaking of Yu's body through which the immortal passed, he felt the world, and the laws were somewhat different from the world he was in, but the spiritual energy here was also abundant. Is that so? Thank you, master. Can you get a kind of spiritual root every time you cross the first floor? Yu asked quickly. After all, no one knows how long the old man's spiritual sense can survive, so Yu is very anxious. You are still 4 kinds of spiritual root, and from the 3rd floor onward, each floor will have one. And it is incredible that you have developed all 4 kinds of spiritual root to the 2nd stage. The immortal sighed and said that this is his regret. The day of ascension only awakened the 3 type to the 2nd stage, but after becoming immortal, spiritual roots and attributes are no longer important. Immortals are not all attributes. After becoming an immortal, it took a lot of effort to create such a treasure. I want to make myself a full attribute and make up for the regrets before becoming an immortal. 4 kind. Yes, the complete 5 element should be gold, wood, water, fire and earth. There are only 7 attribute here, and Mu done is a pure accident. It comes from the alien Otsutsugi family. This surname is really not for nothing. Master, can immortals live forever? Yu cast a hopeful look. This is what Yu wanted to know most, but the immortal fell into silence. Can't it? Yu's eyes drooped down, full of disappointment and despair, and Kagaya Otsutsuki had completed his immortality. At this time, the immortal voice came again, like a ray of sunshine in the snow. The lifespan of becoming an immortal is naturally long, and nothing is immortal. It's just that what you are cultivating now is not. If you stop squeezing your body, you will not be able to live long even if you are strong. Master, please advise. Yu immediately became extremely respectful. She had thought about this question as early as when she was practicing chakra. After extracting energy from her body, wouldn't her body be seriously damaged? As long as it is changed to aura, it can absorb and nourish the body from the outside, and it will naturally prolong life. After speaking, a book of Qigong exercises arrived in Yu's hand. It shouldn't have been given to you, it's just that you don't know how to cultivate. Yu kowtowed and knelt before reading it. This is a simple Qi training method, only how to extract and absorb it. I thought there would be any Jinden stage tribulation, but there is no such thing at all. Yu felt the immortal slamming on the door at the 2nd time, and if she said no, she would really give nothing. In other words, there is no realm in itself. It seems that I have seen too much. By the way, why does Master have to wait until you have 5 spiritual roots before you appear? After waiting for 1,000 years for the teacher, the immortal power has long been exhausted, so I can only add a little. Oh, that's what it is. The chakra that I have had for so many years has been absorbed by this old guy. However, the information is indeed very important. It is a taboo to use the product without reading the manual. I just didn't expect that it would take so much energy to get this cheap master out. Chapter 97. After discussing for a long time, Yu finally understood the jade pendant. Like the different space with soil, the jade pendant itself is also a different fate. Master, what is your name? Yu asked. The immortal didn't know how to answer for a while. What is the name of the teacher? Can fairies get dementia too? Yu couldn't help slandering. No, it's not that Alzheimer's does not exist. The toad in Miaomu Mountain is Alzheimer's. By the way, the teacher is immortal Baiken Yun. The immortal stroked his beard, and was very happy that he could still remember. The spiritual sense left behind was almost at its limit, and it was normal for the memory to be fragmented. It should be alright already, explained Baiken Yunxian. This disciple should write down the master's name. The time is almost up. Maybe there will be a chance to meet in the future, but it should be in the fairyland. Congratulations to Send Master. Yu kowtowed 3 times more seriously, and the immortal spiritual sense began to disappear little by little. After exiting the sea of consciousness, the art of practicing Qi appeared in his hand with a single thought. When he carefully looked through it, he saw that the records inside were very detailed, and there were many comments in it. It should be the immortal who added his own opinion. The immortal is really thoughtful, and he clearly said that there is still stock available if he does not give the exercises. The smile on Yu's happy face gradually solidified, because Yu found out that he didn't know most of the character. This is such a big joke. It has been 1,000 years since the immortals ascended. The ghost knows how many years the immortals practiced before. The root of the word mother is like oracle bone inscription. Although it is not oracle bone inscription, it is the same for a scumbag like Yu. I should have applied for an archaeology major back then. Sure enough, a major doesn't ruin my life. Yu angrily smashed the book on the ground. It's a big deal on Earth to check it out, but there is no special dictionary here. 2. Is this something that people do? He stepped on both feet before he regained his hideous face. Calm down. Yu picked up the book, opened her eyes wide and looked again. Calm down. Yu threw away the book again. Forget it. I have to live. Maybe there will be a way in the future. Yu picked up the book again. Depressed for a whole night, I couldn't sleep peacefully, and I didn't have a formal cultivation method. Yu finally chose to leave the room, and regretting it all the time is not the way to go. She still has to look forward. Has yours practice ended? Seeing that Yu was in a bad mood, Mingwei asked softly. Well, it's over. Alas. Failed. Success and failure. I can only blame myself for being ignorant. I don't think my son has always been my pride, and he always comes first in the exam. Minghui didn't know what happened, but she still encouraged Yu. Thank you, Kasong. After leaving the custom, Yu began to drink alone again, feeling that the future is dark, and she may be left here for the rest of her life. It is terrible to have no culture. After a few days, Yu finally came back to life, because his hair grew out and he finally didn't have to be bald anymore, which was really great. Yu, who was in a good mood, came to the 7th class to visit the three of them. Yu is finally out. It seems that you have become a lot stronger. That's right, Minato-san. Let me try their skills first. Okay. Minato gave way, and Yu walked in the middle. You three go together. You must use your strongest rank. Don't worry, teacher. Obito and Rin shouted loudly, and Kakashi was also silent, squinting his eyes and making an attack. You can't use Lei Dun in front of Yu. You can only use other ninjutsu. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Wind Dun. Oppression. 2 Dun. 4 Trapped Rock Pillar. Yu was first trapped by 4 rock pillars, followed by a fire tornado. Obito and Kakashi cooperate well. The wind helps the fire, and then Lin uses the earth to block the action. Casting some admiring glances, Yu completely accepted this move. Hit. Obito shouted happily. Kakashi stared vigilantly around, and after a few seconds, a piece of wood fell off. Avatar. Kakashi was more alert as expected. Minato nodded secretly on the tree, and sure enough, Kakashi was very special inside. 2 Dun. The technique of beheading in the heart. At the moment of perceiving the danger, Kakashi hurriedly jumped to see that Obito was pulled directly into the ground, which was a feat. Ghosts generally appear from the ground behind Lin, and the magic touches the head to kill. Yu put her hand on top of Lin's head, and a large snake appeared in front of Lin's eyes and quickly wrapped around her body, as if she had been struck by a strong attack, rolled her eyes and fainted. An illusion brought down Lin, and looked at Kakashi with an evil smile. You're the only one left. Seeing Yu using the thunder stimulation method, Kakashi hurriedly used the same method. Yu was a little surprised by the collision of his body, and Kakashi's physical skills were greatly enhanced. It turned out to be block. It seems that I have worked hard recently. Huh, it's not over yet. Kakashi launched an attack frantically, and the simple physical technique surprised Minato. Yo, it's not bad, but it's still a little bit worse. Every time a fist is thrown, it is always a little bit worse, like a moat that cannot be crossed. Even if the blade is drawn out, thousands of birds. Yu was fully stimulated and grabbed Kakashi's neck with one hand. The electric Kakashi twitched, and Yu quickly let go. I'm sorry, I'm used to mentioning my fat tiger. Obito laughed while watching Kakashi's appearance. Kakashi, your hair is straighter. Why are you so happy? Come on, big brother, I'll give you a makeover today. Brother, don't. I know I'm wrong. Don't. Seeing Yu walking over with Leiki in his hand, Obito hurriedly begged for mercy, but Yu was adjusting his power and touched Obito's hair. Obito, who was originally a spiky head, turned into an explosive head. Wanting to cry without tears, she scolded herself for being cheap, and after unlocking Lin's illusion, Lin woke up and laughed heartlessly when she saw Obito and Kakashi. Yo, the game is over. Watergate jumped down and began to comment. Although the three of you are a good match, there are many shortcomings. Kakashi should tell the other two about the possibility, not just himself. Lin's illusion is too weak. After so long, he couldn't dispel the illusion. Obito's alertness. Sex is too bad. Is teacher. The three of them pulled their faces together, feeling a little ashamed. Yu subdued the three of them without much effort, especially when Lin almost died of fright when she saw a snake. She suspected that she would scream when she encounters a small snake, and she has a natural fear of snakes. Big brother, can you defeat Minato-sensei now? I'm sorry, but I can't beat it. Minato-san's body smoothing technique is not very fast, and I can't do anything with Flying Thunder God. Yu expressed great regret, and Yu didn't understand why. Stimulating her whole body with thunder would not be much slower than but Minato's body smoothing technique was almost the same as his. Could it be that the wind attribute bonus is stronger than the thunder attribute? Yu, you are too modest, and I have nothing to do with you. There was a wave of business blows, which made the three of them very unhappy, but they couldn't fight. Chapter 98. The first floor of the trial tower. With a thought, Yu disappeared directly into the trial tower, this time as if the whole person had never existed before, and appeared in the same place again. This tower is a good thing. It is similar to Shinwei, but it can no longer move. It can avoid fatal injury, and the flow of time is the same as the outside world. Let me take a look at what the first floor trial has. Yu pushed open the door of the trial tower. The light was a little dim. Entered the tower and looked at the surrounding environment, only to find that the space inside was as large as 2 football fields, and the simple patterns carved on the stone walls. Thick stone pillars support this space. It looks like an ordinary tower on the outside, but the inside is surprisingly large. There is a stone step in the distance that looks like the road to the second floor, but the door is locked. As soon as he stepped in, a large number of puppets appeared around, the number reaching as many as 1,000. The weapons of the puppet are all kinds, including sword, spear, and halberd. The puppet has a strange human-like shape, but he doesn't know what material it is made of, and green light flashes in his eye. Do you want to defeat these puppets? The technique of multiple shadows. Separate 40 clones to pounce on the puppet. Crack. A puppet raised the big sword in his hand, and the big sword swung a strong wind, destroying half of his clone. Fuck, do you want to exaggerate? Yu only felt cold all over. This thing needs 1,000 hits. Yu didn't hesitate to open the writing wheel, and found the source of power, which is is supplied by the power stone in the heart and can only move along a specific line. As long as the ring is broken, there is no problem. Much better. The fire is extinguished. He took a deep breath and let out a sea of fire. Yu waited for the result, and the puppets in the front row did not change at all except for the smoke. The water escape and the earth escape still did not respond. It must be that the damage was not strong enough. Try this. Yu jumped into the group of puppets, and the puppets immediately surrounded her. An axe flashed down with great power, but she was slow to move, and at most she had the strength of an elite chunin. Does this put talent on defense and strength? Spiral pill. Under the writing wheel, it was like slow motion. The spiral pill hit the chest, and the chest collapsed immediately to reveal the core inside. It seemed that this formation was still carved around the energy core. Is this thing made of alloy steel? Yu almost rolled his eye. This iron lump is not ordinary sturdiness. The spiral has only made a hole. The key does not affect the action, and the knife needs to be repaired. Aware of the knife light behind him, he immediately avoided pulling out Tianbuliu and pierced the puppet from a few years ago. Slightly relieved, the clones have all disappeared, and after piercing a few more Yu's complexion, the speed is not very slow. The defense is the same. The power is the same, speed and use weapon related. It would be nice to have a small attack method like bugs or sand, and you can directly restrict your movement when you drill into it. With Lei Dun and his own sharpness, he can easily cut off the weapon in the puppet hand, but every stab requires a lot of strength, and the body is even stronger than the weapon. Fortunately, it can still be pierced in, saving a lot of chakra. Gradually, Yu had adapted to the battle and cooperated with Sharingan to avoid repeated attack. He kept moving through the puppet, and the speed of assassinating more than 100 Yu gradually slowed down. The sweaty Yu managed to dodge the attack with difficulty. Chakra still had the rest, but unfortunately his body couldn't keep up. The hand holding the knife was shaking. It was too difficult for one person to deal with so many chunin of a horde. How to fight this and still have more than 800 tired to die? Jumping out of the puppet pile, the puppets turned their heads in unison. Lei Dun should be useful. Yu saw the puppet that was stabbed before, and there was a slight turbulent flow of energy, just like a mechanical failure caused by a short circuit. Water escape. The technique of the waterfall. Rachel. The electric current spread to the puppets with the water, and the puppets made strange movements and even attacked each other. Damn, I'm really afraid of electricity. Yu took advantage of the infighting time to silently refine chakra. The tower is full of dead objects and cannot refine chakra. There is no water source here that can release such a wide range of water escape chakra, which is almost exhausted. The puppets lashed the puppets in front of them with the weapons in their hand, and Yu was amazed at this. If they were hit, they would definitely be seriously injured. As soon as the lightning effect disappeared, I quickly made up for a thunder cut. Yu was very anxious. Chakra was going to be gone, and at most one use of Lakey would have no blue, and there were only a few 20 puppets that fell. Wait, there's the puppet's energy source. Yu jumped in excitedly and dug up the energy source of the fallen puppet. It turned out to be a fist-sized stone. Could it be the legendary spirit stone? Sure enough, as long as the broken ring formation method is useless. How to absorb this stuff? Yu didn't have a way to absorb the spiritual energy and became anxious for a while. Why don't you take a bite? Damn mental retardation. Since it's a stone, it should be of the earth attribute, right? The earth spirit root should be able to absorb it, right? Yu remembered that he could slowly attract chakra while standing on the ground. This should be no problem. Mobilizing two Lingon immediately responded. The energy of the stone was continuously absorbed and transformed, and Yu obviously felt that the energy level had become lower. In any case, the energy of this stone has already caught up with half of its own. Yu began to use Shui Dun and Lei Dun recklessly. The earth spirit root opened a precedent, and other spirit roots began to compete to absorb the aura, and the speed accelerated a lot. After releasing the ninjutsu, he began to recover his physical strength, and soon half of the puppets were broken. Yu had decided to use this method to grind the puppet to death. When the casualties were less than 100 hours, Yu keenly saw the birth of a new puppet, and rushed directly in front of Yu. Yu quickly raised her sword to block the puppet in front of her. The huge force caused Yu's stone brick to shatter directly, and her knees sank into the ground. Who are you? Yu looked at the man in front of her solemnly. This was clearly a puppet, and the man kept waving the sword in his hand without answering. Every sword is exquisite. This must be an unknown swordsmanship. Yu Guan's eyes are blank, and the armor is obviously better than that of the puppet. Easily block the thunder and cover the sky. This sword is a good thing. There was no winner or loser in the competition for a long time. If there was no writing wheel, Yu believed that he had already been hit by the seven sword. Without Lei Dun's interference, the puppets surrounded him. Fuck. Melt escape. Chakra mode. Yu was immediately covered by the hot magma, and the puppet that was touched immediately changed its shape. I originally wanted to see if it could be reused in the future, but now I can't care about that much. This human-shaped puppet clearly has unlimited physical strength. You must kill the others first. Immediately use Wagwo Mountain. The legs of the puppet are less than 100, and the legs are melted and poured into the magma. The spirit stone stone is also melted. Yu felt the stress. This was all his. With a sword energy from the man, Yu couldn't react in time to be directly hit. Yu took a breath and actually pierced the melting armor that even the spiral pill could not break, leaving a scar 3 centimeters deep, but the blood just came out of the wound, healed quickly. Chapter 99 Clearance. After melting nearly 100 puppets, Yu looked at the man in front of him. The man in front of him was very powerful. Yu guessed the identity of the man before his death. There is an 80% possibility that he was the master's former enemy, so he refined it. Became a puppet. And men are good at using sword. Although the old master does not use sword to prove Dao, his swordsmanship should be very good, so he must be the enemy. Thinking of this, Yu didn't dare to take it lightly. You can't see anything other than looking at the flow of power through sharing it. It would be nice if you had white eye. You can see the mystery at a glance, and then attack the key point. The man's unrestrained sword style made Yu sigh. Another special sense of beauty. If this man were put on Earth, he would definitely be a generation of swordsmen. I don't know how many fans have been fascinated by the handsome face of the ancient, but unfortunately it is a dead person now. But you still have to fight. You can't stop playing just because you are handsome. Wooden. The tree world is coming. The big tree on the ground grew wildly as if it had come to life, attacking the man, and the man cut off several vines surrounded by it with one sword. The art of fireball. It was cut open by a sword again. Is this guy's sword skills so strong? As if everything could be cut off. Wongquan Mar. Man feet. As soon as the soil softened, I immediately fell into it. Great opportunity. The tree is bound and buried forever. Thousands of birds, stimulating the whole body to move at a high speed. The man's eyes flashed. Danger. The feather stood up and Yu almost reached the limit of reaction, kneeling and sliding for several meters, cold sweat pouring out, and the transparent ripples flew to the distance with a huge roar. Damn, it's not dangerous. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been cut in half just now. He scolded in his heart and stood up again. Yu was very keenly aware that he couldn't catch the sword just now. It was really terrifying. There was a 20-meter slender sword mark on the stone wall. Fortunately, the man was already wrapped in a big tree, and this should be over. Thunderbolt. A lifeless voice came, and the tree burst instantly. Lightning flashed on the sword. What the hell is this? A loud thunder sounded, and in the next second, Yu hurriedly resisted with a knife. This fatal blow. Yu was embedded in the stone wall in the distance, falling down and coughing up blood again and again. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, he laughed cruelly. His internal organs were injured, but he was already recovering. Although he was a dead person, he could still see that his body was in a sluggish state, and he should not be able to use the blow just now. Eyes saved my life. This is the second time that he almost died. The smoke and dust dissipated. The man raised the sword in his hand and looked like he was going to give Yu the last blow. Yu wanted to stand up, but fell to her knee. A sword fell. The sword stuck on Yu's neck. Yu turned into a wooden man. The blue light flashed from the rear, and the Chidori sharp spear pierced the man's heart. It's time to hang up now. Ahem, my ribs are almost broken. You bastard. Yu lay on the ground and could no longer maintain it. The blue light disappeared, and the man turned around silently, approaching step by step. Fuck, it's not dead. Yu hurriedly wanted to stand up, causing the strong to slump, and this time it was really over. Yu did not expect that she would die on the first floor of the trial. Then I remembered that the guy was originally a dead man. Careless. The man raised his hand. Yu sighed and waited for death to come, and the sword did not fall after waiting for a long time. When he opened his eyes, he saw the man kneeling in front of him respectfully. Master, you won and successfully killed me. Yu fell into a sluggish state and hasn't reacted yet. Isn't it destroyed? Does it count as long as it causes fatal injury? Ha ha, that great. Woo. Lying on the ground relaxedly and waiting for his body to recover slowly, the man took out another medicinal pill and handed it to Yu. Master, this is Dahuan Dan, which can quickly recover from the injury. Is there such a good thing? Wait, it won't pass the shelf life, will it? Shelf life? My subordinate don't understand. The man said dumbly. It seems that he only retained a little bit of wisdom. It's how many years the medicinal pill can be kept. 200 years. Isn't this overdue? Oh, forget it. Forget it. Don't bother with the fool. Let the puppet rest on the wall. Fortunately, the vitality of the body is relatively strong. Otherwise, the average person will definitely die. Yu asked a lot of questions to know that the higher the quality of the pill, the longer the shelf life. The Dawan pill is only 200 years for the 4th order pill, 500 years for the 5th order pill, 1000 years for the 6th order, and 3000 years for the 7th order. This level of elixir can really make the flesh and bones of the living dead. As for the 8th order has not appeared. After waiting for an hour, Yu regained her mobility. Jian, can these puppets be repaired? Jian is Yu who got his name. Yes, subordinate can repair it. Yu was overjoyed. This is really great. 800 elite chunin. From the conversation, I understand that Johnny can only exert 1/10 of the strength before birth. It shows that at least the movie level was in his lifetime. By the way, Master said that the first floors will not be life-threatening, but I was about to die just now. The first floors of the Master can directly leave the trial tower. Huh, what the hell? The old guy didn't even say it. Yu was instantly furious. It was really unreliable not to mention such an important point. Correct. Since Jian has spiritual wisdom, then Yu quickly took out the aura technique given by the unreliable immortal. Jian, please help me to see if you recognize the characters in it. Jian took the book and glanced at it. Master, the subordinates know each other. Flashy. Ha! As expected, there is no way out. Old man, I decided not to hate you anymore. Yu jumped up excitedly, worthy of being an old man of a generation. With tears of excitement, let the sword read to him one by one, and the treasure almost forgot. Oh, the reward for this level, master, is not given to you. Bring it to me quickly. Yu was in a good mood, and the two near death were worth it. Take Yu to find a treasure chest and a Dao secret book. Yu found that he liked opening boxes more and more. When I opened the box, the sword was introduced at the beginning. It was filled with medicine pills below the 4th rank, and my face turned black in an instant. These are all fucking expired product. It's all poison pill. Wait for the poison pill. Yu immediately thought of a good idea. Poison pills are also useful, right? When it's over, take it back and let Uncle Snake see what the medicinal effects are. The biggest gain this time is Jian, who can understand words. Sure enough, the great man is right. Knowledge is power. Satisfied, he returned to the trial tower and was still in his room, but it was already late at night. Stepping out the door, I came to the living room to see my father reading something. As the practice over, well, this time the harvest is very big. Shinhong was startled when he lifted his eyelids, saw a large blood stain on Yu's chest, and hurried to Yu's side. What happened to you? Yu, where did the blood come from? Forehead. When cultivating, chakra accidentally rebelled, so he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and felt much more comfortable. After examining Yu's whole body, he felt relieved. After being scolded by his parent, he kept apologizing and said that he would not be so messy next time. After eating dinner, I feel my body is full of strength again. Tomorrow can finally officially open the cultivation mode. Chapter 100, Cultivating Spiritual Chi. The first step is to empty all the chakras and then perceive the aura. In the trial tower, Yu was cultivating spiritual energy according to the method of the immortal. There were 10 spiritual stones around, and Jian was supervising. The chakra finally emptied, and the gentle aura slowly entered the body. According to the book, the aura will be stored in the dantian. This is a very long process, just like learning to refine chakra just now. The difference is that this time it is a backfeeding cell, instead of taking power from cell. Only then did Yu realize Lingon's desire for spiritual energy. The demand is not very large. It is like a tiger that has been hungry for a long time. He has just mastered the absorption and storage method, just like swallowing a whale. Most of the spiritual stones have lost their luster. Yu itself, but there has been no growth, and Lingon's losses over the years seem to be very serious. After absorbing another piece of Yu, I felt a sense of satiety, as if I was full. The temperament has undergone obvious changes, and people can't help but get close. If it weren't for these spiritual stones, I don't know how long it would take to fill the empty body. Now Yu is not proficient in absorbing and producing. Fortunately, the immortal left a lot of spiritual stones for him to squander. The whole body is indescribably comfortable, and these 10 high-grade spirit stones are not in vain. The hidden treasures on the first floor are obtained under the leadership of Jian. 10 are top grade, 300 high grade is the same as the core of the puppet, 2000 middle grade, and 10,000 low grade. With these spiritual stones, you should be able to practice for a long time. Exit the trial tower and absorb the spiritual energy from nature. It is similar to the fairy mode but much gentler than the fairy chakra. There will be no changes on the face, and the attack form will not be like that. Strong and direct. The important thing now is to learn Taoism. The Taoist assistant introduced spells, seals, formations and feng shui. There is no direct attack method. I want to learn the swordsmanship of Johnny. I was told that this cannot be taught, or its own memory defect. Yu was struggling to learn new words. The crooked fonts were really ugly. What made Yu most happy was the rapid growth of her hair, and the effect was even better when paired with Orochimaru brand hair restorer. Getting rid of the trouble of hat, Yu came to Orochimaru's house. Long time no see. Uncle Snake, how have you been recently? Well, not bad. Orochimaru and Shitong stared at Yu closely, and only said a word after a long while. It's really changing with each passing day. Yu, your body seems to be different from before. Although Yu's appearance did not change, Orochimaru still felt a sense of trepidation. This kind of feeling has only been experienced by the White Snake Immortal. The immortal chakra is extremely powerful. Ha! As expected of Uncle Snake. You still see it. I'm officially starting to move towards the fairy road now. So Yu is already considered an immortal. No. It's still a long way off. The so-called fairy mode seems to Yu now, and it cannot be stored for a long time. It will gradually disappear over time, which is equivalent to consumable. Now Yu is equivalent to turning on the fairy mode all day long, but it always feels there. Something seems to be holding him back. I have to say that you are stronger than before, and you should be considered a strong person now. Orochimaru sighed that now he is probably exactly at the same level as him. Well, Uncle Snake actually brought you some good things this time. Saying that, Yu took out the medicinal pill and immediately caught Uncle Snake's attention. This is the medicinal pill made by Master, but I have either lost the medicinal properties or turned into a poisonous pill because of the time, so I would like to ask you to study. So, did the original elixir become a poison pill? Ha, the elixir isn't even that good. Yu corrected. Okay, I will help you research. Hey, you take 110. Make a deal. Talking about business with the apprentice is refreshing, not hurting the apprentice in vain. Don't you visit the god of wind and thunder? Hey, this is my second purpose. I also want to test the current me. Yu was extremely excited. Meow Mew Shan's immortal mode can make people become infinitely powerful and enhance their perception several times. The same is true for ninjutsu, and he obviously felt the same way after cultivating spiritual chi. The improvement in his physical fitness was not just a little bit, but more importantly, he found that it could also improve his calmness of mind. Bah, you are finally here. Woo woo woo. It's been a long time. Woo woo. The god of wind and thunder, crying with snot and tears, complained that Yu had not come to visit for a long time, thinking that he had been abandoned. Sorry, I've been training too hard recently. I need you to practice with me today. We can't beat the boss at all. Function muttered. This time I only use physique. Really? Hey, boss, don't regret it. That's right, I can finally beat the boss. Thor, you idiot. I'm sorry, brother. I accidentally said what I said in my heart. Thor holding his head is very funny. I didn't expect these two guys to have such an idea, and they must be beaten up later. Orochimaru was very surprised. Isn't he looking for cruelty compared with the god of wind and thunder? In the village, apart from Tsunade and Jiraiya in immortal mode, I am afraid that no one dare. Not much to say. When I came to the training ground, Yu stood straight on the spot with her hands behind her back. Come on, the god of wind and thunder. Bah, I'm on. The two brothers shouted in unison, trying to beat Yu with all their strength, and their huge fists slammed into Yu from both sides. Seeing that it was about to land on Yu's head, Yu stretched out her arms unhurriedly and caught the fist with two muffled sounds. Why didn't you eat? He shouted contemptuously, angering the two brothers. Hateful. The two brothers increased their strength, but Yu remained motionless. As this gone, Yu jumped up and kicked the two brothers, and the two brothers flew out to the two sides in an instant. They got up and looked at Yu in horror, and their sternum was almost shattered. Orochimaru's jaw almost dropped when he saw it, but Yu actually lifted so much. Can you continue? No, boss, we're done. Hee. Function's eyes rolled and he immediately conceded defeat. This power was like a big sister's head. No, you don't agree. Don't you want to beat me up? I'm standing here. It was Thor who said it. Uni, it was you who made me beat up the boss. Thunder God angrily pointed at Function and shouted, and the two brothers even blamed each other. Sorry, I won't let anyone go. Yu smiled cruelly, hugged Thor's calf with both hands, and threw it directly on Function. Bullying up and begging for mercy regardless of the beating, they let go. Shaking my arms is so refreshing. Ah, comfortable. It's been a long time since I beat someone like this. You guys are really natural sandbags. Boss, we know it's wrong. Please forgive us. The brothers knelt down and begged for mercy, and they had no idea of revenge in their heart. They couldn't beat it. It's been a while since the boss has become more terrifying than before. I'll let you go this time, and I'll be happy. Yu clapped his hands and breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, his own strength has also undergone earth-shaking changes, and deliberately taking a few punches from the god of wind and thunder is only a slight pain. Yu, you are really amazing. I'm afraid your strength is no longer inferior to Tsunade. Orochimaru can't wait to do research. Compared with Tsunade-sama, it should be much worse, but it is much stronger than the god of wind and thunder. Tsunade's power, Yu had never felt it, so she didn't judge it well, so she had to ask Jiraiya to judge it. After all, this guy was really beaten by Tsunade.